In the spring of the year 3035 of the Federation calendar, an air of restless anticipation permeated the grounds of Jianghai City First High School. In the classroom of Senior Class 1, students clumped together in small groups, their voices low but brimming with excitement as they discussed something in hushed tones. Expectation and tension were etched onto the faces of everyone present. Everyone, that is, except Yiyu, who sat in the very last row of the classroom. Unlike his classmates, he had not joined the chatter. Instead, his gaze rested on the distant horizon outside the window, his eyes carrying a depth and a faint sense of detachment uncharacteristic for someone his age. His slightly unkempt black hair casually covered his forehead, accentuating the striking perfection of his already exquisite face. "Has it already been 18 years since I came to this world?" he murmured quietly to himself, his voice so soft that no one else could hear. "Tomorrow is Awakening Day. I wonder what kind of powers I'll awaken." For the past 18 years, a mysterious cultivation technique called the primordial infinite arts had been silently operating within his body. This esoteric technique had been forcibly handed to him by a strange, blind old man before Yiyu had crossed into this world. At the time, he'd dismissed it as a joke. But after inexplicably finding himself here, he discovered that the technique was very real and trainable. Constantly running in the background, it nurtured his meridians tirelessly. The technique was said to possess infinite potential, claiming it could endlessly enhance its practitioner's abilities. Yet in practice, for 18 long years, he had failed to break through even the first layer. "Hey, Yiyu!" A voice broke through his thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Yiyu turned toward his deskmate. Sitting beside him was Zheng Xian, a charming boy with slick back, glossy hair who was giving him a playful wink. Zheng Xian was no ordinary student. The heir to Zheng Corporation, one of Jianghai City's wealthiest conglomerates, he was the kind of rich kid who could probably buy half the school without breaking a sweat. Yet despite the difference in their social statuses, Zheng Xian had stubbornly stuck by him ever since middle school, forging a brotherhood so close that they would willingly take a bullet for each other. "Tomorrow's the awakening ceremony, my guy," Zheng Xian teased with a mischievous grin. "You're the school's #1 prodigy, don't mess it up." "Give me a break," Yiyu chuckled, elbowing him lightly. "I should be asking you. With all the resources your family's poured into you, you've probably already done some secret potential tests, right? What's the verdict? S rank?" Leaning in with an air of exaggerated secrecy, Zheng Xian glanced around and lowered his voice. "My old man pulled some strings and made me take the test 3 times. First result? A rank. Second? A+. And the third?" He trailed off, letting suspense hang in the air. "And the third?" Yiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The third time, the machine almost exploded." Zheng Xian grinned, flashing a set of pristine white teeth. "The operator freaked out, said they'd never seen anything like it. My dad was over the moon, kept saying the Zheng family was about to produce a true dragon." Yiyu knew Zheng Xian well enough to recognize that, while his friend often came across as a carefree joker, his talent was no joke. The rumors about him bending steel rods with his bare hands as a kid? Probably true. "Then I guess you'd better make your dad proud," Yiyu said with a laugh. "Count on it." Zheng Xian pounded his chest in mock solemnity. "After tomorrow's awakening, I'll carry you to the top." Switching gears without missing a beat, his tone turned conspiratorial. "By the way, seriously, I've been seeing your girlfriend hang out an awful lot with that Lin Hao lately. You might want to keep an eye on her, just saying." Yiyu's smile dimmed ever so slightly, but he shook his head calmly. "Don't worry. Shining's not like that." At that moment, the classroom door creaked open, and the entire room fell silent almost instantly. Every pair of eyes turned toward the entrance as their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, stepped in. Mr. Li, a stern-looking teacher in his early 40s, wore a pair of thin, gold-rimmed glasses. His default demeanor was one of no-nonsense authority. Uncommon among instructors, Mr. Li had awakened a superpower himself, though it was only C rank and classified as perfect memory. Still, that alone was enough to establish his ironclad reputation among students. After all, in this world, awakening a C rank or higher ability was akin to securing a lifetime guarantee of success and stability.
Quiet. Mr. Lee's voice wasn't loud, but its commanding tone left no room for disobedience.
His sharp eyes scanned the classroom as he started speaking. Tomorrow marks one of the most significant days of your lives, the awakening ceremony. Today, I'm here to walk you through the process and provide some important guidelines. Turning to the blackboard, he neatly wrote 3 large words: potential, awakening, and ranking. First and foremost, let me get one thing straight, Mr. Lee said as he adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. The results of the awakening ceremony do not determine your entire future. What it does is reveal only the tip of the iceberg, the latent potential within you. The Federation Ability Association categorizes abilities into 6 ranks, from E to D, C, B, A, and S.
These initial ratings serve as a starting point. The students were practically holding their breath, straining to catch every word.
During the ceremony, you'll come into contact with what's called the source crystal, Mr. Lee continued. This crystal resonates with the latent energy inside you, and the strength of that resonance determines your initial rank. His tone turned slightly softer. But remember this, your starting rank is just that, a start. Hard work, access to resources, and hands-on experience can all lead to further growth and improvement. His piercing gaze swept across the room, and then he dropped another bombshell.
Of course, there's always the possibility of special circumstances.
For example, dual awakenings, where someone awakens 2 abilities at once, or mutations.
A murmur of excitement rippled through the class. Mutations? A student couldn't help blurting out.
Yes, Mr. Lee replied, his expression turning serious.
These are rare occurrences, 1 in tens of thousands, if not more. A mutation happens when the latent potential within an individual interacts with the source crystal in an unpredictable way.
The resulting ability might become exponentially stronger or exhibit unique characteristics, but there's also the risk. He paused for effect.
Of it spiraling completely out of control.
Checking the clock, Mr. Lee straightened.
Tomorrow's ceremony will take place at the Awakening Hall in the city center. Supervised by the Federation's special delegates, the process will.
The mentor gave personal guidance.
After school today, go home and rest well. Keep your mind calm.
Being overly anxious or excited might affect the final outcome.
As the school bell rang, the subdued atmosphere in the classroom instantly came alive.
The room erupted with excitement as students gathered in small groups, buzzing with animated discussions about tomorrow's awakening. The air was thick with anticipation, interlaced with a dash of nervous energy.
You walking home together? Zheng Qian called out, quickly packing his bag.
Before Yu could respond, he noticed a tall girl with a high ponytail standing at the doorway. Dressed in her neat school uniform, her features were delicate and refined, and her gaze quietly landed in his direction.
It was Wei Shining.
Well, look who we have here, Zheng Qian teased, winking as he nudged Yiyu's shoulder.
Lowering his voice, he grinned and said, I should leave now, wouldn't want to disrupt lovebirds, would I? See you tomorrow.
With his bag slung over his shoulder and humming an off-tune song, he dashed out in a blink.
Yiyu finished packing and headed for the door.
As soon as Wei Shining saw him, a warm, gentle smile lit up her face.
She asked softly, Are you nervous?
A little, Yiyu admitted honestly. He stared at her face, a face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his first love in a previous lifetime. A strange, complicated emotion stirred within him. It was because of this face that he had dated Wei Shining for over a year now.
I'm nervous too.
Her gaze dropped to her shoes, and she spoke in a soft, almost whispering tone.
My parents even called me last night just to remind me to stay relaxed.
They said no matter what level of ability I awaken, they'll always be proud of me.
Looking at her fragile demeanor, Yiyu couldn't help but ask impulsively, what if I only awaken some insignificant, useless ability? What then?
Wei Shining's head shot up, her eyes narrowing slightly as her lips curved into an overly sweet smile.
How could you possibly be anything but exceptional?
She took a step closer, her voice carrying a peculiar hint of expectation.
After all, my future depends on you.
Yi Yu assumed she was just joking around as usual and shook his head, choosing not to reply further. The restless night passed quickly, and soon, the day arrived when the fates of all the students would be determined. At the Awakening Hall of Jianghai City, thousands of students gathered under a massive domed ceiling, neatly formed into rows according to their schools. The atmosphere was solemn, almost stifling. On the elevated platform stood three massive crystals, each over 2 meters in diameter, suspended in a triangular formation, radiating a soft yet profound glow. These were the Origin Energy Crystal Matrix, used for large-scale awakening ceremonies. Federal awakening instructors, dressed in navy blue uniforms, wore serious expressions as they worked. The faint hum of energy flow reverberated through the hall, stirring the hearts of the nervous and the eager alike. The ceremony began. One by one, students stepped forward as their names were called. Each placed a hand on a guiding crystal. Wang Hao, Grade E, Physical Enhancement, Standard Type. Zhang Li, Grade D, Element Affinity, Water, Support Type. Chen Feng, Grade C, Enhanced Dynamic Vision, Combat Support Type. Wei Xining, Grade C, Mental Fortification, Combat Support Type. The announcements echoed through the hall. With each declaration, reactions varied: joyous cheers or silent disappointments rippled among the crowd. Then, a particular announcement caused a stir. Liang Mingxian, Grade B+, Flame Manipulation. Impressive. For the first time, an instructor's voice carried a tinge of approval. The boy named Liang Mingxian walked off the stage, his face flushed with excitement, as envious classmates watched him with admiration. As time passed, the air grew heavier with tension. Finally, it was time for Yi Yu's school, City 1 High, to step forward. Zhang Qian. Hearing his best friend's name called, Yi Yu patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Qian took a deep breath, flashed him a cheeky smile, and confidently strode toward the shimmering crystal matrix. Slowly, he placed his hand on it. A loud buzz resonated in the room, distinct from any other before it. The three crystals vibrated violently in unison, their previously soft glow flaring brilliantly, flooding the hall with a blinding radiance. Golden light cascaded like a solid wave from the crystals, enveloping Zhang Qian entirely. The faint rumble of thunder could even be heard in the background. The guiding instructor's face turned pale with disbelief as he frantically adjusted the instrument readings. Shock was evident in his hurried movements. The dazzling display persisted for nearly a full minute before the glow gradually faded. Zhang Qian remained standing, an ethereal shimmer of golden light briefly flowing beneath his skin. When he clenched his fist, the air audibly crackled with minute shockwaves. Zhang Qian, rating S-. The instructor's voice trembled with emotion. Ability: Indestructible Golden Body. Initial analysis indicates a top-tier physical enhancement type skill with latent, unknown energy properties. S-. Although it just shy of a true S grade, it was undoubtedly a threshold into the ranks of the exceptional, a realm of unparalleled talent. S-class. No way. It's really S-class. Zhang Qian, you're unstoppable. The hall erupted into a frenzy. The students from City 1 High cheered wildly, their shouts rising in waves. Countless gazes filled with envy, awe, and admiration fixated on Zhang Qian. S grade. That signified a true prodigy, a future elite among elites. It had been 5 whole years since Jianghai City had seen someone with S-class potential. Amid the sea of applause, Zhang Qian returned to his friend's side, giving Yi Yu a cheeky grin. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Buddy, seems like I'm finally in a position to carry you to greatness." Yi Yu genuinely felt happy for him, nodding firmly. Next up, Yi Yu. At the sound of his name, many heads turned, eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Yu, always the top student across all grades, with near-perfect marks in theoretical tests. Everyone was curious about what the genius would awaken. Yi Yu. Stepping onto the high platform, he could distinctly feel the warm, encouraging gaze of Wei Xining lingering behind him. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves and pressed his hand firmly against the cold, crystalline surface. The moment his palm made contact, a low humming sound vibrated, not from the crystal, but from deep inside him. The dormant Hunyuan Wuji technique, which had been silent for 18 years, suddenly roared to life, like a spark igniting an oil drum.
It erupted into motion at an unprecedented speed.
The faint currents within his meridians instantly surged, transforming into a searing, domineering energy that raced through his arm and into the source energy crystal. At the same time, Yiyu's consciousness felt like it was yanked away by a tremendous force, plunging into an abyss of endless darkness. In the center of that darkness, a tiny crimson light flickered into existence. It started spinning, expanding rapidly, eventually forming a complex and eerie symbol. It was an odd, kama-like structure, cold, mysterious, and brimming with a power that seemed to pierce through to the soul.
Sharingan, the name abruptly popped into his mind, unbidden. Sharingan? Wait. Isn't that from some old anime?
As Yiyu's thoughts swirled in bewilderment, the energy within the crystal array in the real world began behaving strangely.
Unlike the dramatic explosion of light it had displayed for Zhang Xian, the crystal dimmed slightly before flickering erratically, its glow pulsating in irregular bursts.
The resonance waves it released were chaotic, sometimes strong, sometimes faint, to the point where the instruments couldn't register a stable reading.
The instructors exchanged confused glances and quickly double-checked the equipment. Energy readings are anomalous. Fluctuation frequencies are unstable. Resonance attributes, unclassifiable.
It's vaguely similar to soul fluctuations, but the intensity is wildly inconsistent, dropping as low as the threshold for an F-tier rating. Moments later, all the crystal's light subsided completely. The lead instructor scanned the frozen data on the monitors, his brow furrowing deeply. His voice was clear but tinged with both puzzlement and disappointment as he announced. Yiyu, rating, F for special ability type, soul-based.
Specific manifestations, unknown. Tentatively named. Sharingan? Potential assessment, extremely low.
Energy response is weak and unstable.
Initial evaluation suggests it's an inefficient and Newton-tier ability. F-tier? Sharingan? And a low-efficiency mutation? The audience fell into stunned silence.
Then, like a ripple in a pond, whispers spread through the crowd.
F-tier? Did I hear that right? Are we talking about the EU? The genius? He awakened in F-tier?
Soul-based powers are so rare and mysterious, sure, it sounds impressive, but with an F-tier rating?
Isn't that basically useless? Talk about a theory-heavy giant with the execution of a dwarf. Yep, that's what this is. What a letdown. I thought for sure he'd at least be a B-tier. A mutated F-tier? That's even worse.
I heard mutant abilities are super hard to develop or upgrade. Mockery, pity, schadenfreude, disbelief, all these sentiments converged into a stifling wave of judgment, each like a sharp needle piercing Yiyu's back. As he emerged from the black abyss of his visions, still dazed, the reality of his evaluation struck him like cold water. The shifting gazes around him grew frosty, heavy with unspoken accusations and ridicule. Deep in the recesses of his pupils, that faint crimson pattern from moments ago still lingered, sharp and unnerving, as though etched into his very soul. He descended the platform silently, his steps steady, but the tempest raging within him was anything but calm.
Sharingan? F-tier?
The absurdity of it all felt like some cruel cosmic joke. Just then, a clear voice, loud and brimming with arrogance, broke through the whispers nearby. Lin Hao, A-tier ability, elemental mastery, wind.
High attack, high agility. Another A-tier genius had made their debut. He was a tall, striking young man with sharp features and an aura of confidence that commanded attention.
Lin Hao, the golden boy of third high school, was basking in the spotlight, a smirk tugging at his lips. Yiyu's gaze drifted to Wei Xining, who stood in the first high school ranks, her soft, encouraging demeanor from earlier noticeably shaken. She glanced hesitantly at Yiyu, now labeled an F-tier, then at the radiant Lin Hao on the stage. Her eyes darted with hesitation and inner conflict, as if torn between two opposite worlds. Under the weight of countless prying eyes, Wei Xining suddenly made her choice. Lowering her head slightly, she stepped through the crowd, not toward Yiyu, but straight toward Lin Hao, who radiated victory and promise. To Lin Hao's mild surprise, and with a faint smirk forming on his lips, Wei Xining reached out to gently link arms with him. Turning back to face Yu, her expression had lost its warmth, replaced by a cold, distant veneer like a polished mask hiding all traces of familiarity. When she spoke, her voice was sharp and deliberate, cutting through the growing murmurs. Yu, do you see now? This is what a true genius looks like. This is the kind of brilliance and future that matters. She paused for effect, her tone turning frostier with each word, like icy daggers meant to wound. We're done. From this moment on, we're people from two completely different worlds. Your F-tier potential has no place in my A-tier life. Lin Hao casually pulled her closer, resting a possessive arm around her shoulders as he glanced at Yu with an exaggerated sneer. An F-tier genius, huh? Make sure you stay far away from Shining in the future. Don't let your bad luck rub off on her. The crowd erupted like gasoline doused on open flames. Whoa! Did she just break up with him in front of everyone? Dang, Shining's brutal. I swear I saw them walking together just yesterday. This is some next-level reality TV gold digging meets power chasing in real time. To be fair, though, an A-tier and an F-tier? That's, like, night and day. Poor dude. Lost his spotlight and his girl all at once. Guess being handsome doesn't cut it anymore. In this world, strength and talent are all that count. Muted disbelief, sympathy, and harsh amusement swirled in the air as Yu stood frozen in place, fully realizing the consequences of one label, F-tier. The various murmurs and whispers were on the verge of drowning Yu. Standing there, he felt as though he had become the laughingstock of the awakening hall. Just moments ago, he was the crowned prodigy, full of promise and potential. Now, he was nothing more than a pitiable figure, having awakened an F-rank ability and been publicly dumped by his girlfriend. Zheng Qian's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. He was just about to storm forward. Wei Shining, you! Yu raised his hand, blocking his enraged friend. Slowly, he lifted his head, his calm gaze brushing past Wei Shining, who now clung tightly to Lin Hao, her eyes darting away in guilt. Deep within his pupils, a faint and nearly imperceptible crimson shimmer seemed to flicker for just an instant. But Yu said nothing. Instead, he gently shook his head at Zheng Qian, then turned on his heel and began walking toward the exit of the Grand Hall, alone. Against the backdrop of clamor and countless curious gazes, his back was straight, though it exuded a cold, unyielding loneliness. The enigmatic power within him began to settle, growing calm, but the mark left behind, a mysterious ability tied to something called a Sharingan, had now etched itself deeply into his soul. F-rank? Unknown ability? Trash? Ha! Yu thought back to a much earlier time, to another world, and to an anime called Naruto he had watched long ago. The hush of pity, faint mockery, and a harsher, detached indifference filled the air as the crowd's eyes followed Yu's lone figure toward the exit. Wait! A crisp voice, laced with an air of superiority, rang out. It was Lin Hao. Letting go of Wei Shining's hand, he stepped forward and blocked Yu's path to the door. After awakening his A-rank wind ability, Lin Hao seemed to carry an almost tangible aura, the faint current of air around him making his hair lift ever so slightly and his clothes quietly ripple, adding an extra edge to his already self-important demeanor. Yu stopped in his tracks, his eyes lifting slowly to meet Lin Hao's. His gaze remained calm. In fact, it was almost too calm. Do you need something? Yu's voice was soft yet carried clearly, ensuring everyone nearby heard him. Lin Hao's trademark smirk twisted onto his lips, his mocking gaze sweeping up and down Yu like he was inspecting a defective item. The derision in his voice was unmistakable as he spoke. You're just gonna leave? Don't you want to share with everyone your insights about awakening as an F-rank genius? He threw emphasis on the word genius, prompting another ripple of stifled laughter from the onlookers behind him. Next to him, Wei Shining's face was devoid of emotion, her gaze cold and entirely absent of warmth. Yu watched Lin Hao quietly. Deep within his eyes, unnoticed by anyone else, that faint crimson hue flickered once more, so subtly it was almost unreal. In his vision, the dynamics of Lin Hao's body became startlingly clear, the flow of energy within, the currents of air moving through the room, even the way Lin Hao's muscles tensed as he spoke. Nothing to share, Yu said evenly. Now step aside.
Oh, still got a bit of an attitude, huh? Lin Hao didn't move aside.
If anything, he pushed closer by half a step, until the two were almost face to face, so close they could feel each other's breath.
Yi Yu, weren't you supposed to be cocky before? Top of the theoretical rankings, universally hailed as a genius, wasn't that the word? And now?
He held up his hands and mimicked a small explosion.
Boom!
Just like that, left with nothing but a pile of F-rank scraps. The laughter in the hall grew louder this time, no longer subdued.
Finally, Zheng Qian couldn't tolerate it any longer.
He rushed to Yi Yu's side, jabbing a finger toward Lin Hao in fury.
Lin Hao, don't you dare take it too far. Just because you awakened an A-rank ability, you think you're invincible? You want a fight? Bring it on, I'll beat you so hard you'll beg me to stop.
The aura of Zhang Qian's S-rank indestructible body flared to life, his skin shimmering faintly with golden light. A palpable pressure radiated from him, heavy and suffocating, instantly silencing part of the crowd. For a fleeting moment, a hint of fear flashed across Lin Hao's eyes.
But it was quickly replaced by an expression brimming with scorn.
Lin Hao let out a derisive snort.
Please, Zheng Qian. This isn't about you. Don't get involved.
My business is with this so-called former genius.
His gaze locked onto Yi Yu again. So, what's it gonna be, huh? Now you're just hiding behind your S-class friends? What happened to that arrogance you once had? Did the harsh reality of being rated F crush it all? He was doing everything to humiliate Yi Yu.
Only by stomping this once brilliant prodigy into the dirt could he truly show how dazzling he was now. Yi Yu took a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling and then exhaling gently. At that moment, a shift began within his body. A latent force quietly stirred to life. His hidden ace, the primordial supreme technique, had finally broken through to its first level. A vast, stable reservoir of spiritual energy gathered within his core, connecting with his newly awakened ability, his Sharingan. Yi Yu was now officially a Tier 1 ability user.
He could easily silence this loudmouth right now. But Yi Yu remembered more about his Sharingan.
It was not merely a tool for enhanced vision, it was tied to mental abilities, illusions, and even replication techniques.
Its potential far exceeded what anyone would expect from an F rank. Moreover, his Sharingan could evolve alongside his power level.
It wasn't yet time to reveal this trump card.
Yi Yu raised a calm hand, gently stopping the fiery Zhang Qian.
Qianzi, settle down, he said quietly, his voice chillingly calm, laced with an almost otherworldly serenity. Zhang Qian froze for a moment, baffled by his good friend's restraint in such circumstances. Yi Yu's gaze moved past Lin Hao, sweeping up to the vaulted ceiling of the hall, before slowly settling back on Lin Hao's face. That look sent an uneasy shiver through Lin Hao. It was as if all his carefully orchestrated mockery was dismissed as nothing more than a petty sideshow. Lin Hao, Yi Yu finally spoke, his tone not loud but cutting through the surrounding noise effortlessly. Do you think Awakening Day is the final chapter of everything? Lin Hao blinked in surprise before breaking into a derisive laugh.
And what are you suggesting? That it's just the beginning? Yi Yu, stop lying to yourself. F-class is F-class. From now on, we live in two completely different worlds.
He stepped closer, his eyes sharp as blades, and continued mocking.
Xining choosing me is the smartest decision she ever made.
You were only popular before because you were good-looking, top in school academics, and an athletic champion.
People thought you were a prodigy back then. But now? Everything's changed. You're just trash with an F-rank ability. What do you have that can compare to actual talents like us? It's honestly pathetic.
You're nothing but a pretty face with no substance. Yet Yi Yu merely shook his head, his lips curving ever so slightly, not in bitterness, but in a calm realization that sent chills down spines. You're right, he acknowledged, his voice steady. From today onward, we are indeed part of two entirely different worlds. He paused, his gaze inscrutable like a deep, bottomless well, and stared directly at Lin Hao. However, it's far too early to decide who will truly rise and who will fall.
Lin Hao's brows furrowed tightly. What are you trying to say?
Yi Yu's tone remained emotionless, as though he were discussing someone else entirely.
You stopped me just to show off your A-class talent in front of everyone by stepping on me, didn't you? Well, congratulations, you succeeded. Everyone saw it.
He swept his eyes across the crowd, taking in every mocking, pitying, and entertained expression.
So, are you going to let me leave now? Or...
Before he could finish, his gaze sharpened like a knife, and his single tomo Sharingan activated in an instant.
Although it lasted for just a fleeting moment, the chilling pressure it exuded sent an involuntary shiver down Lin Hao's spine. Or do you want to find out right now whether this so-called F-class loser has what it takes to make an A-class genius step aside? It wasn't just a challenge, it was an outright declaration. Yi Yu's casual tone carried a blazing defiance that electrified the entire room. Lin Hao's pupils contracted. How dare he? An F-class ability user openly challenging him, an A-class. Where did this confidence come from? Was it all because of that strange Sharingan?
A surge of anger burned through Lin Hao as he felt insulted by someone he deemed far beneath him.
An F-class, talking to me like this? Test me? You?
Lin Hao laughed coldly, his anger making the air around him ripple violently, sending nearby onlookers' hair flying.
Yi Yu, you can't bait me with such childish tactics.
But since you're so eager to humiliate yourself, I'll grant you that. Raising his voice so everyone could hear, Lin Hao declared, 1 week from now, at the school's combat training hall, dare to face me in front of everyone? I'll make sure you fully understand that the gap between us was determined on Awakening Day.
It's a chasm you can never cross. An A-class talent publicly challenging an F-class once legendary figure.
The room buzzed with excitement, the news spreading rapidly. Wei Xianing nervously tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve, whispering, Lin Hao, just let it go. There's no point stooping to his level.
To her, this was a complete mismatch. Arguing with an F-class only diminished Lin Hao's dignity.
But Lin Hao shook off her hand, glaring at Yi Yu.
What's wrong? Lost your nerve already? Where's all that bravado from a moment ago? Every eye in the room was on Yi Yu now.
Zhang Xian stood nearby, frantically signaling at Yi Yu not to agree.
A-class against F-class wasn't a competition, it was a massacre. Yi Yu remained silent for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds felt like an eternity to the crowd. Many had already started smirking, certain that he would back down. Then, Yi Yu nodded lightly. Okay.
Just one word, clear, concise. 1 week from now, at the combat training hall.
I'll be waiting.
Without sparing Lin Hao another glance, Yi Yu walked past him. This time, Lin Hao didn't try to block him. Standing tall and proud, Yi Yu's silhouette faded into the glow at the hall's exit, a sheathed blade, concealing its edge for now but promising an eventual reckoning. But there was an eerie chill lingering behind it all, one that seemed to sneak into hearts and stir an unexplainable dread. For a brief moment, the hall fell into a suffocating silence only to erupt like an overheated frying pan spilling oil in every direction, loud and chaotic.
He agreed? Seriously, he actually agreed? Insane.
The guy's lost his mind for sure.
An F rank challenging an A rank? That's basically suicide. This is gonna be one hell of a show. I bet he won't last a single move.
Fallen from grace to dirt, his mind's all messed up now. Guess desperation makes you do stupid things, but this is only gonna end worse for him. As the cacophony of voices overlapped, Lin Hao's lips curled into a smug, arrogant grin. His gaze stayed fixed on the direction Yi Yu had left, cold and predatory.
1 week. Yi Yu, you won't even know what hit you.
I'll make sure you understand true despair.
The so-called once-in-a-lifetime genius? Now, even your woman belongs to me. What are you going to fight me with?
In his mind, Lin Hao could already envision the scene a week from now, Yi Yu, crushed and humiliated, begging at his feet amidst the storm of defeat he was destined to unleash. Just the thought filled him with unbridled delight. Meanwhile, Yi Yu had returned to his cramped little rented room. As he pushed open the rusty, paint-chipped metal door, the air hit him in a stale wave. A mix of dampness, the smell of age, and the greasy odor drifting up from the fast food stall downstairs clung to his senses. The whole place barely spanned 200 square feet, a single room with a bed, a worn wooden desk, and a tiny, grimy bathroom. The walls, yellowed by time, featured one lone decoration, a world map he'd pinned up as a child, his sole window to the idea of a far-off place. Yi Yu turned and locked the door behind him, his back pressing against its cool, metallic surface. Slowly, as if every limb weighed a ton, he slid down until he was sitting on the ground. Only then did he let every ounce of his facade crumble. He could still hear the echoes from the awakening hall, the mocking jeers, Lin Hao's barbed words, Wei Xining's icy indifference, and the multitude of condescending or pitying stares cast his way. They swirled vividly in his mind like a relentless storm. Shutting his eyes tight, he metaphorically sealed them all behind the closed door. Bit by bit, as those external voices and gazes receded, the world around him hollowed out into total silence. It was in that oppressive quiet that a deep, bone-deep exhaustion surged through him, threatening to devour every fiber of his being. But even more potent than the exhaustion was a striking, unexplored clarity that began to emerge. Slowly, Yi Yu raised his hand, palm open, and stared at it as if seeing it for the very first time. These hands, once, they had lifted trophies, basking in the glow of first-place victories. Once, they had shattered school records during physical tests, earning nods of admiration. And once, they had held another hand, one warm and soft, in a silent promise. Now, there was nothing left in these hands. An F-level talent. The Sharingan. And in 1 week, a battle that would decide life or death. One cold, indifferent word after another floated in his thoughts like icy thorns, mocking the powerless state he found himself in now. The memories of his parents, lost long ago, had long since faded into vague impressions. He was like a weed growing wild, overlooked and unwanted, surviving only thanks to the care of orphanage workers, the attentions of school teachers, and the minimal federal aid that kept him afloat. Silent and stubborn, he trudged his way to the age of 18. Deep within him, the energy from his primordial chaos cultivation moved on its own accord now, flowing unbidden through his meridians. Like a hidden current in a vast underground reservoir, this energy was calm and dense, nourishing his exhaustion-bitten mind piece by piece. At the same time, the newly awakened seal of the Sharingan etched into his very soul began to pulse gently. It exuded a crisp, cool sensation as if it could strip away all illusion and pierce to the heart of truth. These two forces, one born from his internal training, rooted and steady, the other drawn from an external awakening, swift and intuitive, found an eerie balance within him, a paradox of power existing side by side. In the stillness of this moment, in the depths of introspection, he felt something stir. It was as though a deeper, unseen door was quietly being pushed ajar. This door didn't exist in the physical world. It felt nestled deep within the soul, veiled beneath countless shrouds of mist, not a tangible gateway, but one concealed within some uncharted spiritual realm. Yi Yu's consciousness was pulled by a force he couldn't resist, dragging him into a realm far more profound than his internal chi energy or the imprint of the Sharingan. At first, there was only darkness. A vast, boundless void of black. Then, at the very edges of the darkness, a single pinpoint of light flickered into existence. Then a second. A third, until 9 tiny lights shone, evenly spaced, gradually outlining a path that plunged deeper into the unknown. No, these weren't mere points of light. They were doors. Massive, ancient doors, towering in silence. Each one stood as tall as a skyscraper and carried an aura of something ancient and otherworldly, as if they once upheld the pillars of a forgotten temple. Their looming presence dwarfed him. Carved in each door were intricate, mystifying patterns, lines that seemed alive, writhing and shifting as though breathing. Faint energy radiated from each, their pulses unique and unrelenting. Yi Yu's awareness stopped in front of the first door. This one was the nearest to him, its color a muted amber. The carvings on its surface were coarse and chaotic, as if shaped by grains of sand carried in wild desert storms. A heavy, untamed energy lingered around it, tinged with an almost unbearable solitude. Drawing near, he almost thought he could hear the mournful whisper of winds snaking through dunes, or feel the heartbeat of a barren, desolate earth. Above this doorframe lay a single, primal numeral etched in striking clarity, 1. Yi Yu's focus shifted next to the second.
This door radiated a deep cerulean hue, its surface animated by fluid patterns resembling bursting blue flames. The third was pale gray, its carvings resembling the crack lines on ancient tortoise shells. They exuded a solid, weighty presence, sturdy and unyielding, like mountains deeply rooted beneath an endless sky. The fourth door burned with the fury of molten magma. Its dark crimson surface was alive, imbued with fiery veins that bubbled with destruction and chaos. The fifth was pristine white, its simplicity concealing ferocity. The patterns cut through its frame like violent jets of steam or high-pressure water, radiating pure and terrifying sharpness. The sixth was emerald green, adorned with a maze of vines and fractal designs of insect eyes. It emanated an eerie vitality and an undercurrent laced with toxicity more deceptive than it seemed. The seventh. The door was painted a sky blue, its patterns reminiscent of the northern lights meeting sea mist. It exuded a sense of lightness and vitality, carrying the depth and unpredictability of the ocean. The eighth door, however, was a deep purple. Its textures appeared as if bone and flesh had fused together in a bizarre, unnatural harmony. It radiated an aura of raw, brutal, and untamed power, mixed with the essence of regeneration. The ninth door, easily the most distant and majestic of them all. Shrouded in dim light, it felt the deepest, the most profound. Its color continuously shifted between orange, red, and gold, while its intricate patterns seemed to encompass the characteristics of all the previous 8 doors, yet commanded supremacy over them. It radiated an almost divine, monumental presence, blending masculinity, heat, enormity, wisdom, and an aura that was as righteous as it was sinister. 9 doors. From 1 to 9. 9 numbers. 9 distinct, yet overwhelmingly powerful presences so terrifying they could make one's soul tremble. A name, sharp and vivid, echoed from a memory that was not his but came from a past life buried deep in his subconscious. Tailed beasts. These 9 doors corresponded to the 9 legendary tailed beasts of myth. Could this be my second ability? Yi Yu's thoughts roiled like a stormy sea. He glanced at the slowly spinning imprint of the Sharingan embedded in his soul, then back to the majestic realm sealed deep within himself, crafted of those 9 monumental doors. His heart surged with uncontrollable waves of astonishment. Deep within his soul, the massive and mysterious doors stood tall. One door bore the iconic symbol of the Sharingan, while another was etched with the words "Gate of Tailed Beasts." Power that once belonged only to the fictional world of Naruto now existed tangibly within him. It was extraordinary, inexplicable. He pulled an old iron box from under his bed. Inside were his meager savings from years of strict budgeting, along with a few worn instructional books, fundamental physical training techniques, and introductory spiritual energy guidance. Once, these books represented his only hope of changing his fate. But now, everything had changed. The cool night breeze swept away the day's lingering heat, lightly brushing the strands of hair on his forehead. He changed into dark athletic gear, shoved every dollar of his savings into an inner pocket, and silently left his cramped, cheap apartment. The old district was rarely peaceful at night. Dim streetlights dotted the streets sparingly, leaving much of the area enveloped in a dense, oppressive darkness. Trash was piled high in the narrow alleyways, the stench of decay and rot filling the air. This was a place where the law barely left a mark and underground dealings thrived. Yi Yu's destination was the rumored underground black market said to be hidden in the abandoned drainage systems. There, one could find the kinds of things that official channels would never provide: unregulated beast cores, mysterious ancient relics, and even restricted training manuals or weapons. He needed money, lots of it. But more critically, he needed resources to strengthen himself quickly. A week's time wasn't enough. The government aid and school resources simply couldn't get him where he needed to be. The Gate of Tailed Beasts might house boundless power, but Yi Yu clearly understood that wielding that power required an incredible amount of energy, which his current body simply couldn't provide. The primordial energy circulation technique flowed steadily through his meridians, nourishing his body and subtly sharpening his 5 senses. His Sharingan had not activated yet, but the imprint buried deep in his soul heightened his sensitivity to any energy fluctuations around him. As he crossed through an alley blocked by heaps of trash and turned toward another street, a jarring sensation pricked his heightened senses. Four figures emerged from the shadows, like hyenas blending into the night, blocking the alley from both directions. They wore battered jackets, their muscles taut and eyes feral with violent intent. There was a brutish aura about them, cultivated from street brawls and dirty deals. But more importantly, faint energy ripples emanated from their bodies. They were all Tier 1 ability users. Though their energy was unstable and rough, clearly having just barely broken through to that threshold, it didn't change the fact that there were four of them. "Hey, kid. Wandering around all by yourself? What, you lost?" The bald man in front sneered, his yellowed teeth bared in a malicious grin. He fiddled with a switchblade in his hand, its blade faintly glowing with a dull brown light, some rudimentary magical enhancement, most likely. The other three began closing in from behind. One played with tiny sparks at his fingertips, another's forearm had hardened into rock-like texture, and the last moved with unnerving speed, barely making a sound. For low-ranking ability users, strong enough in a place like this to strip any lone wanderer of everything they owned, or worse. Yiyu stopped in his tracks, his gaze calm as it swept over the group. Beneath his skin, the energy of the primordial energy circulation technique began churning faster and faster, his dantian swirling with condensed force. Deep within his soul, a colossal dark yellow door, its surface etched with flowing sand patterns, the gate of Shikaku, responded to his growing intent to fight, vibrating faintly. A heavy, volatile energy began seeping from the depths of his soul, merging seamlessly with the spiritual energy coursing through his body. The tips of his fingers tingled, as if tiny grains of sand were moving beneath his skin. "Hand over your cash and anything valuable," the lanky man with sparks on his fingers hissed menacingly. "We're new in the business and running low on funds, so we'd appreciate a donation. You look soft and pampered, don't make us get rough, or things will get messy real quick." The man with the rocky forearm cracked his knuckles ominously, a sharp, threatening noise ringing through the alley. Yiyu remained silent. Slowly, he raised his right hand, spreading his fingers as his palm hovered toward the ground. The alley's surface was rough concrete, with dust and fine grains of sand lodged in its cracks. "What's the matter, kid? Cat got your tongue, or are you just too scared to talk?" The bald man snarled impatiently, spitting on the ground. The blade in his hand glowed brighter as he lunged forward, aiming a ruthless stab toward Yiyu's shoulder. His movements were crude and unrefined, but the speed, bolstered by his superhuman ability, far exceeded that of an ordinary street thug. The blade inched dangerously close to Yiyu. The moment his fingers clenched into a fist, Yiyu triggered a tremor. It wasn't some earth-shattering sound but rather a subdued resonance, as though arising from the depths of the earth itself. Centered beneath Yiyu's feet, everything within a few meters cement pavement, scattered dust along the wall edges, and even the tiniest particles lodged in brick crevices, all materials embodying sandy or earthly properties, suddenly seemed to come alive. They began to quiver violently, peel away, and converge with frantic energy. The ground beneath the burly bald man's feet suddenly softened and gave way, forming into a pit of quicksand. He stumbled forward, his balance thrown off. At the same moment, countless fine grains of sand and rock were swept up by an unseen force, swirling rapidly to form a solid, shifting sand shield right in front of Yiyu. A muffled thunk resounded as a spring-loaded knife stabbed into the sand shield. Grains of sand immediately encased the blade, their immense friction and resistance making the bald man feel as though he'd plunged his knife into thick rubber. No matter how he pushed, it wouldn't budge an inch. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed, his face contorted with disbelief. Nearby, the other three attackers sprang into action. A man capable of manipulating sparks thrust his hands forward, unleashing an unstable, fist-sized fireball that barreled toward Yiyu with a fiery whoosh. Meanwhile, the muscular man with rocky arms let out a roar, hurling his stone-like fist at Yiyu's side with enough force to whistle through the air. The most agile of the group, using a series of quick movements, tried to sidestep the sand shield and flank Yiyu for an attack from the side. Yiyu's gaze sharpened, and with his free hand, he formed a simple hand sign. In a low, commanding voice, he uttered, "Sand coffin." He pointed his left hand toward the fireball manipulator and the man with stone arms. From the ground beneath their feet and the walls around them, sand and dust erupted like living yellow tendrils, snaking up instantly to wrap around their legs and arms in mid-motion. The sand tightened rapidly, solidifying into an unyielding, rocky prison that shackled them where they stood.
The fireball-wielding man lost control as his arm was forcibly twisted, causing the fiery orb to detonate prematurely above his head. Singed hair and smoke were all that remained of his attempt. The man with stone arms, on the other hand, found his mighty punch restrained by the chains of compacted sand, rendering his otherwise brute strength completely ineffective.
Damn it! This guy can control sand? We've seriously messed with the wrong person. The nimble attacker, seeing what had transpired, quickened his movements.
Like a shadow, he darted to Yiyu's right side, a concealed blade flashing in his hand as he aimed directly for Yiyu's ribs.
Yiyu didn't even bother fully turning around.
He merely focused his mind.
The dark yellow pattern on his right arm faintly glowed, as the newly awakened power of Shikaku surged forth even stronger.
The edge of the sand shield that had blocked the bald man split off, forming a whip-like stream of sand.
With lightning precision, it lashed out. Snap!
The sand whip struck the nimble man's wrist with a vicious crack, sending the blade spinning from his grasp. The man let out a cry as searing pain spread through his fractured wrist. Worse yet, the grains of sand clung to his arm like parasites, crawling upward and hardening. Within moments, he was immobilized, a significant portion of his arm and body encased in the sand, leaving him frozen in place. In a matter of seconds, the 4 first-tier ability users had been utterly subdued. 1 sunk waist-deep in quicksand, 2 bound by unrelenting chains of earth, and the last one rendered immobile with a fractured arm. Yiyu stood at the center of it all, his breathing noticeably heavier. The combined effort of channeling his inner energy and manipulating sand took a serious toll, especially since this was his first time using this power in combat. Yet, despite the strain, there was a burning glow in his eyes. This power, it was far greater than he had imagined. His control over the sand felt almost instinctual, effortlessly responsive to his will.
It wasn't just versatile but also possessed immense defensive and binding capabilities.
And this was merely the beginner-level ability, the first gate of his Shikaku-like powers. The bald man squirmed in the quicksand, desperately trying to free himself, but only sunk deeper.
Fear finally dawned on his face. Brother, wait. This is all a misunderstanding. We didn't know who we were messing with. Forget the money, we don't want it anymore.
Yiyu approached him, his gaze cold and unyielding. In the dim light, an almost imperceptible flicker of dark yellow danced in his pupils.
Who sent you? Was this robbery, or are you working for someone? And no one sent us.
The bald man stammered as he scrambled to deny.
We just saw you alone and thought we could make some quick cash.
Yiyu's presence grew heavier, tinged with the desolate and oppressive essence of Shikaku. It wasn't an intentional display of power but carried an ancient and primordial weight, a fear that crawled beneath the skin and gripped the soul. It summoned thoughts of being consumed by endless quicksand, sinking into eternal silence and despair. The bald man shuddered and broke under the pressure, his will to resist entirely shattered. Words came tumbling out in a panicked rush.
All right. I'll talk. I'll explain everything.
A student named Lin Hao hired us through a middleman. He gasped for breath, his voice trembling as he continued. He told us to wait in this area tonight to find someone named Yiyu from First High School and rough him up badly. He specifically said, to make sure you couldn't use your arm anymore, so you wouldn't be able to compete in next week's competition. He promised each of us 50,000 yuan once the job was done.
Lin Hao. Hearing this name, Yiyu's eyes turned icy cold. As expected, it was him.
This so-called A-grade prodigy wasn't content with just planning to humiliate Yiyu in the upcoming highly anticipated competition. No, Lin Hao wanted to ensure Yiyu couldn't even participate, stooping to such despicable underhand tactics. What a pitifully narrow-minded individual.
The money.
Where's your deposit? Yiyu's voice was colder than the biting wind on a winter's night. It's in my inside pocket, the bald man stuttered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. With a thought, Yiyu willed a stream of sand to deftly extract a bulging envelope from the man's jacket. He opened it to find 2 crisp stacks of fresh bills.
Perfectly 20,000 bucks. Obviously, that was their deposit. Get lost.
Yiyu released most of the sand bindings on them, leaving only a thin layer of sand grains. Enough to slow them down but not enough to pose any sort of threat. His voice was icy as he added, "Go back and tell Lin Hao that I've received his kind gift. I'll return it to him personally in 1 week." The 4 men scrambled away as if they'd been granted a pardon from hell itself, stumbling and crawling out of the alley. They didn't dare to look back, not even to retrieve the weapons they'd dropped, as if a demon was chasing them down. Yi Yu weighed the envelope in his hand, feeling its heft before glancing at the traces of sand still left on the ground. With a thought, the sand silently dissolved, merging back into the dust, as though the intense confrontation just moments ago had never even occurred. 20,000. Along with my own savings, I can probably afford 1, maybe 2, low-quality grade 1 beast cores, he murmured to himself, eyes lifting to the depths of the darkness ahead. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to that place. He tucked the money securely against his body, adjusted his wind-blown clothes, and began walking again. His figure quickly vanished into the deeper, darker shadows of the old city, leaving only the alley's whistle of wind, which stirred up a few grains of dust, whispering faintly of the brief skirmish and foreshadowing an even greater storm on the horizon. Deep within the old district, the air was thick with an unpleasant cocktail of smells: putrid sewage, rusty underground pipes, and the sickly sweetness of cheap incense. The humid, narrow paths amplified it, making it nauseating. Guided by a fragment of vague information he'd heard once upon a time, Yi Yu navigated carefully through the labyrinth of derelict drainage tunnels. He moved with quiet precision, steering clear of areas where dangerous auras lingered ominously. Finally, he stopped before a concrete wall at what seemed to be a dead end. In the wall was a barely noticeable fissure, so narrow it could only fit someone slipping through sideways. Just beyond the gap, muffled voices and the faint flicker of yellowish light filtered out into the dimness. This must be the place. He pulled up his collar, tucking his face deeper into the shadow of his hoodie, and turned his body sideways to squeeze into the narrow crack. The scene ahead opened up into something unexpected. It was an underground space, originally a large abandoned water reservoir that had been transformed into a bustling black market. It was roughly half the size of a football field. A few dim gas lamps hung awkwardly from above, their weak, flickering light throwing shadows across the space, wrapping it in an air of unsettling mystique. Stalls were scattered erratically across the reservoir floor and the surrounding maintenance platforms. The vendors had hastily put together their booths using waterproof cloth or wooden planks, creating makeshift mini marketplaces. What they sold was diverse, to say the least: bloodstained and rusted weapons, brightly colored vials of suspicious-looking potions, small unknown energy-emitting stones, and even caged small mutant beasts whimpering softly in fear. The crowd was just as enigmatic. People shuffled between the stalls, their faces obscured by hoods, masks, or scarves, whispering in hushed voices. Their eyes darted around, ever watchful and wary. The thick air in the market reeked of money, desperation, and danger, a potent mix almost suffocating to breathe. Yi Yu's eyes scanned the stalls quickly, looking for anyone selling beast cores. He had a total of 40,000 Federation credits, the 20,000 deposit added to his own savings. In a legitimate shop, that kind of money wouldn't even get you scraps of the lowest grade beast core. But here, in this lawless zone, his luck might be different. After browsing for a while, he stopped in front of a relatively respectable-looking stall. Its vendor was a wiry old man, sitting hunched behind a piece of black velvet spread over the table, on which sat 7 or 8 beast cores no bigger than pigeon eggs. The cores were dull, and the energy emanating from them was weak and erratic. Yi Yu recognized immediately that the energy within these cores was scant and heavily tainted with impurities. Absorbing them would be inefficient and potentially harmful to the body. But one thing was undeniable: they were genuine beast cores, even if they were the lowest grade. "How much for one of these?" Yi Yu asked in a low voice. The old man looked up with cloudy, tired eyes, barely sparing Yi Yu a glance. He lazily held up 3 thin fingers. 30,000 each. Not all that pure, sure. But they're safe. No weird junk mixed in. 30,000 credits. Enough for just one of the worst ones. Yi Yu frowned. He was about to haggle when his eyes were drawn to something tucked unobtrusively in the corner of the stall, a small wooden box. The box seemed ordinary enough, yet it radiated the faintest trace of energy, an aura so subtle that most would overlook it entirely. But for Yi Yu, it stirred a tiny ripple deep within him, somewhere buried in his sealed ancient power.
What's in that box? His gaze locked onto it.
The vendor glanced at the wooden box and, for a fleeting moment, a flicker of cunning glimmered in his murky eyes. It disappeared as fast as it came, replaced with a lazy indifference.
That?
You've got sharp eyes, kid. But it's not for sale, it's my pride and joy, the centerpiece of my stall.
Inside's a fossil, dug up from the depths of some ruins from the old era. There's a bit of special energy still clinging to it, but honestly, it's useless. Can't absorb it. Just rare enough to be interesting. Yi Yu's heart sped up.
That faint, instinctive longing from the depths of his soul may have been subtle, but it was undeniable. That so-called fossil might be something far more significant to him than the vendor realized.
Can I at least take a look? Yi Yu asked.
The elderly man hesitated briefly before his bony fingers unlatched the box's lid. Inside sat a palm-sized, irregularly shaped object.
It looked.
The dim yellow stone sat there, its surface riddled with uneven pits and weather-worn marks, echoing the passage of time. In the center of the stone, there was a faint glimmer of earthy yellow light, so weak it seemed as though it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, the instant Yi Yu's gaze landed on that subtle glow, a surge of energy within him almost stirred to life on its own. It was a faint resonance, a connection that felt like a distant call from something of the same origin.
How much for this stone?
Yi Yu asked, trying his best to keep his voice calm and steady. The old man chuckled slyly, putting out 5 fingers.
50,000. Fixed price. This is a real antique, a piece with incredible research value. 50,000. That number was far beyond Yi Yu's budget. He didn't have anywhere near that amount of money. His mind raced. Should he buy a cheaper energy crystal to enhance his strength for now, or should he find a way to gather enough money to purchase this mysterious stone that seemed connected to his inner power? While he wavered in uncertainty, someone gently patted his shoulder from behind. Yi Yu tensed up instantly, every muscle in his body tightening.
The energy within him quietly began to circulate, and a faint, grainy sensation condensed at his fingertips.
Slowly, he turned around.
Behind him stood a man in a black leather jacket, half of his face obscured by a metallic silver mask. Only his sharp, smiling eyes and thin lips were visible.
"Hey there, buddy. Looking for some work?"
The silver-masked man's voice carried the practiced warmth of a businessman, but his gaze was razor-sharp, scanning Yi Yu up and down like a weapon being appraised.
"I've been watching you wander around for a while now. Trying to buy an energy crystal? Short on cash?"
Yi Yu didn't respond, merely keeping his wary eyes on the man. The man seemed unfazed by Yi Yu's cold demeanor. He leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. "I've got a quick way for you to make some cash. It's clean work, just requires a bit of muscle. You seem like you've got the build for it and that steady look in your eyes. What do you say?
Interested?"
What kind of work?"
Yi Yu asked nonchalantly, not dropping his guard. "Sparring partner."
The silver-masked man kept it simple.
"There's a high-paying client looking for a punching bag.
Someone sturdy, who can take hits, fight back, and follow instructions.
The most important part? Keep your mouth shut.
You don't ask who they are, you don't ask questions, and when the session's over, you take your payment and leave like nothing ever happened."
Yi Yu's mind raced. A sparring partner?
It wasn't the most conventional gig. But he desperately needed money, and he also craved a chance to hone his newfound powers in real combat. Most importantly, it sounded manageable, and the promise of quick money was tempting.
"How much per session?" "Depends on your skill level and their requirements."
"For something basic, around 3,000 to 5,000.
"But today's client?" "High standards, and very generous."
The man raised 2 fingers.
20,000 per session. 3 hours max. And if they're satisfied, you might even get a bonus. 20,000 for 3 hours?
That was nearly what Yi Yu had managed to scrape together in risky encounters in the past. If he could do just a few more sessions like this, maybe that strange, glowing stone wouldn't be out of reach after all.
What's the client's skill level?
Yi Yu asked, needing to assess the risk.
Don't worry.
They're under third tier, manageable for someone like you. Plus, there's safety measures in place, no one's going to die. At most, you'll leave with a few bruises.
The silver-masked man clapped Yi Yu on the shoulder.
So, what do you say?
Yes or no? The client's waiting.
Yi Yu glanced back at the stall with its cheap energy crystals, then at the dim yellow fossil on display. He felt that faint yet undeniable pull from deep within himself once more.
I'm in, Yi Yu said firmly. Good man.
Follow me, the silver-masked man said instantly, turning to lead Yi Yu away from the market stall. They moved toward the darker, quieter corners of the trading area, where the light grew dimmer and the atmosphere heavier. They passed through several narrow passages filled with clutter, eventually stopping in front of a thick, rust-covered iron door. The silver-masked man knocked on it with a distinct rhythm, and the door slid open silently. Behind it lay a space roughly the size of a basketball court. The walls and floor were lined with thick, dark padding designed to absorb sound and cushion impacts. Cold white lights above illuminated the room in a harsh, clinical glow. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, mixed with the barely perceptible metallic tang of blood. Around the edge of the room stood several figures in identical black combat uniforms. Their faces were covered by masks that revealed only their eyes and mouths. Each of them exuded an air of calm, dangerous expertise, the kind that hinted at formidable skill. At the center of the room, one figure stood motionless. They wore a form-fitting, dark gray combat uniform and a grotesque white mask. The mask was painted with an exaggerated crimson smile that stretched eerily from ear to ear, clown-like in its twisted expression. Behind the hollow eye holes, a calm and steady gaze settled on Yi Yu, the kind of gaze that dissected instead of looked. The clown mask man was about the same height as Yi Yu, with a well-proportioned physique. Just standing there, he exuded an impeccable aura, as if he could unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. The silver mask man who had brought Yi Yu and quickly walked over to a middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor at the edge of the venue and whispered a few words. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Yu a few times, nodded, and then raised his voice to say, "You all understand the rules, right? Fully cooperate with the guest's practice. You may use abilities, but you must not intentionally target vital areas. If you last the full 3 hours, the reward is 100,000. If you collapse or concede midway, the reward is halved."
Any questions? 100,000?
Yi Yu's heart skipped a beat. Not 20,000, but a full 100,000. 3 hours, 100,000 federal credits. The price was exorbitant, which also meant this sparring session would be anything but easy. That clown mask man was probably no ordinary person. But he desperately needed this money. With 100,000, he could not only buy that fossil, but also afford 1 or 2 higher quality crystal cores, increasing his chances in the competition a week later.
No problem.
Yi Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered in a deep voice. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a man in black on the sidelines threw over a tactical backpack. Inside was a simple set of black protective gear and 2 unsharpened alloy training short sticks.
Put on the protective gear, choose your weapon.
You have 5 minutes to prepare, the middle-aged man said. Yi Yu quickly put on the protective gear and gripped the short sticks. The weight and feel were quite good. He walked to the center of the field and stood 10 meters away from the man in the clown mask. Now closer, he could feel even more the restrained yet dangerous aura emanating from the other. The Sharingan mark within his body grew slightly warm, instinctively sending him a warning. The man in the clown mask made no unnecessary movements and said nothing, merely adjusting his stance slightly. The middle-aged man glanced at the time and shouted loudly, "Begin!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the man in the clown mask moved. Without any warning, his figure seemed to blur for a moment, and in the next instant, he had eerily appeared to Yi Yu's left side. So fast. Yi Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and his Sharingan activated instantly. The single tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, making the opponent's movement trajectory much clearer, but it was still astonishingly fast. A gust of wind from a leg swept toward his ribs like a steel whip. Yu couldn't completely dodge in time, so he used his left arm to block while his right hand thrust the short stick toward the opponent's supporting leg's knee. Bang! The leg and arm collided, and Yu felt a numbing sensation in his left arm, with a burning pain under the protective gear. Meanwhile, his short stick attack was easily evaded by the opponent, the stick brushing past the opponent's pant leg. Missing the strike, the man in the clown mask twisted his body as if he had no bones, his fingers coming together like a blade, accompanied by a sharp sound as he aimed straight for Yu's throat. This was a killing move. Yu's mind sounded the alarm, his Sharingan frantically capturing the opponent's movements. His body leaned back sharply, while the sand beneath his feet flowed and instantly condensed into a palm-sized sand shield in front of him. Poof! The hand blade pierced the sand shield, emitting a muffled sound. Although the sand shield was small, it was exceptionally sturdy, narrowly blocking the fatal strike, but it shattered immediately afterward. The man in the clown mask did not pause for a moment, as if he had anticipated Yu's block. His stabbing hand instantly changed its move, his 5 fingers curling like eagle claws, accompanied by the sound of wind as they reached for Yu's exposed chest due to his backward lean. Bang! A heavy collision sound exploded between the two. The claw struck Yu's chest solidly, a violent force penetrating his armor and invading his body. Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood surging, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his feet scraping 2 long marks on the ground. Why are you so weak? The man in the clown mask spoke. I didn't even use any strength, and you're already injured. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, his gaze stabbing at the man in the silver mask like a knife. Suppressing his anger, he growled, what the hell is going on? You better give me an explanation. The man in the silver mask immediately scurried to his boss's side like a lapdog, lowering his voice and nervously explaining, Boss, this guy is just someone I randomly pulled off the street to be a sparring partner. For this kind of job, isn't it fine to just grab anyone? The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through clenched teeth, You idiot, are you trying to get me killed? Do you even know who the sparring partner is supposed to be this time? The silver-masked man was startled by the boss's reaction and stammered, Isn't he just an ordinary customer? Although he's generous, his demands are way too high. Ordinary? To hell with ordinary. The middle-aged man trembled with rage, his eyes filled with the terror of narrowly escaping disaster. That's Night Owl. The ace of the 5th Bureau. A monster specialized in handling the most difficult and unspeakable tasks. He just broke through to the 7th tier, and his power is still unstable, do you understand? He continued to roar, what he needs isn't an ordinary punching bag, he needs a sparring partner who can help him stabilize his power. The Bureau arranged several experts for him, but he rejected every single one of them, so he came to a place like ours to look for one. The so-called stabilization of power requires an ability user to suppress their strength to the lowest level while completely restraining their aura, thereby achieving an absolutely stable state of control. The face under the silver mask turned deathly pale in an instant, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. The 5th round. Night Owl. Boss, I really didn't know. Didn't know? You didn't know, and you dared to randomly pull someone off the street? The middle-aged man pointed to the center of the arena, his voice trembling with anger. Look now. Look at that kid. He might really end up dead because of you. 3 hours later, the battle was over. Yu had completely lost consciousness, lying on the cold ground like a pile of mud. His protective gear was shattered in multiple places, his clothes soaked with sweat and blood, clinging tightly to his body in utter disarray. His breathing was weak and erratic, each inhale pulling at the sharp pain in his chest, his face pale as a sheet of paper. And beside him, the figure wearing a ghastly white clown mask, Night Owl, stood silently. He neither looked at Yu, whose life or death was uncertain on the ground, nor paid attention to the 2 arguing figures on the sidelines. He simply lowered his head slightly, the hollow eye sockets beneath the mask fixed on his right hand. On his fingertips, a few barely visible grains of dark yellow sand still lingered. 3 whole hours. The sparring partner he had randomly grabbed off the street had gone from clumsy blocking at the start to gradually adapting to his attack rhythm, even occasionally launching counterattacks that required his attention. Although the kid's strength, speed, and technique were laughably immature, his resilience, his unyielding fighting spirit in the face of an overwhelming power gap, and his increasingly skilled and uncanny use of sand, all took Night Owl by surprise. At first, the sand merely served as simple blocking and binding. But later, it began to undergo shape changes, simulating sharp spikes or adhesive wraps like glue, even attempting to interfere with his vision and perception. Although these techniques were quite rudimentary, the precision and suddenness of the manipulation were absolutely beyond what an ordinary first-tier sand-controlling ability user could achieve. Especially in the final stage, when this guy was severely exhausted, barely able to stand, he was like an indomitable cockroach, refusing to fall no matter what. And then, there were those strange, crimson-glowing eyes. Night Owl slowly curled his fingers, grinding the few grains of sand at his fingertips into powder. Interesting. A deep, emotionless voice emanated from behind the mask. Though not loud, it instantly silenced the middle-aged man who had been berating his subordinate. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. He quickly adopted a respectful, even fawning expression, and jogged over to Night Owl. "Mr. Night Owl, I deeply apologize. It's my subordinate's incompetence that led to this situation. What is his name?" Night Owl interrupted him, his gaze shifting for the first time from his own hands to the unconscious Yi Yu lying on the ground. This. The middle-aged man was momentarily at a loss for words and turned to look at his subordinate wearing a silver mask. The silver-masked man quickly replied, He didn't say his real name. I saw him near the fossil stall and thought his physique and gaze were decent, so I brought him here. As for the code name, he didn't mention it, and I didn't ask either." Useless. The middle-aged man cursed inwardly. The Night Owl didn't seem surprised, nor did he intend to pursue the matter. He stepped forward and walked straight to Yi Yu's side. The man squatted down, reached out to check Yi Yu's neck, and then opened his eyelids to take a look. Yi Yu's pupils were somewhat unfocused, but deep within them, a faint trace of blood-colored afterimage that had just disappeared, though completely imperceptible to ordinary people, did not escape Night Owl's eyes. Is it a visual-based ability? Or something else? Night Owl quickly calculated in his mind. In the 5th Bureau's database, he seemed unable to find a record that matched it completely. He also noticed that Yi Yu had some old injuries that were not caused by him. Even stranger, while this kid was unconscious, there was a faint yet exceptionally pure energy automatically circulating within his body, instinctively repairing it. This energy carried an ancient and profound aura, unlike any popular cultivation method he was familiar with. Give him a recovery potion. All expenses will be on me. Night Owl stood up and ordered the middle-aged man, who was scared out of his wits. Find a quiet place for him to rest. When he wakes up, notify me. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. The middle-aged man nodded frantically, as if he had just been granted a reprieve. Recovery potions weren't cheap, but since Night Owl had spoken, it meant he had taken an interest in this young man. Perhaps this could help mitigate his own mistake. Night Owl said no more and turned to walk toward the exit, the black combat suit accentuating his upright and agile figure. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped, slightly tilting his head. The blood-red smile on the pale mask appeared particularly eerie. He lasted 3 hours, 10,000 bonus. Now double it, 20,000. Give it to him when he wakes up. As soon as the words fell, the iron door silently slid open, and his figure instantly merged into the darkness outside, disappearing without a trace. The middle-aged man and the silver-masked man stood frozen in place until the iron door was completely shut. Only then did they finally let out a long sigh of relief, their backs already drenched in cold sweat. What are you standing there for? Go get a recovery potion. The best one you can find. The middle-aged man kicked the silver-masked man on the backside, then turned to glance at the unconscious Yi Yu. His expression grew complicated. Damn it, this kid really hit the jackpot. The silver-masked man scrambled away to fetch the potion. Soon, a vial emitting a soft green glow was carefully injected into Yi Yu's arm. A powerful life energy quickly spread through his body, beginning to repair his damaged muscles, bones, and internal organs, while stabilizing his chaotic breathing. The middle-aged man directed two subordinates to carefully carry Yiyu to a clean and secluded resting room at the edge of the area, placing him on a soft mat. Watching Yiyu's breathing gradually stabilize and a hint of color return to his face under the effects of the potion, the middle-aged man stroked his chin and fell into deep thought.
Not long after, the man in the silver mask brought information about Yiyu. Randomly picked up from the street, an F-level useless student? Yet he managed to pique Night Owl's interest, lasted 3 hours, and even voluntarily offered double the reward. This is getting interesting. A glint of intrigue flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. In the lounge, only Yiyu's steady and deep breathing remained. Meanwhile, in the depths of his consciousness, within the space shrouded in darkness, a dim yellow door engraved with flowing sand patterns, the gate of one tail, was faintly glowing. The flowing sand patterns on the door were now clearer and slightly more active than before. From the endless darkness outside the door, a low, frenzied, yet faintly satisfied horse wail seemed to echo. Yiyu's body twitched unconsciously, and at his fingertips, a few grains of sand so tiny they were almost invisible quietly gathered and then quietly dispersed. Yiyu was awakened by a lingering sharp pain and itching sensation in his lungs. The powerful effects of the recovery potion were still at work, as if countless warm little hands were smoothing out his injuries from within, bringing a deep sense of relief that reached his very bones. Yet at the same time, the soreness and stiffness from overstretched and overexerted muscles could not be ignored. Every inch of his bones felt as though they were soaked in thick exhaustion. Fragments of memory, like the wreckage of a sunken ship, slowly floated up from the depths of the sea. That ghastly pale clown mask, that storm-like barrage of attacks, the crisp sound of shattered protective gear, the icy touch of metal, and finally, beneath that hollow mask, the occasional gaze that seemed to evaluate a peculiar object. And the 3 hours endured solely through sheer willpower. Huff! He slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the soft light of the resting room. Beneath him was a soft mat, and over him was a clean, thin blanket. The air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant and some calming fragrance. The smell of sweat from intense exercise had vanished, clearly indicating someone had cleaned his body. He tried to move his fingers, and a slight soreness immediately came, but fortunately, there was no issue with movement. The energy within his body, like streams converging after the tide recedes, flowed slowly and steadily. Although still weak, it was undoubtedly more solid and powerful compared to before the battle. He could feel that his strength seemed to have solidified a bit more. The sense of mental fatigue was heavier, yet his consciousness was exceptionally clear. Deep within his soul, the Sharingan imprint quietly rested, occasionally emitting a trace of icy pulsation. Even deeper was the dark yellow door engraved with the one-tailed totem. Yiyu focused his thoughts, and his consciousness sank into the interior of his body. That door still stood in the depths of consciousness's darkness. The flowing sand patterns carved on the door were clearer and more dynamic than before, as if it had just feasted. The aura emanating from behind the door was heavy, desolate, and carried an uncontrollable madness, which at this moment seemed to be faintly merging with his own spiritual energy. His fingertips unconsciously brushed across the blanket. A few almost invisible grains of sand quietly appeared and then scattered away. His control over the sand was much smoother than before the battle. With a creak, the door to the lounge was pushed open. The sharp-eyed middle-aged man walked in. Behind him followed a subordinate wearing a silver mask, who appeared somewhat fearful. The middle-aged man saw Yiyu sit up, and his eyes immediately lit up. His face instantly broke into a smile, a mix of apology and relief. He quickly walked over. "Young man, you're awake. How are you feeling? The recovery potion worked well, right?" Yiyu nodded, his voice a little hoarse. "It's fine. Thank you." "No, it's us who should be thanking and apologizing to you." The middle-aged man immediately waved his hand, his expression becoming extremely sincere, even tinged with a bit of fear. This whole mess was entirely caused by that brainless subordinate of mine. He glared fiercely at the man in the silver mask, who immediately lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. I told him to find a suitable sparring partner, but what did he do? To save trouble, he randomly pulled someone off the street.
Of all people, he just had to pick you. The middle-aged man spoke with agitation. This almost turned into a disaster. You have no idea how special this guest's identity is, Sai. He paused for a moment, carefully observing Yi Yu's expression. Seeing that he remained calm, he continued, in any case, it was our fault, a colossal mistake. Letting you, a student, and moreover, letting you go through such an excessively intense sparring session. We are truly sorry. Yi Yu said nothing, simply looking at him quietly. Although he hadn't activated the Sharingan, his long-term training and recent experiences had made him particularly sensitive to people's emotions and intentions. He could sense that the man's apology was somewhat sincere, but it was more about hastily shirking responsibility while also probing and trying to win him over. The middle-aged man felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, coughed lightly, and pulled out a thick craft paper envelope from his pocket, handing it over with both hands. Here are 200,000 federal credits, in cash, the man explained. It was specifically instructed by that guest before leaving, 3 hours of sparring, with the bonus doubled. 200,000. Holding the heavy envelope in his hand, it felt substantial. Yi Yu did not refuse, nor did he show any surprise. He simply took it, waited briefly, and then casually placed it beside him. This action caused a flicker of astonishment in the middle-aged man's eyes. An F-level student, facing a sum of 200,000, could remain so calm? That guest. Yi Yu finally spoke, asking the question he cared about most, who is he? Did he leave any message? The guest's code name is Night Owl. The middle-aged man lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. As for the rest, I can't say more. It's the rule. As for the message, he did leave one. He said that when you wake up and recover, if you're willing, you can meet him. Meet him? Yi Yu's heart skipped a beat. That powerful figure who had given him immense pressure and taught him in such a peculiar way actually wanted to meet him? Why, he asked. Well, Mr. Night Owl didn't say. The middle-aged man shook his head, but his eyes couldn't hide his envy and curiosity. He only said that if you're willing to meet, he will personally talk to you. Of course, whether you meet or not is entirely up to you. Mr. Night Owl specifically emphasized that this accident was our responsibility, and this money is rightfully yours. Whether you meet him or not won't change that. Completely voluntary and unrelated to compensation. This, on the contrary, made Yi Yu even more vigilant, and even more curious. Why would someone with strength far surpassing his own and an obviously extremely high status take an interest in an F-level sparring partner randomly found on the street? Could it simply be because he lasted 3 hours? Or could it be, he sensed something? For example, the tailed beast inside his body. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Should he use that mysterious tailed beast gate, rely on the infinitely evolving Sharingan, or depend on the primordial chaos infinite technique? He was facing a major decision. Risk and opportunity coexisted, and the future was full of uncertainty. If he refused, he could immediately take the 200,000 and leave, returning to what seemed like a normal student life, calmly preparing for the competition with Lin Hao a week later. With his Hanyuan Wuji technique, the infinitely evolving Sharingan, and the nine-tailed beast gates, he was absolutely confident that he could establish himself firmly in this world. But if he agreed, he would step into a more complex, more dangerous, yet possibly broader world. How do we meet? Yi Yu made his decision. He was well aware that avoidance and fear wouldn't solve any problems. Especially when his secrets had likely already caught the other party's attention, taking the initiative might be the only way to gather more information and regain the upper hand. Hearing his response, the middle-aged man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and quickly said, "If you agree, I'll contact Mr. Night Owl right away. He will arrange an absolutely safe and private time and place. When you meet, I'll accompany you there, but rest assured, I will only guide the way and will not participate in your conversation." Yi Yu nodded, "All right." The middle-aged man immediately gave a signal to the silver-masked man beside him, indicating for him to go out and prepare the communication. Soon, only the two of them were left in the lounge. "Young man," the middle-aged man rubbed his hands, his tone becoming more meaningful, "my name is Jin San. I'm in the business, and people show me some respect by calling me third master.
This underground training ground and some miscellaneous businesses here are all under my management.
He paused for a moment and continued, this time, it seems we've gotten to know each other through a bit of conflict. Though you're young, if you've caught Mr. Night Owl's attention, you must have some exceptional qualities. If you ever need anything or are looking for some special jobs, feel free to come to me. As he spoke, he handed over a pure black metal card. The card had no text, only a complex and mysterious pattern. Use this, and when you arrive at the place, someone will naturally assist you, Jin-san explained.
Take a rest and recover your strength.
I'll go make contact now, there should be a response soon. After speaking, he turned and left, gently closing the door behind him.
The lounge returned to silence once again.
Yi Yu picked up the thick envelope containing 200,000 in cash and opened it for a glance. The crisp new bills emitted the unique scent of ink and paper. With this money, the dark yellow fossil capable of attracting a gate of the one tail, as well as at least one decent quality crystal core, were now within reach, with plenty left over. But the invitation from Night Owl was like an inescapable shadow, or a flickering flame, casting itself onto the carefully planned path he had just laid out, full of uncertainty. He lay back down again, closed his eyes, and let his body naturally recover in the lingering effects of the restorative potion. Meanwhile, his mind was racing, carefully recalling every detail of the battle with Night Owl.
The more he thought about it, the more something felt off.
The opponent's seemingly ferocious attacks were actually controlled with extreme precision, even faintly carrying a sense of deliberate guidance. That was far from mere brutal beating. Looking back now, amidst those fierce attacks that could have snapped his tendons and fractured his bones, Night Owl's occasional pauses, changes in moves, and even the intentionally exposed minor flaws, it all seemed more like observation, testing, or even an extremely cold and efficient form of teaching. Why did he do this? As thoughts churned, it was unclear how much time had passed when the door was knocked on again. Jin-san pushed the door open, his face carrying a hint of respect and seriousness. Mr. Night Owl has responded. 1 hour later, at the top floor of Jianhai Banquet in the East District, he will be waiting for you there.
Yi Yu did not linger in the lounge arranged by Jin-san.
Although the effects of the recovery potion were still ongoing, the soreness in his muscles and the fatigue in his mind remained, but his mobility had mostly returned. More importantly, the 200,000 in cash was now heavily tucked in his chest. He politely declined Jin-san's offer to send a car for him and left the underground training ground alone. It was already early morning of the second day, and the streets were empty and silent. The cool air carried the faint chill of night dew, which, as he inhaled into his lungs, dispelled the last trace of the potion's sweet and metallic scent. Instead of heading straight to Jianhai Banquet, he changed direction and once again stepped into the alleys deep within the old district, heading toward the underground black market that had been converted from an abandoned reservoir. Time was tight, but he had to get that dark yellow fossil first. After an intense battle, the sense of longing emanating from the one tailgate within him seemed to grow clearer and more urgent. He had a strong premonition that the item was crucial to him. He skillfully navigated through corners exuding a dangerous aura and squeezed through an inconspicuous crack in the concrete. Flickering dim lights and the low hum of noisy voices instantly enveloped him. Ignoring the surrounding stalls, he walked straight in the direction etched in his memory.
Yi Yu walked straight to the stall of the skinny old man.
The old man was curled up on a shabby stool, dozing off. On the velvet cloth in front of him, the same poor-quality crystal cores were still displayed.
In the corner, the wooden box containing the dark yellow fossil was still in its usual spot.
"Boss," Yi Yu called out. The old man jolted awake, his murky eyes showing a hint of surprise when he saw Yi Yu. But he quickly reverted to his shrewd and calculating demeanor, speaking slowly. "Kid, back again? Changed your mind? Want to buy a crystal core? 30,000, fixed price." Yi Yu pointed to the wooden box. "This fossil, 50,000, I'll take it." The old man slightly widened his eyes, sizing up Yi Yu from head to toe, as if pondering how this poor boy, who thought it was too expensive last night, suddenly became so decisive overnight. He noticed that Yi Yu had changed into clean clothes, and although there was still a trace of fatigue between his brows, his gaze carried an indescribable sharpness, as if he had experienced something significant. 50,000, cash. Yi Yu pulled out 5 stacks of brand new bills from his pocket and slapped them directly onto the velvet cloth. The thickness of the 200,000 was noticeably reduced. The old man's eyes were fixed on the stack of money, his Adam's apple moving up and down. He glanced again at Yi Yu's calm expression and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of sparse yellow teeth. "Hey, kid, interesting. All right, the item is yours." He swiftly swept the 50,000 in cash into his arms, then pushed the wooden box along with the stone inside toward Yi Yu. As soon as the wooden box was in his hands, Yi Yu felt a familiar tremor emanating from deep within his soul, and the energy within his body accelerated accordingly. He could sense that the dark yellow stone inside the box seemed to have responded to him, its core emitting a faint flicker of light. Yi Yu didn't examine it on the spot. He stuffed the wooden box into the inner pocket of his tracksuit, placing it together with the remaining money and the metal card. The softness of the banknotes, the chill of the metal, and the rough hardness of the stone transmitted 3 distinct sensations through the fabric. "Thanks." He nodded to the old man, then turned and disappeared into the shadows of the market. The old man weighed the scorching hot cash in his arms, looked at Yi Yu's departing figure, and muttered under his breath, "What a strange thing. This kid, has he gotten involved with Night Owl?" His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. In the eastern district of Jiangcheng, there stands a brightly lit high-rise called Jianghai Banquet. It towers on the edge of the dilapidated old city, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding low-rise shantytowns. On the surface, it is a high-end private dining restaurant, but the real secret lies on the top floor, which is never open to the public, a place where certain prominent figures hold secret meetings. Yi Yu arrived at Jianghai Banquet 10 minutes before the appointed time. This 30-plus story tower is entirely covered with deep blue glass curtain walls, reflecting a cold yet luxurious sheen under the faint light of dawn and the still glowing neon lights. 2 guards in suits stood at the entrance, their tailored outfits unable to conceal the steady yet dangerous aura they exuded. Their sharp eyes swept over everyone who approached, like eagles scanning their surroundings. Yi Yu presented the metallic card with special embossed patterns that Jin San had given him. After inspecting the card, the guards nodded slightly and stepped aside. One of them led him through the revolving glass door. The interior of the hall was the epitome of luxury. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the nearly 10-meter-high ceiling, while the polished marble floor reflected clear images of people and the modern art paintings on the walls. The entire hall was almost empty, with hardly any guests present, only a few elegant servers in cheongsams quietly standing in the corners. The guard led Yi Yu to a private elevator that required a card to activate, swiped the card for him, and the elevator doors silently slid open. "Top floor, Mr. Night Owl is waiting for you." After saying this, the guard returned to his position. The elevator ascended smoothly, the numbers changing rapidly. Yi Yu leaned against the cold metal wall of the elevator car, clearly feeling the fossil in his pocket emitting waves of warmth, resonating with the power deep within his soul. Ding! The top floor has been reached. The elevator doors slid open to both sides, and the scene before Yi Yu was unexpected. This was not some lavish banquet hall, but a massive sky garden that occupied almost half the floor, filled with towering tropical plants. At this moment, a few people were standing on the platform. Yi Yu's gaze instantly locked onto one of them. At the edge of the platform, a young man in a white casual suit was standing with his back to him, intimately holding a girl and whispering something with a laugh. The girl was dressed in a light purple fitted long dress, with delicate makeup and a reserved yet proud smile on her lips. She was none other than Wei Xining. Even with just a glimpse of the back, Yi Yu immediately recognized the young man, Lin Hao. In the quiet garden, their laughter sounded particularly jarring. The slight sound from the elevator startled Lin Hao. He held Wei Xining's waist and turned around unhurriedly. When he saw that the person stepping out of the elevator was Yi Yu, the smile on his face instantly froze, then transformed into a mix of surprise, mockery, and undisguised sarcasm. "Oh? Who do we have here?" Lin Hao released Wei Xining and took 2 steps forward, exaggeratingly sizing up Yi Yu with a dramatic tone. "Isn't this our former genius, Yi Yu? What, a place like this is somewhere you can come to?" His gaze swept back and forth between Yi Yu's plain clothes and the luxurious surroundings, the disdain in his eyes almost overflowing. "Lost your way, huh?
The delivery entrance is downstairs at the back kitchen.
After saying that, he laughed to himself, as if he had just told an excellent joke.
Yi Yu's steps halted at the wooden stairs connecting the elevator entrance to the platform.
He did not immediately respond to Lin Hao's taunts, nor did he even glance at Wei Shining. The energy within his body continued to flow steadily, but deep within his soul, that mysterious dark yellow door seemed to be disturbed by external malice, trembling slightly. A faint, heavy, desolate aura quietly spread out, only to be swiftly restrained. He raised his eyes and calmly looked at Lin Hao. After enduring 3 hellish hours of sparring with Night Owl and witnessing the cold gaze of a true powerhouse, Lin Hao's superficial arrogance and malice now seemed rather dull to him. Lin Hao, Yi Yu spoke, his voice not loud but clearly piercing through the garden's background music. What a coincidence.
Coincidence? I don't think so.
Lin Hao sneered, shoving his hands back into the pockets of his suit pants, his posture arrogant.
Tell me, Yi Yu, have you still not come to terms with reality? Showing up at the Shanghai banquet trying to prove something? Prove that even though you're an F-class loser, you can still manage to sneak into a high-end venue like this?
He tilted his head slightly, his smile malicious. Or is it that you knew New Ing and I were having a date here tonight, and you came deliberately, trying to salvage something? He deliberately emphasized the word date, while turning his head to glance at Wei Shining. Wei Shining did not refute him, instead, she leaned against Lin Hao's shoulder, looking at Yi Yu with utter disdain.
Yi Yu's gaze remained utterly calm.
He could feel the fossil in his pocket slightly heating up due to the faint fluctuations of energy within his body, forming a subtle resonance with the cyclone in his dantian. Overnight, his strength might have improved only marginally, but his temperament had been honed to greater tranquility through the persistence of being crushed.
I have business here, Yi Yu said in an even tone. Carry on, I won't disturb you.
As he spoke, his gaze passed over the two and landed deeper into the garden. There seemed to be a heavy solid wood door there, with a faint warm light seeping through the crack beneath it.
The Night Owl was likely inside. Something wrong?
Lin Hao seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, directly blocking Yi Yu's path.
Here? What could you possibly have to do here? Yi Yu, stop pretending.
I know you're unwilling to accept it, an F-level rating, being publicly challenged by me, and even Shining. He paused, then spoke in a tone that was both pitying and smug, but this is fate.
People have to accept their fate.
A place like the top floor of Shanghai Banquet isn't somewhere you belong. Before the security guards find you and throw you out, hurry up and go back to where you came from.
The low-rent housing in the old district is more suitable for you.
Every word he said was like a poisoned needle, precisely piercing Yi Yu's most humiliating reality. Wei Shining finally couldn't hold back and whispered to Lin Hao, forget it.
Talking to him more is pointless. Shining, you're just too kind.
Lin Hao turned his head and gave her a gentle smile, then immediately hardened his expression as he looked at Yi Yu. I'm doing this for his own good, so he doesn't end up offending some big shot here and dying without even knowing how it happened. An F-level should have the awareness of an F-level.
Yi Yu's gaze remained calm, as if Lin Hao's venomous words were nothing more than irrelevant background noise.
He didn't even bother to look at Wei Shining's face, which carried an air of superiority. The energy within his body continued to flow, and the faint agitation from that mysterious door gradually subsided.
Move.
Yi Yu's tone was still calm, but it carried a barely perceptible hint of impatience. This tranquility and near indifference were like a silent slap in the face, completely enraging Lin Hao. These words were like a precise venomous sting, deeply piercing Lin Hao's sensitive and fragile vanity. He had originally hoped to see Yi Yu's face show embarrassment, anger, or even stubborn defiance. But he never expected that what he would encounter was this complete and pure indifference.
Move aside for you?
Lin Hao's smile instantly vanished, his gaze darkening to the point where it seemed water could drip from it.
Yi Yu, do you not understand human speech?
This is not a place for you. While I'm still in a decent mood, get lost. Don't force me to call security to throw you out like trash, because if that happens, the last shred of your pitiful dignity will be completely gone. He stepped forward, his body almost pressing against Yi Yu's, his voice lowered further, yet his tone grew increasingly malicious. I know what you're scheming.
Isn't it just that you think you still have a chance to turn things around in the competition a week from now? Stop dreaming. F-class is F-class. Do you really think I don't know what you've been secretly practicing behind my back?
It's useless, he sneered contemptuously. Trash, even if coated with a layer of gold, cannot change its essence as trash.
After tonight, you'll understand this truth even more clearly.
Speaking, Lin Hao's face once again displayed that arrogant smile as if he could control everything. He slightly raised his chin and said in a tone that was almost condescending, "By the way, seeing how persistent you are in coming here, you must have heard some rumors, right? Let me tell you directly, tonight, in the deepest part of the top floor's Guanlan Pavilion, there is indeed a truly important figure present." He deliberately paused here, wanting to observe even the slightest change in Yi Yu's expression.
Unfortunately, Yi Yu's gaze remained as calm as an ancient well, unfathomably deep. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lin Hao's heart, but his desire to show off grew even stronger. The Fifth Bureau of the Ability Management Administration, have you heard of it?
Everyone there is a monster who handles the most challenging and mysterious cases. And my father, the chairman of the Lin Group, is meeting tonight with a distinguished guest who is one of the most renowned aces of the Fifth Bureau, Mr. Night Owl. He emphasized the words Night Owl heavily, as if the name itself symbolized supreme power and authority. And being able to associate with such a figure was irrefutable proof of Lin Hao's superiority. Wei Shining, standing nearby, tactfully displayed a look of admiration and amazement. She gently tugged on Lin Hao's sleeve and said ingratiatingly, "Lin Hao, your father is truly incredible, being able to arrange a meeting with such an important figure." Lin Hao smugly patted the back of her hand, then turned to look at Yi Yu with eyes full of pity.
"Now, do you see the gap between us? Yi Yu, you've tried your best, even taking risks to come here in search of an opportunity, but you probably don't even qualify to get close to that important figure. Meanwhile, I'll soon walk in and have a face-to-face conversation with him. This is what we call social class, a chasm you'll never be able to cross in your lifetime." He pointed to the heavy, tightly shut solid wood door deep in the garden. "See that? That's the Guanlan Pavilion. Night Owl is inside right now. Do you still think you have business here? Whatever you're here for, it doesn't even count as a fart in this place." The evening breeze swept through the garden, carrying the fragrance of plants, but it couldn't dispel the thick malice and self-satisfaction in Lin Hao's words. At that moment, Yi Yu finally lifted his gaze and, for the first time, looked at Lin Hao seriously. That gaze was terrifyingly deep, causing Lin Hao's heart to tighten inexplicably. Then, Yi Yu suddenly nodded. "Oh. Just one word." Light and airy, as if Lin Hao's lengthy display of stern boasting and belittling just now had ultimately only earned him such a meaningless syllable. Lin Hao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, an uncontrollable surge of anger rushing straight to his head. He felt like a clown on stage, exhausting every trick in the book to perform, while the only audience member below not only remained unresponsive but even yawned. "You." He was just about to completely lose it. At that very moment, the heavy solid wood door of the Guanlan Pavilion he had just pointed to behind him silently swung inward with a soft sound. Bright warm yellow light poured out from the doorway, instantly illuminating a small area in front of the door. A tall figure, backlit by the light, quietly appeared at the entrance. Lin Hao's angry outburst, which was about to escape his lips, got stuck in his throat. The fury on his face quickly faded, replaced by incredulous astonishment, which then shifted to a near-ecstatic joy and an almost instinctive humility. The man at the door was not wearing a mask. His face was fully exposed under the interplay of the light from the lamp and the dimness of the garden. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with sharply defined features, deep-set facial contours, and weathered light wheat-colored skin. His eyebrows were thick and dark, his nose straight, and the lines of his lips seemed thin and unyielding. What stood out the most were his eyes. They were a rare shade of grayish-brown, calm in their gaze, yet seemingly imbued with millennia of frost and endless windswept sands. That gaze carried no trace of emotion, but with just a faint sweep, it evoked a chilling coldness from the depths of one's soul and an irresistible sense of pressure. He was dressed in a simple black stand-collar shirt and matching trousers, his posture upright like a pine tree. Without any extra adornments, he exuded a powerful aura as steady as a mountain and as unfathomable as an abyss.
just by standing there, without even releasing any energy fluctuations. The soft background music in the garden seemed to fall completely silent in that instant.
An invisible aura spread out, making even the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified. Night Owl.
The name exploded in Lin Hao's mind, and the immense joy made him dizzy.
It really is Night Owl.
The big shot his father had managed to arrange a meeting with, the ace of the 5th Bureau.
He actually came out in person. Was it because he heard the commotion outside, or is he preparing to meet me?
Lin Hao instantly forgot all his anger toward Yi Yu. Instinctively, he adopted a completely different humble demeanor, jogging forward with the most enthusiastic and respectful smile on his face.
Mr. Night Owl. Hello.
I'm Lin Hao, the son of Lin Zhendong from the Lin Group.
My father should have mentioned to you that he has an appointment with you tonight.
Lin Hao's voice carried obvious excitement and nervousness. He slightly bent his waist, extended his hand, and carefully held it in midair, waiting for the other party's response. Wei Xining also immediately adjusted her makeup, displaying a perfectly timed sweet smile that blended admiration and restraint. She stood half a step behind Lin Hao, slightly bowing, striving to present her most flawless side. However, Night Owl's gray-brown eyes merely swept indifferently across Lin Hao's face, as if looking at a roadside stone. For Lin Hao's outstretched hand, for his humble yet enthusiastic greeting, Night Owl gave no response, not even the slightest pause. His gaze directly bypassed Lin Hao and Wei Xining, landing a few steps behind them on the young man dressed in ordinary sportswear, who had remained calm and composed from start to finish.
Yi Yu was also looking at him.
In the instant their eyes met, Yi Yu could clearly feel that the other's gaze seemed to materialize, carrying a penetrating scrutiny as it fell upon him. This gaze was not as violent as it had been in the training arena, but it was deeper, more unfathomable, as if it could see through the energy flowing within him and sense the tremors deep within his soul. It was a pressure as heavy as a mountain, silent and invisible, yet immensely overwhelming. But Yi Yu did not avert his gaze, nor did he show the slightest hint of fear. Having endured those 3 hellish hours of sparring, he had already experienced firsthand the power of this Night Owl. The calm eye contact at this moment, though immensely pressuring, was far less impactful than the life and death tension back then. The corner of Night Owl's mouth seemed to move ever so slightly, as if it was a faint sign of approval, or perhaps just an illusion caused by the interplay of light and shadow. Then, he spoke. The voice was deep, steady, devoid of any emotion, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears.
Yi Yu. He only called out one name. Come in.
After speaking, he no longer looked at anyone, turned around, and was the first to walk back into Guanlan Pavilion. His figure merged once again into the warm glow of the lights, leaving only a wide-open door behind.
The garden instantly fell into a dead silence.
Lin Hao's outstretched hand froze in midair, the smile on his face completely stiffened, and the ecstasy in his eyes was replaced by incredulous confusion and gradually spreading fear. Wei Xining's sweet smile also froze on her face. She slightly parted her lips, glanced at the open door, then at the motionless Lin Hao, and finally directed her shock-stricken, almost dazed gaze toward Yi Yu.
Yi Yu. Mr. Night Owl actually came out personally, called his name, and let him in? How is this possible?
Lin Hao felt his mind go blank, with a buzzing sound in his ears.
His father had pulled countless strings and paid a huge price just to barely secure a meeting opportunity.
Moments ago, he had treated this as his greatest asset, using it to show off and belittle Yi Yu.
He had approached so humbly, hoping to be let inside. As a result, Mr. Night Owl didn't even glance at him, but called out Yi Yu's name?
The Yi Yu he referred to as an F-level waste, trash that shouldn't be here, a bottom dweller who will never rise in life? A profound sense of absurdity and icy fear instantly gripped Lin Hao's heart, making his limbs go numb. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Yi Yu. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with shock, jealousy, and confusion, but most of all, a grim unwillingness to accept reality. You. He wanted to question, to roar, but his voice was so dry and hoarse that he couldn't utter a single word.
Yi Yu finally withdrew his gaze from the open door of Guanlan Pavilion and looked back at Lin Hao's face.
His expression remained calm, even more indifferent than before, as if Lin Hao's distorted face and loss of composure at this moment were nothing more than an insignificant farce. He did not speak, merely nodded lightly at Lin Hao and Wei Shining. Then, he stepped forward, bypassing the two of them, and walked toward the door that had been opened for him. Lin Hao stood frozen like a puppet with its strings cut. He walked past the dazed Wei Shining, step by step, toward that open door. That door, which he himself had once described as an insurmountable class divide. Now, every step he took felt like a silent slap, harshly striking his own proud face. It wasn't until Yi Yu's figure stepped into the warm light and disappeared behind the door that the heavy wooden door silently and slowly closed once again. Click! A soft sound, as if separating two completely different worlds. In the garden, the night breeze remained gentle, the music continued to flow, and nothing seemed to have changed. Yet Lin Hao appeared as though all his strength had been instantly drained. He staggered suddenly, his face as pale as paper. Wei Shining instinctively reached out to steady him, but she too was startled by his devastated appearance, her own face losing all color. The two stood dumbfounded, staring at the tightly closed door. Not long ago, they had been full of a sense of superiority, mocking and ridiculing Yi Yu with all their malice. But now, all of that had turned into the sharpest of thorns, piercing back into themselves, leaving them humiliated and utterly ashamed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Hao roared in his heart, I must have seen it wrong. That person can't possibly be that useless Yi Yu. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms. I must kill you. 7 days from now, I will make sure you die. Meanwhile, inside Guanzhong Pavilion, it was a completely different scene. The lighting is soft, and the decor is elegant. This place is more like the owner's private tea room and study than a reception room. On the multi-tiered shelf by the wall, there are antique objects and books displayed. In the center of the room is a spacious tea table, with a purple clay teapot emitting wisps of steam. Night Owl was already seated in a large Grand Master's chair, his posture seemingly relaxed yet still exuding an invisible sense of oppression. Yi Yu walked in, and the door behind him automatically closed, shutting out everything outside. He stood a few steps away from the tea table, saying nothing, simply gazing calmly at Night Owl. Night Owl gestured to the chair opposite. Sit. Yi Yu sat down as instructed, his back straight as a rod. Night Owl picked up the purple clay teapot, poured 2 cups of tea, and pushed 1 cup in front of Yi Yu. The tea was clear, with a restrained aroma. 3 hours. Night Owl lifted his own teacup and gently blew on the steam. His gray-brown eyes looked at Yi Yu through the swirling mist. Your performance exceeded my expectations. Thank you, Yi Yu responded, but he didn't touch the cup of tea. No need to thank me. You earned this yourself. Night Owl took a sip of tea and continued, I called you in, not for the 200,000, nor for the 3-hour test. He set down the teacup, his gaze suddenly turning sharp, like the edge of a drawn blade. I'm very interested in the sand on you, and the thing hidden in your eyes. Sand? Eyes? Yi Yu's heart tightened, but his face remained impassive. He did not rush to deny or explain, simply staying silent and meeting Night Owl's gray-brown eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through the soul. Abilities come in all shapes and forms. Night Owl's tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. Mutation, inheritance, awakening, or even the products of certain forbidden experiments. I've seen plenty. The precision with which you control sand and the potential for its shapeshifting far surpass that of an ordinary first-tier sand manipulation ability user. As for your eyes. He set down the teacup, his gaze seemingly piercing into the depths of Yi Yu's pupils. During those 3 hours, every time you tried to capture the key moments of my movements, your pupils underwent extremely brief changes, whether in color or subtle patterns, something no ordinary person could possibly notice. Although you didn't let it fully manifest, that feeling of being seen through is unmistakable to me. It should be some embryonic form of high-dimensional visual ability, or perhaps, something even more dangerous. He paused for a moment, his gray-brown eyes devoid of interrogation, carrying only a calmness that stated facts. I have limited interest in your origins or your secrets themselves. The Fifth Bureau has dealt with too many anomalies and secrets. As long as they don't threaten order, we don't care whether your power comes from gods or demons. What I value is your potential, and the resilience and fighting spirit you display when facing overwhelming power.
As he spoke, Night Owl's body leaned forward slightly, and an invisible pressure instantly concentrated, enveloping Yu entirely.
Now, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Night Owl, from the 5th Bureau of the Federal Bureau of Paranormal Abilities Management, currently serving as the captain of the 3rd Action Team. 5th Bureau, Captain. The weight of these words is 1,000 times heavier than all of Lin Hao's boasting just now. Even though Yu doesn't have a deep understanding of the power structure of this world, he knows what the words Bureau of Paranormal Abilities Management signify. It is a special authority that surpasses all ordinary city management institutions, directly under the Federal Supreme Council, specifically tasked with handling extraordinary threats and dealing with top-secret events. Being able to become the leader of one of the action teams, Night Owl's identity and strength are self-evident. The strength and power Night Owl possesses are far beyond what a commercial family like the Lin Group can compare to. Night Owl looked directly into his eyes and got straight to the point. I see potential in you and want to befriend you. Then, be your sparring partner. Sparring partner? Yu was slightly stunned. What kind of status does Night Owl have? He actually took the initiative to offer to be a sparring partner for an F-level student? It's not the kind of sparring where you act as a punching bag, Night Owl seemed to see through his doubts and explained, but real, systematic guidance and combat training. I will tailor a training plan specifically for you based on your situation, guiding you to tap into your own strength and adapt to higher intensity battles. At the same time, all the resources you need for cultivation will be provided by me. His tone was steady, but every word struck Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. Crystal cores, from Tier 1 to Tier 3, will be provided according to your capacity and progress speed, ensuring the energy is pure enough and most suitable for you. And there's spiritual liquid, which is used to nourish the body, accelerate recovery, and assist breakthroughs. I guarantee there will be plenty. In addition, more advanced techniques, custom-made weapons and protective gear tailored for you, and even extreme training grounds in specific environments. As long as you need it, as long as it helps your growth, I can arrange it. Crystal cores. Spiritual liquid. These two terms are simply overwhelming for Yu at this moment. You must know, through official channels, even the most ordinary first-tier crystal core costs over 100,000 federal credits, and it might not even be available for purchase without the proper permissions. Spiritual liquid is even more of a luxury item, even the lowest concentration costs several thousand per small vial, and it's always in short supply. As for more advanced techniques and custom equipment, those are things ordinary students wouldn't even dare to dream of. And now, the Night Owl casually promised that he would take care of everything. This was practically like pushing a massive treasure trove right in front of Yu, a temptation so overwhelming it made one's head spin. But Yu did not let himself be swept away immediately. He knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when the other party was the captain of the 5th Bureau. Why? He asked the most critical question: what value do I have that makes me worth such an investment from you? The Night Owl seemed to appreciate his composure. 3 reasons, he raised 3 fingers. First, I see potential in you. Your sand and eyes have immense potential, you just don't know how to use them yet. Second, it's your temperament. To endure 3 hours under my pressure while constantly trying to adapt and counterattack, this determination is far more valuable than so-called talent. Third. He paused, and deep within his gray-brown eyes, there seemed to flash a rare glimmer of something akin to interest. It's been a long time since I've met a young person as intriguing as you. Personally nurturing someone who might break the mold is, in itself, something worth investing in. Besides, your situation reminds me of an old friend. The Night Owl spoke very directly, even somewhat domineeringly. Yet it was precisely this unvarnished exchange of value and personal interest that made Yu find it more credible. Compared to those vague goodwill gestures or hidden conspiracies, this clear-cut investment was more in line with the style of a strong figure like the Night Owl. Of course, risks certainly exist. Once he steps into the 5th Bureau's sights, it means entering a more complex and dangerous circle, potentially being swept into unimaginable turmoil in the future, with his freedom also being restricted. But the benefits are equally enormous and impossible to ignore. This is almost the only shortcut that could allow his strength to grow rapidly, saving him a great deal of time spent exploring and struggling on his own, while also granting him valuable resources and protection.
More realistically, the night owl had already noticed his unusual traits. Even if he were to refuse now, the other party likely wouldn't let go easily, which might lead to even greater trouble. Accepting, at least, would allow him to grow with the help of the other party's power within a relatively controllable scope, while also learning more secrets about this world. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Yu's mind. He needed power, needed to grow stronger quickly, not just to deal with Lin Hao, but also to firmly grasp his destiny in this dangerous world dominated by superhumans. Night Owl's proposal was the best opportunity he could access at the moment, and perhaps the only one.
All right. Yi Yu no longer hesitated. He raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute as he met Night Owl's eyes. I accept. No flattering gratitude, no excited promises, just a simple and powerful all right. The corner of the Night Owl's mouth this time clearly curved into a faint arc. A wise choice. As he spoke, he picked up the teapot and refilled Yi Yu's untouched cup of tea with hot water.
Pleasant cooperation, Yi Yu. Pleasant cooperation, Captain Night Owl.
Yi Yu finally picked up the teacup in front of him, the warm touch transmitted through the porcelain wall. He took a gentle sip. The tea's fragrance was refreshing, with a hint of lingering sweetness. In the garden outside, Lin Hao's cries of helplessness and rage seemed to still faintly echo in the air. Meanwhile, inside the tea room, a collaboration that would completely change Yi Yu's fate was finalized.
This collaboration marked the first time Yi Yu's life trajectory clearly veered toward an unknown yet powerful direction.
At the same time, the cold wind in the rooftop garden of Jianghai Banquet seemed to still lash against Lin Hao's face. The indifferent and dismissive gaze of the night owl, along with Yi Yu's calm figure stepping into the Guanlan pavilion, were like a red-hot branding iron, searing a mark of humiliation and madness deep into his soul. On the way back, Wei Xining's words of comfort and amazement all turned into grating noise in his ears. He brusquely dismissed both the driver and Wei Xining, choosing to drive alone. The engine roared like a caged beast, carrying him toward a quiet villa district on the edge of the eastern area, his family's ancestral home. The night was deep, yet the study in the ancestral home was brightly lit. Lin Zhendong, the current head of the Lin Corporation, sat behind the large mahogany desk. He was a man nearing 50, well-maintained, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, he was quietly listening to his son's incoherent, venomous, and fear-filled account. A cigar was held between his fingers, its smoke curling upward, obscuring the expression on his face. Only his eyes lit up sharply when he heard the words Night Owl, Fifth Bureau, and Yi Yu.
He didn't even look at me. Dad.
He just called for Yi Yu. That useless trash. What right does he have? Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his expensive suit was crumpled into a mess, long devoid of his usual composure.
And Yi Yu. What was that look in his eyes? He didn't even take me seriously. He has to die. Dad, I want him dead.
I can't wait 7 days, I can't wait another moment. Lin Zhendong did not speak immediately, he merely exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, making the atmosphere in the study even heavier. He understood his son had spoiled, vain, unable to tolerate even the slightest setback. But this time, the reaction was unusually intense. It wasn't just about being ignored, the deeper reason was a sense of class superiority being completely shattered, and perhaps even the fear of being trampled underfoot.
Are you sure Night Owl personally came out and only called Yi Yu in?
Lin Zhendong's voice was low and steady, betraying no emotion.
Absolutely. I was right there. Wei Xining saw it too.
Lin Hao said urgently. And before the door closed, I vaguely heard Night Owl say, "Pleasure working with you." Dad, they must have reached some kind of agreement. Yi Yu, that useless fool, how could he possibly? Lin Zhendong raised his hand, cutting off his son's words. He leaned back into the wide leather chair, the glow of the cigar flickering in the dim light.
Night Owl.
Captain of the 3rd Action Team of the 5th Bureau. This name represents not just power, but a terrifying force that exists outside conventional order. The Lin Group is considered a giant in the business world, but compared to an institution like the 5th Bureau, which reaches the pinnacle of authority and holds the power of life and death, it still seems insignificant. Especially Night Owl himself, rumored to act unpredictably, possess unfathomable strength, and have an even more mysterious background. Yet Yiyu, an orphan student living in the old district with a mere F rating, how could he possibly be connected to Night Owl? Even receiving a personal meeting and collaboration from him? This defies logic. Unless Yiyu possesses a value far beyond surface evaluation, or perhaps harbors a secret intriguing even to the Fifth Bureau. Lin Jindong's gaze grew profound. A merchant's sharp instincts made him sense something unusual, and he also felt threatened. If Yiyu truly managed to climb the towering tree that is Night Owl, even temporarily, it could bring unexpected trouble to Lin Hao and the Lin Group. Especially with the public competition scheduled for 7 days later, originally intended to humiliate Yiyu and solidify Lin Hao's reputation, now fraught with uncertainty. What is the wager for the competition? Lin Jindong asked. The loser must kneel and kowtow in public, slap themselves, admit they are worthless, and leave Jianghai City forever, never to set foot here again. Lin Hao gritted his teeth as he answered, then revealed a venomous expression. But now it seems this wager is too light. I want his life. Foolish. Lin Jindong shouted sharply, his gaze as sharp as a blade. A public competition, under the watchful eyes of everyone, how do you plan to take his life? Even if you have a way, once the matter is investigated afterward, if Night Owl gets involved, how will you explain yourself? Lin Hao was intimidated by his father's imposing presence, but the madness in his eyes did not fade. Then what should I do? Are we just going to watch him climb to the top and turn around to humiliate us? Dad, I really can't accept this, I can't swallow this anger. In the study, Lin Jindong remained silent for a moment, letting the cigar burn slowly. The only sound left in the air was the heavy breathing of his son, Lin Hao. Finally, Lin Jindong spoke, his voice carrying a cold calculation. The competition in 7 days will proceed as planned. He paused for a moment and continued, this is not just about your pride, it also concerns the future layout of the group in the field of abilities. If a promising talent favored by Night Owl can be crippled in advance or disappear unexpectedly, it might not be a bad thing for us. He exhaled a puff of smoke and asked rhetorically, can a dead genius still be called a genius? Lin Hao's eyes lit up instantly, Dad, what do you mean? In the open competition, you must give it your all. If you can defeat him fair and square, that would naturally be the best outcome. This way, you can protect your reputation and also prove to Night Owl that he misjudged you. Lin Jindong's gaze appeared particularly cold amidst the gray-white smoke. However, we must prepare for both scenarios. The appearance of Night Owl is an unpredictable variable. We must ensure that, regardless of the competition's outcome, Yiyu cannot walk out of that venue alive or even make it to or from the venue. Lin Hao's heart pounded wildly, filled with both excitement and a trace of instinctive chill. What exactly should we do? Lin Jindong did not answer directly but picked up the encrypted communicator on the table and quickly pressed a few keys. Moments later, a large landscape painting on the side of the study silently slid open, revealing a hidden door behind it. A man dressed in black combat attire entered soundlessly. His face was unremarkable, the kind that would disappear in a crowd, but his aura was as cold and sinister as a viper. After entering, he gave Lin Jindong a slight bow. Shadow, you heard everything, Lin Jindong said indifferently. The man called Shadow nodded, his voice hoarse and low. Target, Yiyu, F-level student, suspected of contact with Night Owl from the 5th Bureau. Deadline, within 7 days, create a plausible accident to ensure he disappears completely, leaving no trace. Very good. Lin Jindong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lin Hao. Shadow is someone I adopted and trained in my early years. He is skilled in assassination, explosives, poisoning, and psychological interference. Most importantly, he has no apparent connection to the Lin Group. Even if he fails, it will never implicate us. Lin Hao looked at Shadow's utterly unremarkable face and those cold, emotionless eyes. The excitement in his heart ultimately outweighed the trace of chill he felt. Is there anything I need to do? The only thing you need to do is focus on preparing for the competition and play the role of an angry, unwilling challenger who still abides by the rules. Lin Jindong emphasized seriously, in the next few days, do not provoke Yiyu on your own initiative, and do not mention Night Owl. Save all your anger and unwillingness for the day of the competition to unleash. Then, he turned to Shadow and issued instructions: investigate Yi Yu's activity patterns, the places he frequents, and his interpersonal relationships. Assess the depth of his contact with Night Owl. Afterward, find or create an opportunity to cripple him or kill him. The shadow bowed again, without any unnecessary words, and with a flicker of its figure, it seemed to melt into the shadows, silently retreating. The landscape painting closed once more. Only the father and son remained in the study. Lin Zhendong extinguished his cigar, looked at his still somewhat excited son, and warned in a deep voice, "Remember, this matter is known only to you, me, and the shadow. Do not reveal a single word to anyone, including your mother and your girlfriend." At this moment, Yi Yu was being taken by Night Owl to a secret training location in Jianhai City. The elevator they were in was dim and narrow, descending rapidly and bringing a slight sense of weightlessness. Inside the elevator, there were no buttons or indicator lights. It only started automatically when Night Owl inserted a deep black card. Yi Yu stood slightly behind and to the side of Night Owl, clearly sensing the powerful aura emanating from the man beside him. That force, even when deliberately restrained, still felt like a silent snow-capped mountain, full of oppressive intensity. After an unknown amount of time descending, the elevator finally gave a slight jolt and came to a stop. The doors silently slid open to the sides, and the scene before him made Yi Yu's pupils contract instantly. In front lies an extremely vast underground space, estimated to be at least several thousand square meters. The ceiling is a seamless high-strength alloy dome emitting a soft white cold light, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. The air is exceptionally clean, carrying a hint of post-rain freshness akin to grass, along with a faint trace of energy. The entire space is clearly divided into different areas. On the far left is a seemingly endless black surface made of a special material, covered with deep scratches and scorched marks left by energy impacts, evidently a zone designated for combat training. The central area is filled with various futuristic technological devices that Yi Yu has never seen before. There are pressure chambers capable of simulating gravity changes, holographic combat simulation platforms connected to neural sensing helmets with complex data streams flashing, and intelligent target machines capable of releasing energy attacks of different attributes for reaction training. The elevator doors silently slid open, and a blend of cold metallic and warm grassy scents rushed forward. In front was an enormous underground space, large enough to accommodate a small football field. The area was distinctly divided into two worlds. On the left was a futuristic training zone, with a silver-gray alloy floor neatly arranged with various devices flashing data streams, ranging from pressure chambers capable of simulating immense weight to intelligent target machines designed for ultra-high-speed mobile shooting, everything one could imagine. On the right side, it was a completely different style, more like an ancient cultivation chamber. Dark wooden floors, with a dedicated meditation room and a medicinal bath nearby. The most remarkable feature was a transparent energy shield containing a small botanical garden. The plants inside had strange colors and emitted mysterious energy fluctuations. For the next month, you will live here, eat here, and train here. Night Owl's voice carried a slight echo in the spacious room. He stepped out of the elevator and continued, "Unless I give the order, you are absolutely not to go outside. The Lin family's shadow has already begun to act, and it's very dangerous out there." Yi Yu's heart tightened, but he quickly understood. With Night Owl's intelligence capabilities, it was no surprise that he knew about Lin Hao's retaliatory actions. He nodded, but his gaze was already drawn to the training equipment gleaming with a metallic sheen. He could feel that these cold machines were the steps to his becoming stronger. Night Owl wasted no time and got straight to the point. Your current situation can be summed up in one word: chaotic. Your physical foundation and energy cultivation are like an unpolished, rough stone, very crude. That sand manipulating power of yours has great potential, but the way you use it is too primitive. And then there's your eyes. He suddenly turned around, his gray-brown eyes staring at Yi Yu like a hawk. That day at the sparring ground, in the final moments, I saw clearly what flashed in your pupils. That is definitely not ordinary psychic power. This force is something you need to figure out for yourself. Yi Yu's heart stirred. As expected, his greatest secret had still been seen through by him. Step 1: build a solid foundation. Night Owl pointed at the pressure chamber and the pile of bottles and jars beside it. labeled with things like basic body strengthening paste and meridian clearing solution. Step 2: Combat training and ability development. He walked toward the massive black combat zone.
Sand is your greatest advantage, and right now, it's your only reliance.
I will personally spar with you and teach you how to discover more ways to use the sand. Defense, entanglement, ambush, interference, and even disguising yourself as another form. Night Owl's tone was emotionless, yet every word carried weight. Remember, abilities are not rigid moves, they are an extension of your thoughts.
As for your eyes.
Night Owl paused for a moment, then took out a palm-sized black box from his chest.
The material was neither metal nor jade. He handed it to Yu. This is focus incense.
Once lit, it can help you meditate and strengthen your mental and spiritual power. Yu took the box, feeling a cool sensation in his hand, and could clearly sense an aura that brought peace to the mind.
Finally, let's talk about the 4 academies. Night Owl walked to a metal table, and a holographic map of the Federation was immediately projected onto the tabletop.
4 dazzling points of light flickered in different regions. Federal Capital Academy, located in the Central District, is the most powerful and resource-rich institution, but the relationships within are also the most complex. It is a gathering place for geniuses and ambitious individuals. Federal First Military Academy, situated next to the Ironblood defense line in the west, has a tough school ethos, focusing entirely on practical combat. Graduates are directly granted military ranks, making it the cradle of the armed forces. The rules there are strict, but as long as you have the ability, promotion is the fastest. Federal Superpower Research Institute, located in the coastal tech city in the east, specializes in studying the essence of superpowers, developing new techniques and technologies. It is suitable for those who enjoy research and prefer unconventional paths. Federal Public Affairs and Superpower Management Academy, located in the Southern Economic Center, primarily trains managers and governors, teaching how to manage a society of superpowered individuals and allocate resources. This academy has the highest requirements for overall competence. The Night Owl casually turned off the projection and looked at Yu. The college entrance exam isn't just about scores.
These 4 major academies have their own independent assessments.
To put it bluntly, they evaluate your potential, character, combat ability, and future possibilities. What you need to consider now isn't just how to defeat Lin Hao, but also to figure out which path you want to take a month from now. Yu's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, seeing those 4 points of light representing the future. He knew very well that the weak passively accept arrangements, while the strong always choose their own path. He didn't want to be chosen, he wanted to be the one making the choice. Captain Night Owl, Yu spoke, his voice exceptionally clear and resolute in the underground space. If I want to become strong enough within this month, strong enough to qualify to choose any one of them, instead of being picked and chosen by them.
Can the training plan be made even tougher?
A faint, almost imperceptible glimmer flashed in Night Owl's gray-brown eyes. It was a kind of appreciation.
All right, as you wish.
He pointed to the ultra-high gravity generator emitting a dangerous red glow. Starting tomorrow, basic training will be extended to 8 hours. For combat drills, I'll raise the intensity above the disability threshold.
Remember, this is what you asked for.
Now, go to quiet room number 1 and take this Foundation Meridian expansion pill. I'll check your progress in an hour, and then we'll begin the first specialized sand control training. Night Owl's tone was calm but carried an undeniable command.
Yu did not hesitate for even a moment.
He picked up the pill bottle and training uniform designated by Night Owl and strode toward the quiet room marked with the character 1. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him, sealing off everything from the outside world. Inside the quiet room, there was only a meditation cushion, an incense burner, and lighting so soft it could lull one to sleep. Yu sat cross-legged, poured the pill out of the bottle, and prepared to take it. He swallowed the pill with a faint blue sheen without hesitation.
As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it instantly melted, transforming into a powerful yet gentle warm current that surged through his entire body in an instant.
He immediately focused his mind and activated the primordial infinite technique within him. Guiding the immense medicinal energy, he directed it to circulate through his body along a specific path. He could feel the vortex at the core of his energy spinning and expanding at an unprecedented speed, even causing a slight sensation of swelling pain in his meridians. However, this pain was quickly soothed under the combined effects of the technique and the medicinal energy, leaving his meridians widened and more resilient. He could clearly sense his strength growing rapidly. While Yi Yu was immersed in his cultivation, outside the quiet chamber, a man named Night Owl had not left. He stood before a holographic control panel, where Yi Yu's real-time physiological data flickered on the screen. The spiritual energy fluctuations are steadily increasing, the physical load remains within a safe range. And the mental state is also very stable. There is only one minor anomaly: whenever the spiritual energy flows through a specific area around the eyes, it always creates an extremely subtle ripple, so faint that even Yi Yu himself cannot detect it. This kid, his physique is quite special, as if something extraordinary is hidden within his body, Night Owl muttered to himself, his fingers sliding across the screen to pull up a top-secret file. Could this kid's eyes really be the legendary Sharingan? The next 7 days became both the longest and shortest week of Yi Yu's life. It felt long because every single minute and second was filled with hellish training, with pain and exhaustion as his only companions. His body and will were repeatedly torn and healed, hammered over and over in an endless cycle. Saying it is brief is because his strength is growing at a speed that can be clearly perceived. This rapid sense of becoming stronger makes him almost forget the passage of time. The Night Owl fulfilled his promise, maintaining the training's level of brutality at the edge of won't die, but not far from being crippled. On the first day, basic training was conducted in a 5 times gravity environment. Yi Yu felt as if his muscles and bones were filled with lead, and every breath was like pulling an old, broken bellows. Strengthening potion for the meridians and repair fluid were used excessively, with intense pain and itching sensations intertwining in his meridians, repeatedly expanding and repairing his body. 8 hours of high-gravity physical training, every punch, every squat, every movement carrying hundreds of kilograms of alloy blocks, was accompanied by the sound of bones grinding and the stinging pain of blood vessels rupturing beneath the skin. Following that was 2 hours of reaction training. The energy beams fired by the intelligent target machine ranged from single to multiple, from fixed trajectories to completely random ones, with increasingly tricky angles and faster speeds. Even with the aid of sand for dodging, Yi Yu was still battered and bruised all over. Night Owl merely observed coldly from the side, precisely pointing out every unnecessary movement and error in judgment he made. By the 3rd day, just as Yi Yu had adapted to 5 times gravity and managed to hit 30% of the targets during reaction training, Night Owl said nothing and directly increased the gravity to 7 times. The terrifying pressure instantly forced Yi Yu to one knee, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Night Owl calmly adjusted the concentration of the repair fluid. "This is what you asked for, remember?" Night Owl's icy voice came through the communicator, devoid of any emotion. Yi Yu clenched his teeth and wiped away the blood. He mobilized the cyclone in his dantian, now spinning more than 3 times faster than before, along with the dark yellow door deep within his soul that seemed even more solidified. Summoning all his strength, he stood up once again. On the 5th day, the specialized training for controlling sand entered a new phase. This time, Night Owl personally stepped in. In the massive black combat zone, Night Owl suppressed his strength to a level similar to Yi Yu's, wielding only a blunt, jet-black short blade. Yet, just the battle-hardened killing intent emanating from him and his masterful combat skills made Yi Yu feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. In front of Night Owl, the sand that Yi Yu had always prided himself on seemed to lose all its magical power. The sand shields he formed were always shattered instantly by Night Owl's blunt short blade, striking at unimaginable angles and frequencies. When he tried to entangle his opponent with sand, Night Owl effortlessly evaded and even used the sand's inertia to deliver a heavy blow to Yi Yu. His surprise attacks with sand spears were often predicted in advance by Night Owl, who dodged them with ease and immediately counterattacked. Too stupid. Unnecessary actions. Too simplistic thinking. Your thinking is too rigid. The attacks of the Night Owl were as concise and deadly as his words. Yi Yu was knocked down again and again, his protective gear constantly shattering, leaving him bruised and battered, covered in bloodstains. Yet, there was not the slightest hint of retreat in his eyes. Each time he fell, he would get up in an even shorter time, quickly analyzing the Night Owl's movements in his mind and pondering another way to use the sand.
If defense doesn't work, then make the sand shield smaller and more agile.
He had to make the sand armor thinner and tougher to effectively disperse the impact.
Directly using sand to entangle the enemy is too slow. Could you first raise a sand mist to disrupt their vision, then carry out a precise strike? The intent of the assault is also too obvious. Perhaps you could split off a portion of the sand for a feint attack, while another part quietly sneaks behind the enemy. Under extreme pain and pressure, Yiyu's thoughts were racing at an unprecedented speed. His perception and control over the sand were improving at an astonishing rate. The sand was no longer just undergoing simple shape changes, he began attempting to simulate different physical properties. On the seventh day, Night Owl finally allowed Yiyu to absorb the dark yellow fossil he had always kept close to him. The entire process went unexpectedly smoothly. When he slowly infused energy into the fossil and simultaneously resonated with the power of that ancient door deep within his soul, the faint glimmer inside the fossil suddenly burst forth. Immediately, the entire fossil silently disintegrated into a handful of fine, warm, dark yellow sand, as if it had undergone millennia of weathering. The sand seemed to come alive, automatically floating into the air and swirling around Yiyu. Then, like rivers converging into the sea, it all poured into his body, merging with his energy channels and flowing into his core. Ultimately, it was completely absorbed by the ancient door that trembled faintly. Buzz. Yiyu's body jolted violently, and his consciousness seemed to be instantly pulled into an endless desert. The scorching sun baked the earth, yellow sand filled the sky, and time lost all meaning here, leaving only eternal erosion and desolation. A force of sand, far more immense, pure, and imbued with an ancient, primal aura than before, erupted from his energy core like a breached flood, surging through his entire body in an instant. The familiar sensation of swelling pain came from his energy channels once again, but this time, thanks to the repeated tempering and widening of his meridians over the past days, as well as his resilient cultivation technique, he successfully withstood the impact without losing control. The energy vortex at his core spun and expanded wildly, its color gradually tinged with a faint dark yellow. The pores all over his body involuntarily opened, and fine sand particles with a dark yellow sheen seeped out automatically, forming an extremely thin yet exceptionally solid phantom of sand armor on his surface, only to vanish back beneath his skin in an instant. The most notable change was his perception and control of the sand. If before he seemed to be commanding a group of scattered and disorganized soldiers, now these soldiers appeared to have a unified will and more sophisticated equipment. With a slight movement of his thoughts, the speed of sand cohesion, hardness, precision, and transformation had all undergone a qualitative leap. He could even vaguely sense the extremely tiny dust particles in the surrounding environment, feeling a subtle urge to summon them. Not bad. Night Owl, who was observing from the side, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. You've truly struck gold, managing to buy a mutated sand attribute crystal core for just 50,000. This crystal core has an exceptionally high compatibility with you, saving you at least half a year of hard work. Now, stabilize your breath and adapt to this newfound power. Today is the day to test the results. Night Owl's lips curved into a faint smile. Go ahead, go make a big scene. Zhanghai City No. 1 High School, Practical Training Hall. At this moment, the circular venue, capable of accommodating thousands of people, was packed to capacity. The atmosphere was exceptionally lively, even somewhat noisy. Almost all the senior students, and even many underclassmen and teachers who had come upon hearing the news, had their eyes fixed on the largest standard arena at the center. The arena is made of high-strength alloy and special cushioning materials, with a faint blue energy shield rising along the edges. It isolates the energy impacts inside without obstructing the audience's view. On one side of the arena, Lin Hao was already standing there. He was dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray combat suit that outlined his professionally trained, lean physique. A long sword with ornate decorations and embedded with a faint blue crystal core hung at his waist. His hair was meticulously groomed, and his face bore an undisguised arrogance and confidence. His gaze occasionally swept toward a certain direction in the front rows of the audience. Wei Xining was sitting there, her face adorned with a smile of encouragement and admiration. Lin Hao's several followers were near the arena, livening up the atmosphere by loudly discussing young Master Lin's recent special training achievements and astonishing progress,
drawing envious or odd glances from many students around. I heard that Lin Hao's family hired a professional second-tier peak expert as his private coach and provided him with plenty of precious resources. Of course. The Lin Group is wealthy and powerful. They probably spared no expense for this competition. What about EU? Why isn't he here yet? Could it be that he's scared? An F level against a fully resourced A level, I'd be scared too. I heard this bet is pretty ruthless. Sigh, was it really necessary? If he'd just backed down earlier, none of this would have happened. Amid the chatter, there was a mix of sympathy and mockery toward Yiyu, along with anticipation for the one-sided battle to come. As time ticked by, the agreed-upon moment drew closer. A trace of impatience appeared on Lin Hao's face, along with a barely noticeable hint of nervousness. Lin Hao's anxiety was becoming harder to hide. His father, Lin Jindong, had just spoken to him yesterday, saying that the assassin codenamed Shadow had encountered some minor trouble. Over the past week, Yiyu's movements had been airtight, and Shadow had yet to find a foolproof opportunity to strike. However, Lin Jindong's voice on the phone remained steady. Don't worry, Shadow is already in position. In the ring, with so many people watching, he won't dare to pull any tricks. But once the match is over, no matter who wins or loses, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lin Hao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the lingering gloom in his heart. Ever since that night when he was targeted by Night Owl, he had felt that something was off. He kept telling himself over and over that Yiyu just got lucky and was fortunate enough to catch the attention of a big shot like Night Owl. It's only been a week. What kind of waves can an F-level loser stir up? I am a genuine A-level genius, backed by the resources of my entire family. At that moment, a small commotion arose at the entrance of the gymnasium. A figure walked in, unhurried and composed. It was Yi Yu. He was dressed in a plain black training outfit, simple in style and even somewhat worn. He carried no protective gear or weapons, with his hands naturally hanging by his sides. Compared to a week ago, his physique seemed unchanged, still as lean as before. But anyone with even a bit of sharpness could sense the earth-shattering transformation in him. It was an indescribable aura. His steps were steady, his gaze calm, no longer the repressed and slightly resentful silence of the past. Now, he was like a piece of steel forged through countless trials, eerily composed, resembling the unfathomable surface of the sea before a storm. His face showed no expression, neither tension nor the slightest desire to fight. He walked calmly toward the arena, his gaze sweeping over the noisy audience. It lingered on Lin Hao and Wei Xining for less than half a second before moving away, as if they were merely two insignificant passers-by. This excessive calmness, like a needle, instantly ignited the wicked fire in Lin Hao's heart. It also caused Wei Xining's smile beside him to freeze slightly, with a trace of complex emotion flashing in her eyes, something even she herself hadn't noticed. Yiyu walked to the edge of the arena, lightly leaped, and landed silently 10 meters away, directly opposite Lin Hao. The two stared at each other from a distance. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with undisguised resentment, anger, and a sense of superiority, while Yiyu's gaze was one of almost indifferent calm. The contrast between the two expressions was striking. The gymnasium gradually quieted down, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the ring. The referee walked to the middle of the two, glanced at them, and routinely announced the rules. This is a friendly match, stop at the point of contact, no lethal moves allowed. If one side admits defeat, remains down for 10 seconds, or falls out of the ring, they lose. Understood? Lin Hao and Yiyu nodded simultaneously. The referee's arm swung down sharply, begin. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao moved. His long-suppressed anger and frustration transformed into a burst of ferocious action at this moment. Grade A wind ability, full force eruption. The airflow around him instantly turned violent, emitting a sharp whistle as his training uniform flapped wildly. His figure became blurred in an instant, as if merging with the wind, moving so fast that ordinary students couldn't possibly track him. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of 10 meters, delivering a heavy punch wrapped in spiraling compressed air pressure straight toward Yiyu's face. He wanted to use the fastest speed and the most overwhelming posture to crush this pretentious waste back to his original form. Speed is the absolute advantage of wind element ability users. However, in the face of this thunderous strike, Yi Yu neither retreated nor blocked. He just slightly tilted his head. As Lin Hao's fist was less than half a foot away from him, a faint buzzing sound, almost drowned out by the wind, suddenly arose. The air in front of Yi Yu seemed to be instantly tinged with a dark, earthy yellow. Fine, dry sand with a heavy texture appeared out of thin air, instantly forming a shield of sand about the thickness of a palm, just enough to protect his head and face. The appearance of this sand shield carried no earth-shattering momentum, only a calmness akin to a mountain. Bang! The compressed wind fist struck solidly against the sand shield. A massive blast of air exploded outward, causing the energy barrier around the arena to ripple slightly. However, the seemingly unremarkable sand shield merely rippled on its surface, countless grains of sand rapidly rubbing and spinning, layer by layer dissipating the force of the punch. A flash of dark yellow light passed, and the sand shield remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, Lin Hao felt as if he had punched a wall made of countless flowing sands. A dull pain spread from his fist, and the violent wind force was entirely absorbed and neutralized by the peculiar sand. What? Lin Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm surged in his heart. Although he hadn't used his full strength with this punch, it was definitely not something an ordinary first-level ability user could easily withstand. Interesting. Lin Hao growled, refusing to believe it. His figure flickered again, instantly appearing to Yi Yu's left. His right leg, like a steel whip, swept horizontally with fierce wind blades. Yi Yu remained motionless. Swish! More sand materialized out of thin air, instantly forming a larger curved sand shield at his left waist, precisely meeting Lin Hao's wind blade-infused leg strike. Bang! Boom! Boom! In the following seconds, Lin Hao pushed his speed to the limit. His entire figure turned into streaks of cyan afterimages, launching a frenzied assault around Yi Yu. Fists, feet, elbows and knees, interspersed with sharp compressed wind blades, unleashed a storm-like barrage from all directions. For a moment, the wind howled mournfully, and energy surged in all directions. However, what left the entire audience dumbfounded was that Yi Yu remained standing in place from start to finish, his feet unmoving even an inch. He simply stood there calmly, not even bothering to lift his hands. Whenever Lin Hao's attacks were about to touch his body, a perfectly timed sand shield, sand wall, or sand arc would instantly form at the corresponding position, precisely blocking all of his attacks. The speed at which the sand coalesced was beyond imagination, and its transformations were utterly effortless. At times, it was as hard as iron, blocking heavy strikes; at other times, it was as soft as cotton, dissipating subtle force. Every one of Lin Hao's attacks seemed to sink into an endless sea of sand, effortlessly neutralized and rendered ineffective. How is this possible? Did that sand appear out of thin air? Lin Hao's attack was so fast, how did Yi Yu predict it? He didn't even move his hands. First rank? You call this kind of power first rank? This level of control over sand? That's not right. Did you all forget? Yi Yu's ability is the Sharingan, isn't it? Where did this sand come from? The uproar from the audience grew louder and louder. The initial disdain and sympathy had long vanished, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. Wei Xining's smile had already frozen on her face. Her fingers nervously twisted together as her gaze remained fixed on the eerily calm boy on the stage. On the stage, Lin Hao's face had turned from flushed red to ashen. Dozens of consecutive attacks had all been effortlessly blocked by the opponent, who didn't even show any intention of counterattacking. This silent humiliation was far more maddening than any words could be. Only know how to hide in your shell? Useless trash! Lin Hao roared furiously, his figure suddenly retreating several meters, and he forcefully pushed his hands forward. Sky-splitting wind blade. This time, he didn't choose close-range combat but directly unleashed his special ability. Vast wind element spiritual power surged out from within him, condensing and compressing in front of him, instantly transforming into three massive, semi-transparent, arc-shaped wind blades with edges glinting with a chilling light. The wind blades tore through the air, emitting a piercing screech as they accelerated with greater speed and sharper angles, aiming to strike at Yi Yu's upper, middle, and lower defenses. Their power far surpassed that of the previous ordinary wind blades. This attack nearly drained more than half of Lin Hao's spiritual energy. He was determined to break through Yi Yu's defense in one fell swoop. Faced with these three massive wind blades of terrifying momentum, Yi Yu finally moved. For the first time, he raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread, and gently clenched toward the front. Disperse. He gently uttered a single word. Whoosh. The sand that had been guarding him, along with the imperceptible dust in the cracks of the arena floor and the air, seemed to hear the command of a king and suddenly erupted in chaos at that moment. Centered around Yi Yu, an immense amount of dark yellow sand particles appeared out of thin air, as if a miniature sandstorm had been unleashed. This sandstorm did not spread chaotically but precisely targeted the 3 void-splitting wind blades. There was no direct collision. The sandstorm seemed to possess life, instantly splitting into 3 thick streams of sand, like 3 agile giant pythons, actively coiling around each wind blade. The moment the sand came into contact with the high-speed rotating wind blades, intense friction produced a teeth-gritting hissing sound. The cutting power of the wind blades was indeed astonishing, continuously severing and dispersing the sand streams that coiled around them. However, the amount of sand seemed endless. As soon as it was cut off, new sand immediately replenished from all directions, continuing to coil, envelop, grind, and wear down the blades. The 3 originally formidable wind blades, after advancing just a few meters into the sandstorm's range, visibly slowed down, their glow rapidly dimmed, and their size continuously shrank. Finally, under the relentless entanglement of the 3 sand streams, the wind blades exhausted all their kinetic energy and spiritual power, completely dissipating into nothingness. Only the drifting sand and dust remained, slowly settling down. The entire place was dead silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned. What kind of hellish sand manipulation ability is this? Such a massive summoning of sand, such intricate and precise control, such an astonishing consumption tactic. Is this really something a first-tier ability user can achieve? Lin Hao was struck as if by lightning, his face pale, his lips trembling, almost unable to believe his eyes. His all-out strike had just been completely worn away like that? Is this your full strength? Yi Yu's voice finally sounded, calm and without a trace of emotion, yet it was like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at Lin Hao's heart. It was practically a resounding slap, harshly landing on Lin Hao's face. Yi Yu lowered his right hand, and the surrounding dust gradually settled. For the first time, he looked directly at Lin Hao and gently shook his head. Too slow, too weak, and too boring. Each word was like a knife, stabbing fiercely into Lin Hao's heart. Ah! I want you dead. The extreme humiliation and fear caused Lin Hao to completely lose his sanity. He suddenly drew the ornate long sword from his waist, and the pale blue crystal core embedded in the blade instantly radiated a dazzling light. He poured all the remaining spiritual energy in his body into it, recklessly. Swift Wind Thrust Modified. This was the ultimate move crafted specifically for him by the Lin family, perfectly combining wind-based abilities with swordsmanship. The power of this technique far surpassed that of ordinary air-splitting wind blades, but its consumption was also extraordinarily high. With his current spiritual energy, forcing its use might even damage his own meridians. But now, he couldn't afford to care about any of that. The long sword buzzed, and a dazzling cyan light point condensed at its tip, carrying a sharpness that could tear through anything. Lin Hao merged with the sword, transforming into a streak of cyan light that ripped through the air, aiming straight for Yi Yu's heart. The speed, power, and penetration of this strike had all reached the pinnacle of what he could currently achieve, even faintly touching the threshold of a first-tier strong fighter. The referee teacher on the side suddenly narrowed his pupils, already prepared to step in and save someone at any moment. However, in the face of this desperate strike, a trace of seriousness finally flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. He still did not retreat. But at this moment, an astonishing change suddenly occurred in the depths of his always calm black eyes. A trace of eerie crimson instantly dyed his pupils red. Several pitch-black tomo slowly rotated within them. Sharingan, activated. In Lin Hao's eyes, this fatal strike was as fast as lightning, its trajectory utterly unpredictable. But under Yi Yu's Sharingan, every trajectory became crystal clear, and every flaw was laid bare. Yi Yu's feet didn't even move an inch. Just as the sword tip was about to strike, his body shifted at an incredible, minuscule angle.
Snort!
A streak of cyan light brushed past his chest, the sharp wind pressure tearing through his training uniform without causing him the slightest harm.
At that moment, Yi Yu's raised right hand finally made an attacking move.
Instead of forming a sand spear, he gently pressed down on the ground near Lin Hao.
Sand binding coffin. A loud explosion.
Lin Hao's sword struck empty air, his old strength fading and new strength yet to arise, leaving his body in unavoidable rigidity. Right beside him, the ground of the arena suddenly burst open. This time, it wasn't a sand shield or a sand stream. Instead, countless grains of sand came to life, transforming into numerous tentacles that, at several times the previous speed, instantly wrapped around his legs, waist, and the arm holding the sword.
The sand tightened and compressed madly. Crack!
A faint sound of bone fracturing echoed.
Ah!
Lin Hao let out a piercing scream of agony as the longsword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. His entire body was tightly bound in midair by the sand tentacles, unable to move. His face was contorted and deformed from the intense pain and overwhelming fear.
Concede, or do you want to be crushed? Yi Yu's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable chill of authority.
In his crimson pupils, the wretched and despairing figure of Lin Hao was clearly reflected.
The entire arena fell into a deathly silence.
All the spectators, including the referee teacher, widened their eyes and stared intently at Yi Yu.
They could hardly believe that Yi Yu actually possessed a second ability, the power to control sand.
Lin Hao seemed as if all the bones in his body had been removed, collapsing weakly within the confines of the sand, his gaze hollow, his lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single sound. He had lost, utterly and completely defeated, with even the last shred of dignity crushed to pieces by those crimson eyes. In the shadow silently recorded everything. The intelligence had a massive deviation.
This Yi Yu was far more dangerous than anticipated.
Lin Hao's voice was hoarse, like a broken bellows, sounding particularly grating in the deathly silent arena.
I.
He was suspended in midair by tentacles formed of sand, with excruciating pain radiating from his limbs as his bones were being crushed.
But more terrifying than the pain were Yi Yu's cold, red eyes.
The pitch-black tomo slowly rotated, as if it were digging out all the cowardice and fear from his soul, exposing them to everyone.
I concede.
Finally, squeezing out these few words through clenched teeth drained all his strength and dignity.
He closed his eyes, no longer daring to look at those eyes, nor at the expressions of anyone in the audience below. Crash!
The sand, as hard as iron and coiled like a snake, instantly dispersed and fell back to the ground. The grains of sand instantly lost their strength, sliding off Lin Hao like water and rustling back onto the arena. Without the support of the sand, Lin Hao's body went limp and he fell heavily onto the hard floor. He curled up, clutching his injured arm tightly, trembling in pain, yet unable to let out even a single scream.
All that remained in his throat were suppressed, humiliating whimpers.
His expensive combat suit was covered in dust, and his meticulously styled hair was now a disheveled mess, completely devoid of the arrogance of an A-grade genius he had displayed earlier.
The referee snapped out of his immense shock, looking at the stage where one person stood and the other lay down.
The stark contrast made him gasp.
He took a deep breath and announced loudly with all his might, "The winner, Yi Yu."
There were no cheers, nor applause.
The entire stadium remained eerily silent.
Everyone seemed as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, their eyes fixed firmly on Yi Yu, especially on his still abnormal, eerily glowing red eyes.
Dual abilities.
At least an A-level mastery of sand, combined with this mysterious and undoubtedly high-grade eye technique. This is no F-grade waste. This is clearly a dormant dragon.
A genius even more terrifying than Lin Hao.
Countless gazes intertwined, filled with shock, awe, disbelief, and a trace of genuine fear.
Wei Shining had already stood up.
She covered her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with astonishment and confusion. She looked at Lin Hao on the stage, who resembled a defeated dog, and then at Yi Yu, who stood calmly as if he had just done something trivial. A profound sense of absurdity and regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. What kind of existence had she ultimately abandoned? The person she had deemed destined for mediocrity, utterly unworthy of her, turned out to possess such terrifying talent and strength. If only she hadn't chosen Lin Hao back then. Finally, the oppressive silence was broken, and the sound of discussion surged like a tide.
My goodness! 2 abilities. One for offense, one for defense, and those eyes, it's just too unbelievable.
Lin Hao's loss wasn't unjust at all. That sand defense was practically like an iron wall, and those eyes at the end, just one glance made my heart race.
Yi Yu, what exactly is going on with him? Wasn't his rating still F just a week ago? Truly worthy of being the #1 genius before awakening.
So he had been hiding his strength all along, and he hid it so deeply.
Now, Wei Xining's face must be utterly lost.
Amid the crowd's discussions, a few of Lin Hao's friends finally snapped out of their daze, hurriedly rushing onto the stage and clumsily helping him up. Lin Hao's eyes were vacant, and he kept muttering, "Impossible.
This is impossible. It's an illusion. All of this is an illusion." His spirit had clearly been completely crushed by this defeat.
The referee shook his head, signaling the medical staff to step forward and handle the situation, while his own heart surged with overwhelming waves. He had reviewed Yi Yu's file, which clearly stated F level.
Today's match must be reported immediately.
A super genius suspected of possessing dual abilities had almost been buried as a waste.
Some secrets, in the end, cannot be hidden.
With Lin Hao's deliberate exaggeration and Wei Xining's complex emotions fueling the situation, the explosive news of dual abilities spread like a virus throughout Jianghai High School in just half a day, even alarming the principal and several senior mentors who were in a meeting. In the evening, the atmosphere in the principal's office was particularly heavy. Principal Zhou Zhenghong was a spirited elderly man in his 60s, and he himself was a B-level enhancement type ability user. At this moment, he was frowning as he looked at a freshly printed, still warm detailed report in his hand. The report detailed everything that had happened in the arena today, accompanied by the referee teacher's first-hand account and preliminary evaluation. Sand manipulation, preliminarily assessed as A-level or higher, with extremely intricate form control, astonishing defensive capabilities, and adaptability. The other ability is a pupil-based technique, recorded in the archives as F-level, though there may be a misjudgment. Its characteristics include crimson pupils with black rotating patterns, possessing extraordinary dynamic vision and insight, and possibly capable of mental suppression or creating illusions. An F-level awakener transformed into a powerhouse with 2 abilities within a week, one of which is suspected to have reached above A-level. Such a thing is simply unheard of. Zhou Zhenghong took off his reading glasses, rubbed his brow, and looked at the 3 mentors across from him.
What do you all think?
A stern-faced middle-aged female mentor spoke up. I watched the arena video 3 times. His control over sand is completely unlike that of a novice who just awakened a week ago. Whether it's his ability to seize opportunities or the instantaneous switching of the sand's form and hardness, he demonstrates an almost instinctive proficiency. Either he's been hiding his strength all along, or his talent and learning ability have reached an unimaginable level. As for those eyes of his, I can't see through them, but they feel extremely dangerous. After the match, the spiritual power detectors scanned him. His spiritual power fluctuations were stable at the peak of the first tier, and the energy's nature was very pure, showing no signs of external force boosting it. However, his total spiritual power far exceeded the peak of the first tier, almost reaching the early stage of the second tier. This might be related to his unique cultivation method, but maintaining such power requires enormous resources.
He's just an orphan, where does the money come from? This is the crux of the problem.
Zhou Zhenghong tapped the table. His background check was excessively clean. But after today, more people would start keeping an eye on him. The Lin family suffered such a huge loss, they definitely wouldn't let it go. More importantly, such a promising talent has the potential to enter one of the Federation's 4 major academies in the future.
You mean, we need to protect Yi Yu and prevent him from being ruined by the Lin family? The night grew deeper. When Yi Yu left the principal's office, the sky was already completely dark.
He had just been called in for a conversation with the principal, but only the 2 of them knew what was discussed. Although the campus streetlights were lit, the path leading to the old school building was hidden in the shadows of trees, dark and secluded, with hardly anyone passing through. Just as Yi Yu turned a corner and stepped into a stretch of darkness completely shrouded by old trees, an anomaly occurred. Without any warning, without a trace of murderous intent, not even the sound of the wind. The eerie event happened to his own shadow. Under the dim light, the shadow was unnaturally stretched and distorted. In the next second, that shadow actually came to life. A pitch-black humanoid figure as thin as a sheet of paper was peeled away from Yi Yu's shadow. In an instant, it transformed from a flat plane into a three-dimensional entity, moving so fast that the eye could not catch it. This shadow had no facial features, just a pure humanoid shape, yet it exuded a deathly stillness and icy coldness capable of freezing the soul. The moment it appeared, a similarly pitch-black, razor-sharp hand silently and swiftly stabbed toward Yi Yu's back. Its target was the heart. This strike, whether in timing, angle, or stealth, was flawless. It was perfectly timed for the moment Yi Yu turned a corner, creating a blind spot in his vision and when his guard was most likely to be down. Moreover, the attack came from his own shadow, completely defying logic and leaving no room for defense. At this critical moment of life and death, Yi Yu's entire body hair instantly stood on end. His heart felt as if it were being fiercely gripped by an invisible hand. It wasn't something he saw with his eyes or heard with his ears, but rather an instinctive perception from the depths of his soul. It was brought to him by the Sharingan, a nearly precognitive intuition that surpassed opponents of the same level. Danger! His brain didn't even have time to think. His body had already instinctively performed the most extreme evasive maneuver. He suddenly lunged forward, and the spiritual power within him erupted wildly. Armor of sand. With a loud whoosh, countless dark yellow sand particles burst out from his pores and the sand pouch at his waist, instantly forming a thick layer of sand armor behind him. Hiss! A barely audible soft sound. The hand of the shadow, like a red-hot knife slicing into butter, effortlessly pierced through Yi Yu's hastily formed sand armor. This armor, capable of withstanding powerful attacks, didn't even hold for 0.1 seconds. The pitch-black hand blade continued its momentum, fiercely stabbing into Yi Yu's back. Ah! Severe pain struck. Yi Yu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He could feel the cold blade piercing through his muscle, grazing his rib, and stabbing inward, just a hair's breadth away from his heart. A surge of sinister and venomous energy poured wildly into the wound, attempting to freeze his blood and paralyze his nerves. The intense pain and chilling energy caused Yi Yu's movements to slow for a moment. Meanwhile, the shadow assassin, having failed to kill him with one strike, showed no hesitation. Another pitch-black hand was already raised, fingers clenched together like a blade, carrying an even sharper, sinister wind, slashing horizontally toward Yi Yu's neck. This strike was aimed to directly sever his head. Too fast. This assassin is not only fast but also attacks in a bizarre and sinister manner, with spiritual energy carrying intense corrosiveness. Yi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. His pupils shrank abruptly, and his eyes were instantly engulfed by a scarlet hue. A pitch-black tomo began spinning wildly. Sharingan, activated. He pushed his dynamic vision and insight to the limit. That ghostly fast slash finally became slightly clearer in his field of vision. But, only just a little. The opponent's speed and attack rhythm still brought him an overwhelming sense of immense pressure. Can't block it head-on. It's completely impossible. Quicksand trap. Yi Yu gritted his teeth fiercely, disregarding the blood spurting from his back and the ravaging cold energy within his body, unleashing all his mental power and sand energy. His target was not to protect himself, but the ground beneath his feet. 2 meters ahead of him, the solid road instantly turned into sand, and a massive quicksand vortex with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 1 meter appeared out of thin air. At the same time, he forcibly twisted his body, transforming his forward-falling posture into a sideways roll. Using an extremely awkward yet effective maneuver, he narrowly avoided the deadly hand strike. Ha! A barely perceptible voice tinged with a hint of surprise seemed to resonate directly in Yi Yu's mind. The shadow assassin clearly hadn't expected his target, despite being severely injured and disrupted by the cold energy, to still be able to execute such a swift and precise evasion and terrain-altering response.
But the shadow assassin's reaction was equally astonishingly fast. The small quicksand trap couldn't hold him at all. He seemed weightless, his pitch-black feet lightly tapping the edge of the vortex just as they were about to sink into the sand. His entire body floated up like a true shadow, gracefully twisting in mid-air before lunging at Yi Yu once again. His movements were unbelievably fluid, without a single unnecessary pause, yet brimming with icy killing intent. Yi Yu didn't even have time to catch his breath. His Sharingan spun wildly, tracking the opponent's ghost-like movement trajectory, while his mental energy was like a bowstring stretched to its limit, frantically mobilizing the surrounding sand. Sand wall. Sand spear. Sand bind. He went all out. No longer just thinking about defense or blocking, he used all the sand he could mobilize. The endless stream of sand particles on the ground, mixed with the sand transformed by the spiritual energy within him, intertwined into a three-dimensional web of heaven and earth in the narrow alley. A massive sand wall rose abruptly, attempting to block his path. Sharp sand spears shot out from all directions, trying to force him back. Agile sand flows, like deadly tentacles, suddenly surged from the ground in the shadows of the wall corners, aiming to entangle and restrain him. However, the shadow assassin's mastery of shadows and space had reached an astonishing level. He switched between solid form and a nearly ethereal shadow state at will. The sand spears pierced straight through his body, only stirring up a ripple like black mist, unable to harm him. At times, he merged entirely into the shadows cast by the surrounding buildings, launching attacks from completely unexpected angles. At other times, he fully materialized, his pitch-black blade effortlessly tearing through the massive sand walls, with the chilling energy continuously eroding the structure of the sand particles. Slash! A crisp sound rang out, and another deep wound, exposing the bone, appeared on Yi Yu's left arm. The icy energy surged wildly into him, causing his entire arm to grow numb and stiff. Blood had already stained most of his training clothes. The dual erosion of blood loss and the chilling energy made his consciousness begin to blur intermittently. The spiritual power within him was rapidly depleting, and his control over the sand was no longer as agile and swift as it had been at the start. I have to think of a way. If this continues, I'm done for. Yi Yu bit down hard on his tongue, the intense pain granting him a moment of clarity. The tomo in his Sharingan spun so fast it seemed as if they might fly out of his eye sockets. He could see that his opponent wasn't entirely without consumption either. With every attack and form switch, the viscous darkness clinging to him seemed to ripple slightly, thinning just a bit. But this level of depletion was insignificant compared to his own state, which was on the verge of collapse. The spiritual power level of this assassin had definitely reached tier 2. Moreover, his abilities were bizarre, his experience seasoned, completely incomparable to someone like Lin Hao, a pampered young master who had never weathered any storms. The Lin family, what a grand gesture! Yi Yu's heart turned ice cold. The shadow assassin seemed to have grown tired of this cat-and-mouse game. He once again merged into the shadows of the nearby wall and disappeared. In the next instant, the shadow beneath Yi Yu's feet suddenly expanded and twisted violently, transforming into countless pitch-black spikes that shot upward without warning. At the same time, from another patch of shadow beside him, the shadow assassin silently emerged. His hands were as black as ink, with 10 fingers spread wide, and from his fingertips extended twisted, black spikes over a foot long. These spikes carried a sharpness capable of piercing through anything and a chilling coldness that could freeze the soul, completely sealing off all of Yi Yu's escape routes. From above and below, the attack came simultaneously. This was a certain death trap. It's over. A hoarse, deep voice seemed not to be heard through the ears but directly imprinted into Yi Yu's mind. The shadow of death has never been as intense and real as it is at this moment. Life and death hang in the balance in this instant. In a split second, despair overwhelmed Yi Yu. But immediately after, an even more violent and primal rage surged from the depths of his heart, replacing all despair. No! I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die here. I still have so many things left undone, have not yet stood at the pinnacle of the world, and have not made those who once belittled and hurt me pay the price they deserve. Aha! A roar exploded from the depths of Yi Yu's throat. The sound was utterly inhuman, filled with pain, fury, and extreme madness. Accompanying this roar, an indescribable force erupted violently from the deepest part of his body. It was an ancient and savage power, carrying endless sandstorms and a brutal aura, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Buzz! Dark yellow light, almost tangible, radiated from Yi Yu's body. The wound on his back, pierced by the shadow, instantly stopped bleeding, and the muscles writhed and healed in an eerie manner. The chilling energy that had invaded his body seemed to encounter its nemesis, instantly dispelled and devoured by this more domineering and violent force. What? For the first time, the shadow assassin's previously calm and unperturbed thoughts were shaken and filled with shock. He watched helplessly as Yi Yu's originally crimson pupils were now filled with an even more violent dark yellow light. The mysterious Tomo symbol had vanished, replaced by a pair of beast-like vertical pupils. Strange patterns began to emerge on Yi Yu's skin, resembling cracked earth, spreading and deepening continuously, vaguely forming the outline of some ancient beast. His nails became sharp and hard, glinting with a dark yellow sheen. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Yu as the center, spreading out with a roar, even causing the shadow assassin's soul to tremble. The surrounding air turned incomparably dry, dust automatically condensed into sand grains, and the ground and walls began to sandify and crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. This isn't the aura of an ordinary second-tier evolver. You're not human. You're a monster. A thought of shock and uncertainty flashed through the shadow assassin's mind, but it was immediately replaced by an even stronger killing intent. No matter what this thing is, it must be killed immediately. He went all out, pushing his speed to the limit. Two pitch-black spikes stabbed toward Yi Yu's heart and head respectively. However, at this moment, Yi Yu, or rather, the entity within him being eroded by a violent will and gradually losing its sanity, suddenly raised its head. Those dark yellow vertical pupils were cold and ferocious, devoid of any human emotion, and locked onto the shadow assassin. Roar! Another deep roar echoed, as if it came from an ancient desert. Yi Yu moved. His speed was several times faster than before. He seemed to completely ignore the shadowy spikes attacking from above and below, as his right claw, covered in dark yellow patterns, suddenly swung forward. Splurt! The sharp claw collided with the black shadow. There was no crisp sound of metal clashing, only a strange noise like tearing fabric or crushing sand and stone. The pitch-black spike of the shadow assassin, imbued with chilling energy and previously unstoppable, melted and shattered like ice and snow under the sunlight the moment it touched the dark yellow claw. Immediately afterward, the claw tore through the hastily formed shield of the shadow assassin with overwhelming force, viciously plunging into his chest. Ugh! For the first time, the shadow assassin let out a muffled groan filled with pain and disbelief. He felt the core of his power, the shadow that embodied all his energy and spiritual essence, firmly seized by the claw. An irresistible force, brimming with destruction and devouring intent, surged madly into him through the claw. His body began to tremble and twist uncontrollably, the shadow energy that made up his body was rapidly eroded and disintegrated. No. Impossible, you're actually not human, the shadow assassin's thoughts were intermittent, filled with fear and despair. Die. A cold word was spat out from the mouth of the dominant, tyrannical consciousness. A dim yellow light suddenly erupted from the sharp claws he thrust into the opponent's chest. Boom! The shadow assassin's body, like a sack filled with yellow sand, suddenly swelled, twisted, and then completely exploded. No flesh and blood flew out, only countless pitch-black shadow fragments and viscous liquid, mixed with a large amount of dim yellow sand, splattered in all directions. These fragments landed on the ground and walls, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound, but were quickly covered and assimilated by the dust permeating the air. The shadow assassin's presence completely vanished. However, after killing the enemy, the changes in Yi Yu's body did not cease. The dark yellow glow on the young man's body showed no sign of diminishing, instead, it burned even more fiercely. He raised his head and let out a long, violent roar. The raging wind stirred up sand and dust, forming a small sandstorm around him. The walls on both sides of the alley groaned under the storm's erosion, with bricks and stones rapidly crumbling, turning to sand, and disintegrating into powder.
His reason was being rapidly devoured by a violent force originating from the depths of his bloodline. In those dark yellow vertical pupils, only the madness to destroy everything remained. He was completely losing control, and the power within him was about to go berserk. Just as the sandstorm was about to expand, potentially reaching the distant dormitory area, a figure, like a phantom, silently appeared at the alley entrance. Dressed in black, with black hair and a pair of calm, gray-brown eyes, the newcomer was none other than Night Owl. He quietly watched the figure in the center of the alley, wrapped in a dark yellow sandstorm, its aura chaotic and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Sure enough, it lost control ahead of time. "Ha," he murmured to himself, his tone betraying neither joy nor anger. The next moment, the Night Owl moved. Without any earth-shattering momentum, he simply took a step forward. However, this step seemed to transcend the distance of space, bringing him instantly before the rampaging EU. A terrifying pressure, deeper and more solid than the sandstorm, erupted from Night Owl's body. This force, like an invisible barrier, instantly suppressed the raging sandstorm in place, rendering it unable to expand even an inch further. Night Owl raised his right hand, and at the tip of his index finger, a point of black radiance, so profound it seemed capable of devouring all light, began to condense. He gently pointed it at the center of Yi Yu's forehead. Silence. The black light instantly merged into Yi Yu's brow. The violent, dark yellow light and sandstorm that seemed to want to destroy everything suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The dark yellow vertical pupils in Yi Yu's eyes fluctuated intensely, struggling madly, but ultimately, the feral rage gradually faded, replaced by a crimson and jet-black magatama. Shortly after, the crimson color quickly dissipated, and his eyes returned to their normal black. The strange dark yellow patterns on his body receded like a tide, and his sharp nails also returned to their original state. Yi Yu's gaze regained clarity, but what followed was an extreme weakness and excruciating pain, as if his soul had been drained. His vision went black, his body swayed, and he fell forward straight to the ground. Night Owl reached out and steadily caught him. Looking at the blood-covered boy, unconscious yet still frowning tightly, Night Owl's gaze swept over the chaotic alley and the remnants of assassins that had long vanished without a trace. The Lin family has gone too far. He coldly spat out a few words, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. The Night Owl did not linger, picked up the unconscious Yi Yu, and with a flicker of his figure, he seemed to merge into the night, disappearing into the alley that had just witnessed a life-and-death struggle. The night was deep, and a black sedan silently glided into an inconspicuous courtyard on the outskirts of the city. From the outside, it looked like an abandoned small warehouse, but inside, it was a hidden sanctuary, one of the Night Owl's several safe houses in Jianghai City. The Night Owl placed the unconscious Yi Yu on a medical bed and connected him to a vital signs monitor. The data on the instrument showed that Yi Yu's body was severely overstrained, with multiple internal and external injuries, but his vital signs were slowly and steadily recovering. The Night Owl pulled out his portable terminal, his fingers swiftly sliding across the light screen as he reviewed something, his brows slightly furrowed. The Lin family's actions were faster and more ruthless than he had anticipated. They not only wanted to physically eliminate Yi Yu but also completely destroy his public identity and future, cutting off all his paths of retreat. For a civilian child, being expelled from a prestigious high school and having a stain on their record is almost equivalent to losing the chance to enter a higher institution through normal channels and receive federal resources for development. Want to play this game? Night Owl closed the terminal and looked at the boy on the hospital bed, who exuded an unyielding resilience even in his coma. He walked to the side and dialed an encrypted communication. "It's me." Night Owl's voice was calm and steady. Codename Owl, requesting activation of Level 2 Intervention Authority. Target, Jianghai No. 1 High School, event code, potential seed protection. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a slightly aged yet vigorous voice, reason? And the value assessment of the target. Suspected dual abilities. One is an A-level or higher special elemental type sand, and the other is an unknown advanced ocular technique, possibly the legendary Sharingan. Potential assessment, S-level seed candidate. The target is currently 18 years old, of clean background, a civilian orphan with a resolute character. He is currently facing malicious suppression and illegal elimination threats from local business families, which has already triggered self-defense retaliation.
At present, the other party is attempting to utilize?
They are using administrative power to cut off all his normal promotion opportunities, Night Owl reported succinctly.
S-class reserve talent? Are you sure his information is accurate? The elderly voice instantly turned serious.
I saw it with my own eyes. His control over the power of sand has reached an extraordinary level, with immeasurable potential.
His ocular technique seems to integrate dynamic vision, insight, and even mental interference among other abilities. Although the grade is still unclear, it is undoubtedly top tier.
Night Owl paused for a moment and added the most critical information. Just half an hour ago, he was ambushed by at least a second-tier shadow-type assassin. During the battle, he broke through on the spot and successfully counter-killed the opponent. In the process, he briefly exhibited signs of a controlled ancient bloodline rampage, which I promptly suppressed.
Ancient bloodline rampage? And it's controllable?
The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with undisguised surprise and gravity.
Are you sure? I'm absolutely sure.
I've already taken preliminary measures, and his condition is stable now. This child harbors many secrets, but his nature is pure and he hasn't strayed onto the wrong path.
Night Owl's tone was resolute. I understand.
The elderly voice pondered for a moment before issuing instructions. I approve your initiation of secondary intervention. I'll have the observer stationed in the southeast district of the academy get involved in this matter. As for Jianghai No. 1 High School, put some pressure on that Principal Joe and make him understand his position. The Lin family, they're nothing but a bunch of clowns.
Give them a warning.
If they dare to cross the line again, deal with them under the charge of obstructing the Federation's talent reserves.
Yes. Night Owl accepted the order.
Protect that young man well. If he is truly as valuable as you say, perhaps we can secure a special admission slot for him at the academy this year. The communication ended there. Night Owl put away the communicator and turned his gaze back to EU. With the intervention from higher-ups, the school's troubles were temporarily resolved. However, the Lin family would not let this go so easily. The warning might only make them restrain themselves on the surface, but their covert tactics would become even more insidious and ruthless.
This works too.
A glint of coldness flashed in Night Owl's eyes.
Pressure is the best whetstone to sharpen the blade. The next morning, in the principal's office of Jianghai No. 1 High School,
Principal Zhou Zhanghong sat behind his desk with a grave expression. Standing before him was the school's disciplinary director, a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Principal, Vice President Lin of the Lin Group personally called, and his words were quite harsh, the disciplinary director said, wiping his sweat. They claim to have solid evidence proving that Yu has been skipping classes without reason for a long time, has been involved in fights outside of school, and has displayed poor conduct, severely damaging the school's reputation.
They demand that we expel Yu immediately, or else. Or else what? Zhou Zhenghong's voice revealed no emotion. Otherwise, they might reconsider their annual donation to the school's extraordinary education fund.
And the Lin family's connections with the Education Bureau and the city, you are aware of them.
The dean's voice dropped even lower.
Zhou Zhenghong's expression grew increasingly serious. In an indisputable tone, he ordered, I will handle this matter myself. Go contact Yu immediately and have him come to my office at once. The dean, as if granted a reprieve, quickly nodded. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Just as the words left his mouth, the office door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang from the outside. Yu strode in, his tall figure backlit by the light, his gaze like two sharp swords piercing straight at the principal. Principal, his voice was deep and clear, I heard everything just now.
Oh?
A barely perceptible flicker of complex emotion flashed in Zhou Zhenghong's eyes.
He waved his hand, signaling the sweating discipline director to leave first.
The door closed again, leaving only him and Yu in the office.
Zhou Zhenghong did not speak immediately.
He leaned back into the wide leather chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping twice on the smooth surface of the desk. He carefully scrutinized the young man standing straight before him, his gaze as sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. It had only been a little over a week since they last met, yet the boy's demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer the impoverished student with a proud spirit, yet unable to hide his loneliness and resentment. Now, he resembled a freshly sharpened blade, its cold gleam restrained. Especially in those deep eyes of his, there was a depth that even Zhou Zhenghong could not fully decipher. Student Yiyu, Zhou Zhenghong finally spoke, his voice as steady as ever, carrying the authority of an elder, yet tinged with a trace of helplessness. Since you've already heard, I won't beat around the bush. The Lin family is exerting immense pressure this time. Skipping classes without reason, fighting off campus. Even if these accusations aren't entirely true, they've already had a very negative impact on the school. The Lin family has deep connections in the school, the education bureau, and even the city. Their annual donations to the Extraordinary Education Fund are no small amount. The corners of Yiyu's mouth curled into a cold and mocking arc. So, just for money, for so-called connections, for not offending them, the principal who encouraged me to apply to the Federation's top academy yesterday can sacrifice me without hesitation today and expel me? What if I said these accusations are false? Yiyu's voice was light, yet piercing like an ice pick. What if I said, they were the ones who tried to kill me first? Zhou Zhenghong's pupils suddenly contracted. He leaned forward, his tone becoming serious. Kill you? Yiyu, this is not something to joke about. Just messing around? Yiyu sneered, yanking open the collar of his sports jacket. His shoulders and chest were wrapped in thick bandages. Although the wounds had been treated, the faintly seeping bloodstains and an unshakable chilling aura were still shocking to behold. Last night, a shadow-type assassin, at least second tier, emerged from my own shadow and nearly took my life. He stared at the principal and asked word by word, Principal Zhou, tell me, is an ordinary, morally corrupt student worth the Lin family deploying this level of power to eliminate? Zhou Zhenghong's face changed instantly. He abruptly stood up, took a few steps forward to Yiyu, and stared intently at the bandages. He could feel the residual energy fluctuations on them, even after being treated, still making his heart race. A second-tier shadow-type assassin. The Lin family's reach was too long, and their methods too ruthless. This had far surpassed the scope of petty student rivalries, this was blatant attempted murder. He slowly sat back in his chair, pressing his temples forcefully, as if digesting the information, or perhaps weighing the pros and cons. Is this true? His voice was extremely grave. My presence here is the evidence. Yiyu lowered his collar, his gaze burning as he looked at him. Principal, I have always respected you because you once said that the school is a haven for all students, regardless of their background. But now it seems that this so-called sanctuary comes with a price. And my price is clearly not as high as what the Lin family can offer. Zhou Zhenghong remained silent, his gaze complex as he looked at the young man in front of him. After a moment, he finally spoke, Yiyu, you've misunderstood. I called you here not to expel you immediately. Yiyu raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. The pressure from the Lin family is indeed immense. As the principal, I must consider the overall interests of the school. This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple phrase like fairness and justice, Zhou Zhenghong sighed. But I also can't stand by and watch a student with potential be ruined. I called you here to tell you that the school will do its best to fight for a relatively fair outcome for you. For example, investigating those accusations of skipping classes and fighting, trying to delay the process, or finding an opportunity, at the very least, ensuring you can take the college entrance exam. Procrastination? Looking for an opportunity? Yiyu interrupted him, the sarcasm in his smile growing stronger. Principal, there's no need for you to feel so conflicted. I was just outside the door. Not only did I hear the Lin family's threats, but I also heard your instructions. You said you would handle this matter. How do you plan to handle it? Will you withstand the pressure to protect me, or will you find a more dignified excuse to make me voluntarily withdraw, so you can give the Lin family an explanation and secure that donation for the school? Zhou Zhenghong was rendered speechless by his questions. A trace of embarrassment and anger flashed across his face, as if his innermost thoughts had been exposed. But more than that, there was a deep sense of helplessness. He was just a principal, and in his position, many things were beyond his control.
It seems I guessed right. Watching his reaction, Yiyu's last shred of hope for the school was completely extinguished.
He took a step back, straightened his spine, and his thin figure appeared exceptionally resolute at this moment.
I, Yiyu, hereby declare. His voice was clear and calm, yet carried an unyielding force that echoed through the principal's office. Due to dissatisfaction with the school's loss of fairness in the face of power, disregard for facts, and inability to ensure the basic safety and rights of students, starting today, I voluntarily withdraw from Jianghai City No. 1 High School. As for my academic records, you can handle them however you wish.
After speaking, he no longer looked at Zhou Xinghong's unpleasant expression, turned around, pulled open the heavy solid wood door, and strode out. The door closed with a loud bang behind him, sealing off two worlds. The corridor was empty and quiet, with sunlight streaming in through the window at the end, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. Yiyu stopped in his tracks, turned to glance at the tightly closed door, and the last trace of emotion in his eyes faded into silence.
So be it. Since this so-called school couldn't accommodate him, and since the rules only served the wealthy and powerful, he would create his own rules in his own way. I will carve out my own path. The Federation's 4 major academies?
He will go, but definitely not as a student expelled from a prestigious high school with a blemished record.
He will walk in with dignity.
Returning to the training room prepared by Night Owl, Yiyu immediately threw himself into training like a madman.
Night Owl watched his desperate determination and nodded in satisfaction. This kid is a good seedling. Although he's still a bit impulsive now, if young people aren't impulsive, can they still be called young?
At that moment, a female voice suddenly sounded behind him without warning. The voice sounded as if it had been drawn from an icy spring, carrying a chill that exuded a sense of aloofness, keeping others at a great distance.
Night Owl, are you sure this kid awakened the Sharingan? Hearing this voice, Night Owl's body stiffened instantly.
He immediately turned around, the relaxed smile on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by an expression of utmost respect and seriousness.
He bent slightly at the waist. Senior, why did you come in person? You could have given me a heads up.
The air in the training room seemed to be instantly drained, becoming thick and icy cold.
Yiyu also stopped his movements, cautiously looking toward the doorway. An invisible yet abyss-like terrifying aura was spreading from there, locking him firmly in place.
In the face of this power, he felt as insignificant as an ant, unable to even muster the thought of resistance, his body instinctively tensing to its limit. At the doorway, a tall figure appeared silently, as if she had been standing there all alone. The first thing that caught attention was her fiery figure, tightly wrapped in a training suit yet still irresistibly alluring. The taut uniform outlined astonishing curves, with a slender waist and straight, long legs exuding a sense of strength.
Just this silhouette alone was enough to ignite any man's primal desires. However, as one's gaze moved upward to her face, all fantasies would instantly freeze.
It was a face covered with brown spots, densely packed, leaving almost no intact skin. These spots ruined the originally delicate contours of her features, leaving only an unsettling ugliness. But her eyes were like two bottomless cold springs, clear and icy, devoid of any emotion, containing only absolute rationality and detachment. Her gaze swept past Night Owl and finally landed on Yiyu, as if it could pierce through flesh and bone to stare directly into the soul. She was none other than Night Owl's superior, Feng Qingyan of the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities.
Advance notice? Feng Qingyan's voice remained icy.
I came to see the most authentic situation.
Night Owl, I've read your report. Now, I want to confirm it with my own eyes.
She walked into the training room slowly, each step silent, but the icy pressure she exuded grew heavier with every moment. She stopped in front of Yiyu and commanded in an indisputable tone, Yiyu.
Show me your ocular technique. Yiyu suppressed the irritation of being offended.
He was well aware that the woman before him was unimaginably powerful. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind. In an instant, his pitch-black pupils were replaced by an eerie crimson hue, with a single black tomo slowly rotating within his eyes, emanating an unsettling yet formidable aura. Feng Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly and stepped forward, her face almost touching Yu's as she carefully examined his eyes. A faint cold fragrance and an even stronger sense of oppression enveloped him. Yu could even make out the fine patterns of spots on her face. Yet, he forced himself to remain still, his gaze calm as he met her eyes. After a full 10 seconds, Feng Qingyan finally stepped back, her face still devoid of any emotion. The energy fluctuation is very peculiar, different from the known psychic and illusion-based abilities. She seemed to be talking to herself, yet also drawing a conclusion for Night Owl. The structural form is also unique, possessing composite characteristics of observation, analysis, and even mental interference. She paused for a moment and looked at Yu again. You call it Sharingan? Who told you this name? Did you come up with this name yourself? Feng Qingyan's voice was icy cold. Yu's heart skipped a beat. This question was critical, he absolutely couldn't reveal the secret that he came from another world. It was a name that popped into my head when I awakened. It felt very fitting, he answered cautiously. Fitting? Feng Qingyan's lips seemed to twitch slightly, so fast it was almost imperceptible. All right, pretend I didn't ask. A brief silence descended. Yu deactivated the Sharingan, and his eyes returned to their normal black color, causing that eerie sensation to vanish. However, the sticky and oppressive atmosphere in the training room not only failed to dissipate but became even more terrifying due to Feng Qingyan's silence. Night Owl slightly lowered his head, maintaining an absolutely respectful posture, even deliberately slowing his breathing. He knew very well that when this senior began to think, the last thing to do was to interrupt her. Feng Qingyan's gaze remained fixed on Yu's face. Deep within her eyes, it seemed as though countless streams of data were flashing rapidly, analyzing and calculating something. A few seconds later, she finally shifted her gaze to Night Owl, her voice still carrying that icy coldness capable of freezing the air. Regarding the application for seat protection, the Academy has approved it and raised the level of attention. Night Owl, you handled this matter in a timely manner, but that's all there is to it. Night Owl's heart tightened, and he bent his waist even lower. Yes, I understand. As for the subsequent protection measures, there will be no follow-up. Feng Qingyan interrupted him directly, her words simple and blunt. From now on, Yu will be directly under my charge. What? Night Owl suddenly raised his head, his face showing uncontrollable astonishment for the first time, even with a hint of panic. He instinctively glanced at Yu, then quickly withdrew his gaze, attempting to argue, Senior, this. Yu is still young, his potential hasn't been fully developed. Keeping him in Jianghai City for foundational training and observation might be more prudent, and as for the Lin family. The Lin family? Feng Qingyan's tone revealed no emotion, but Night Owl felt the surrounding temperature drop by at least 10 degrees. Just a bunch of clowns. I've already sent someone to warn them. As for foundational training. She paused, then called out his name, her voice echoing clearly in the training room. Yu, let me formally introduce myself to you. Feng Qingyan. Federal Bureau of Abilities, Captain of the 3rd Division. 9th level ability user. Each word was like a piece of eternal black ice, fiercely striking the lake of Yu's heart, stirring up towering waves in piercing cold. The Federal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. It is the core of authority for all supernatural ability management agencies across the Federation, the pinnacle of power. And the chief commander, each one is a giant capable of deciding the life and death of countless individuals. A 9th-tier supernatural ability user. That is an existence that lives in legend, one of the few standing at the very top of the Federation's pyramid. They are the ultimate force in humanity's fight against the wilderness forbidden zones and in maintaining internal order, a living legend. And the woman before him, her face covered in pockmarks and her aura as cold as ancient ice, was precisely such an existence. Yu's heart pounded wildly, not out of excitement, but from a primal sense of awe and dread in the face of absolute power. He forcibly suppressed the storm surging in his heart, striving to appear calm, but the rapid contraction of his pupils and the instant tension in his muscles betrayed the shock within him. The Night Owl fell completely silent, his breathing almost coming to a halt. Although he was a 7th-tier powerhouse and the captain of the branch, in front of Feng Qingyan, who was 9th tier, the gap was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Not to mention 7th tier, even 8th tier ability users were like ants before Feng Qingyan. Those eyes were like the most precise scalpel, meticulously dissecting every inch of Yi Yu's reactions, as if trying to strip away the deepest fluctuations of his inner truth. The night owl hunched his body, remaining motionless, yet a drop of cold sweat quietly slid down his temple and disappeared into the black collar. Time seemed to stretch and solidify, leaving only suffocating silence in the training room. Finally, Feng Qingyan broke the silence. She no longer looked at Yi Yu, as if his barely concealed expression of shock was entirely within her expectations. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze falling on the night owl, her tone still as cold and emotionless as ever. All subsequent observation records will be synchronized to the archives of the 3rd Division of the General Bureau. Code U, your mission ends here. Night Owl's heart trembled violently, and he bent his waist even lower. Yes, I understand. He understood that this meant the General Bureau had officially taken over, and all authority of the Jianhai City branch over Yi Yu had been completely revoked. This senior appeared indifferent, yet acted decisively and left no room for argument. Feng Qingyan's gaze returned to Yi Yu's face, as if she had just dealt with a trivial matter. She extended her right hand, her fingers long and slender, her skin pale, her movements crisp and efficient. At some point, a palm-sized card had already been clamped between her index and middle fingers. The card was a deep starry blue throughout, with the edges inlaid with the dark golden federal emblem and intricate energy patterns. Its material was neither metal nor jade, exuding a cool touch. Under the indoor lighting, the patterns on the card shimmered with a nebula-like faint glow, radiating an indescribable sense of nobility and mystery. Yi Yu, she called his name, handing over the card, Federal Capital Academy, Special Admission Card. Her tone was as flat as if she were stating a fact. No tests required, no entrance exams, and no background checks. With this card, you are this year's specially admitted student at the Federal Capital Academy, entitled to the highest level of resources and privileges. She paused and added, this represents the Academy's recognition of you, as well as the Federation's investment in your future. Yi Yu's gaze was firmly locked on the starry blue card. After a brief pause, his heartbeat began pounding like a drum, his blood surged to his head, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. Federal Capital Academy. It is not only the pinnacle of all academies within the Federation but also the ultimate cradle for cultivating top-tier elites, recognized across the entire human domain. It is the sacred ground that countless geniuses dream of entering, the starting point for reaching the true summit of power and strength. Countless nights, he had lain in his shabby rented room, staring at the ceiling and imagining himself getting into a decent academy, climbing step by step. Even after awakening his powerful ocular technique and the beastly force within him, and being evaluated as an S-level potential candidate by the Night Owl organization, the path he had envisioned for himself was still a thorny, arduous journey that required every ounce of effort to forge ahead. But now, this thin card appears before him so casually, handed over personally by a lofty captain. It bypasses all rules, ignores all thresholds, and crushes all potential obstacles. It represents only one outcome, a shortcut straight to the pinnacle, opening the door wide for him. Is this power? Is this the convenience that power brings? The true elite don't need you to prove yourself painstakingly, don't need you to struggle in the mud, and certainly don't need you to cautiously navigate through various rules. They only need a gentle push to place you on a platform that ordinary people could never reach in their lifetime. Yi Yu forcibly suppressed the surge of excitement that almost burst from his chest and slowly raised his hand. The moment his fingers touched the card, the icy texture and the faint energy pulsation within, vast like a sea of stars, sent a tremor through his heart. The card was light, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 tons. He took the card. With a faint sound, the card landed steadily in his palm. The starry blue hue reflected against his slightly trembling fingers. This was the first time he had so directly and profoundly felt the true meaning of power, an absolute force that overturned rules and defied reason. Feng Qingyan watched as Yi Yu clenched the card, a trace of understanding flashing deep in her eyes. She had seen countless geniuses and their reactions when faced with great opportunities. Some were ecstatic, some lost composure, and some fawned obsequiously. Yi Yu's reaction was calmer than she had expected, and also more dangerous. Beneath that calm surged ambition, clarity, and an urgent desire to seize control of his own destiny. This card has already been bound to your vital signs and energy characteristics.
It cannot be transferred or replicated. If lost, you can report it to the headquarters or the academy for replacement, but a record will be kept.
Her voice remained utterly calm. You have 3 days to take care of your personal matters in Jianhai City.
Yes, senior. Yi Yu took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound steady. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Feng Qingyan nodded slightly, her attitude toward him indifferent.
Her gaze swept over Yi Yu once more, lingering for half a second longer at the position of his abdominal dantian, before turning to Night Owl. During these 3 days, his safety will still be your responsibility.
I do not want any further accidents. Understood. Night Owl immediately straightened his posture and responded solemnly. Gone. As the words fell, Feng Qingyan's figure vanished into thin air.
Her figure, just like when she arrived, silently and seamlessly merged into the air, as if she had never appeared.
With her disappearance, the suffocating and terrifying pressure in the training room receded like a tide.
The air began to flow again, and the light seemed to grow much brighter.
Night Owl let out a long breath of turbid air, his tense body slightly relaxing.
Only then did he realize that the clothes on his back were completely soaked with cold sweat. Just standing next to Feng Qingyan, even without her deliberately targeting him, the absolute disparity in their levels of existence was enough to leave one physically and mentally exhausted. He walked toward Yi Yu, who was still standing in place, staring down at the starry blue card in his hand. He reached out and patted Yi Yu's shoulder, speaking in a complex tone, "Kid, you've really hit the jackpot this time. No, this is more like a pie falling from the sky, straight into your mouth." Yi Yu slowly raised his head, the shock in his eyes gradually settling. He rubbed the raised, intricate patterns on the card with his fingertips, feeling its cold, hard texture, and asked in a low voice, "Captain Night Owl, what exactly does this card mean?"
Night Owl let out a bitter laugh. What does it mean?
Let me put it this way, the Federal Capital Academy's regular admissions quota each year is selected from trillions of eligible youths across the Federation.
You could say it's 1 in a billion.
And as for this special admission card, only a few are issued every decade. He paused for a moment before continuing. Behind every special admission card stands at least one top-level officer from the Bureau of Abilities personally guaranteeing it, and it also represents the recognition of the Academy's highest council. With this card, you'll enter as a core student, with privileges equivalent to some instructors. You'll have access to most classified information, priority use of the most advanced training facilities, personal guidance from experts above the 8th tier, and even the ability to apply for participation in high-risk, high-reward secret missions. The Night Owl's tone became particularly serious, but more importantly, it's a pass that allows you to truly step into the most elite circle of the Federation. In that circle, the people and things you encounter are beyond imagination in Jianhai City, or even the entire southeastern region. Of course, opportunities come with risks, and the competition and cruelty in that circle far exceed your current understanding. Yi Yu listened silently, engraving every word of the Night Owl firmly in his mind. A pass, the elite circle. He gripped the card tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force.
Isn't this exactly what he has been dreaming of?
To break free from the narrow pond of Jianhai City, to venture into a broader world, to gain greater power, and to truly take control of his own destiny.
The Lin family? Jianhai No. 1 High School?
In front of colossal entities like the Federation Capital Academy and the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, they are as insignificant as dust.
I understand.
Yi Yu raised his head, the confusion and shock in his eyes completely replaced by a surge of determination, becoming sharp and resolute.
What do I need to do in these 3 days?
Meanwhile, in the heart of Jianhai City under the night sky, a luxurious standalone villa was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent.
A young man, dressed impeccably and exuding arrogance, swaggered into the living room with a contemptuous look in his eyes, shouting nonchalantly, "Where's Lin Hao? Why isn't he hurrying out to greet this young master?"
This young man was named Xia Yan, hailing from the federal capital, Tianyuan City. The Lin family's old butler heard the noise and hurriedly jogged out from the side hall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face forced into a strained smile.
"Young Master Xia, so it's you.
My apologies for not welcoming you from afar, my apologies.
Cut the nonsense! Xia Yan interrupted impatiently, his gaze sweeping across the empty hall. What's going on? Where's that brat Lin Hao hiding? Is there no one left in the Lin family? Amid his aggressive questioning, hurried footsteps echoed from the inner corridor. Lin Zhendong almost stumbled as he rushed out, his hair disheveled, his face pale as a sheet. Gripping the doorframe, he muttered hoarsely, "It's over. This time it's really over."
Xia Yan looked at his pathetic state and sneered, "Lin Zhendong, you're supposed to be a prominent figure in Jianhai City.
Why are you acting like a stray dog today?"
Lin Zhendong's face was pale. He forced a bitter smile and said hoarsely, "Young Master Xia, you may not know, but our Lin family has recently been targeted by the Ability Management Bureau.
We don't even dare to leave the house casually now." Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, set down his wine glass, leaned forward slightly, and revealed a strong sense of curiosity. "Oh? Targeted by the Ability Management Bureau? What?
This is no small matter.
What exactly happened?"
Lin Zhendong let out a long sigh, the regret and helplessness almost crushing him. It's all because of my useless son.
He offended a high school student named Yi Yu at school. That kid looks ordinary, but who would have thought he has the Ability Management Bureau backing him? Now Yi Yu holds a grudge and is secretly retaliating.
The Bureau has already come knocking, and our family's business and reputation are on the verge of being ruined." He paused, his voice growing increasingly hoarse, "And there was also an incredibly ugly woman who came with orders to confiscate all the Lin family's assets, claiming it was to protect a so-called seed with potential." Xia Yan picked up his wine glass and took a slow sip, as if savoring the despair in Lin Zhendong's words. When he heard the phrase, "incredibly ugly woman," he let out a sneer and slammed the glass heavily onto the coffee table, producing a crisp sound.
The Ability Management Bureau?
Xia Yan crossed his legs lazily, his posture relaxed but his tone dripping with undisguised arrogance. "Lin Zhendong, it seems you've been stuck in this small place of Jianhai for too long, and your courage has shrunk.
A minor figure from a branch office, plus an ugly woman, and that's enough to scare the Lin family like this?"
Lin Zhendong's face alternated between shades of green and white. His lips moved as if he wanted to explain that the ugly woman might have a significant background, but the words got stuck in his throat. He had heard of this young Master Xia's temper, he hated it when others contradicted his judgment. "Young Master Xia, you come from the capital, knowledgeable and experienced, so naturally you don't take her seriously.
But the document she holds is a sealing order from the General Bureau, and her influence is immense.
Our Lin family is truly at a dead end now." Lin Zhendong slumped onto the sofa in despair, his hands painfully clutching his disheveled hair.
"General Bureau?" Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, then relaxed, a confident smile spreading across his face. "I thought it was some big shot."
The General Bureau has several team captains under it, and the heads of various departments are as numerous as hairs on a cow. That ugly woman, at best, is just an ordinary clerk or perhaps a runner for some team." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a condescending, almost charitable light. "Lin Zhendong, your daughter Wanwan is the dream girl of many at the academy. As for me, I quite admire her as well. The troubles your Lin family is facing, big or small, ultimately depend on whether you know how to act appropriately." Lin Zhendong suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed again.
"If young Master Xia is willing to help, my Lin family would be eternally grateful.
It's just that Yi Yu seems to have the backing of the Ability Management Bureau, and I've heard he might have obtained something extraordinary, something that even the General Bureau has been alarmed by."
"Yi Yu? What is that?" Xia Yan curled his lips, full of disdain. "A poor kid who popped out of nowhere, even if he got lucky and awakened some abilities, so what?" He stood up, took a few steps, and adopted a posture as if he were strategizing. What can he get? At most, the branch office sees some potential in him and gives him a little taste of benefits. As for alarming the headquarters? It's probably just the lower-level staff messing up, got questioned by the higher-ups, and you all scared yourselves. I've seen plenty of geniuses in the capital, Tianyuan City. Every year, there are a few S-level potential reserve talents, but how many of them actually make it big in the end? Resources, background, connections, missing even one is a deal breaker. What does that kid have? He's all alone.
Crushing him is no different from crushing an ant.
But
Lin Zhendong still wanted to say something.
no buts.
Xia Yan impatiently waved his hand, interrupting him.
Since I've spoken, this matter is settled.
From now on, your Lin family will be under my protection. That Yu and that ugly woman who dared to seize your family's assets, I'll handle them. He seemed to already envision Lin Wanwan looking at him with gratitude, perhaps even admiration, after he effortlessly resolved the trouble.
His mood instantly became exceptionally pleasant. Ugly woman.
The 3rd Division of the General Bureau.
I think the newly appointed division chief is rumored to be a woman? Xia Yan stroked his chin, as if recalling some trivial gossip.
But someone of that stature, a dragon whose head is seen but not its tail, would never personally come to a small place like Zhanghai to deal with some trivial matter involving a high school student. It's most likely some clueless subordinate, wielding authority like a chicken feather as an arrow, pretending to be powerful. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his judgment, his confidence swelling to the extreme. All right, Lin Zhendong, list out the specific appearance of that ugly woman, the time she came, and what she did, all in detail. I'll make a call later and ensure she pays dearly.
As for that Yu.
A cold and contemptuous glint flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. Find an opportunity to make him accidentally disappear. A little brat with no background, dead is dead. The Bureau of Ability Management sees casualties every day. Who would really care about him? Lin Zhendong listened with his heart pounding. At this life and death juncture, Xia Yan's arrogance and confidence unexpectedly became his only lifeline. He couldn't afford to ponder the deeper meaning behind Xia Yan's words, he only knew to cling tightly to this floating log.
He quickly nodded and bowed, his voice trembling. Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Xia is absolutely right. I'll go organize all the documents right away. Our Lin family depends entirely on young Master Xia.
As for Wanwan, I'll make sure to talk to her properly and tell her how much care and concern you have for her. Xia Yan smiled with satisfaction and reached out to pat Lin Zhendong's shoulder, the force causing Lin Zhendong's body to involuntarily sink slightly.
That's right. Smart people know how to choose.
Xia Yan's tone carried a hint of condescension.
Don't worry, with me backing you, not only will your Lin family not fall, but in the future, you might even rise to greater heights and expand your business to the capital.
While Xia Yan was manipulating the fate of the Lin family, on the other side of Zhanghai City, at a street corner, the night was deep. Smoke swirled around a barbecue stall, and the aroma of grilled meat and cumin filled the air. Yu and Zheng Qian sat across from each other, the table covered with skewers and beer, the atmosphere seemingly relaxed. Yu put down the skewer in his hand and broke the silence with a calm expression. Zheng Qian, in 3 days, I'll be leaving Zhanghai City. He paused, as if stating something utterly ordinary. I have no parents, no family, and no belongings to pack. Let this meal today be our farewell. Zheng Qian suddenly raised his head, his action of skewering meat frozen in midair, his eyes full of shock and confusion. What's going on?
You're leaving? Where to? Is it because of the Lin family? Are they still pressuring you?
Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward into a mysterious smile. No.
It's because I've found a new opportunity. Zheng Qian furrowed his brows tightly, his body instinctively leaning forward as he urgently pressed, what opportunity? Yezi, don't joke with me. Yu didn't answer immediately.
He picked up a skewer of slightly cooled grilled meat, took a slow bite, and chewed carefully. His gaze passed through the smoky atmosphere of the barbecue stall, landing on the distant neon lights of the city. In his eyes, there was a sharpness and depth Zheng Qian had never seen before, as if it could pierce through the night.
Capital, Tianyuan City.
Yu swallowed the food in his mouth, his voice not loud but exceptionally clear.
Federal Capital Academy, Special Admission. Poop cough, cough, cough.
Zheng Qian instantly spat out the large mouthful of beer he had just gulped down. He choked so hard that his face turned bright red, coughing violently. His eyes widened like copper bells as he stared fixedly at Yu, as if looking at a completely unfamiliar person.
What? Special admission? Federal Capital Academy? Zheng Qian finally managed to catch his breath. He grabbed Yi Yu's arm tightly, lowered his voice, and spoke with utter disbelief in his tone. Yezi, are you running a fever? Or have you been through some kind of shock? That kind of place. He leaned in closer, his voice tinged with urgency and fear. That's the kind of place where geniuses from all over the Federation would break their necks to get into. It requires sky-high connections, recommendations from big shots, and heaven-defying luck. People like us, from ordinary backgrounds? Zheng Qian knew very well that even if he awakened an S-level talent, he would still have to honestly take the college entrance exam to have a chance of getting into that top-tier academy. Yet Yi Yu actually said he was specially recruited? I know what you're thinking. Yi Yu's expression was calm and unruffled, but it was precisely this extraordinary calmness that made Zheng Qian feel even more unfamiliar and alarmed. But some things don't require those so-called connections and recommendations. Yi Yu paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. The Bureau of Abilities Management, or rather, someone above the Bureau, gave me a pass. A direct admission card. I'm leaving in 3 days. Zheng Qian was completely stunned, his mind buzzing. The Ability Management Bureau, higher up? Is that the headquarters? He suddenly recalled the rumors that had been spreading like wildfire in school recently. The Lin family was under investigation, and the once arrogant Lin Hao had also disappeared without a trace. He then remembered that Yi Yu had coincidentally been absent for a few days, and now exuded a calm and composed demeanor completely different from before. A shocking speculation began to take shape in his mind. Is it because of the Lin family? You and the Ability Management Bureau. Zheng Qian spoke with difficulty, feeling that his good brother seemed to have embarked on a path completely beyond his imagination. Yi Yu did not deny it, he simply said calmly, sort of. You could say it was a stroke of luck, or just coincidence. My abilities caught their attention. He did not mention the Sharingan, nor did he bring up Shikaku or Feng Qingyan. These secrets were too shocking, and for Zheng Qian at this moment, the less he knew, the safer he would be. Zheng Qian fell silent. He grabbed the bottle of beer on the table and took several big gulps. The cold beer slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the shock and complexity in his heart. There was joy for his brother's success, but also a trace of loss from being left far behind. Finally, Zheng Qian put down the bottle and let out a heavy breath. He looked up, forcing a sincere yet bittersweet smile onto his face. Congratulations, Yezi. Honestly, this is an incredible thing. In the future, when you make it big, don't forget about your brother. Looking at Zheng Qian, Yi Yu's heart stirred slightly. In this cold and indifferent city, Zheng Qian was one of the few people who truly cared for him. He reached out and firmly patted Zheng Qian's shoulder, his tone resolute. What are you talking about? No matter where I go, you're my brother. Besides, with your S-level talent, getting into the Federal Capital Academy is practically guaranteed. See you in the capital. At that moment, the piercing roar of car engines approached from afar, rudely shattering the peaceful night around the barbecue stall. Several obviously modified luxury cars, exuding arrogance, were speeding toward their small stall. Accompanied by a sharp screeching sound, an expensive, modified hover car suddenly braked to a halt in the empty space beside the barbecue stall. The car door slid open, and a group of well-dressed young people stepped out, each with an arrogant expression. Leading them was Xia Yan. As soon as he got out of the car, he immediately waved his hand in front of his nose in disgust, frowning as he surveyed the smoky, greasy barbecue stall, as if he had accidentally wandered into some slum. What kind of wretched place is this? It reeks of poverty. His voice of undisguised disdain carried over. Following closely behind him was Lin Zhendong, whose face was still somewhat pale but whose eyes now burned with venom and servility. In addition, there were several burly men who were clearly bodyguards or henchmen. Lin Zhendong immediately locked his gaze on Yi Yu in the corner, his hatred almost bursting forth. He quickly leaned toward Xia Yan's ear and whispered, "Young Master Xia, that's the guy. He's Yi Yu." Xia Yan looked in the direction he was pointing, his gaze falling on Yi Yu. He scanned him from head to toe, and a sneer of utmost contempt curled at the corner of his mouth.
Yi Yu was dressed in ordinary training clothes, clean but exuding an air of cheapness and low status in the eyes of someone like Xia Yan, a top-tier rich kid. As for Zhang Xian, who stood beside him with a face full of shock, Xia Yan directly treated him as if he were invisible. I thought it was some big shot who managed to make the Lin family so miserable," Xia Yan scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets and swaggering over casually. "Turns out it's just a kid who hasn't even grown up yet, hanging out with a poor friend eating junk food at a roadside stall?" His entourage and Lin Jindong immediately followed behind him. The barbecue stall owner and the other diners at the surrounding tables, seeing the situation, had already shrunk back quietly to the side, not daring to make a sound. Yi Yu slowly raised his head, and the scarlet Sharingan flashed briefly under his lowered eyelids before returning to its usual black. He looked calmly at Xia Yan, who had walked up to him, and Lin Jindong behind him with a venomous gaze, a cold sneer rising in his heart. Sure enough, it still came. And faster and more ostentatious than he had anticipated. "Who are you?" Yi Yu spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Me?" Xia Yan reacted as if he had heard the biggest joke. One of his followers immediately stepped forward, raised his head, and shouted, "Kid, open your eyes and take a good look. This is young Master Xia Yan from the Xia family in the capital city, Tianyuan. Hurry up and get up to pay your respects." The Xia family from the capital. Hearing these 4 words, Zheng Xian's face instantly turned pale. Even though he lacked experience, he understood what a prominent family in the capital represented. They were true giants, and while his family's Zheng group might be considered wealthy in Zhanghai City, it was as insignificant as an ant in front of such colossal entities. Nervously, he glanced at Yi Yu, his hand under the table unconsciously clenched into a fist. However, Yi Yu didn't even lift an eyelid. Instead, he picked up another skewer of grilled meat and began eating leisurely, completely treating the aggressive group in front of him as if they were air. This complete disregard instantly enraged Xia Yan. "Interesting." Xia Yan sneered in anger. He pulled over a relatively clean plastic stool and sat down casually across from Yi Yu, while Lin Jindong stood behind him like a loyal lapdog. "You are Yi Yu, right?" Xia Yan leaned forward and said in a condescending tone, "This young master is in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance to live. I heard you got lucky and managed to cozy up to some minor figure in the Ability Management Bureau, and now you dare to mess with the Lin family? Even causing Uncle Lin's company to be sealed?" He pointed to Lin Jindong behind him and continued, "Lin Wanwan is the woman I've set my sights on, and the Lin family is now under my protection. You, go to the Jianghai branch of the Ability Management Bureau immediately, withdraw all those ridiculous accusations for me, then go apologize to Uncle Lin, and get out of Jianghai City yourself. Never show up here again. If you do as I say, this young master might consider sparing your pathetic life." After speaking, Xia Yan leaned back leisurely against the chair, looking at Yi Yu with a smug expression, waiting for the reaction he anticipated: fear, pleading, or anger. In his view, a small-town high school student with no background, upon hearing the name of the Xia family from the capital, had no choice but to obediently submit. Lin Jindong also stared at Yi Yu with a cold, sinister gaze. With Xia Yan backing him up, he felt his confidence return. Finally, Yi Yu finished the skewer of grilled meat in his hand. He picked up a napkin and slowly wiped his hands, then raised his eyes and calmly looked at Xia Yan. "Finished talking?" Xia Yan was momentarily stunned. Yi Yu's voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. "First, the Lin family's matter is being handled by the Ability Management Bureau in accordance with the law. It has nothing to do with me personally. I have neither the authority nor the interest to interfere. Second," his gaze swept over Lin Jindong, his eyes suddenly turning cold, "the Lin family tried to kill me. We haven't settled that score yet." Third, he finally fixed his gaze on Xia Yan's face, his expression still calm and unruffled. Yi Yu's words were calm and unruffled, yet they inexplicably sent a chill through Xia Yan. "You, Xia Yan, or the Xia family behind you, are you trying to stand up for the Lin family?" He paused slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into an extremely subtle yet razor-sharp arc. "All right. I'm Yi Yu, ready to accompany you any time. However, I must warn you about one thing." Yi Yu's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a chilling calmness, the consequences of opposing me are something you probably can't bear." As soon as the words fell, the small barbecue stall instantly plunged into dead silence. Only the charcoal fire on the grill occasionally emitted a soft crackling sound. The haughty, contemptuous expression on Xia Yan's face completely froze. He widened his eyes, almost unable to believe what he had just heard. This poor boy who appeared out of nowhere not only rejected him but even turned around to threaten him? Threaten the Xia family of the capital? Lin Zhendong was also stunned, and immediately, deeper resentment and a trace of unease surged in his heart. This kid, could he really have some powerful background that he doesn't know about? Zheng Qian was even more terrified, his heart almost jumping out of his throat, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Good. 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 Xia Yan suddenly stood up, his face ashen, saying good 3 times in a row, his gaze so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Ignorant fool. I gave you a way out, and you really don't want it. Today, I want to see what kind of ability you have that could make the Xia family unable to bear the consequences. His followers immediately surrounded him, each looking fierce and menacing, ready to make a move. At this tense moment, Yi Yu's communicator on his wrist gently vibrated, and an encrypted message that only he could see flashed by. Captain Feng's order: before boarding the ship, make sure to keep a low profile. If it's not a life-threatening situation, you may appropriately display your strength to intimidate the opponent, but don't escalate the matter to avoid affecting the journey. Yi Yu's gaze flickered slightly. Xia Yan was obviously furious to the extreme, but he forcibly suppressed the urge to act immediately. Staring at Yi Yu intently, he said word by word, "Kid, you've successfully pissed me off." He glared fiercely at Yi Yu, as if trying to etch his image into his mind, then suddenly waved his hand, "Let's go. There's no point in wasting words with someone who's about to die." Several hover cars roared arrogantly once again, speeding away, leaving behind only a trail of exhaust and a suffocating atmosphere. Before leaving, Lin Zhendong turned back and shot Yi Yu a venomous glance, his eyes like those of a poisonous snake fixated on its prey. Yi. Yezi. Zheng Qian's voice was trembling. You really, that's the Xia family?" Yi Yu withdrew his gaze from the night sky, the coldness in his eyes gradually subsiding. He picked up a skewer of grilled meat again and handed it to Zheng Qian. "Eat, it won't taste good if it gets cold." His voice returned to its previous calmness. "Some troubles are unavoidable. Whether it's the Lin family or the Xia family. Since they've come knocking, let's see what happens. Just as well, I want to see whether the rules of the Federal Bureau of Abilities are tougher, or the fists of those so-called prominent families in the capital are stronger." The dock late at night, with a biting cold wind. Far from the city's lights, there are only a few dim, old streetlights barely illuminating the damp concrete ground and rusty containers. In the distance, the pitch-black sea surface surged, accompanied by the monotonous and oppressive sound of waves. Yi Yu carried a simple tactical backpack, standing at the end of the pier extending from berth number 3. He had changed out of his school uniform and put on a set of dark combat gear designed for mobility. This was standard equipment provided by the Night Owl organization, offering a certain degree of protection and concealment. The sea breeze tousled the strands of hair on his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes as deep as the night. The time on the communicator wristband ticked away, second by second. There were 17 minutes left until the agreed pickup time. The organization had given a 3-day window for the pickup, but he chose to set out on the first day. He had no attachments here, his only focus was to grow stronger as quickly as possible. No flowers, no offerings, he simply faced the direction of home and silently said his farewell in his heart. Then, just wait. The energy within his body flowed slowly, a unique insight making his 5 senses exceptionally sharp. He could hear the faint sound of waves crashing against distant rocks, smell the mixture of sea salt, engine oil, and rust in the air, and, of course, sense a trace of deliberately suppressed yet still bone-chilling killing intent. They have arrived. Yi Yu did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the dark sea, as if he were intently waiting for something. Unhurried footsteps echoed from the shadows of the containers, more than one person. Soon, Xia Yan's familiar and arrogant face appeared under the dim glow of a street lamp. Behind him, 6 men in black followed. These people were no longer the same followers from last time. Instead, they were professional enforcers with steady auras, sharp gazes, and disciplined movements. As soon as they appeared, they tacitly dispersed, blocking all of Yi Yu's escape routes. Several black sedans silently drove up, and as the car doors opened, a group of men in black filed out. Their movements were agile, like a well-trained pack of wolves, quickly spreading out to form a perimeter. The retreat path from the pier to the shore was completely sealed off, and even the container area on both sides became an inescapable dead end. Each person exuded a powerful energy aura, clearly indicating they were skilled individuals who had awakened special abilities. Among them, two emitted an oppressive presence even stronger than the shadow assassin Yi Yu had encountered before. What a coincidence, Yi Yu! Xia Yan stepped out from the crowd, stopping at the entrance of the pier, 20 meters away from Yi Yu. He sneered disdainfully, in the middle of the night, coming alone to this godforsaken place, are you feeling hopeless and planning to jump into the sea? Yi Yu slowly turned around to face them. The lights on the pier stretched his solitary figure into a long shadow. Xia Yan. He spoke, his voice calm and devoid of any ripples. You're even more impatient than I imagined. Patience? Xia Yan sneered, spreading his hands. Do I, Xia Yan, need patience to deal with someone like you? His gaze fell on Yi Yu's combat uniform and backpack, his eyes turning cold. Packed up pretty neatly, huh? What, you really think relying on some small fry from the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities will let you smoothly make it to the capital and rise to power from there? I'll tell you, Yi Yu, Xia Yan's voice suddenly turned sharp, his murderous intent undisguised, if you offend me, don't even think about going anywhere. Still dreaming of going to the Federation Capital Academy? Keep dreaming. Tonight, this place will be your grave. This pitch-black seawater is perfect to serve as a coffin for a clueless country bumpkin like you. He suddenly waved his hand and ordered harshly, go. Finish it quickly. Dispose of the body cleanly. Yes. 6 men in black moved in response, like leopards hunting in the night, their speed so fast that only faint afterimages were left behind. They were clearly well-trained and worked in perfect coordination. 2 charged head-on, another 2 flanked from the sides, while the remaining 2 stayed close to Xia Yan, serving both as guards and sealing off all possible angles for long-range attacks. The 2 attacking from the front were ferocious in their assault. One's arms instantly became covered in grayish-white rock, his fists whistling through the air as they aimed straight for Yi Yu's face. The other wielded 2 ghostly blue energy daggers, slashing deadly arcs toward Yi Yu's ribs and knees. The 2 on the flanks also launched their attacks simultaneously. One's figure blurred, attempting to deceive the eye, while the other slammed his hands onto the ground. The cement surface of the bridge trembled, and several sharp stone spikes suddenly shot up from beneath Yi Yu's feet without warning. Their coordination was seamless, their offensive fierce, instantly blocking all of Yi Yu's escape routes. This technique was clearly a joint attack tactic used in the military, designed for a single fatal strike. At that moment, a crimson glow suddenly lit up deep within Yi Yu's pupils. The Sharingan, activated. The entire world slowed down in his eyes. Every movement trajectory of his opponents, the flow of energy, even the subtlest signs of muscle exertion, transformed into clear streams of data flooding into his mind. Yi Yu's body slid backward at an incredible angle, precisely avoiding the tip of the stone spike emerging beneath his feet. Simultaneously, his upper body bent backward at an exaggerated angle, narrowly dodging the rock's heavy punch that roared past his nose, the gust of wind lifting his black hair. The 2 ghostly blue energy blades merely grazed his combat suit, not even scratching his skin. Under the inside of the Sharingan, these seemingly swift and deadly attacks were riddled with flaws. What? The 2 attackers from the front missed their strike, their eyes flashing with incredulous shock. Their proud joint assault had been evaded so effortlessly? Yi Yu gave them no chance to adjust. His body, bent backward like a fully drawn bow, suddenly snapped forward. His right hand, fingers tightly pressed together, condensed energy to form a sharp handblade, slashing diagonally downward as fast as lightning. Bang! The knife hand did not clash head-on but precisely struck the weakest joint connection of the rocky arm. With a crisp crack, the rocky armor shattered on impact. The man in black let out a muffled groan as intense pain and numbness spread through his entire arm, instantly breaking his offensive. At the same time, Yi Yu's left leg, like a silent steel whip, swept across the ankle of another man in black wielding an energy blade. The man reacted extremely quickly, immediately retracting his short blade to block. However, Yi Yu's kick suddenly changed its trajectory midway, the tip of his foot flicking upward, aiming straight for the man's chin. The man in black hurriedly tilted his head back and retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike, breaking out in a cold sweat. On the flank, the man in black, whose figure was blurred and attempting to launch a sneak attack from the visual blind spot, was completely exposed under the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Yi Yu seemed to have eyes on his back. In the instant he forced back the two in front of him, he raised his hand without turning his head, silently releasing 3 poison steel needles in a triangular formation toward the man in black attempting the sneak attack. The 3 darts, arranged in a triangular formation, completely sealed off all of the man's escape routes. Only the sound of shhh was heard as the blurry figure was forced to reveal its true form. He hastily swung his weapon, managing to deflect 2 throwing darts, but the third grazed his shoulder, instantly drawing a trail of blood. The ground-controlling ability user, seeing his companion injured, immediately generated more stone spikes from different angles, furiously aiming them at Yi Yu in an attempt to restrict his movements. However, Yi Yu's steps became even more elusive on the narrow trestle bridge. Like a ghost, he darted and maneuvered, precisely avoiding every stone spike with each move. He even used the sharp spikes as leverage, making his movements increasingly unpredictable. His unique eyes not only allowed him to anticipate his opponent's attacks but also rapidly analyzed each person's ability traits, attack patterns, and energy weaknesses. In just a few breaths of exchange, 6 powerful and well-coordinated ability users were actually suppressed by Yi Yu alone. Relying on his extraordinary insight and combat skills, he even faintly gained the upper hand in this siege. The mockery on Xiaoyan's face had long disappeared, replaced by an unmistakable shock and a hint of ferocity. "You're indeed quite capable," he snarled through gritted teeth. "No wonder that useless Lin Zhendong fell at your hands. But this is where it all ends." Just as Xiaoyan's words fell, a guard beside him, whose aura was the most profound, suddenly pulled out a palm-sized crystal from his chest. The crystal was entirely dark red, its surface covered with bizarre, twisted runes. At the moment the crystal was taken out, the guard's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Clearly, activating this object required a tremendous price to be paid. The crystal was swiftly activated, and a terrifying energy fluctuation, violent, chaotic, and filled with a destructive aura, erupted as if a slumbering beast had been suddenly awakened. The level of this energy far surpassed anyone present. A dark red glow instantly dyed a small portion of the night sky, and even the air emitted a strained hum under the pressure. Yi Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. A sense of mortal danger, like ice-cold water pouring down from above, sent chills through his entire body. He was well aware that with his current strength, there was no way he could withstand this strike. Dodging it had even become exceptionally difficult, as the violent energy seemed to have locked onto him tightly. A cruel and triumphant sneer appeared on Xiaoyan's face. "Die, trash. To perish under the crimson nightmare crystal can be considered your honor." The dark red crystal radiated an intense light, seemingly about to transform into a pillar of destruction and shoot forth. At this critical moment, buzz! An indescribable, grander, colder, and more indifferent oppressive force descended without warning. Time seemed to be paused at this very moment. The seawater beneath the pier stopped surging, the dust falling through the air froze in place, and the violent energy surging on the dark red crystal was as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly gripped its throat, silencing it instantly. The radiance dimmed. The guard who activated the crystal stood frozen as if encased in ice, his face still bearing a mixture of pain and resolve, but his eyes were filled with endless terror. The wind stopped, and the sound vanished. The entire world was left with only an absolute silence that sent shivers deep into the soul. A tall, striking figure had somehow appeared, quietly hovering in mid-air at the end of the pier. The sea breeze swept over her dark combat suit, outlining breathtaking curves. But her face, covered with brown spots, was colder than eternal ice and more indifferent than an endless abyss. It was Feng Qingyan. She didn't even glance at the dangerous scarlet nightmare crystal, nor at the black-clad guards frozen like statues or Xiaoyan. Her gaze calmly swept over Yu, who still maintained a combat stance on the pier, as well as those black-clad men who had been toyed with by Yu and were now equally paralyzed by the terrifying pressure.
Finally, her gaze fell on Xiaoyan.
The moment that gaze swept over him, Xiaoyan felt as if his heart had frozen, his blood stopped flowing, and his thoughts nearly solidified.
He recognized that face.
Lin Zhendong had shown him a photo.
It was that ugly woman.
Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business, Xiaoyan's business? He appeared tough on the outside, but his heart was already filled with fear. His voice was hoarse and trembling. I
am from the Xie family in the capital.
The Xie family?
Feng Qingyan finally spoke.
Her voice was clear and devoid of any emotion, yet it abruptly choked off the words that Xiaoyan was about to say. She took a step forward. It was just one step, but Xiaoyan felt as if an iceberg was pressing down on him. His knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot, and it was only with the support of the two equally frozen guards behind him that he managed to stay upright.
Feng Qingyan's gaze, for the first time, truly fell upon Xiaoyan.
There was no disgust, no anger in her eyes, only a cold scrutiny akin to a scientist observing a specimen, along with a faint trace of indifference, as if she were looking at something filthy. Just now, her voice was not loud, but every word pierced the ears of everyone present like an ice pick. Did you say, ugly woman? Xiaoyan's body trembled violently, and the blood drained from his face in an instant, leaving it as pale as paper. When he saw Feng Qingyan earlier, that insulting thought had indeed flashed through his mind.
Could it be? Could she hear the thoughts in others' minds?
You were also thinking. Feng Qingyan's tone was as calm as if she were discussing the weather. Nice figure, but with the lights off, they're all the same?
Xiaoyan's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably.
He wanted to deny it, but under those gray eyes that seemed to see through every lie, any attempt at an excuse felt powerless and ridiculous. Extreme fear often gives rise to the most foolish actions. Perhaps he was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, or perhaps the name Xie family gave him one last shred of unrealistic hope. In the face of despair, he unexpectedly burst forth with a twisted courage, a kind of madness leading to self-destruction. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, his gaze uncontrollably sweeping over Feng Qingyan's flawless curves. His voice trembled, yet still carried a trace of incorrigible frivolity. Say,
Senior, please don't be angry. It's me. It's me who was blind. Your figure, truly is exceptional. If only I could.
The vulgar words he intended to say hadn't yet escaped his lips when his remaining rationality stopped them in his throat. However, his greedy gaze and the unfinished half-sentence were already more than enough.
Feng Qingyan's gaze showed no fluctuation, not even a trace of anger.
However, deep within her gray-blue eyes, it seemed as though invisible ice crystals were forming, only to shatter instantly. She slowly raised her right hand, the movement as casual as brushing dust off her shoulder. That fair and slender hand lightly traced through the air, aimed at Xiaoyan's lower body. There was no dazzling light, no intense sound, and no earth-shattering burst of energy. Only an invisible, intangible mark, imbued with absolute law and icy will, silently swept through the space. It was as if the world, paused in time, began to flow once more.
Ah!
A piercing, inhuman scream suddenly tore through the silence of the night.
Xiaoyan's eyes bulged instantly, the blood drained completely from his face, leaving it a deathly grayish blue.
He clutched his lower body tightly with both hands, his entire frame collapsing as if all his bones had been removed. He curled up and rolled to the ground, convulsing and thrashing wildly. Without blood, there is nothing. But in his crotch, that most fundamental thing as a man had completely disappeared.
He was ruined. The intense pain and the weakness from the destruction of his life's essence overwhelmed him like a tidal wave.
After a few screams, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out directly, a foul-smelling stain of incontinence quickly spreading beneath him. The entire process was so fast that there was no time to react. It wasn't until Xiaoyan collapsed on the ground like a dead dog that the 6 black-clad bodyguards seemed to thaw from their frozen state, regaining control of their bodies. But none of them dared to move, not even to breathe, as they instinctively held their breath. Each face was etched with boundless fear, and their gazes toward Feng Qingyan were like looking at a deity or demon walking among mortals.
Feng Qingyan didn't even glance at the unconscious Xie Yan, as if she had just casually swatted a fly. She turned around and looked at Yi Yu.
Yi Yu had already dropped his combat stance, standing there with a somewhat pale face. However, his gaze remained relatively calm, though when he looked at Feng Qingyan, his eyes carried deep reverence. In that earth-shattering instant just now, he had seen more clearly than anyone else. His eyes had caught that faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of rules, a terrifying power that he currently could neither comprehend nor even touch.
Is it dealt with? Feng Qingyan asked indifferently.
Yes, Senior, Yi Yu replied respectfully.
Thank you for your assistance, Senior. A boring farce, Feng Qingyan remarked succinctly. It's time for us to leave.
Her gaze swept over the 6 black-clad men who were scared out of their wits, and she coldly commanded, "Take your useless master and crawl back to Tianyuan City. Tell the Xie family that it was me, Feng Qingyan, who crippled him. If they dare to reach out again, whichever hand they extend, I'll chop it off."
Why yes, yes.
The 6 men, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to lift the unconscious Xie Yan and fled the dock without daring to look back, disappearing in disgrace into the shadows of the containers. The dock returned to silence.
Only Yi Yu and Feng Qingyan remained. Let's go.
Feng Qingyan turned around, facing the pitch-black sea, her voice drifting with the wind.
The boat to pick you up has arrived.
In the deep, somber night, a black speedboat with no markings and sleek lines like a ghost silently cut through the waves, speeding toward the dock. The boat docked against the pier without a sound, almost imperceptible in its contact. Its hull was not pure black. Up close, it had a deep matte texture that absorbed light, its surface covered with extremely fine, flowing patterns, resembling the exoskeleton of some creature.
The boat had no bulwarks or deck, its line smoothly descending from the highest point in the middle into the pitch-black sea.
Near the pier, a section of the hull, 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, slid inward, revealing a cabin door emitting a soft white glow. The entrance was perfectly level with the concrete ground, with no steps. The light outlined a passage so minimalist it bordered on emptiness. "Follow me," Feng Qingyan said, taking the lead. Yi Yu took one last look at the silent dock behind him and the scattered lights of Jianhai City in the distance. He inhaled deeply, the night air carrying a salty tang mixed with the scent of rust, then turned and followed. As he stepped through the cabin door, a peculiar elasticity greeted his feet, unlike the hardness of metal. The cabin door silently closed behind him, sealing off the sea breeze and the night. The passage was short, only 3 or 4 meters long, ending in a door made of the same material.
As Feng Qingyan approached, the door automatically slid open to both sides.
Beyond the door was a space that was not particularly spacious.
Yi Yu's first impression was simple, even bordering on plain.
There were none of the luxurious decorations or complex instruments he had imagined. The entire space was oval-shaped, about 10 meters long, 5 meters at its widest point, and just tall enough for an adult to stand upright. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of the same matte silver-gray material, cool to the touch.
Directly ahead was a massive transparent viewport, almost occupying the entire curved surface, currently reflecting the pitch-black ocean outside and the occasional glimmering waves.
Below the viewport, there was only a simple recessed control panel, with a few floating holographic icons in a ghostly blue hue, devoid of any physical buttons or joysticks. Near the center of the room, slightly toward the back, were 2 ergonomically designed chairs, their lines sharp and cold. Beyond that, there was nothing else. No living facilities, no storage space, not even a visible propulsion system. The entire space was clean, cold, and efficient, exuding a sense of pure functionality unique to military equipment, stripped of all unnecessary design.
"Where are we headed?" Yi Yu asked his first question since boarding.
Feng Qingyan stood in front of the viewport, her back to him, gazing into the boundless darkness outside. Her fiery figure contrasted sharply with her side profile, which was covered in brown speckles yet utterly expressionless, creating a strange and intense juxtaposition.
Her answer was brief and direct: to the other side of the continent, the wildlands of beasts.
Her voice was cold and clear, echoing in the spacious cabin.
The wildlands of beasts.
These 4 words were like a cold stone, stirring ripples in Yi Yu's heart. He had learned about this place in his high school textbooks, known as the other side of the continent and the edge of the world, a land full of the unknown and danger. And now, he was sitting on a vessel that clearly did not belong to conventional technology, accompanied by a ninth-rank squad captain, being told that their destination was there.
The wild lands of beasts.
Yi Yu repeated softly, his gaze falling on the dark sea that devoured all light.
What kind of place is that? Feng Qingyan did not answer immediately.
The black vessel began to accelerate, exceptionally smooth, almost imperceptible to inertia. Outside the transparent window ahead, the originally pitch-black seawater started to be pushed aside by some invisible force, rippling with faint and peculiar pale blue waves, like a giant beast navigating the deep sea. After a moment, Feng Qingyan's cool voice sounded again, "From now on, just call me Sister Qingyan.
I'm only a few years older than you."
She turned around, her gray-blue eyes looking at Yi Yu, seemingly reflecting the pale blue glow flowing outside the window, as well as the distant years gone by.
That is the world of alien beasts, devoid of humans. To be precise, there used to be humans there.
Or rather, the entire planet once belonged to humanity.
Yi Yu held his breath. Feng Qingyan walked to the control panel and casually tapped a few times in the air.
Several faintly blue holographic icons flickered and reorganized, and the massive visual display in front of her changed.
The monotonous seawater was replaced by an ancient map.
Before her appeared some blurry images, resembling imprints taken from ancient murals. The images depicted a world similar to the present but far more prosperous. There were skyscrapers, airborne vehicles, and bustling crowds. The level of technology seemed comparable to now, but there was one crucial difference: this world lacked the omnipresent, energy-flowing spiritual patterns seen today. This was before the new era, to put it plainly, 3,000 years ago. Feng Qingyan's voice flowed like cold stream water. Back then, Blue Star had no spiritual energy. Or rather, the spiritual energy was so scarce that almost no one could sense it, let alone utilize it.
At that time, humanity's civilization was entirely built upon pure technology.
Their footprints covered the entire planet, and they had even begun attempting to migrate to planets in outer space.
The scene shifts, revealing some terrifying disaster scenarios. Tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and eerie auroras hanging in the sky.
The scene is chaotic, but it still appears to be natural disasters.
And then, it happened. Feng Qingyan's finger gently traced across the images of the disasters. As for how all of this came to be, there is still no definitive answer.
Some speculate it was the planet's own energy cycle, others guess it was radiation from the depths of the universe, and some even secretly suggest it was man-made. But regardless of the cause, the outcome was the same.
An unprecedented energy storm has swept across the globe.
This energy is unlike any radiation we have known before. We call it aura revival.
The image on the screen suddenly turned violent. The earth cracked open, and what gushed out from the fissures was no longer lava, but dense, rainbow-like bands of aura light that couldn't be dissolved.
The sky was torn apart, and what descended was not rain, but energy-light rain brimming with violent vitality. Mountains, rivers, forests, oceans, everything on Earth is undergoing terrifying mutations at a speed visible to the naked eye. The concentration of spiritual energy skyrocketed within an extremely short period, breaking through a critical threshold. For all the original creatures on Earth, this was both destruction and rebirth.
In the scene, those once ordinary animals appeared.
Wolves, tigers, eagles, snakes, even tiny insects and roadside plants, all expanded and twisted at an astonishing speed under the dense rain of spiritual energy. Their appearances became ferocious, growing bone spurs, scales, compound eyes, and various strange energy organs. This growth completely defied the biological laws of the old world. Their eyes burned with savage and greedy light, and their bodies surged with power far beyond anything before. The old species either couldn't adapt to this drastic change and perished in large numbers, or they became adapters, undergoing unimaginable evolution, or rather, mutation. They became the first batch of exotic beasts. And the existence of spiritual energy provided them with almost limitless growth space and evolutionary directions.
Images flashed rapidly, showcasing countless bizarre, grotesque, and terrifying exotic beasts.
There were giant insects crawling on the ground, monstrous birds flying in the sky, massive shadows lurking in the deep sea, and deadly hunters hidden in the jungle.
What about humans? Yi Yu couldn't help but ask, his throat dry. Humans?
Feng Xingyan's lips seemed to move ever so slightly, as if in mockery, or perhaps merely stating a cold fact. The human body is far inferior to those beasts and simply cannot withstand such a violent energy surge. During the first wave of the revival tide, over 70% of the global population was wiped out. Cities turned into ruins, and the entire system of civilization collapsed in an instant. The scene became unbearably brutal. Collapsed buildings, abandoned cities, people fleeing in terror, only to be torn to shreds by the pursuing alien beasts. It was an era filled with darkness and despair. The survivors hid underground, in the remnants of military fortresses, struggling to eke out an existence in the cracks. Until someone discovered that while the human body was inadequate, our spirit, our consciousness, seemed capable of forming a deeper connection with this newly emerged energy. In the image, some blurry figures appeared, their bodies beginning to emit a faint glow. Some were attempting to control flames, others were manipulating water flows, and some were making objects float. Exploration, sacrifice, attempts, failures, and then trying again. After nearly 100 years of the darkest era of great extinction, the first generation of superhumans and the initial, systematic spiritual energy cultivation method were finally born with great difficulty. Humanity finally grasped a glimmer of hope amidst this sudden upheaval. Feng Xingyan's voice remained calm, but Yi Yu could sense that behind these calm words lay a century of blood and tears. However, the rapid evolution and vast numbers of the exotic beasts have already given them an absolute advantage. They have occupied the expansive lands with the densest spiritual energy and richest resources, whether on the continents, in the deep seas, or in the skies. The war for humanity to reclaim lost territory has only just begun. For hundreds of years, the war between humans and exotic beasts has never ceased. After countless struggles, back-and-forth battles, and sacrifices, humanity has barely managed to reclaim less than 10% of the land. In this slightly less spiritually rich territory, we established the Human Federation, centered around 4 major cities, supported by numerous small and medium-sized base cities and fortified towns. The image on the window finally froze on a massive holographic map of the blue planet. On the map, over 90% of the area was painted in varying shades of dark red, deep brown, ink green, and eerie blue. These colors symbolized extreme danger and the unknown. Names like Abyssal Black Sea, Ancient Vast Forest, and Scorched Lava Wasteland were intimidating just to hear. This vast and terrifying expanse was the Beast Wasteland. At the edges of these ominous color blocks, there clung a small area shaded in gray-white and light green, outlining the contours of humanity's 4 major cities and scattered base towns. They were like a few lone boats amidst raging waves, fragile as if they could be swallowed at any moment. What you're looking at now is the world we live in. Feng Xingyan turned off the holographic projection, and outside the window was the deep darkness and the faint blue ripples stirred by the vessel cutting through the water. On one side is humanity's territory, and on the other is the beast wasteland surrounding us, ready to surge again at any moment. Yi Yu stared at the tiny patch of color symbolizing human territory, unable to speak for a long time. 3,000 years ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy brought forth the invasion of alien beasts on Blue Star, leading to the loss of 90% of the land. The historical background, lightly touched upon in textbooks, instantly transformed into a heavy, blood-soaked reality in the face of Feng Xingyan's coldly detached narration and the stark map. It turned out that humanity had always lived within such a cage and on the front lines. So, we're going there. Yi Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse. For special training? Yes. Feng Xingyan walked back to the chair, resting one hand on its cold back. The tradition of the Federation Capital Academy's top-tier Hidden Dragon class is to conduct a 3-month extreme survival and hunting trial on the edge of the alien beast wilderness as part of the entrance training. No supplies, no rescue, only a few extremely concealed, time-limited safe supply points. What you will face is the most real and brutal wasteland environment, as well as those truly bloodthirsty beasts. Her gaze fell on Yi Yu's face, and those gray-blue eyes seemed to penetrate the flesh, reaching deep into the soul. There are no laws, no rules, only survival and hunting. Or, being hunted. This will be your first lesson in shedding the student shell, truly understanding this world, and recognizing both your power and insignificance. A chill rose from Yiyu's spine, but at the same time, a hotter flame, mixed with tension, anticipation, and the desire for challenge, also burned fiercely in his chest. The desolate beast wasteland, 3 months of life and death special training. I understand, Sister Qingyan. He slowly straightened his back, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute once again. Not long after, they arrived at the outskirts of the beast wasteland. The moment the cabin door opened, a gust of wind mixed with the scent of vegetation, the earthy aroma, and an indescribable wild energy instantly rushed in, blowing through his hair and the hem of his clothes. Towering giant trees, vines coiled like massive pythons, and bizarrely shaped plants thrived recklessly under the nourishment of dense spiritual energy, vibrant in color yet exuding a deadly danger. Further away lay the undulating outlines of mountain ranges and the dark depths that seemed capable of swallowing even light. This was the edge of the beast wilderness, a world without bridges, without roads, only the most primal nature and lurking perils. We've arrived. Feng Qingyan's voice came from behind, still calm and unwavering. 3 months. Survive, grow stronger. Or die here. She said not another word, nor did she offer any advice or encouragement. The extreme survival trial had already begun the moment they stepped out of the cabin door. Yiyu took a deep breath and tightened the straps of his backpack. Inside were only the most basic supplies, 3 days' worth of compressed food, clean water, an alloy dagger, a simple medical kit, and a locator that would only display the coordinates of safe points at specific times. Without the slightest hesitation, he leapt forward. His body briefly plummeted through the air, the wind whistling past his ears. When he was still several meters above the ground, he adjusted his posture, channeling spiritual energy within to slow his descent. He landed lightly on a thick layer of moss with a damp, decaying smell, almost without making a sound. Almost at the same moment he touched down, a faint humming sound came from above, quickly fading into the distance. Above his head, the black vessel had silently turned around. A flash of light shimmered across its surface, and then, as if merging with the air, it became blurry and transparent, vanishing into the vast horizon in the blink of an eye, as though it had never appeared. Now, he was the only one left. He stood there, all alone, on the edge of this land that humanity had forgotten for 3,000 years. The surroundings were silent, yet seemed to be filled with omnipresent sounds. It wasn't the clamor of a city, but the wailing of wind passing through massive leaves and vines, the strange calls of unknown insects or beasts in the distance, and the rustling of tiny creatures crawling in the soil beneath his feet. The air was thick with a dense energy, almost forming a tangible pressure. More importantly, a feeling of being intensely watched. Yiyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of crimson quietly emerged. Single Tomo Sharingan, activated. In an instant, the details of the entire world were infinitely magnified and analyzed. He slowly and cautiously turned his neck, scanning everything around him. 30 meters to the left, a cluster of brightly colored plants resembling giant pitcher plants was slightly trembling. The inner sides of its leaves were covered with barbs and digestive fluids, exuding an enticing sweet fragrance. Clearly, it had already regarded him as prey far more delicious than insects. Ahead on the right, under the shadow of a moss-covered rock, several vines blending seamlessly with the environment were writhing at an extremely slow pace. Their tips were raised high like venomous snakes, ready to strike at any moment. Above him, within the dense canopy, several cold and greedy gazes had already locked onto his position, accompanied by the faint sounds of feathers brushing and sharp claws gripping branches. These were the lowest-level exotic beasts, or rather, plants and animals that had been mutated. They possessed little intelligence but were highly aggressive, harboring intense hostility toward any living creature that intruded upon their territory. Yiyu did not move, he simply observed quietly, feeling the strange sensation of resonance and repulsion between the energy within his body and the wild energy of the outside world. The energy here was far more active than that within human territories and much harder to control. Well then, he murmured softly, reversing his grip to draw the standard alloy dagger. The cold touch instantly focused his mind. Let's start from here. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he moved. He didn't retreat but instead charged forward abruptly. His target was the restless pitcher plant. His movements were as swift as a cheetah. Under the inside of the Sharingan, every subtle motion of the pitcher plant, its leaves contracting and its trap swelling before an attack, was clearly visible to him. Just as several slimy, barbed vines lashed out like whips, Yiyu's figure flickered eerily, narrowly dodging them by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the dagger in his hand flashed coldly, precisely severing the vine at its weakest root. Shoo! Foul-smelling sap splattered everywhere, and the severed vine writhed madly on the ground. The main body of the pitcher plant seemed to scream silently, as more vines in its gaping maw frantically lunged toward Yiyu. But Yiyu's steps did not pause for a moment. He used protruding tree roots and slanted rocks to constantly shift his position in the confined space. His Sharingan not only predicted the attacks but also rapidly calculated the plant's attack patterns and all its weaknesses. He was like a butterfly weaving through a field of flowers, skillfully maneuvering through the gaps in the vines. With each strike, his dagger landed precisely on the most critical points. 5 seconds later. With the final slash, the main stem of the pitcher plant was completely severed. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, releasing a foul-smelling liquid that quickly seeped into the surrounding soil, consumed and decomposed by microorganisms. A crystal the size of a pebble, emitting a faint earthy yellow glow, rolled out from the remains of the plant. This is a first-tier earth element crystal core. Yiyu bent down to pick it up. It felt warm to the touch, and he could clearly sense the pure yet faint earth element energy within. He didn't absorb it immediately but quickly darted behind a massive rock. Almost at the same time, 3 gray shadows suddenly pounced down from the treetops above. Those were 3 enlarged bats, but they had 4 sharp claws and pointed bird beaks, carrying a foul wind and moving at an astonishing speed. Yiyu was well prepared. His body pressed tightly against the rock, and just as they missed their target, his wrist flicked sharply, launching 3 poison-coated steel needles. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, every throw was incredibly precise. The wings and eyes of 2 of the beasts were immediately hit, screaming as they lost balance and plummeted from the sky. Although the other one narrowly avoided the attack, it hadn't had time to launch a second strike when Yiyu darted out from behind the rock. His dagger, carrying a cold gleam of energy, instantly slashed across its neck. The battle was brief but intense. Yiyu panted slightly, looking at the corpses of 3 alien beasts on the ground, as well as 2 others still struggling. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to finish them off. He harvested 2 smaller, more chaotic wind elemental energy cores. Although the initial battle was victorious, he did not relax in the slightest. The scent of blood had already begun to permeate the forest. The scent of blood lingered in the air, like a beacon in the night, bound to attract more hungry predators. He dared not delay for even a moment. Quickly gathering his spoils, he checked the map to confirm his direction and then dashed toward a small hill where the trees were relatively sparse. His figure soon disappeared into the dense depths of the jungle. 3 months, every second spent struggling on the edge of life and death felt endlessly prolonged, yet amidst the relentless battles and survival efforts, time seemed to fly by. The outskirts of the beast wasteland, as Feng Qingyan had described, were mostly populated by first-tier beasts, with only occasional appearances of second-tier beasts wandering into the area. But this did not mean it was safe. First-tier beasts could just as easily claim his life. They came in a wide variety, with bizarre habits and attack methods that were nearly impossible to guard against. Whether it was the omnipresent venomous insects, plants disguised as traps, stealthy hunters, or packs of beasts moving collectively, all of them served as a constant reminder to Yiyu that this place was a hellish crucible of extreme survival. He had to find hiding places on his own, often taking brief rests in tree hollows or crevices in rocks, all the while maintaining a constant state of half-alertness. He had to learn to distinguish which fruits and roots of plants could fill his stomach and which ones contained deadly poison. He even needed to use the terrain, weather, and even the conflicts between beasts to create opportunities to obtain food and water while avoiding the more dangerous predators. Battles were almost constant. Sometimes, he had to confront a lone shadow wolf, using the genjutsu of his Sharingan to disrupt its perception before seizing the chance to deliver a fatal blow with his dagger. Other times, he would encounter swarms of bloodclaw rats. Against these fearless and relentless creatures, he could only fight while retreating, using the complex terrain and fire to drive them away. The most dangerous moment came when he was ambushed by a second-tier ghostface vine. His ankle was tightly ensnared, and he was being dragged toward its stomach-like digestive organ. At the brink of life and death, his Sharingan discerned a charred piece of wood near the roots of the ghostface vine, struck by lightning. Summoning all his strength, he hurled his dagger with all his might. The dagger struck the charred wood, triggering the faint residual lightning within. The ghostface vine recoiled in pain, its attack momentarily faltering, allowing him to narrowly escape and counterattack, ultimately killing the terrifying plant. Here, it was either hunt or be hunted. Beyond mere survival, crystal cores became his most important objective. The energy contained in first-tier crystal cores was no longer much for him, but every little bit added up. He carefully absorbed this energy, tempering his body and strengthening the spiritual energy within him. His Sharingan, under frequent high-intensity use and life and death stimulation, saw a gradual improvement in insight, dynamic vision, and the application of illusions. The single tomo spun increasingly smoothly, as if it were on the verge of birthing new changes. Meanwhile, the power of Shikaku within him grew more restless in this spiritually active wasteland. Whenever he was extremely fatigued or under immense pressure, that dark yellow, violent energy would unconsciously flow through his body, granting him greater strength and defense, but also making his emotions more prone to losing control. A month later, though covered in wounds, he had begun to adapt to the rhythm of survival in the wasteland, and the spiritual energy within him was steadily increasing. 2 months later, he had hunted over 100 first-tier exotic beasts. After absorbing a large number of crystal cores, his strength was nearing the peak of the first tier. The edges of the single tomo in his Sharingan even faintly revealed the shadowy outline of a second tomo. In the 3rd month, during an attack by 2 second-tier ironclad rhinos, Yu was forced into a desperate situation. The massive rhino horns shattered the rock wall where he was hiding, and the violent collisions and trampling left him in grave danger. At the brink of life and death, the fear of dying, the desire to survive, and the spiritual energy within him that had accumulated to a critical point finally erupted with a thunderous force. Roar! He let out a low roar that sounded inhuman, and the scarlet light in his eyes flared intensely. The phantom of the second tomo, under the impact of intense emotions and spiritual energy, instantly solidified. The 2-tomo Sharingan activated. In an instant, his field of vision expanded dramatically. His insight, dynamic vision, and ability to perceive the flow of spiritual energy all surged. The seemingly flawless charging trajectory of the ironclad rhinoceros revealed clear predictive paths and weak points in the flow of spiritual energy within his vision. At the same time, the barriers within his body shattered with a thunderous crash. A more overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from the depths of his dantian, washing through his entire body, strengthening his muscles and bones. Second stage. Amidst the life and death struggle, he had astonishingly broken through. His strength, speed, reflexes, and the total quantity and quality of his spiritual energy all experienced a comprehensive enhancement. With the momentum of his breakthrough and the absolute advantage brought by the 2-tomo Sharingan, Yu exchanged injury for life, narrowly and dangerously slaying an armored rhinoceros and scaring off another. He collapsed beside the massive corpse of the armored rhinoceros, gasping heavily. Yu panted heavily, his body covered in blood, yet his eyes burned with an unprecedented brilliance. He had succeeded, he had finally broken through to the second tier. He could clearly feel that he had undergone a complete transformation, becoming a completely different person compared to when he first arrived here a month ago. In the remaining half-month, he consolidated his new realm while actively seeking out second-tier exotic beasts to challenge, honing his combat skills in the face of life and death. He could sense that the mysterious gate of the 2 tails seemed ready to open at any moment, just lacking the final spark of opportunity. Finally, the 3-month deadline arrived. On this day, Yu was by the stream, handling a freshly hunted exotic beast. The creature resembled an elk but had sharp bone blades growing from its head. As he worked, he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, the locator on his wrist, which had been silent for a long time, emitted a faint yet steady hum. A green light appeared on the dial, pointing northeast, approximately 5 kilometers away. That was the designated rendezvous point. It was time to leave. Yu swiftly packed up his gear, taking one last look at the wilderness that had devoured countless lives but also transformed him completely. Then, he turned and sprinted with all his might toward the direction indicated by the light. 5 kilometers later, he arrived at a small artificial facility hidden within a crevice in the valley. As he approached, the metal door slid open automatically. The interior was compact, equipped with basic cleaning supplies, a set of brand new combat gear, high-energy food and water, and a mirror. Yi Yu looked at himself in the mirror. His skin had been roughened by the wind and sand, and the youthful softness of his face had given way to sharp, defined lines. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, carrying a unique coldness and vigilance born from life and death struggles. The scars of various sizes on his body seemed like newly earned medals. The innocence of his student days had completely vanished, replaced by a blood-stained blade drawn from its sheath. He quickly cleaned himself up and changed into fresh clothes. Just as he finished, a calm and familiar female voice echoed through the facility, "Time's up. Come out." It was Feng Qingyan. Yi Yu adjusted his collar and pushed open the metal door to step outside. On the open ground beyond the valley, the familiar black spacecraft had silently come to a hover at some point. The hatch was open, and Feng Qingyan's tall figure stood within. Her gray-blue eyes swept over him calmly, lingering briefly on his own. Although his eyes had returned to their ordinary black color, a faint trace of indelible crimson seemed to remain deep within his pupils. "Second tier, not bad." Her evaluation remained brief, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Come aboard." Yi Yu took a deep breath and stepped onto the warship. The hatch closed behind him, completely sealing off the wind, sand, and dangers of the wasteland. The 3-month special training had officially come to an end. The interior of the black warship was utterly silent. Only the rapidly passing seawater outside the viewport indicated that they were moving at an astonishing speed. Yi Yu sat on the slightly rigid seat, feeling the surging power within him. This power was far stronger than it had been 3 months ago. Second-tier spiritual energy flowed steadily through his meridians, and even without activating the Sharingan, his perception of the world had become unprecedentedly sharp. He looked toward Feng Qingyan, who stood by the viewport. Her tall figure still exuded an icy aura that kept others at a distance. "Qingyan," Yi Yu broke the silence, "are we heading straight back to the capital academy?" Feng Qingyan did not turn around, her voice calm as it drifted over. "First, we need to go to the docking point on the outskirts of Tianyuan City to handle the paperwork, and then to the academy." She paused briefly, her tone carrying a hint of warning. "Once we're in the capital, there are more rules and more eyes watching. Those special things you carry, make sure to keep them hidden." Yi Yu's heart tightened, instantly understanding her meaning. The power of the tailed beast was indeed not something that should be exposed to anyone. The vessel glided silently, its destination set for Tianyuan City, the heart of the Federation and a convergence of countless ambitions and dangers. At this moment, in the very core of that heart, lies the federal capital, Tianyuan City. In the city center, towering skyscrapers rise like a cold metallic jungle, reflecting the steady and unrelenting brilliance of the artificial sun. Among them, one building stands out with its sharp design and a surface covered in dark blue energy patterns. The top floor of this building has been entirely opened up, forming an extraordinarily luxurious private space that offers a panoramic view of half of Tianyuan City. This room does not resemble an office but rather a place of contemplation that blends classical luxury with futuristic technology. The floor is paved with expensive warm jade, emitting a faint aura that calms the mind. The walls are made of seamless one-way crystal panels, with streams of pale blue data flowing outside like cascading waterfalls. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark teal vintage robe stands with his hands behind his back in front of the crystal wall. He appears to be around 40 years old, his face not particularly handsome but marked by sharp, chiseled features as if carved by a blade. His deep-set eyes seem capable of swallowing light, and at this moment, they calmly observe the endless stream of hovering vehicles below and the ant-like crowds of people. This man is Xie Tian, the current head of the Xie family. Power, wealth, and strength, he lacks none of them. Under his leadership, the Xie family's influence has penetrated deeply into the military, political, and commercial sectors of the Federation. He should have been riding high, full of satisfaction and pride. But at this moment, the aura emanating from him was icy and bone-chilling. This coldness made even his trusted aides standing a few meters away with their hands at their sides deliberately slow their breathing, feeling as if their very marrow was trembling. He neither roared nor exuded killing intent, but instead radiated in extreme stillness, like the deathly calm of the sea before a storm. And this stillness was more terrifying than any furious roar. Because everyone knew that 3 months ago, the family head's only son, Xiayan, the heir of the Xie family, had been carried back from Jianhai City. He wasn't just injured, he was completely ruined. The foundation of his manhood had been erased by an incomprehensible force, leaving even the most advanced medical technology helpless. The dual destruction of his body and mind plunged Xiayan into despair and madness after he woke up, leaving him on the verge of total collapse. This is simply an extraordinary humiliation. A deep-seated hatred that cuts off descendants. For a prestigious family like the Xie family, this is not only the crippling of an heir but also a blatant trampling on the family's reputation and future. However, Xia Tian had not visited his son even once. He suppressed all his emotions, fury, and murderous intent deep within this eerily calm exterior, transforming them into the coldest and most efficient commands. "Have you found out everything?" Xia Tian finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed in the empty room like cold metal scraping against crystal. Behind him, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like a senior assistant, immediately stepped forward, slightly bowed, and replied in a similarly low but methodical voice, "Master, the investigation is basically complete." The young master was in Jianhai City to stand up for Lin Wanwan of the Lin Group, but ended up clashing with a high school student named Yu. The Lin Group was previously under investigation by the Bureau of Supernatural Management for alleged violations. Based on the extremely faint residual rule fluctuations at the scene and the analysis of the injuries sustained by the young master and 6 bodyguards, it can be confirmed that the boy named Yu acted alone. Yu. Xia Tian slowly repeated the name, as if trying to crush it between his teeth, pull up all his information. The assistant immediately projected a light screen into the air, quickly displaying detailed information. Yu, male, 18 years old, a senior student at Jianhai City's #1 high school. He is an orphan, comes from a humble background, and has very simple social connections. A month ago, during the Academy's awakening ceremony, he awakened a certain eye-related ability, initially rated as F level, even lower than the minimum E level. However, his subsequent performance was unusual, leading us to suspect that his ability is either concealed or the initial rating was incorrect. Additionally, he has a good relationship with Zhang Qian, the heir of Jianhai City's Zhang Group. The assistant paused and pointed to the most critical piece of information. The key point is that about 3 months ago, Feng Qingyan, the captain of the 3rd team of the Federal Ability Management Bureau, personally took Yu away. Using internal connections, we uncovered an unverified piece of information. Yu's name appeared on the top-secret preliminary list for this year's Hidden Dragon class special admissions, and the recommender was none other than Feng Qingyan. Hidden Dragon class. Feng Qingyan's recommendation. A trace of icy coldness finally flashed in Xie Tian's eyes. No wonder. Feng Qingyan is scouting for new talent for herself, or perhaps, she intends to take him as her disciple? He suddenly turned around, his gaze falling on the assistant for the first time. That sharp look was like a knife, making the assistant feel as if he had been stripped naked and placed on a dissection table. "So, my son became her sacrificial pawn to protect her new lover and establish her authority?" Xia Tian's voice remained calm, but the venom and murderous intent within it were almost tangible. A lowly commoner who appeared out of nowhere, what gives them the right to destroy the heir of the Xie family? Cold sweat seeped from the assistant's forehead, and he dared not utter a single word. Feng Qingyan is a 9th-tier powerhouse. Even if she's injured now, she's not someone the Xie family can easily deal with. For a 9th-level ability user, there's indeed no need to immediately tear things apart. Xie Tian looked out the window again, his voice as cold as ice, but that person named Yu. He paused, every word carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "I want all his information, from birth to now, every minute, every second. Every person he's interacted with, every word he might have said that could be recorded, every trace of abnormal behavior he's shown. Analyze his abilities, weaknesses, combat habits, and personality flaws for me."
Find out what his relationship with Feng Qingyan really is. Is she merely favoring him, or is there a deeper connection? Track his current location. As long as he dares to step into Tianyuan City and enter the academy, I want to know every place he stays, every outing he makes, and every person he interacts with. Xie Tian's tone suddenly intensified, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of his confidants. Feng Qingyan may protect him for a while, but she can't protect him forever. A genius from the Qianlong class? Aren't there enough geniuses who die in the wilderness or in accidents every year? I want him dead. I want him to taste every bit of pain, to crumble little by little in despair, and finally be crushed like trash, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. I want that Feng Qingyan, and everyone who dares to mock my Xie family, to witness it with their own eyes. Xie Tian slowly raised his hand, grasping at the vast cityscape outside the window as if he had already firmly seized the insignificant prey that had yet to arrive in the palm of his hand. Touch my son, Xie Tian, and you will pay the price of complete annihilation. This vengeance must be exacted. With his blood, with his life, and in the way he fears most, repay it 100-fold. An icy killing intent surged from Xie Tian like a tide, instantly filling the entire top-floor space. Several trusted aides bowed deeply and responded in unison, "Yes, Patriarch." Meanwhile, a black spacecraft completed identity verification and entry registration at the 7th docking point on the outskirts of Tianyuan City. The entire process was quiet and efficient, without drawing any unnecessary attention. Subsequently, the spacecraft changed direction and headed northeast of Tianyuan City, toward the area shrouded by a massive energy barrier. That place was the Federal Capital Academy. Although Yi Yu had mentally prepared himself based on Feng Qingyan and Zheng Qian's descriptions, his heart was still profoundly shaken when the academy truly came into view. That is not an academy at all, it is a city. A vast, boundless area completely independent of the main urban district is entirely covered by a translucent pale golden energy shield, resembling a giant piece of amber. Within the shield, light and shadows flow, presenting a myriad of scenes. Streamlined metallic megastructures full of a futuristic vibe pierce the clouds, their surfaces displaying real-time data, while quaint and elegant pavilions and towers are situated in the center of artificial lakes or atop floating mountains, surrounded by dense energy mist. These two vastly different architectural styles blend together in a strange yet harmonious manner. Further away, you can even see trial grounds simulating various extreme environments. Ice fields, volcanoes, thunderstorm zones, gravity anomaly belts. The shifting lights and shadows, along with the energy fluctuations, can be faintly felt even from a distance. In the sky, countless small personal aircraft and shuttles flew in an orderly manner along invisible airways, resembling a busy swarm of bees. On the ground, wide roads shaded by green trees stretched out, with various types of students moving through them. The energy fluctuations emanating from many of them left Yi Yu secretly astonished. The commercial district, residential district, research district, and combat district, each area had a clear function, yet they were closely connected by aerial corridors and teleportation arrays. This was the heart of the Federation's future, a cradle of elites, and at the same time, a Vanity Fair filled with competition, opportunities, and dangers. The vessel landed silently at a secluded private berth. As the hatch opened, air mixed with rich energy and the fresh scent of plants rushed in, a stark contrast to the wild and bloody atmosphere of the wilderness. Feng Qingyan stepped out first, with Yi Yu following closely behind. The procedures have been completed. You can go directly to the Freshman Joint Registration Office at the foot of Qianlong Peak to collect your identity badge, dormitory key, and initial supplies. Feng Qingyan handed him an ultra-thin electronic tablet, which displayed a simplified map and instructions. The official assembly for the Qianlong class is in 3 days. In the meantime, you can familiarize yourself with the environment. Remember what I told you earlier. Yi Yu took the electronic tablet and nodded solemnly. I understand, Xingyan Jie. Feng Qingyan said no more. Her gray-blue eyes gave him a deep look, and her figure flickered slightly before disappearing into the air as if merging with it. Yi Yu stood alone at the edge of the berth, looking up at the majestic city of the academy before him. Yi Yu stood in front of the majestic academy city, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the waves in his heart,
and then followed the guidance of the electronic signboard, stepping forward. He walked along the main avenue of the academy, and the surrounding sights constantly refreshed his understanding. Even an ordinary-looking landscape stone by the roadside faintly emitted a gentle spiritual aura. The plants in the greenbelt were no ordinary species either. Some leaves even naturally bore vein-like patterns resembling runes. Occasionally, students sparred by the roadside, and the pure and powerful energy emanating from their movements attracted onlookers who stopped to watch, cheering repeatedly. Yi Yu quickened his pace discreetly, trying not to draw any attention. However, his attire was simply too conspicuous. His plain dark combat uniform stood out awkwardly amidst the refined academy styles and custom combat outfits around him. Not to mention the faint killing intent he hadn't fully restrained, a unique mark left by life and death battles. Some sharp-sensed students had already cast scrutinizing glances his way. Following the map's directions, he arrived at a vast area known as the Freshman Plaza. The place was bustling with activity, as new students from all over the Federation gathered here. Every face bore expressions of excitement, curiosity, or nervousness. Around the plaza were dozens of registration points for different departments, with flashing screens and a constant flow of people. The registration area for Qianlong Peak was located in a relatively inconspicuous spot in the square. There was only a small silver light screen with the ancient characters Qianlong floating on it. Beside it stood two senior students with stern expressions, dressed in the Academy's enforcement team uniforms, responsible for verifying identities. The atmosphere was far more solemn compared to the other bustling registration areas. The queue was not long, with only a dozen or so people, but each individual had a distinctive aura, whether aloof, composed, or exuding sharpness. It was evident that they were top-tier figures who had undergone rigorous selection. Yi Yu quietly walked to the end of the line and waited silently. At that moment, a somewhat familiar yet particularly grating female voice, filled with exaggerated laughter, came from a lively registration area nearby. "Oh my, brother Xian, look quickly. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the famous Yi Yu from Jianhai City over there?" Yi Yu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he turned his head to look. Wei Xining was dressed in a brand new light pink academy gown, which made her already unremarkable appearance look a bit more striking. She was affectionately holding the arm of a young man in white, whose expression carried an air of arrogance. He wore an emblem of the elemental department on his chest, and the energy fluctuations around him were strong, clearly indicating that he came from a good family and possessed considerable strength. At this moment, Wei Xining was pointing in Yi Yu's direction, her face displaying a complex mix of surprise, mockery, and deliberate disassociation. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the surrounding area to hear clearly. "It's really him. Oh my, how did he end up at the Capital Academy? Did he come to the wrong place? This isn't some garbage dump where just any random stray can get in." The young man in white beside her, Zhou Mingxian, followed her finger and looked over, his gaze landing on Yi Yu's somewhat shabby combat uniform. The corner of his mouth immediately curled into a disdainful smile. "Oh? So this is the one you mentioned before, the F rank from your little backwater place?" "Exactly." Wei Xining seemed to have found the perfect stage to perform, her voice sweet and crisp, as if afraid others wouldn't hear her. "Brother Xian, you have no idea. Back in Jianghai City's #1 high school, he was quite the celebrity. During the awakening ceremony, he turned out to be a once-in-a-millennium F grade. Everyone was completely stunned at the time." "Ha ha ha." She laughed exaggeratedly, drawing the attention of many freshmen nearby. Some of them immediately looked at Yi Yu with peculiar expressions. F grade? In the talent-filled Capital Academy, that was practically an unheard-of joke. And you know, Wei Xining, seeing the effect was good, became even more enthusiastic, her tone dripping with disdain. "He's also an orphan, dirt poor. I really can't imagine what kind of luck he had, or what shady means he used, to actually sneak into the gates of Capital Academy. Could he be here as a janitor? Then again, with an F-grade talent, even cleaning might be a struggle." Zhou Mingxian cooperated with a sneer, tightening his arm around Wei Xining's waist as he looked down at Yi Yu condescendingly. "Ying, why waste your breath on this bottom-tier trash? It only lowers your own status. F grade?
He probably can't even meet the Academy's lowest energy sensing threshold. Maybe he forged his records, or he deliberately dragged out his words, latched onto some clueless minor figure? Ah, Brother Xian, don't say that.
Wei Xining pretended to push Zhou Mingxian lightly, but his gaze grew even more smug as he glanced at Yi Yu.
Who knows, maybe he really has some special skills. Like, being particularly good at playing the pretty boy?
The surrounding murmurs and snickers immediately grew louder. Many freshmen gathered around, looking as if they were ready to enjoy the show.
Their gazes shifted back and forth between the well-dressed Wei Xining and Zhou Mingxian, and the dust-covered Yi Yu, the disdain in their eyes unmistakable.
Humiliation, anger, and a cold-killing intent tore through Yi Yu's heart like a venomous snake. His fist at his side quietly clenched, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Wei Xining's familiar yet unfamiliar mean face, those words deliberately distorting the truth and trampling on his dignity, were like red-hot steel needles fiercely piercing his nerves. He thought of the timid and pragmatic girl from the past, and then looked at the woman in front of him, nestled in her new lover's arms, eager to elevate herself by belittling him. Intense emotions surged through him, a scarlet light flashed deep within his pupils, almost losing control. But he forcefully suppressed it.
Feng Qingyan's reminder still echoed in his ears.
Acting out now might bring temporary satisfaction, but it could expose himself and disrupt all the plans. He slowly, extremely slowly, unclenched his fist. There wasn't even a trace of anger on his face, but his eyes, deep and pitch black, were terrifyingly calm, like a frozen lake before a snowstorm, quietly watching Wei Xining and Zhou Mingxuan's performance. That gaze made the previously smug Wei Xining inexplicably shudder, her laughter catching in her throat. Zhou Mingxian also frowned slightly. Yi Yu's calmness exceeded his expectations. Yi Yu no longer looked at them, as if they were merely flies buzzing by the roadside. He turned around to face the light screen for Qianlong's registration, his back straight as a solitary pine tree standing firm in the wilderness through countless storms. It was his turn. He stepped forward and handed over his electronic tablet. The person responsible for verification was a senior member of the enforcement team, a stern-faced young man with a crew cut. He took the electronic tablet, scanned it with the device, and then raised his eyes to carefully examine Yi Yu, especially his pair of eyes, which had now regained their calm yet remained sharp. A trace of barely noticeable surprise flashed in his gaze. "Yi Yu," he confirmed, his voice steady.
"Yes." Yi Yu nodded. "Special recruitment sequence for the Qianlong class, preliminary review approved." The crew-cut young man didn't ask further questions.
With swift and decisive movements, he retrieved a black nameplate of an ancient design, neither metal nor jade, a dormitory key card emitting a faint glow, and a compressed storage ring from the secure box behind him. The nameplate is your identity credential in the academy, as well as the communicator within Qianlong. Your dormitory is in the east area of Qianlong Peak, Courtyard 7, Room Number 3, Block A. There are basic supplies and the new student guide in the storage ring. Gather at the top of Qianlong Peak 3 days later in the morning. Do not be late.
His tone was strictly businesslike, devoid of any emotion.
However, the surrounding murmurs and quiet laughter abruptly ceased at that moment.
Qianlong class? Special recruitment sequence?
These few words seemed to have a magical power, instantly draining the air around them.
The smile on Wei Xining's face completely froze.
Her eyes widened into perfect circles, her mouth hung open, but no sound came out. All that remained on her face was an expression of incredulous shock.
The arrogance on Zhou Mingxuan's face also froze in an instant.
His arm, which was holding Wei Xining, unconsciously loosened. He stared at Yi Yu's back, his gaze filled with astonishment and a hint of wariness.
Hidden Dragon class.
That is the true core of the core at Capital Academy, a legendary place.
Everyone who gets in is a monster among monsters. F level?
What kind of international joke is this? Yi Yu took the item and nodded slightly to the crew-cut young man. "Thank you, senior." Then, he turned around and left directly. When passing by Wei Xining and Zhou Mingxian, his steps did not pause for a moment, nor did his gaze shift even for a second, as if they did not exist at all. It was only after his figure disappeared into the crowd heading toward the inner area that Wei Xining seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Her face alternated between red and pale, and her chest heaved violently.
Zhou Mingxuan's expression darkened, and he asked in a low voice, "Ying, are you sure he's really F level?" I saw it with my own eyes at the time."
Wei Xining's voice faltered slightly, but then she seemed to grasp at a lifeline.
Maybe he used some method to deceive the review? Or, he's connected to someone influential? Zhou Mingxuan's gaze flickered as he looked in the direction where Yi Yu had disappeared, saying nothing more.
Yet the contempt in his eyes had already transformed into deep vigilance and a trace of unease. The gazes cast from those around him also grew more complex, filled with curiosity, inquiry, and speculation, but devoid of the initial mockery. Yi Yu walked along the academy's wide road, the black plaque in his hand, symbolizing his identity, felt cold to the touch. The clamor behind him gradually faded away, but Wei Xining's sharp and cutting words, Zhou Mingxuan's contemptuous gaze, and the peculiar looks from those around him were like red-hot branding irons, searing deeply into his heart. The anger did not dissipate, instead, it was wrapped in something colder and harder, sinking into the depths of his heart, transforming into the fuel that drove him forward. He raised his head and looked toward the distant peak shrouded in mist, the most majestic and imposing of all, the Qianlong Peak.
That would be his new starting point.
It would also be the battlefield where he would announce his return to all those who had looked down on him and insulted him.
F-class? Trash?
A silent, cold laugh echoed in his heart, his gaze sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Then watch closely, and see how this so-called trash steps over each and every one of you. At that moment, his steps paused slightly. Though he hadn't activated any special ocular techniques, his extraordinary perception allowed him to faintly sense that more than one gaze, from a more hidden and distant place, seemed to be fixed on him.
Yi Yu's heart tightened. Could someone be secretly watching him? Who could it be?
At the same time, the hidden observer in the shadows keenly noticed Yi Yu's alertness. His pupils instantly contracted, and his eyes widened in shock.
Impossible.
A storm surged in his heart, almost making him cry out, "How could this kid possibly detect my surveillance?" Yi Yu paid no attention to the hidden gaze. Without turning his head, he continued walking toward Qianlong Peak. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind, breaking through the second energy shackle within his body.
Stop!
A cold shout suddenly came from the side. A young man with slicked-back golden hair slowly stepped forward, his black long coat slightly fluttering with his movements. Around his neck hung a platinum necklace that shimmered with a faint glow. His eyes were filled with arrogance, his chin slightly raised, and his gaze fixed on Yi Yu like a nail.
"So, you're the student who got into the Qianlong class this year through a special quota?"
He curled his lips into a sneer, showing undisguised contempt.
"I'd like to see what qualifies you to be in the same class as me."
Yi Yu stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and calmly looked at this unexpected visitor. The opponent's aura was strong, his energy pure, at least at the mid to late second tier level. Moreover, the sharpness emanating from him, inside and out, was clearly the result of being nurtured in a privileged environment and endowed with top-tier talent.
"Something wrong?" Yi Yu's voice revealed no emotion.
The blond young man, Lei Qianjie, was the representative of the Lei family in this generation's hidden dragon class at the Capital Academy. He approached step by step, each stride carrying an oppressive rhythm.
He scrutinized Yi Yu from head to toe, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yi Yu's ordinary combat uniform and his not-so-powerful aura. "My name is Lei Qianjie," he announced, his tone sounding like a proclamation. "Like you, I am also a student in this year's Hidden Dragon class. However, I entered through the official examination, securing second place." He deliberately emphasized official examination and second place, and the implication was unmistakable. He had fought his way in with sheer strength, while Yi Yu, with his so-called special quota in his eyes, was no different from someone who had pulled strings or relied on connections to get in. "I heard that special quotas are reserved for those with special talents or special backgrounds?" Lei Qianjie raised an eyebrow, the sarcasm in his tone barely concealed. "I'm a straightforward person and don't believe in all that flashy nonsense. Strength is the only ticket to enter the Qianlong class." He slightly raised his chin, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking firmly onto Yi Yu. "So, I want to spar with you. It's simple right here, let's have a match."
Let me see for myself what makes your special quota so special. Whether you're qualified to stand alongside those of us who got in through real ability. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavy under the unrestrained aura of Lei Qianjie. Some students passing by in the distance also noticed the commotion here, slowing their steps and casting curious glances. Conflicts among the freshmen of the Qianlong class had always been the most attention-grabbing. Yi Yu quietly watched Lei Qianjie, but his mind was racing with images of Wei Xining's sharp-tongued face in the square earlier, Zhou Mingxuan's disdainful gaze, and the mocking or probing looks from those around him. The cold flame in his heart seemed to burn even fiercer. He didn't want to cause trouble, especially in this unfamiliar place where someone might be watching from the shadows. But some things couldn't be avoided just by trying to escape. In this academy, where strength was revered and competition was brutal, constant retreat would only invite more contempt and oppression. Just sparring? Yi Yu asked, his voice still calm. Of course. Lei Qianjie tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lei Qianjie tugged at the corner of his mouth, and the platinum necklace around his neck flashed with a glimmer of light. Relax, I won't go too hard, just a little verification. After all, every spot in the Qianlong class is hard-earned and can't tolerate any pretense. Although the words sounded pleasant, the arrogance of superiority was evident to everyone. Yi Yu suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet it inexplicably sent a chill through Lei Qianjie, who had been staring at him, as if dangerous undercurrents had suddenly stirred beneath the calm surface of a lake. All right. Yi Yu nodded, his tone so relaxed that it momentarily stunned Lei Qianjie. Since classmate Lei is so interested, let's spar a bit. He didn't utter any harsh words, nor was he provoked, but deep within his pitch-black eyes, a sharp edge began to emerge. Lei Qianjie's eyes narrowed, followed by an even stronger fighting spirit and a hint of displeasure at being underestimated. In his view, Yi Yu's calm demeanor seemed more like a reckless provocation. Refreshing! Lei Qianjie shouted in a low voice, and his aura instantly surged. Pale purple lightning danced like small snakes across his body, crackling softly, as an explosive momentum spread out in an instant. This is a lightning element ability user. Judging by the purity and control of this power, he is definitely no ordinary person. This place isn't convenient, let's go to the dueling arena over there. Lei Qianjie pointed to a circular area surrounded by an energy barrier not far away. It has protective formations, suitable for a fight. That was a place in the academy specifically designated for students to spar. Yi Yu said nothing. The two walked toward the dueling arena, one after the other. More students gathered around to watch the commotion, and discussions broke out everywhere. It's Lei Qianjie from the Lei family. That lightning element genius, ranked second in this year's Hidden Dragon class exam. Who's the person opposite him? Never seen him before, and his aura doesn't seem strong. I heard he was specially recruited. There was some commotion earlier over at the square. Specially recruited? Running into Lei Qianjie, that battle maniac, this is going to be rough. Lei Qianjie despises people who don't live up to their reputation the most. There's a good show to watch. The two entered the dueling arena, and the energy curtain behind them automatically closed, completely isolating the inside from the outside. The venue was spacious, with the ground paved with a special alloy capable of absorbing most of the impact. The two stood 20 meters apart. Lei Qianjie no longer concealed his power. The lightning around him grew increasingly bright, and faint thunder rumbled from within his body. He grasped the air with one hand, and a spear made entirely of pure purple lightning quickly formed in his grip. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Yi Yu, and the crackling electricity made the surrounding air tingle with a faint sting. I specialize in lightning techniques, the strongest in attack. Watch out, special recruit. Before his words had even finished, his figure had already transformed into a blur of purple lightning, charging forward fiercely. The speed was astonishing. Lightning abilities are renowned for their speed and explosive power. Almost at the exact moment he moved, a crimson light suddenly flared deep within Yi Yu's pupils, transforming into two spinning tomo. Two tomo Sharingan, activate. In an instant, the entire world slowed down in his eyes. Lei Qianjie's lightning-fast charge trajectory, the flow of spiritual energy within his body, the strongest and weakest points of energy on the thunder spear, and even the arrogance of certain victory in his gaze, all were seen with absolute clarity by Yi Yu.
Yi Yu stood motionless.
Just as the thunder spear was about to pierce him, his body slid gently, like a willow leaf in the wind, sidestepping half a step with the slightest margin.
Swish!
The thunder spear, crackling with scorching electric light, narrowly missed Yi Yu's clothes and struck empty air, leaving a small charred mark on the ground as the violent lightning force exploded.
A trace of surprise flashed in Lei Qianjie's eyes. Reacting so quickly?
But his offensive did not stop. The spear smoothly transitioned from a thrust to a sweeping motion, expanding its attack range. Surrounded by electric light, it blocked all of Yi Yu's escape routes.
However, in the Sharingan's field of vision, the seemingly swift sweep had every trajectory clearly visible.
Yi Yu advanced instead of retreating, suddenly lowering his body and breaking into the inner circle of the swinging thunder spear. At the same time, his right hand closed like a blade, spiritual energy converging at his fingertips, precisely targeting the inner side of Lei Qianjie's wrist holding the spear. That spot was the tiniest pause in the flow of his power. This move was precisely designed to use finesse to counter force, forcing Lei Qianjie to defend.
Lei Qianjie's heart rang with alarm.
He never expected that Yi Yu not only dodged but also dared to counterattack at close range, and the attack was aimed at such a tricky spot. In a rush, his wrist trembled, causing the thunder spear to instantly disintegrate by more than half, transforming into a ball of lightning to shield him in front, while a flash of lightning under his feet propelled him to retreat rapidly.
Sizzle!
Yi Yu's finger grazed the protective lightning, producing a faint sizzling sound, and a slight sting came from his fingertip. A slight numbness spread from his fingertips, but Yi Yu was unharmed. In contrast, Lei Qianjie, despite retreating quickly, still had his wrist grazed by the sharp wind from Yi Yu's fingers, causing a sudden soreness and numbness, momentarily disrupting the flow of spiritual energy within his body. In the lightning-fast first exchange, the seemingly imposing Lei Qianjie actually suffered a minor setback.
A wave of uncontrollable exclamations erupted from the spectators outside the arena.
Lei Qianjie steadied himself, fixing his gaze firmly on Yi Yu's eerie eyes, where crimson tomo were slowly rotating.
The disdain on his face finally vanished, replaced by a sharp and solemn expression akin to a blade's edge. So it's a rare pupil technique ability? Interesting.
He licked his lips, not only undeterred but with his fighting spirit soaring even higher.
It seems I underestimated you. However, what just happened was merely a warm-up.
Before his words had even faded, he suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The lightning around his body surged explosively, even causing his hair to stand on end, as his entire aura climbed to new heights.
Thunder prison, 1,000 threads.
With a low growl, countless purple electric threads, finer than hair yet incredibly solid, radiated outward from him like a blooming flower of lightning, instantly enveloping Yi Yu. This power grid covers an immense range, its speed as swift as lightning, with every electric thread carrying penetrating paralysis and destructive force.
This is one of his ultimate trump cards.
The lightning spear just now was merely a small test of his skills. Faced with this electric web of lightning threads coming from all directions, leaving almost no room to escape, the tomo patterns in Yi Yu's eyes began spinning rapidly.
Insight, analysis, calculation.
In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded into his brain and were processed at lightning speed.
He moved.
He is not dodging randomly but moving through the fleeting gaps created by the energy fluctuations between the lightning threads. His movements seem completely erratic, darting left and right, sometimes charging forward, sometimes retreating, with postures that even appear awkward.
Yet every move perfectly avoids the entanglement of dozens of electric threads. On the rare occasion when avoidance is impossible, he uses his spirit energy-wrapped palm to strike precisely at the weakest side of the electric thread's energy, shaking it away. His figure is like a butterfly dancing in a storm, every step fraught with danger, yet executed with an unbelievable level of precision. What kind of movement technique is this? Someone outside the field couldn't help but exclaim. Lei Qianjie's expression completely changed. His thunder prison, 1,000 threads, had never been so easily evaded in its entirety when facing opponents of the same level. Those eyes of his opponent were eerily terrifying. Seeing that the Thunder Thread's attack was ineffective, Lei Qianjie's gaze turned ruthless, and he decisively changed his move. Thunder Blast! He let out a low roar, and all the scattered thunder threads suddenly contracted inward, exploding violently 3 meters around Yi Yu's body. The raging purple lightning instantly engulfed the area, and the dazzling light caused many people outside the field to squint their eyes. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground trembled slightly. Is it over? Lei Qianjie panted slightly. This series of explosions had drained him greatly. He stared intently at the center of the explosion. As the light faded and the dust settled slightly, Yi Yu's figure reappeared. He still stood in place. Apart from the slightly scorched marks on the hem of his clothes, which made him look a bit disheveled, there were no visible injuries on his body. A thin yet incredibly solid layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy shield was slowly dissipating from his body surface. It was the power of the tailed beast Shikaku. At the most critical moment, he had summoned a trace of it, forming this absolute defense. Although it was just an insignificant trace of power, it was already enough to withstand the impact of an explosion of this magnitude. He raised his head, his scarlet Sharingan calmly gazing at Lei Qianjie, whose face was full of astonishment. Lei, my classmate, Yi Yu spoke, his voice clearly cutting through the gradually subsiding energy ripples. How about we end this sparring match here? He showed no intention of continuing the attack, but the unfathomable aura beneath his calm gaze, coupled with his ability to withstand the thunderous explosion almost unscathed, made Lei Qianjie feel an immense invisible pressure. Lei Qianjie's expression shifted unpredictably, and his clenched fist slowly relaxed. He gave Yi Yu a deep look, especially at those eerie red eyes, as if trying to completely see through this opponent. After a moment, the lightning around him gradually subsided. All right. Lei Qianjie uttered a single word, his voice somewhat dry. Yi Yu, I'll remember you. It seems the days in the Qianlong class won't be boring. Yi Yu, upon hearing this, also retracted his Sharingan. The scarlet hue gradually faded, and his eyes returned to their deep black color. Lei Qianjie completely withdrew the arcs of electricity dancing around him, and the tense atmosphere between the two finally dissipated, replaced by mutual recognition of each other's strength. Refreshing! Lei Qianjie rubbed his still slightly numb wrist and grinned. Lei Qianjie shed the arrogance on his face, his gaze now carrying a hint of curiosity. Yi Yu, right? Your skills are indeed impressive. He paused, his tone becoming much more sincere. I take back what I said earlier. We've crossed paths now, and you definitely have what it takes to join the Qianlong class. Yi Yu's tense muscles also relaxed, and he nodded to Lei Qianjie. Although this person was arrogant, he admitted defeat when he lost and spoke based on strength, making him not too difficult to get along with. He responded, You're too kind, Lei. Your lightning techniques are truly remarkable. Ha, no need to be so polite. Let's go and report to Qianlong Peak together. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Lei Qianjie waved his hand and took the lead, heading down a quieter and wider road outside the square. At the end of the road, shrouded in mist, lay Qianlong Peak. Yi Yu stepped forward to follow. Walking side by side, Lei Qianjie rarely opened up and began introducing Yi Yu to what he knew about the Qianlong class. It was said that the Qianlong class hadn't been opened for many years, and this year was an exception. However, just as they were about to step onto the path leading to Qianlong Peak, a sharp and piercing female voice, like an inescapable nightmare, rang out once again. Well, isn't this our special recruit, genius student Yi Yu? You've made a new friend so quickly? Truly impressive. Yi Yu's footsteps suddenly halted, his gaze instantly turning icy. Wei Xining was seen holding Zhou Mingxuan's arm, quickly walking over from a side path, directly blocking their way. Her face carried a fake expression of surprise and thick mockery, her eyes sweeping back and forth between Yi Yu and Lei Qianjie. When she noticed Lei Qianjie's extraordinary demeanor and attire, a trace of jealousy flashed quickly in her eyes. Lei Qianjie raised an eyebrow, looked at Yi Yu, and asked just 2 words, acquainted? Before Yi Yu could respond, Wei Xining had already spoken up, her voice sharp and shrill, as if she wanted everyone around to hear, of course acquainted. This is none other than our Jianghai city's famous F-level genius Yi Yu. Who knows what kind of luck he stumbled upon to be specially recruited into the Qianlong class, truly admirable.
She deliberately emphasized the words F-level and special admission, making the implication unmistakably clear.
Lei Qianjie's expression darkened slightly. He had just fought Yi Yu and knew full well that the latter was far from being some weakling relying on connections.
Wei Xining's words not only belittled Yi Yu but also mocked Lei Qianjie himself, who had just acknowledged Yi Yu's strength.
The underlying message was clear: you, Lei Qianjie, fought evenly with a fraud. What does that make you?
But before he could react, Wei Xining began her performance again.
She seemed to think her earlier humiliation wasn't enough. Her eyes shifted, the feigned surprise on her face grew even more exaggerated, and she deliberately covered her mouth with her hand, looking at Yi Yu with a maliciously pitying gaze. Oh dear, look at my memory, I almost forgot.
Wei Xining's voice suddenly rose, sharp like a poisoned needle, precisely targeting the wound Yi Yu least wanted anyone to touch.
Yi Yu isn't just extraordinarily gifted, his background is quite special too. She deliberately paused for a moment to ensure she had captured everyone's attention before continuing, enunciating each word with utmost clarity. He's an orphan. He grew up in a welfare institution without a father or mother. I heard he doesn't even know who his parents are, or where he came from. Oh dear, look at me and my big mouth.
She feigned a slip of the tongue, but the mockery on her face and the satisfaction in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts.
Such a pity, really. No one to guide him growing up, no wonder his temperament is so odd, completely clueless about social etiquette. But it's understandable, after all, no one taught him.
Now that he's suddenly gotten lucky and entered the Qianlong class, you'd better cherish it.
After all, for someone like you with no background or support, this might be the only chance in your life to turn things around. Each word was like a red-hot branding iron, fiercely searing the softest yet strongest scar on Yi Yu's heart. Orphan. No father, no mother. Bastard.
These words, he had heard countless times since childhood.
He thought he had long become numb, that he had already wrapped his heart tightly with a cold shell.
But at this moment, when these words came out of Wei Xining's mouth, in this public setting, carrying undisguised malice, the pain he had grown accustomed to was magnified 1,000-fold, almost suffocating him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, these words, laden with undisguised malice and contempt, pierced Yi Yu's heart like a venomous thorn. The fury that seemed ready to burst from his chest, the bone-chilling killing intent, and the loneliness and pain buried deep in his heart all intertwined and exploded in that instant. With a buzzing sound, Yi Yu felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the edges of his vision were instantly engulfed in a crimson haze. The energy within his body surged uncontrollably, emitting a low roar. Deep within the source of his power, the door sealing the terrifying force trembled violently. Threads of energy filled with rage, frenzy, and destruction seemed to be stirred by this extreme negative emotion, beginning to churn restlessly, attempting to break free from their restraints. His hands suddenly clenched tightly at his sides, the joints cracking faintly from the excessive force. Those unique eyes were almost on the verge of activating automatically. Zhou Mingxian also sensed the sudden and extremely dangerous aura emanating from Yi Yu. His gaze sharpened, and he instinctively pulled Wei Xining half a step back, quietly channeling his energy and assuming a defensive stance. Wei. Xin. Ing. 3 words, as if squeezed out from 10,000-year-old ice, each syllable carrying a bone-chilling coldness and an anger suppressed to the extreme. Yi Yu slowly raised his head, his gaze like a tangible ice spike, piercing firmly onto Wei Xining's face. In that gaze, there was no longer the previous indifference, nor the furious roar, but only a kind of unsettling calm. Yet beneath this calm lay a soul-freezing coldness and murderous intent. Wei Xining felt a chill in her heart under that gaze, but in front of the crowd, especially with Zhou Mingxian standing beside her, she refused to show weakness. Forcing a sneer, she said, "What? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you an orphan? Do you have parents? If you do, why don't you call them out for everyone to see?" Ying. Zhou Mingxian frowned deeply and gave a low shout. Although he looked down on Yi Yu, Wei Xining's act of publicly exposing someone's deepest wound with such harsh and venomous words was truly excessive. If this matter spread, it would do no good to his reputation as Zhou Mingxian. Moreover, Yi Yu's current state made him faintly uneasy. "Did I say something wrong, Brother Xian?" Wei Xining became even more excited, as if eager to prove something. He really is an uncultured wild.
Enough!
A cold shout exploded like a thunderclap, interrupting the more venomous words that Wei Xining was about to utter. The one who spoke was Lei Qianjie. He had originally been standing to the side with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with undisguised disdain on his face. Wei Xining's earlier sarcastic remarks had already annoyed him, and now this malicious attack targeting someone's background had crossed his bottom line. Although the Lei family was a prominent clan with strict rules, they also had their own pride and principles. Bullying the weak, especially by using such despicable means to humiliate an opponent, was the behavior he despised the most. Lei Qianjie took a step forward, positioning himself half a step ahead and to the side of Yi Yu. This position did not completely shield Yi Yu but clearly conveyed his stance. He was tall and imposing, his face darkened at this moment, and a natural aura of authority emanated from him, a sharp and commanding presence that came from long-standing dominance. It was far beyond what someone like Zhou Mingxian, a branch family member, could compare to. It was a temperament honed only through witnessing bloodshed and enduring brutal competition.
Your name is Wei Xining, right?
Lei Qianjie's gaze fell on Wei Xining's face, as if he were looking at something filthy and repulsive. The matters of the elite class, are they something a nobody like you, who can't even touch the threshold, is qualified to comment on?
Do you think it's your place to meddle? His gaze shifted sharply to Zhou Mingxian, a member of the Zhou family. Keep your woman in check. The academy is not a place for shrews to hurl insults.
If she dares to spew filth here again, I won't mind teaching her and your Zhou family what it means to follow the rules.
Zhou Mingxuan's face instantly turned extremely grim.
Lei Qianjie. He had felt that this blond young man looked somewhat familiar earlier, and now that the other party stepped forward to speak, he immediately remembered.
Lei Qianjie, the top figure of the Lei family's generation.
A true prodigy, whose status was far beyond his own. Wei Xining was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that this blond young man, who appeared to have an extraordinary demeanor, would have such a significant background and would stand up so firmly for Yi Yu.
Lei
Xiao, Zhou Mingxuan's tone immediately softened, carrying a hint of awkwardness and fear.
It's a misunderstanding, all just a misunderstanding. Ying is just straightforward and outspoken.
Straightforward and outspoken? Lei Qianjie sneered. I think it's more like a sharp tongue and a malicious heart.
Get lost, don't block the way.
He showed no courtesy and directly started driving them away.
Zhou Mingxuan's face turned alternately pale and flushed, yet he didn't dare to retort a single word.
He could only forcibly pull the still protesting Wei Xining away, awkwardly clearing the path. Wei Xining's face was ashen, filled with both shame and anger. Her gaze toward Yi Yu was full of resentment and venom. But more than that, it carried an air of disbelief and deep jealousy.
Why? Why does this F-class waste deserve the protection of such an influential figure? An orphan with no parents, what kind of ability could he possibly have to make someone like Lei Qianjie stand up for him?
From beginning to end, Yi Yu, apart from that one cold, low shout, didn't say another word. With immense willpower, he forced the surge of power within him, which was almost breaking free, back behind the trembling door deep in his consciousness. He cast a glance at Wei Xining, who had been pulled away by others. That gaze was so calm it sent chills down one's spine, as if he were looking at a lifeless object.
If Lei Qianjie hadn't acted first, he would have already made his move. Thank you. Yi Yu turned to Lei Qianjie and nodded.
He knew that Lei Qianjie's intervention was more out of his own pride and disdain for Wei Xining's domineering behavior, but ultimately, it had helped him out of a predicament.
Let's go.
Yi Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse, but outwardly, he had already regained his composure. Lei Qianjie gave him a deep look, clearly sensing the lingering cold aura around Yi Yu. His evaluation of this special recruit rose another notch. To be able to control himself so quickly amidst such intense emotional fluctuations, this guy's temperament was definitely extraordinary. If it had been him, he might have already acted impulsively. Without saying anything further, he walked side by side with Yi Yu, heading back toward the trail leading to Qianlong Peak. This time, no one dared to step forward to block their way. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, and everyone's gaze was filled with complexity as they watched their departing figures.
F-level talent? Orphan? Special recruit?
However, Lei Qianjie's attitude, along with the chilling aura Yi Yu had just unleashed in an instant that made hearts tremble, all pointed to one thing: this young man is far from as simple as he appears on the surface. It wasn't until Yi Yu and Lei Qianjie's figures disappeared around the bend of the path that Wei Xining suddenly flung Zhou Mingxuan's hand away and shrieked, "Why him? Why does that bastard deserve it?"
Shut up! Zhou Mingxuan's face was so dark it seemed like water might drip from it as he growled in a low voice, "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You dare provoke Lei Qianjie? And that Yi Yu, this matter isn't that simple. From now on, stay away from him."
The trail of Qianlong Peak was longer and steeper than expected. Mist swirled around them, and the energy concentration in the air was noticeably higher than at the foot of the mountain. Each breath carried a crisp coolness, seeping into their lungs and soothing the emotions that had been stirred moments ago.
Yi Yu walked in silence. Wei Xining's venomous words, like cold needles, still pierced his heart.
But what made him even more vigilant was the almost uncontrollable agitation emanating from behind the door deep within his dantian. The force he called Second Tail seemed particularly sensitive to his intense negative emotions. Lei Qianjie walked beside him with his hands in his pockets, his golden short hair still dazzling under the faint light that pierced through the mist.
He glanced at Yi Yu and suddenly spoke, his tone more casual than before, "That kind of woman, and that spineless Zhou family guy beside her, don't let them get to you. There are plenty of self-righteous, condescending people like them at the Capital Academy. Sooner or later, they'll pay the price for their arrogance."
Yi Yu turned his head to look at him. The other's expression was candid, and the disdain was genuine, not a deliberate attempt to comfort him.
"I know. Thank you."
He paused and added, "Actually, I could have handled it myself just now."
Lei Qianjie grinned, "I could tell. That aura of yours in that instant, TSK, even I felt a bit uneasy. But by speaking up first, I saved us a lot of trouble." His eyes carried a hint of curiosity. "What kind of technique are you practicing? And your eyes, they seemed a bit different just now?" "Just a bit of family inherited eye technique, paired with a special footwork, that's all." Yi Yu answered evasively, avoiding mention of the violent power. Lei Qianjie tactfully refrained from pressing further. After all, anyone who could enter the Qianlong class would have their own secrets. He shrugged, "All right then. But let me remind you, in the Qianlong class, hiding your strength all the time might not be a good idea. The people there are all wild and ruthless. If you don't show some real skills, you won't be able to hold your ground." As they spoke, they finally passed through the last layer of dense fog, and the view before them suddenly opened up. A mountain peak appeared in front of them, not particularly towering, but exuding a majestic and steady presence like a crouching dragon. The entire peak was a dark cyan color, with faint natural energy patterns flowing across its surface, emanating an ancient and desolate aura. The summit seemed to have been flattened by immense force, forming a vast platform scattered with grand and archaic halls and pavilions, as well as some clearly specialized facilities for cultivation. This was Qianlong Peak, one of the true core forbidden grounds of the Capital Academy. A wide and smooth stone staircase extended upward from their feet, leading directly to the summit platform. On either side of the staircase stood simple and unadorned stone lanterns, unlit yet radiating an atmosphere of solemnity and dignity. The two stopped talking and began to ascend the steps. There were already more than a dozen people standing on the platform. They were scattered in small groups, some standing alone, others whispering to each other. Each person exuded a powerful presence, clearly not ordinary individuals. Evidently, they were the new students of this year's Qianlong class. At the entrance stood a nearly 3-meter-high white stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint glow, resembling an information screen. Lei Qianjie glanced at the people around him, his eyes gleaming with a combative light. "Looks like someone got here even earlier than us," he said. "I wonder if the first-place person has arrived yet." Yi Yu's attention, however, was completely drawn to the white stone tablet. At the top of the tablet, a line of large characters floated, "Chronicles of the Hidden Dragon, First Edition." Below, images and text were scrolling continuously. At the very top of the screen was a large personal photo accompanied by a detailed introduction.
When Yi saw the photo and the accompanying text clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in place.
The girl in the photo was wearing a black, form-fitting battlesuit, standing straight.
She looked no older than 17 or 18, and her beauty was breathtaking, absolutely stunning. Her face was flawless, as cold and serene as the moon, yet exuding an overwhelming sharpness. Her skin was so fair it seemed to glow, her delicate features looked as if they were painted. Those gray-blue eyes resembled a frozen lake, clear and profound. Her nose was high and straight, and her lips were a faint cherry blossom hue. Her long black hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, cascading down her back. She simply stood there quietly, radiating an aura of aloofness and independence, as if nothing in the world could catch her attention. It seemed as though all the light in the world had gathered solely upon her. Such astonishing beauty, combined with her incredibly hot figure, should have made her a peerless beauty capable of driving countless people mad.
However, Yi's breath suddenly caught.
Because the name next to the photo was none other than
Feng Qingyan, codename, White God. First chief student of the first Qianlong class. Graduation Comprehensive Assessment, SSS, the only one in history.
Post-graduation destination, Federal Bureau of Ability Management, captain of the 3rd Action Team.
The remarks state, the youngest 9th-tier powerhouse in federal history, a record that remains unbroken.
Champion of the inaugural Global Academy Competition individual battle, core mainstay of the team battle. Played a key role in the eradication of the bone-eating worm Tide campaign.
Suspected to possess multiple rule-based powers. Danger level, top secret. Feng Qingyan. Xingyan Jia.
What appeared in Yi's mind was the 3rd squad captain, whose face was covered with ugly brown spots, always expressionless, exuding a cold aura all over. Yi's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, the pain making it impossible for him to breathe. He stared intently at the breathtakingly beautiful face on the screen, his mind in utter chaos.
Countless thoughts and questions exploded in his head. Why? Why has Sister Qingyan's face become like this? He was certain that it was definitely not a birthmark or a skin disease. It seemed more like erosion? An unhealable wound? Or some kind of malicious curse? Or perhaps, a terrifying mark left behind after the backlash of some powerful force? With her strength and status, could even the most advanced medical technology of the Federation not cure it? Or do those marks themselves represent some special meaning, or a heavy price?
He recalled the indifferent gaze that occasionally appeared in Feng Qingyan's eyes during the wilderness training, a gaze that seemed to see through everything. He remembered the heaviness that might be hidden beneath her calm exterior when she spoke about the history of exotic beasts and humans. Could all of this be related to her rapidly improving strength, those legendary achievements, and even the multiple rules of power she mastered? Lei Qianji also noticed something unusual about Yu. Following Yu's gaze, he immediately whistled. Wow! Isn't that the white goddess Feng Qingyan? The top of the 1st generation, a living legend. TSK, look at that appearance. No wonder back then, the people chasing her could line up from the capital to the horizon. What a pity, though, I heard something happened later. He stroked his chin, recalling the rumors he'd heard, then lowered his voice and leaned in mysteriously to say, I heard from my brother's generation that Captain Feng Qingyan's face changed after returning from a top-secret mission. What exactly happened, no one dares to say. It seems to be a topic that no one in the headquarters is allowed to touch. He turned to look at Yu. What, are you also interested in this legendary senior? Well, she is indeed the strongest role model in our Qianlong class. He lowered his voice again and warned, however, it's best not to mention the changes in her appearance right now. It's said to involve very high-level secrets, and she particularly hates people discussing it. Yu forced himself to look away from the screen, trying to suppress the storm raging in his heart. He nodded, his voice slightly tight. I just didn't expect that the top student of the 1st class would actually be her. His voice was not loud, just barely audible to the person beside him. His voice sounded calm, but a storm was raging within him. It was this woman who saved him at the Jianghai city dock. She was also the one who took him away, secured him a precious spot in the Qianlong class, and then mercilessly threw him into the wilderness to undergo the harshest training. That seemingly cold woman who would remind him to call me Sister Qing Yan and would casually say not bad after he made progress. He had never imagined that she used to be like this, stunningly beautiful, radiating brilliance, like the sun in the sky. What could have happened to turn such a proud daughter of heaven into what she is now? Is her current effort in nurturing him somehow connected to her past? Yi Yu felt as if he had inadvertently touched the edge of a massive mystery. And the core of this mystery turned out to be his only guide at the moment. The information on the stone tablet continued to scroll, displaying details about other outstanding students, but Yi Yu could no longer focus on it. Feng Qingyan's flawless face and her now scarred appearance alternated repeatedly in his mind. He suddenly remembered that whether in the images or in reality, Feng Qingyan's gray-blue eyes were always the same. Clear, cold, as if they could see through everything, yet seemingly carrying an indescribable heavy past. Qingyan Jia. He murmured in his heart, as an indescribable emotion quietly began to ferment. It wasn't just gratitude or reverence, it seemed to carry a trace of, an impulse to uncover the truth that even he hadn't realized. At this moment, a gentle yet authoritative voice echoed above the platform, clearly reaching everyone's ears. All new students of the Qianlong class, gather here. On the platform, including Yi Yu, 15 new students quickly assembled. Each of them was a proud and talented individual, but under the authority of this voice, no one dared to show the slightest negligence, promptly forming a loose lineup. After Yi Yu stood still, his gaze swept across those around him. A total of 14 young faces, each brimming with confidence and even defiance. There were both males and females, each with a distinct aura, some exuding nobility, some simplicity, some sharpness, and others calm restraint. But without a doubt, the spiritual energy surging around each of them was incredibly pure, clearly marking them as true top-tier talents. An S+ level aptitude here seemed to be merely the entry threshold. At that moment, the ground at the center of the platform subtly distorted, light and shadow converged, and a figure transitioned from illusion to reality, silently appearing before everyone. He was an elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s. His hair was gray and meticulously combed, his face thin, and his gaze gentle. He wore a simple gray mentor's robe and held an unremarkable wooden staff in his hand. He stood there quietly, as if he had merged with the very essence of Qianlong Peak. Though he exuded no pressure, all the new students instinctively held their breath and straightened up, abandoning any trace of casualness. "Welcome to Qianlong Peak, and welcome to this year's Qianlong class," the elder said in a warm and clear voice. "I am Qin Xuan, the steward of Qianlong Peak and one of your chief mentors for the coming year." Qin Xuan's gentle gaze swept over each young face as he slowly said, "First of all, congratulations. To stand here, having emerged from countless geniuses across the Federation, proves that your talent, character, and potential place you at the very pinnacle of your peers. You are the true pride of the heavens." These words made many of the new students instinctively straighten their backs, their faces showing expressions of justified pride. However, Qin Xuan shifted his tone. His voice remained calm, but his words were like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. "But there are some realities I must tell you in advance." He paused, his gaze growing profound. This year's Hidden Dragon class has admitted a total of 15 people, possibly the largest number in the past 20 years. However, resources are limited. A true dragon requires the most extreme tempering and selection. Therefore, 1 year from now, the official number of Hidden Dragon class members will be reduced to just 5. The remaining 10 people will be eliminated, Qin Xuan calmly announced the cruel rule. Of course, even if you are eliminated, you can transfer to other core departments of the academy and enjoy resources far superior to those of ordinary students. However, the label of Qianlong class will no longer have anything to do with you. As the words fell, the entire platform descended into dead silence. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The confidence, pride, and curiosity on the faces of all the freshmen present froze in that instant, only to be replaced by shock and disbelief. Immediately afterward, a surge of anger mixed with confusion quickly rose. 15 people, only 5 left? This means 2/3 of the people will be eliminated. After a brief moment of dead silence, the crowd erupted in uncontrollable uproar.
Are you kidding me? Only 5 people left? We all have S+ level talent. Why should we be eliminated? Not enough resources? With the strength of the Federation and the Academy, supporting 15 of us is more than enough. This rule is too outrageous. Why? Voices of doubt rose one after another. Even those seemingly calm students now furrowed their brows tightly, their sharp gazes fixed on Qin Xuan on the stage. Each of them had once been the brightest presence in their hometowns and academies, accustomed to being treated as treasures and having all resources tilted in their favor. Now, they were suddenly told that even after squeezing into this highest hall, they could be kicked out at any moment. The immense sense of disparity and indignation instantly overwhelmed them. Yi Yu's heart also jolted sharply. Only 5 will remain. This elimination rate was far more brutal than he had imagined. No wonder Feng Qingyan had reminded him earlier that entering the Qianlong class was merely the beginning. It turns out the real competition only truly begins after obtaining the admission ticket. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the faint tremor emanating from behind the door deep within his dantian. Standing next to him, Lei Qianjie furrowed his brows under his golden hair, muttering under his breath, "Damn, they're playing this big?" But immediately afterward, what erupted in his eyes was not retreat, but an even fiercer, almost boiling fighting spirit. Eliminate? Then just eliminate everyone else. Qin Xuan calmly waited for the commotion below to gradually subside. There was no trace of anger on his face, nor did he rush to explain. His gentle gaze, however, seemed to carry immense weight, slowly quieting the restless freshmen, though the defiance in their eyes remained undiminished. "I know you're unconvinced," Qin Xuan began slowly. "You believe that with your talent, you deserve the best treatment and shouldn't have to worry about being replaced by anyone. But the true meaning of the words hidden dragon has never been about nurturing geniuses." His voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. "It is about forging geniuses into true dragons capable of soaring through the skies and protecting humanity. Talent is nothing more than an admission ticket. Character, perseverance, wisdom, decisiveness, the potential to erupt in desperate situations, the speed of growth under pressure, and the understanding and mastery of the essence of power. These are the true keys to determining whether you can stay a year from now. The resources of the Hidden Dragon class are indeed beyond your imagination. But precisely because of this, every resource is incredibly precious and must be used on the seedlings most likely to become dragons. The competition here began the moment you stepped onto this platform. Mission points, cultivation progress, practical assessments, performance in secret realm explorations, and even evaluations of teamwork and leadership. All of your actions will be converted into hidden dragon points. A year from now, the top 5 in hidden dragon points will stay, while the rest will be eliminated. The rules are as they are, with no room for negotiation. If anyone cannot accept this now, you may choose to withdraw and transfer to other core departments. There's still time." Qin Xuan finished speaking and fell silent again, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone. Withdraw? Not a single person moved. Who among those who made it here isn't proud and ambitious? Who would be willing to admit they're inferior to others and surrender before the fight even begins? Although everyone was dissatisfied and felt the rules were too harsh, no one was willing to quit at this moment. That would not only mean admitting failure but also a complete denial of all their past efforts and pride. Yi Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Eliminating 2/3, this pressure was like a towering mountain. But he remembered the 3 months of life and death struggle on the wasteland, and he thought of Feng Qingyan's scarred face, still filled with unwavering determination. Even someone like that had endured unimaginable hardships. What did his current pressure amount to in comparison? He wanted to stay, to grow stronger, to seek the truth, to live up to that expectation. There was only one path. Give it his all and become one of the remaining 5. The atmosphere on the platform has completely shifted from initial excitement and curiosity to solemnity, oppression, and an undercurrent of fierce competition. The gazes exchanged among the 15 prodigies have unknowingly undergone a transformation. There is less of the polite scrutiny typical of a first meeting and more of an air of examination, vigilance, and deeply hidden hostility. From this moment on, everyone around them has become a potential rival.
Xin Chuan looked at the varied expressions of the crowd, and a barely noticeable satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his lips. That's right, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? If he didn't push them to the brink, how could he witness the emergence of true strong contenders? Very well, since no one is chosen to withdraw, then I hereby announce, Xin Chuan's voice suddenly rose, the current Dragon Potential class officially begins today. The next 3 days will be your adaptation period. You can familiarize yourselves with the environment here, consult the Dragon Chronicles to learn about previous sessions, or engage in mutual exchanges. 3 mornings from now, gather here again, and I will explain the first group task and distribute basic resources. Now, dismissed. As soon as the words fell, Xin Chuan's figure became blurry and then vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there. On the platform, only 15 freshmen with varying thoughts remained. The atmosphere instantly turned subtle. The pressure of elimination, like a tangible dark cloud, loomed over everyone's hearts. After a brief silence, the crowd began to disperse in small groups. However, the atmosphere did not lighten. Instead, with the departure of the mentor, the suppressed sense of competition surfaced completely. Everyone moved silently, cautiously observing those around them. These people were classmates just yesterday, but now, they had become life and death rivals. Yi Yu stood still, slowly circulating the power within his body to calm the emotional turbulence caused by the earlier words. His gaze swept over the distant peaks and palaces before finally landing back on the black token in his hand. Qianlong Peak. He took a deep breath and was about to head to the dormitory when a voice came from beside him. It sounded lazy, yet carried an unmistakable sharpness. How's it going, special recruit? Feeling the pressure? Yi Yu turned his head and saw it was none other than Lei Qianjie with his golden hair. Not too bad, Yi Yu replied calmly. Hey, not too bad? Lei Qianjie raised an eyebrow, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice. When that old man spoke, did you see those guys? Their eyes were practically red, itching to kick the person next to them off the mountain. 15 people, only 5 spots left, that's pretty ruthless. He suddenly changed his tone, a fiery look igniting in his eyes. But isn't that what makes it exciting? What's the point of being a good student and following the rules? He stared at Yi Yu, the curiosity in his eyes growing stronger. Honestly, I'm getting more and more curious. What exactly got you specially recruited? Just those strange movements of yours and the ability of your eyes? You should know, in the history of the Qianlong class, no one who was specially recruited was ever ordinary. Yi Yu glanced at him but didn't answer. Instead, he asked, You don't seem worried at all? Worried? Lei Qianjie sneered, as if he had just heard the biggest joke, his voice filled with absolute confidence. They're the ones who should be worried. My goal has never been as simple as just staying here. It's... He deliberately paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, to be the top. His words were neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for a few nearby freshmen who hadn't walked far to hear. Their expressions immediately changed, and they looked at Lei Qianjie with a mix of fear and defiance, but in the end, no one dared to voice any objections. After all, he was the second in the entrance exam, and he hadn't been at a disadvantage in his earlier clash with Yi Yu. That strength was his greatest confidence. Lei Qianjie was very satisfied with this effect. He patted Yi Yu's shoulder with a force neither too light nor too heavy. Let's go, I'll show you my place first. You're in Courtyard 7, right? I'm in Courtyard 9. Come over and practice sometime. Oh, by the way. He seemed to suddenly remember something, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just a heads up, the guy who ranked first in the entrance exam is probably arriving soon. That person, might be even stronger than me. After saying this, he didn't care about Yi Yu's reaction, turned around gracefully, and walked away, quickly disappearing down the path leading to the residential area. First place in the official exam. Yi Yu's gaze slightly sharpened. For someone as proud as Lei Qianjie to say might be stronger than me, that person must undoubtedly be a formidable character. The number of freshmen on the platform dwindled, leaving only 3 or 4 people in the end. At that moment, an extremely faint yet exceptionally distinct energy fluctuation emanated from the edge of the platform, like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. This force was not powerful, but it was refined to the extreme, condensed like an invisible blade, carrying a sharpness capable of slicing through space and a faint trace of coldness. Yi Yu became instantly alert, his senses immediately heightened to the extreme as he sharply turned to look in the direction of the disturbance. With just one glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. At the edge of the platform, the void that had previously been filled only with swirling mist suddenly rippled like the surface of water.
There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any dazzling brilliance.
A tall and upright figure silently emerged, as if stepping out of an ink painting, its form transitioning from faint to vivid, gradually becoming clear. That was a young man who looked about 18 or 19 years old. He wore a long robe as pure white as snow, simple and unadorned, yet exuding an ethereal aura untouched by the mundane world. His hair was a rare shade of silver white, not the gray of age, but a shimmering silver with a faint cold glow. His long hair was casually tied at the back with a ribbon of the same color, with a few strands falling over his forehead, accentuating his excessively handsome features. His skin was a cold, pale white, the kind that rarely sees sunlight. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were very faint in color. But the most striking feature was his pair of ice blue eyes. Deep within those eyes seemed to lie eternal, unmelting ice, clear, cold, and devoid of any emotion. When he looked over, his gaze felt like two tangible ice spikes, capable of piercing through all facades and reaching directly into one's soul. He appeared out of nowhere, without glancing at the few people still lingering on the platform. He merely lifted his ice blue eyes slightly and looked toward the highest point of Qianlong Peak, at the grandest and most silent black main hall. Then, as if confirming something, he shifted his gaze indifferently toward them. His gaze swept across the crowd, not even pausing for a fraction of a second on Yi Yu before moving away. It was as if, in his eyes, neither Yi Yu, nor this Qianlong Peak, nor anything in this world, was any different from the dust and stones by the roadside, unable to spark even the slightest interest in him. Then, he moved. He did not head toward any of the paths down the mountain, nor did he show any intention of interacting with anyone. He simply lifted his foot and took the first step forward into the void. Though there was clearly nothing beneath his feet, that step landed as if he were treading on an invisible staircase. Immediately after, came the second step, the third step. Just like that, he stepped onto invisible stairs, one step at a time, walking through the air toward the higher parts of Qianlong Peak, where the spiritual energy was denser and the buildings more ancient. Clad in white as pure as snow, with silver hair like frost, he left behind only a solitary and lofty silhouette. The entire process was silent and soundless. Until his figure completely disappeared into the higher clouds and mist, the few people remaining on the platform seemed to finally break free from a spell of immobilization. They all let out a long sigh of relief in unison, only to realize that cold sweat had already seeped down their backs. Walking, in midair? This would require at least a fourth-tier expert's ultimate control over spiritual power, or some kind of special spatial talent? A bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man adjusted his glasses, his voice unable to conceal his shock. He's the top scorer in this assessment? Another petite girl murmured, her face still showing a trace of lingering fear. Ice Emperor, Bai Yi. Bai Yi. Yi Yu silently repeated the name in his heart. Unlike Lei Qianjie's outward, aggressive arrogance, Bai Ye's aloofness is ingrained in his very bones, a kind of indifference that looks down on the entire world. One flaunts like fire, the other restrains like ice. In the end, they're both just putting on a show. Yi Yu withdrew his gaze, sneering inwardly. He didn't dwell on it further and turned to head toward his own residence. Before long, Yi Yu arrived at room number 3 in courtyard number 7. Rather than a mere room, it was more like an independent courtyard surrounded by formations, forming a world of its own. As soon as he stepped in, a refreshing aura rushed toward him, permeating his heart and lungs, instantly invigorating his spirit. He paused in his steps, took a deep breath, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This is spiritual energy, he murmured to himself, taking another breath to confirm it wasn't an illusion. Such dense spiritual energy, its concentration is probably several times higher than outside. He sat cross-legged under the corridor, where the glow of the formation outside the window was slowly circulating, systematically gathering and purifying the spiritual energy in the courtyard, ultimately channeling it all into the small, independent space. Yiyu closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy around him, several times denser than the outside world, enveloping him like warm spring water. He immediately activated the Hunyuan Wuji technique while focusing his mind on his dantian. Deep within the dantian, the ancient and heavy stone door still stood silently. A faint blue aura lingered around the door, the power of the two-tailed Matatabi. Compared to before, this aura was noticeably more active, and the patterns on the door faintly emitted a glow, as if something inside was accumulating strength, waiting for the moment to break through. Yiyu could clearly sense, based on the seal's indications and the recent period of harmonization, that the time to open the second door was not far off. Yiyu understood in his heart that the breakthrough would happen within the next few days. He immediately focused his mind, carefully mobilizing the spiritual energy within his body, guiding the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth like gentle tides, repeatedly washing over the mysterious tailed beast door. Just as Yiyu fully immersed his mind, preparing to guide the spiritual energy and launch the final round of impact, which was also the limit he could currently endure. Buzz. An extremely faint sword hum, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness and sharpness, seemed to explode directly in his mind. His precise spiritual energy guidance was instantly interrupted. What happened? The formation's glow in the courtyard showed no signs of being disturbed, and the restriction at the entrance remained intact. But right in the center of the courtyard, beside the ethereal ice crystal bonsai, a slender white figure appeared silently, as if frost had condensed out of thin air. Silver hair like snow, white robes untouched by a speck of dust, and a pair of ice-blue eyes calm and unruffled, like glaciers that have remained frozen for millennia. It was Bai Yi. He stood there quietly, as if he had been standing for a long time, or perhaps had just stepped in. The chill around him did not radiate outward, yet it infused the entire courtyard with a biting cold, even forming tiny, glimmering ice crystals in the air. Yiyu's spiritual power operation came to an abrupt halt, and even the agitation behind the tailed beast gate seemed to temporarily subside due to the sudden chill. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly locking onto that solitary figure. Something wrong? Yiyu's voice was calm, but his inner vigilance had already reached its peak. Baiye's gaze fell on him, those ice-blue eyes seemingly unfocused yet appearing to see through everything. He did not respond, merely slowly raised his right hand. It was a hand seemingly carved from exquisite cold jade, with long fingers and a pale, icy complexion. There was no overwhelming aura, nor any dazzling brilliance. Yet, as his fingers lifted, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly plummeted again. A thin, yet exceptionally resilient layer of frostwhite ice crystals instantly spread from the ground and the corridor pillars, all the way to the edge of the mat where Yiyu was seated cross-legged. I heard you're a special recruit. I've come to spar. Baiye's voice rang out, cold and concise like his demeanor, devoid of any emotion, as if merely stating a fact. It was not a request, nor a challenge, but a unilateral notification. Yiyu's gaze slightly sharpened. The top scorer of the exam, Ice Emperor Baiyi. He was well aware that the other party was not here for some qualification verification. Lake Xianjie's challenge carried the competitiveness and probing nature of youth, whereas Baiyi before him seemed more like he was performing some routine confirmation. Perhaps in his eyes, everyone in this Qianlong class must pass his test. Yiyu slowly stood up, his spiritual energy circulating around him, dispersing the coldness that had spread nearby. Thin ice crystals cracked with a crisp crack sound under the influence of his spiritual energy. Here? Yiyu glanced at the not-so-spacious courtyard. If they fought here, the commotion would be too great. The White Knight seemed to see through his thoughts, and in the ice-blue eyes, it was as if a faint rune flickered briefly. The next moment, Yiyu felt a slight distortion in the surrounding space. This was not spatial teleportation, but a domain. Centered around the White Knight, the entire courtyard's scenery transformed. The light became colder, the air completely stagnated, and all spiritual energy was pushed away by a purer force of icy coldness. The size of the courtyard seemed to stretch infinitely in perception, giving the illusion of being in a vast icy plain. The prototype of an ice domain. Yiyu's heart tightened.
That's enough. Bai spoke succinctly, indicating that this temporary ice field was sufficient for the two to duel without affecting the outside world. Before the words had fully settled, his raised right hand slightly curled its 5 fingers. Show shhhshhh. Countless fine ice needles, as thin as cow hair, condensed out of thin air, glimmering with a ghostly blue chill. In an instant, they filled all the space around Yiyu, sealing off every possible escape route. Immediately afterward, these ice needles shot forth like thousands of arrows fired from powerful bows, carrying a sharpness capable of piercing through metal and stone. Speed reaches the extreme, covering every corner without a single blind spot. No probing, the moment it strikes, it carries the momentum of a decisive kill. Yiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. At the very moment the ice needles formed, his eyes instantly turned crimson, and the peculiar double tomo pattern in his pupils began spinning rapidly. His brain was frantically analyzing everything in front of him. The trajectory of the flying ice needles, the distribution of energy, the path of the cold air's erosion. A massive amount of information flooded into his mind in an instant. However, the sheer number and density of these ice needles were truly astonishing, each one containing a terrifying chill capable of easily piercing through the protective energy of an ordinary expert. There was simply no way to evade them. Yiyu let out a low roar, and the energy within his body surged out at an unprecedented speed, instantly forming a thick sand shield on the surface of his body. At the same time, he stomped the ground forcefully with both feet, and instead of retreating, he advanced, charging forward recklessly toward the densest cluster of ice needles with a bizarrely twisted posture. Clang! 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 A series of dense collision sounds rang out, like hailstones striking a tin roof. Most of the ice needles were deflected or redirected by the energy shield, but the sand shield visibly thinned and dimmed at an alarming rate. Even so, several ice needles still managed to pierce through the weak points of the shield, aiming straight for his vital areas. With the super dynamic vision brought by those red eyes, Yiyu captured every deadly trajectory. During his high-speed charge, his body made minute adjustments unimaginable to ordinary people. The next second, his shoulder, side ribs, and outer thigh almost simultaneously experienced piercing pain and a cold numbness. The ice needles grazed his flesh or shallowly pierced in, drawing out a few drops of blood, but he ultimately avoided fatal areas like the heart and throat. He actually endured this storm of ice needles and, in a flash, closed the distance between himself and Bai to right in front of him. For the first time, a faint ripple appeared in Bai's ice-blue eyes. He seemed to develop a slight interest in Yiyu's fearless, life-for-life fighting style and those eerie red eyes capable of perceiving everything. But his hands did not stop moving. Just as Yiyu approached within 5 meters of him, Bai's originally clenched 5 fingers suddenly spread open and pressed toward Yiyu's direction in the void. Condense. He softly uttered a single word. Yiyu's forward-charging body abruptly froze. All the icy cold aura spreading around him, as well as the moisture permeating the air, instantly condensed and solidified. On the surface of his body and within a half-meter radius around him, a layer of crystal-clear, incomparably hard, heavy ice armor formed. Instant freeze. The bone-chilling cold frantically seeped in from the surface of his body, not only freezing him but also attempting to invade his energy pathways and internal organs. Yiyu let out a muffled groan, feeling the energy flow within him slow to an unbearable crawl. His body felt as if it were shackled by a 1,000-pound chain, unable to move, and even his thoughts seemed on the verge of freezing solid. Bai remained standing in place, his expression unchanged. However, the hand he held in a pressing gesture began to slowly curl its 5 fingers inward. As his fingers moved, the heavy ice armor encasing Yiyu emitted a teeth-grating crackling sound, beginning to contract and compress inward. He wasn't merely trying to trap Yiyu but intended to crush him, ice and all, into powder. Life and death hung by a thread. Deep within Yiyu's frozen pupils, the scarlet double tomo pattern spun wildly, almost merging into a single blur. At the core of his power, the ancient door sealing the giant beast seemed to sense the host's mortal peril and the extreme icy stimulation, trembling violently all of a sudden. Roar! A soundless roar filled with rage, antiquity, and the aura of destruction seemed to pierce through layers of seals, exploding directly in the depths of Yiyu's soul. On the second door, a surge of scorching,
frenzied energy radiating a ghostly blue light burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. This torrent of energy was no longer the gentle seepage from before but a rough, forceful eruption that shattered a long loosened boundary. Boom! Something inside Yi Yu's body seemed to have been detonated. It wasn't an explosion, but more like a floodgate opening. At the source of his power, the ancient stone door representing this second giant beast suddenly lit up with all its mysterious patterns, emitting a ghostly blue flame-like glow, as if it came from hell. The door burst open with a thunderous roar. A surge of ghostly blue energy, far more bizarre and intense than the power he had used before, carrying a strong aura of death and ominousness, erupted like a volcanic explosion through the energy pathways within Yi Yu's body, violently rushing throughout his entire being. Ugh! Yi Yu suddenly threw his head back, letting out a low roar he could no longer suppress. The sound carried a trace of pain, but even more so, it was a wild and violent release. The thick ice armor covering his entire body emitted a fierce sizzle the moment it came into contact with the ghostly blue energy erupting from within, as if a red-hot branding iron had been plunged into ice water. The ice armor melted and vaporized at an astonishing speed. This was no ordinary heat from flames. It was a purer, more domineering fire. It was the primal power belonging to the second giant beast. The dark blue flames did not ignite from Yi Yu's body surface but erupted outward from within his body, from every single cell. The blue flames seeped out from every pore of his body, forming a thin layer of fiery clothing that radiated terrifying heat and an aura of destruction. The originally continuously contracting and compressing ice armor was forcibly halted by this power, then began to crumble inch by inch from the inside out. The fingers of Baiya's virtual grip suddenly trembled, and for the first time, a clear expression of surprise appeared in his ice-blue eyes. He could distinctly feel that his extreme cold ice coffin, capable of freezing and crushing ordinary masters, was being forcibly torn apart and burned from the inside by a violent energy. Break! A hoarse word squeezed out from Yi Yu's throat. The deep blue flame cloak covering his body suddenly expanded, instantly shattering the remaining ice armor into countless flying ice crystal fragments, like a dazzling ice rain. The ice crystals quickly turned into vapor in the residual warmth of the flames, emitting a hissing sound. Yi Yu broke free and landed heavily on the ground. With a loud crack, the ground beneath his feet was fractured into fine cracks by the residual flames and immense force. He was slightly panting, his body enveloped in that flickering, unstable deep blue flame. The flame was not particularly fierce but was extremely dense, its color as dark as the waters of the river Styx, flickering with an ominous glow. The most striking feature was his eyes. The scarlet Sharingan remained, with the two tomos spinning rapidly, but the scarlet hue seemed to be tainted by the deep blue flames, exuding a strange and violent purplish-red glow. Behind him, under the reflection of the ghostly blue flame robe, two shadows composed purely of fire, resembling the tails of giant cats, flickered faintly, swaying gently and exuding an ancient and ferocious aura. The temperature in the courtyard rose sharply, and the air was distorted by the intense heat. The cold domain that Bai Yi had previously expanded was now being counter-eroded and suppressed by the ghostly blue flames. Ice and fire, two extreme forces, silently confronted and collided within the small courtyard, emitting faint sounds of energy annihilation. Bai Yi withdrew his hovering palm, his fingertips subtly pinching as if dispelling the lingering sensation of the flame's burn. His ice-blue eyes were fixed intently on Yi Yu, or more precisely, on the ghostly blue flames surrounding Yi Yu and the shadowy tail flames behind him. On his face, as cold and unyielding as a millennium-old glacier, there finally appeared a noticeable shift. It was not fear, but a cold, solemn expression akin to the discovery of an unknown new species, filled with inquiry and gravity. So that's how it is. Bai Yi spoke slowly, his voice still icy but with less contempt than before and a hint more seriousness. Is this your trump card? A second ability? His gaze fell on Yi Yu's Sharingan. Interesting, a visual manipulation eye technique, combined with a fire-based ability. It seems your body harbors even more secrets. Yi Yu did not respond. The power within him surged like an unbridled wild horse, rampaging wildly, bringing an unparalleled sense of strength while also relentlessly assaulting his meridians and sanity. A violent, destructive impulse rose alongside the surge of power, making him want to burn everything before him, including that cold, white figure. He clenched his teeth tightly, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth, using the pain to maintain the last shred of clarity. The Sharingan spun wildly, combined with his mental techniques, desperately suppressing and channeling this violent force. Roar! A low, inhuman growl escaped through his tightly clenched teeth. He knew this was merely the initial release of the Two Tails power, just a portion of its energy leaking out. The true Two Tails, with its complete consciousness and power, was still sealed deeper within his body. Yet even so, this force was unimaginably strong and extremely difficult to control. It seems you can't fully control it, Bai Yi keenly observed Yi Yu's condition, a trace of understanding flashing in his ice-blue eyes. A newly awakened power? Forced to activate it during battle, commendable courage, but also foolish. Before the voice faded, Bai Yi moved. This time, he no longer used large-scale freezing spells, but simply raised the index finger of his right hand. At his fingertip, a speck of extreme ice-blue cold light quickly condensed. The tiny light, as small as a bean, emitted a temperature and sharpness far more terrifying than all the previous ice needles and ice coffins combined. The air around the cold light was even frozen into fine, diamond-like ice crystal dust. Ice Soul Finger. White Knight counts on fingers, lightly flicks. That trace of icy blue cold light silently shot out. Its speed seemed slow, yet it appeared to lock onto Yi Yu's soul, ignoring the high-temperature barrier of the ghostly blue flame robe, heading straight for his brow. This was not a range attack, but rather the ultimate condensation of all coldness and piercing force into a single point. It was an aura of killing intent condensed to the extreme, rushing straight at him. Yi Yu's pupils instantly contracted, his unique eyes firmly locked onto that icy blue cold light. Too fast, and too precise, there was no way to dodge. Since it can't be dodged, then face it head-on. The dark blue flames frantically gathered on his right arm, forming a burning blue armor, so solid it almost turned into liquid. Yi Yu let out a low roar, neither dodging nor retreating, and with his flame-covered right fist, he fiercely smashed toward that cold blue light. Ice and fire, two extreme energies, collided solidly in mid-air. There was no imagined earth-shattering explosion, time seemed to pause for a second. Immediately after, an extremely piercing sound rang out, the sound of energies canceling and devouring each other. Ice blue and dark blue colors intertwined, ferociously tearing at each other. The blue flames on Yi Yu's fist flickered violently, on the verge of extinguishing. Meanwhile, the icy blue glimmer was visibly shrinking and melting. In the end, both forces vanished simultaneously. Yi Yu let out a painful groan as the blue flames on his right arm instantly extinguished. A layer of frost quickly spread across his entire arm, and the bone-chilling cold surged through his bloodstream, leaving half of his body numb. He staggered back half a step before barely managing to steady himself. On his fist, the skin had split into fine cracks, resembling shattered porcelain, but fortunately, it wasn't completely frostbitten or pierced. Bai Yi remained motionless in his original spot. The tip of his extended index finger showed a faint red hue, as if it had been scorched by fire, but it was soon covered by a thin layer of ice, returning to its original state. He glanced at his finger, then raised his eyes to look at Yi Yu. Although Yi Yu was barely standing, his gaze was as fierce as that of a wounded beast. In Bai Yi's icy blue eyes, the trace of curiosity gradually faded, returning to a state of unruffled calm. "That's enough," Bai Yi said calmly, "I don't want to kill you." Bai Yi's tone was very composed, devoid of any emotion, as if he were stating a fact. There was no insult or mockery in his words, yet to Yi Yu, they were more hurtful than any harsh remark. It was a blatant condescension, a cold indifference that bordered on charity. "Don't want to kill me?" Yi Yu slowly straightened his body, the frost on his right arm evaporating under the remnants of flames, emitting a sizzling sound. He raised his head, his unique eyes fixed firmly on Bai Yi, repeating the words one by one. The pain in his body, the suppressed anger in his heart, and the humiliation of being so easily spared all ignited like a fire, instantly snapping the taut string in his mind. "You think you can kill me just because you want to? What a joke!" Yi Yu let out a roar from deep in his throat, a sound that was both a human bellow and a beastly screech. The blue flames on his body suddenly surged, no longer a thin layer but transforming into a towering wave of fire. At the moment the flames erupted, the ground beneath Yi Yu's feet exploded without warning. What surged out wasn't ordinary dust, but dark yellow sand. This sand carried a heavy force, gushing out from the ground like a fountain and forming a high-speed spinning sandstorm around him.
This is the power of sand from Shikaku.
Blue flames and yellow sandstorms, two completely different formidable forces, were simultaneously unleashed by Yiyu at this moment. The flames intertwined with the sandstorm, each grain of sand wrapped in a layer of blue fire, forming a terrifying blue flame sandstorm. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air, and the sandstorm seemed to tear through space. The cold domain previously set up by Yi emitted creaking sounds under the impact of this violent force, its range rapidly compressed. Yiyu's figure was completely engulfed by the blue flame sandstorm, with only a faint glimpse of his blood-red eyes spinning madly and the two fiery tails behind him, clearer and more frenzied in their movements. His aura surged wildly at this moment, so powerful that even Baiye's expression slightly changed. Although this force was chaotic and unstable, its destructive oppression was undeniably real.
You think? From the center of the sandstorm came Yiyu's hoarse voice, like the roar of a wild beast. You think you can kill me just because you want to? As the last word fell, Yiyu moved. He didn't use any techniques, but simply unleashed the purest force. His right foot stomped heavily on the ground, leveraging the immense reactive force, and with a world-destroying blue flame sandstorm, he charged toward Bai Yi. The sandstorm mixed with flames transformed into a destructive torrent, rushing fiercely toward Bai Yi. Wherever the torrent passed, the ground was first melted by the intense heat, then torn apart by the raging sand, leaving behind a deep and long charred trench. The ice-blue pupils of Bai Yi suddenly contracted to the size of a needlepoint for the first time. The power Yiyu unleashed at this moment, both in intensity and in its chaotic, violent nature, far exceeded his expectations. This was definitely not something that could be explained by a second ability. He could sense that within the sandstorm and flames, there were two entirely different yet equally ancient and ferocious auras hidden. What on earth were they? Faced with this unreasonable and terrifying force, Bai Yi no longer attempted to counter it with pinpoint attacks. His hands quickly formed seals in front of his chest, the gestures complex and ancient. His ice-blue long hair moved without wind, and the aura around his entire body instantly retracted, exuding a deadly sense of danger. He uttered a few cold words, "Ice domain frozen bloom." As soon as the words fell, the icy energy in the entire area was instantly drained and condensed, with him at the center. The air seemed to freeze into solid blue crystals, and the temperature plummeted to a level capable of freezing souls. The raging blue flame sandstorm, upon entering this domain, immediately slowed down. The outermost layers of sand and fire even froze directly in mid-air, transforming into fragments of blue crystals suspended in the air. However, Yiyu's offensive was too fierce, and the wild beast-like ferocity was overwhelmingly strong. Break for me. In the center of the sandstorm, Yiyu's eyes were bloodshot, his peculiar eyes spinning rapidly, frantically squeezing the two forces within him that were on the verge of losing control. He completely ignored the excruciating pain from his meridians and the increasingly loud beastly roars in his mind, forcibly pushing his power to another peak. The solidified blue flame crystals and icy sand were instantly shattered by the subsequent, even more violent force. Extreme cold and extreme heat collided madly in this small space, mutually annihilating each other, emitting a piercing screech loud enough to tear eardrums. Just as the blue flame sandstorm was about to engulf him, Baiye's figure suddenly wavered like a reflection in water, becoming blurry and indistinct. In the next moment, his true form had already appeared on the other side of the courtyard. Where he had originally stood, only a lifelike ice sculpture remained, which was instantly consumed and crushed by the blue flame sandstorm. But just as he reappeared and hadn't had time to catch his breath, his pupils contracted once again. He saw that the blue flame sandstorm, which had devoured the ice sculpture, suddenly split off a portion like a living creature, transforming into a massive sand claw burning with blue flames. With even greater speed than before, it tore through the air and slammed down fiercely toward the top of his head. The giant claw had not yet arrived, but the scorching, heavy, and even spirit-corroding aura of brutality had already pressed forward. This was a perfect manifestation of Yiyu's powerful insight and beast-like attack instincts. Bai Yi finally completely abandoned the last trace of a playful attitude. He let out a cold snort, holding nothing back anymore. Ice Emperor Judgment. He brought his fingers together, like a sharp sword, and gently slashed at the descending sand flame giant claw. This time, there was no earth-shattering momentum. A thread-thin, ice-blue line, condensed to the extreme, appeared out of thin air and sliced through space. At this moment, time itself seemed to be split apart by this line. The burning sand flame giant claw touched the line, and whether it was the raging flames or the heavy sand, they were silently and effortlessly split in two, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with no sign of energy explosion. The severed parts quickly lost their power, turning into ordinary scorched earth and sparks, falling down in a rustling manner. The ice blue line continued its trajectory unabated, carrying a soul-freezing chill, heading straight for Yi Yu at the center of the sandstorm. Yi Yu's hair stood on end instantly, and his unique eyes frantically warned him. The sense of crisis brought by this ice blue line was 10 times stronger than any previous attack. He knew that this strike absolutely could not be taken head-on. Yi Yu let out a furious roar, mobilizing all his energy to compress the blue flame sandstorm around him inward. In an instant, it condensed into a heavy sand shield burning with ghostly blue flames in front of him. At the same time, he desperately twisted his body to the side. The icy blue threads silently sliced into the sand shield. That heavy sand shield, imbued with immense protective power, was almost useless, being split more than halfway through in an instant. However, it managed to obstruct the attack for just a moment, causing the thread's trajectory to deviate slightly. Swish! The icy thread grazed past Yi Yu's left shoulder. The fabric on his shoulder instantly turned into cold powder, revealing a deep wound that exposed the bone, yet no blood flowed out. This was because the flesh and even the veins around the wound were completely frozen and necrotized the moment they came into contact. A piercing, bone-chilling cold surged madly into his body through the wound. The icy energy was frantically corroding his flesh and blood. Yi Yu let out a painful roar, half of his body almost numb. The blue flame sandstorm surrounding him shook violently, on the verge of collapse. Bai Yi frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that this strike hadn't completely ended the battle. He could sense that the defense of that sand shield was far stronger than any ability Yi Yu had previously displayed. However, before he could strike again, the situation suddenly changed. At the wound on Yi Yu's frozen left shoulder, the ghostly blue flames seemed to be provoked, suddenly igniting from within and fiercely devouring the invading cold energy. At the same time, deep within his dantian, behind the stone gate representing the two-tailed, came a clearer, more furious and impatient roar of a feline beast. Boom! The blue flames around Yi Yu, which were about to extinguish, surged skyward once again, their color shifting from ghostly blue to a deeper, more ominous dark blue. The temperature and destructive aura of the flames skyrocketed instantly. Even the ground beneath his feet began to melt and crystallize. Under the impact of this even more violent force and excruciating pain, his consciousness was like a taut string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. In his Sharingan, the Tomo pattern spun rapidly, almost forming a blurred shadow, faintly showing signs of evolving into a more complex pattern, but extremely unstable. 1. https://www.dictionary.com/culture/pop-culture/Sharingan. 2. https://uzumakipedia.weebly.com/Sharingan.html. He raised his head, and in his gaze toward Bai Yi, there was only the purest desire for violence and destruction. The rationality belonging to humanity was being rapidly devoured by the instincts of a beast. Kill you! A hoarse and deep threat, as if two voices overlapped, squeezed out from his throat. Bai Ye's expression turned completely grave. He could tell that Yi Yu was already on the verge of losing control. If this continued, he would either be consumed by his own power and die, or completely go berserk, causing unimaginable destruction. Just as Bai Yi was secretly gathering strength, preparing to use a stronger move to forcibly suppress him, or simply retreat from this dangerous area. Enough! A gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens, yet also resonated directly within the depths of their souls. Accompanied by this sound, an invisible force as vast as the starry sea and as steady as the earth descended in an instant, enveloping the entire courtyard. The violent dark blue flames and sandstorms surrounding Yi Yu were gently swept away as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly calming and dissipating without a trace, retreating back into his body. The tailed beast's power, which was on the verge of breaking through its seal, was forcibly pacified.
At the same time, the icy power condensed by Bai silently disintegrated. His newly formed domain of ice shattered like a bubble under sunlight with a soft pop. The courtyard returned to its original state, leaving only the mess on the ground as evidence of the brief yet thrilling battle that had just taken place. The blood-red madness in Yiyu's eyes receded like a tide, and a wave of pain, weakness, and exhaustion from his drained strength swept over him. He let out a muffled groan, dropped to one knee on the ground, gasping heavily, while the wound on his left shoulder remained shockingly visible. White Knight's body trembled slightly as he looked toward the courtyard entrance. A trace of understanding and reverence flashed in his ice-blue eyes. He bowed slightly, Master Qin. At some unknown time, Qin Xuan, the steward of Qianlong Peak, had quietly appeared outside the moon gate of the courtyard. He still leaned on that dark wooden staff, his gray-white hair meticulously groomed. His gentle gaze swept across the messy courtyard, paused briefly on Yiyu, and then turned to White Knight. Sparring should be measured, Qin Xuan's voice revealed no emotion. White Knight, you were too heavy-handed. The White Knight remained silent, without defending itself, only bowing slightly once again. Qin Xuan's gaze fell once more on Yiyu, who had barely lifted his head and whose eyes had regained a trace of clarity, a deep and probing look flashing in his eyes. Yiyu, he called his name, power is not meant to destroy yourself or harm your peers. 3 days later, gather at the peak. During these 3 days, take good care of your injuries and think carefully about how to control your power. Hidden Dragon class, not beasts controlled by power, Qin Xuan's voice echoed in the air. What we need are those who can master power, dragons. After speaking, he said no more. His figure faded away quietly, just as it had appeared, as if he had never been there. In the courtyard, only the devastation and 2 silent youths remained. The night wind swept through, leaving behind traces of scorched and icy air. White Knight took one last look at Yiyu, whose face was pale and eyes filled with complexity, said nothing, turned around, stepped onto invisible stairs, rose into the air, and disappeared into the higher night. Yiyu knelt alone in the ruins, waves of sharp pain in his shoulder and a hollow feeling within his body surged over him. He slowly clenched his intact right fist, his nails once again digging deeply into his palm. Don't want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me anytime you want? He slowly raised his head, looking toward the direction where Bai Yi had disappeared, then toward the deep night sky above Qianlong Peak. The unyielding determination in his eyes transformed into a silent vow. Learn more. 1. Sharingan Popculture Dictionary.com https://www.dictionary.com/culture/pop-culture/Sharingan. 2. Sharingan Azumakipedia https://uzumakipedia.weebly.com/sharingan.html. The night sky was profound, and a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. The evening wind, carrying a biting chill and the scorched tension of battle, swept through the ruins of the courtyard. Yiyu slowly loosened his tightly clenched right fist, his palm already torn and bloodied by his nails. The blood mixed with cold sweat, sticky and clammy. The pain from his frostbitten left shoulder was not just a sharp sting, it carried a chilling energy that burrowed into his body like a parasite, continuously eroding his meridians, draining his strength and willpower. His body felt empty, his energy nearly depleted. The violent force that Qin Xuan had forcibly suppressed was temporarily quiet, but the lingering ferocity and brutality remained like a thorn deeply embedded in his consciousness, faintly aching. A beast controlled by power. He murmured, repeating Qin Xuan's words, each syllable striking him like a cold slap. Shame, resentment, and an even deeper sense of helplessness stemmed from the weakness and loss of control over his own power. He struggled to stand, but his body swayed violently, almost causing him to fall again. The excessive exhaustion and severe injuries left him as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up with his right hand on a scorched ornamental rock, rising inch by inch, painfully slowly. Looking around, the once exquisite courtyard was now unrecognizable. The uneven ground, charred marks, and scattered ice crystals silently told the story of the chaos and brutality of the recent battle. He recalled Baiye's final glance before leaving, calm and devoid of any ripple. Yet it was this very calmness that stung him more than any contempt. It was a complete disregard, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant trouble, easily disposed of at any moment.
not wanting to kill me. Is it because you think you can kill me anytime, so there's no rush? Yi Yu rasped to himself.
But this time, beyond the anger, a cold rationality began to struggle free from the mire of emotions.
Qin Chuan was right. The power that loses control brings no benefits other than self-destruction and attracting more enemies.
Bai Yi might not have really intended to kill him, at least not now, because the other party possesses absolute strength and can calmly handle his loss of control. If today it had been a slightly weaker or more ruthless opponent, Yi Yu would likely already be a corpse or have completely turned into a mindless monster. Dragging his heavy steps, he staggered toward his room step by step. With each step, the coldness in his left shoulder intensified, and the empty meridians within his body twitched. The short distance of just a few dozen meters felt exceptionally arduous, and his tattered clothes were soaked with sweat and blood. Returning to the quiet room filled with spiritual energy, the door automatically closed, sealing off the chaos and cold from the outside world. Leaning against the icy door, Yi Yu slowly slid down to the ground, gasping for breath. He did not immediately tend to his wounds or attempt to channel energy for healing. Instead, he simply sat there quietly, letting the intense pain and weakness wash over his body. Everything that had just happened replayed in his mind like a movie, over and over again. The cold and precise attacks of the White Knight, the unfathomable strength, the chill that seemed capable of freezing the soul. Qin Chuan's overwhelming aura that subdued everything with every gesture, and the warning, "You must become the dragon that controls power." And then, the ugly form of oneself, losing all reason under the impact of power, leaving only the desire for destruction. Beast. Yi Yu closed his eyes, his jaw clenched tightly. No, absolutely not. He would never become a beast driven by power. He wanted to grow stronger, to take control of everything. He wanted those who looked down on him, who trampled on him, to pay the price. He wanted everyone to see that in the mountaintop duel 3 days later, he, Yi Yu, was not someone anyone could easily push around like a soft persimmon. A strong will, like a red-hot hammer, pounded fiercely on his spirit. Perhaps it was this intense emotional fluctuation, perhaps it was the insight gained on the edge of life and death, or perhaps it was the instinctive reaction of his cultivation technique under immense pressure. In his dantian, the chaotic vortex that had nearly stagnated due to energy depletion began to slowly rotate on its own without any external guidance. At first, its rotation was extremely slow, like a rusted gear. But as it turned, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the quiet chamber began to seep into his parched meridians in a gentle yet resolute manner. This time, it was different from his usual active cultivation. The influx of spiritual energy felt more like the instinctive yearning of his body, resonating with the primordial infinite technique he practiced. The spiritual energy entered his body without requiring his strenuous guidance as it usually did, instead automatically beginning to repair his damaged body. The spiritual energy did not immediately merge into the cyclone in his dantian but first flowed toward his severely injured left shoulder. That cold and stubborn icy force, upon coming into contact with his own spiritual energy, did not result in a violent clash. On the contrary, it seemed to encounter a higher-level power and began to gradually melt and transform. The bone-chilling coldness slowly receded, and a tingling itch spread from the edges of the necrotic flesh, a sign of life struggling to revive. At the same time, the spiritual energy nourished his nearly cracked meridians, smoothing out the subtle damage left by the violent impact of that wild force. Yi Yu's heart trembled, and he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Enduring the intense pain and exhaustion, he forced himself to cast aside all distractions and enter a meditative state. His consciousness sank into his dantian, attempting to control and guide the self-rotating chaotic vortex. However, this time during cultivation, the feeling was completely different from before. In the past, during cultivation, he would always actively absorb and guide the spiritual energy with his thoughts. Although the process was smooth, it always felt as if there was a thin veil separating him from truly touching the core of the technique. But at this moment, with his body extremely weakened, his will highly focused, and his mind repeatedly tempered by humiliation and unwillingness, he seemed to see things more clearly. Every rotation of the chi vortex in his dantian seemed to be interpreting a certain rhythm from the dawn of the universe. It is neither fast nor slow, yet it embraces everything. Whether it is the gentle spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the icy foreign power gradually being transformed on his left shoulder, or even the faint trace of violent aura occasionally leaking from the crack in the sealed door deep within his dantian, this vortex absorbs and devours it all indiscriminately, ultimately turning it into part of the chaos, becoming nourishment for its own growth.
The ocean can embrace all rivers, thus revealing its vastness.
The cliff can stand tall for thousands of feet, because it seeks nothing in return. Some originally obscure and difficult to understand phrases in the general principles of the cultivation technique now flowed through his heart like a clear spring, giving him a brand new insight. The cultivation technique he practiced was not merely about cultivating spiritual power, but also about an artistic conception of embracing all things, a foundation of infinite possibilities. It never rejected any type of energy but took chaos as its core, transforming myriad forces into its own. It required the practitioner's will to be as steadfast as a rock, unshaken by external influences, in order to harness this all-encompassing power. He understood that he had been too fixated on the power of that violent force, too eager to master it, which ultimately put him at a disadvantage. His mind was influenced by the ferocity of the power, nearly losing control. True mastery might never be about forcibly suppressing it, but rather about understanding, embracing, and guiding it with a stronger will and a more solid foundation. With this realization, Yi Yu felt his entire mind suddenly become clear and enlightened. Within his dantian, the self-rotating vortex began to spin at a steadily increasing speed, doubling the efficiency of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy. The spiritual energy gathered in the quiet room even formed a faint white stream visible to the naked eye, surging into his body with him at the center. Energy not only surged in from the outside world, but deep within his body, the remnants of spiritual power that had settled in his flesh, bones, and blood during past cultivation, yet remained unrefined, and even traces of his deeply hidden life essence, were all drawn out by the rapidly spinning primordial chi cyclone, rising thread by thread and merging into it. The cyclone expanded and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its color shifted from nearly transparent at first to gradually becoming profound, with faint glimmers of light emerging at its center, as if a star was being nurtured within. Yi Yu was completely immersed in this wondrous state, forgetting both time and pain. No one knew how much time had passed. Buzz. Within the dantian, the chaotic vortex that had already expanded to its limits suddenly contracted inward. This was not a collapse, but an ultimate refinement. In the next moment, the vortex sublimated with a roar. A layer of visibly clear, deeper, and more profound chaotic halo rippled outward, with the refined vortex as its core, instantly sweeping through Yi Yu's entire body, penetrating into every cell of his being. The second layer of the cultivation technique, a natural progression. At the moment of breakthrough, Yi Yu's entire body trembled violently. The stubborn icy force entrenched in his left shoulder was swept away by the newly born, purer, and more powerful Hunyuan spiritual energy. The wound stopped bleeding and scabbed over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was still far from fully healed, it was no longer a fatal threat. The dried-up meridians were completely filled and expanded by the surging new spiritual energy, becoming more resilient. Now, the total amount and quality of spiritual energy he could accommodate and circulate had increased several times compared to the first layer. More importantly, he felt that his foundation had become incredibly solid. It was as if his body had been thoroughly cleansed, eliminating all minute impurities. His vitality was more vigorous, and his mental perception had become sharper and clearer. His control over his spiritual power had reached an unprecedented level, as effortless as moving his own arm. He could even clearly see through inner vision that when the newly formed spiritual power aura touched the two-tailed beast gates, the violent aura swirling around the gates miraculously became slightly tamer. Although this was an extremely subtle change, Yi Yu saw hope in it, a possibility of using his own spiritual power to penetrate and even harmonize with this beastly force. His strength has indeed grown. Although his realm is still at the second tier, he can clearly feel that his foundation has undergone a qualitative leap. Whether it's the total amount of spiritual power, its purity, recovery speed, or the strength of his body and precision of control, all have improved significantly. Now, if he were to face Baye's move Ice Soul Finger again, he would not be as embarrassed as last time. He has enough confidence to maneuver around it, or even resolve it head-on. Yi Yu slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his gaze, a profound chaotic hue flashed briefly before returning to its usual dark black. At this moment, he had shed the madness and ferocity of battle, gaining a calmness as deep as an abyss and a steadfastness as solid as a rock. He stood up and moved his left shoulder. Although there was still a faint ache, it no longer hindered his movements. Walking to the window, he saw that dawn was near, and the deepest darkness was quietly fading away. The courtyard was still in disarray, but in Yi Yu's eyes, this ruin was no longer a symbol of humiliation, it was the starting point of rebirth and transformation. The Qianlong class doesn't need beasts, but true dragons. Yi Yu murmured to himself as he gazed at the gradually brightening horizon. He spread out his palm, and a strand of pure, refined spiritual energy swirled around his fingertips, docile yet powerful, completely under his command. That force sometimes transformed into a stream of flowing sand, and other times condensed into a pool of clear water. He had essentially mastered the powers of the one tail and two tails. Gather at the peak in 3 days. I will show all of you what true control really means. Meanwhile, in the exclusive medical room of the Xie Corporation, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. This place was less a hospital ward and more a sanctuary of life, constructed with cutting-edge nanomaterials and spiritual energy technology. Soft energy radiance flows across the pure white walls, and the air, purified at the molecular level, is filled with a life essence fragrance that soothes the mind and promotes cellular regeneration. In the center of the room, an oval-shaped life treatment pod floats silently, its pale blue glow flickering like a gentle breath. Inside the pod, Xie Yan is bare-chested, his face as pale as paper, with cold sweat constantly streaming down his forehead. Even with the most potent neural sedatives and life support systems, the emptiness and excruciating pain emanating from deep within, not just physical but on a soul level, continue to gnaw relentlessly at his remaining sanity like a parasitic torment. Several medical experts dressed in silver-white sterile suits are gathered around a complex holographic control console, their brows furrowed. They are the Federation's top medical psychics and biotechnology specialists, currently conducting the 17th and most thorough examination yet. On the holographic screen, countless complex data cascaded like a waterfall of microscopic structural diagrams, energy flow spectrums, gene sequence alignments. These symbols, incomprehensible to ordinary people, were now delivering a cruel verdict. The microscopic image representing Xie Yan's critical areas did not show simple tissue necrosis. Highly ordered traces of energy annihilation detected, an elderly expert with graying hair said in a dry voice. The life origin coding in the target area has been completely stripped away, resulting in an absolute, conceptual absence. Another expert added, conventional cell regeneration, cloning replacement, all technological approaches are being repelled by this residual special force. It's like an eraser at the level of laws, erasing not just matter but existence itself. How about invoking the family's secret vault's life spring essence and forcibly overlaying it with a 7th-tier healing grand restoration spell? A young expert asked unwillingly. Tried it, it's useless. Could it be, there's really no way? A middle-aged steward of the Xie family nearby spoke with a trembling voice, his face even paler than Xie Yan, who was lying in the cabin. Xie Yan was the direct grandson of the Xie family and one of the future heirs of the group. If something happened to him, it would be a heavy blow and an indelible shame for the entire family. The old expert slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. At least based on all the technology we currently possess, it's irreversible. This kind of damage is almost at the level of rules. The essence of the power wielded by the perpetrator is terrifyingly high. He paused and uttered a conclusion that sent chills down everyone's spine, at least a 9th-level ability user. Aha! Inside the treatment pod, Xie Yan suddenly opened his eyes and let out a beast-like roar. His nerves had long been numbed. This roar did not stem from physical pain but from the despair and madness brought by the test results, more terrifying than death. Yi Yu! Yi Yu! His eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs nearly bulging out of their sockets, and his hands frantically pounded the transparent shell of the treatment pod. The muffled thumping echoed from the inner walls of the pod, and the life-sustaining liquid churned violently. I will kill you. Tear you to pieces. I will rip apart your soul, leaving you restless for eternity. Amid the roar was a venomous hatred that not even the waters of the 4 seas could wash away. And that ugly woman.
That freak from the Ability Management Bureau. Feng Qingyan.
Xia Yan's voice was distorted by extreme hatred.
It must be her.
It must be her pulling strings behind the scenes.
She gave that bastard a trump card. She ruined me. Ruined me.
He recalled that woman in Jianghai City, cold as ice, her face covered with hideous pockmarks, yet possessing terrifying power. Federal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Team 3 Captain, Feng Qingyan.
It was she who took Yiyu away, it was she who allowed Yiyu, this F-level waste, to soar to the top.
For Yiyu to inflict such irreparable harm on him this time, there must be traces of that woman behind it.
I'll tell my grandfather. I'll go find my grandfather. Xia Yan's voice gradually lowered, yet it grew colder and more venomous, like a snake hissing, Yiyu. Feng Qingyan, none of you will escape.
The wrath of the Xia family will show you what true despair is.
What dragon class? What Bureau of Supernatural Abilities? Before true power, none of it means anything.
He stared at the soft light source on the top of the medical pod, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of barriers, seeing the figure of the young man he hated to the core.
3 days later, meet at the summit, right? Xia Yan's lips curled into an extremely twisted, venomous smile. Very well. Yiyu, do you think you're safe just because you've joined the Qianlong class?
I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death over life. I'll make you kneel before me, begging like a dog.
And then I'll crush you completely. And that face of yours? Feng Qingyan.
Xia Yan's mind flashed to that pockmarked face, but under his frenzied hatred, that face overlapped with Yiyu's detestable one.
I'll make you pay the price.
I'll make you understand the consequences of humiliating the heir of the Xie family.
Shut up. You unfilial son. Xia Tian's furious roar exploded in the room, filled with disappointment and rage. Father! You have to avenge me. Otherwise, I'll go to Grandpa.
Xia Tian cast a cold glance at him, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Shut up.
Do you even know who Feng Qingyan is? With your limited abilities, you dare talk about taking revenge on her? Xia Yan stubbornly stuck out his neck and muttered, Isn't she just an ugly woman? How powerful can she be? Xia Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, An ugly woman?
Feng Qingyan is the youngest 9th-level powerhouse in the history of the Federation, with extraordinary talent, destined to enter the core leadership of the Federation in the future. Moreover, she is also the captain of the 3rd team of the Federation's Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, holding real power. Her strength and status are both of great significance. Even if our Xie family exhausts all its resources, we might not be able to touch her in the slightest.
Shut up, Xia Tian interrupted sharply, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes.
If it weren't for you acting on your own and causing trouble in Jianghai City, how could such a big mess have happened?
Xia Yan trembled all over, his face instantly turning pale. He asked in a trembling voice, What happened? Father! Could it be, our plan failed?
Xia Tian spoke in a deep voice, Even I didn't expect that Bai Yi, the strongest genius of the Bai family in 100 years, couldn't kill him.
This kid named Yiyu has truly astonishing potential. Xia Yan shouted in disbelief, How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible. Bai Yi actually isn't his match?
Xia Tian cast a cold glance at him and corrected, It's just that he can't be killed, not that we lost.
Enough, shut up. What's coming next is no longer something you can interfere with. How is that possible? Yiyu, that country bumpkin, is actually so hard to deal with? No, that's absolutely impossible. He's just a poor kid from the countryside. Shut up. He's now a student of the Qianlong class. Do you even understand what Qianlong class represents?
It's a place where geniuses gather.
You useless waste.
Late at night, the lights in the courtyards of Qianlong Peak gradually dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of the energy-gathering formations, flickering like breaths, reflecting the silent competition here. In the quiet room of number 7 courtyard, building A, number 3, Yiyu sat cross-legged at the center of the aura-filled space, his breath steady and deep like an abyss. The newly advanced second layer of the primordial infinite technique's spiritual power was circulating through his meridians, continuously solidifying his foundation. At the wound on his left shoulder, the traces of ice energy corrosion had been completely eradicated by the pure chaotic spiritual power, leaving only a faint scar. However, he was not entirely immersed in cultivation. In his mind, Feng Qingyan's once stunningly beautiful face intertwined repeatedly with her now pockmarked visage, forming an unsolvable enigma that lingered incessantly. The cruel elimination rules announced by Qin Xuan were like a heavy riddle, weighing on Yi Yu's thoughts. Coupled with Bai Ye's cold, condescending gaze, all the pressure continued to ferment in the silence of the night. Strength. Yi Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze instantly becoming incomparably profound. In the end, the key to everything is still strength. He spread out his palm, a strand of spiritual power moving at will, sometimes transforming into fine sand, sometimes into flowing fire. His control over the power had become precise to the finest detail. After fully mastering that force, he could clearly feel that the violent energy within him had been firmly controlled by his more solid foundation and will, turning into his own weapon. But this is still not enough, far from enough. The Xie family could retaliate at any moment. The top geniuses in the Qianlong class were all eyeing him like predators, and then there was the mysterious Feng Qingyan, whose troubles likely ran even deeper. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible. Resources, information, real combat. He muttered to himself, Qianlong points are the key. He recalled Qin Xuan's words, a year from now, only the top 5 in the Qianlong points ranking would be allowed to stay. Points, cultivation, real combat, exploring secret realms, teamwork, everything could be converted into Qianlong points. I must figure out how to earn Qianlong points as soon as possible, and uncover the details about the others. Yi Yu's gaze fell on the jade slip titled Qianlong New Student Guide in the corner of the quiet room, issued by the Academy. His divine sense probed into it, and a torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. However, when he searched for the section about the dragon points, he found that it was written vaguely, without any specific methods mentioned. It was obvious that the Academy had done this intentionally, aiming to ensure that everyone started with different levels of information, making the competition more intense and thrilling. While he was organizing the information, an extremely faint sound of wind breaking suddenly came from outside the courtyard. If it weren't for his sharp spiritual perception and recent breakthrough, it would have been almost impossible to notice. This aura was neither as cold and aloof as Bai Ye's nor as fiery and flamboyant as Lei Qianzhi's. Instead, it carried a kind of soft, dense quality, with a faint trace of sweetness. This spiritual energy fluctuation was quietly brushing against the protective formation of his courtyard. Someone was spying. Yi Yu's gaze turned cold, and the scarlet Tutomo Sharingan instantly activated, slowly rotating. He did not act immediately but instead heightened his perception to the limit, suppressing his entire aura, like a motionless stone. The sinister and delicate spiritual energy fluctuated outside the formation for a while, seemingly unable to penetrate the standard protection of Qianlong Peak. Finally, with a trace of reluctance, it retreated quietly like a tide, disappearing without a trace. Someone can't sit still already? Yi Yu's heart tightened. The identity and purpose of the visitor were unknown, but they were definitely not a friend. As expected, danger lurked everywhere in the Qianlong class. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the heavy night and the scattered lights in the distance. In 3 days, everyone would gather at the peak. It would not just be a simple assembly but likely everyone's first official appearance and their first covert contest. The dead silence in the courtyard did not last long. Just when Yi Yu thought the observer had completely left, that soft and lingering spiritual energy fluctuation returned. This time, it spread quietly outside the courtyard in a gentler and more penetrating manner. This time, it did not attempt to break through the formation but instead adhered lightly to the surface of the protective barrier, like an invisible stream of water, as if tentatively knocking on the door. Immediately after, a crisp and pleasant female voice, tinged with a hint of laziness and aloofness, came through clearly. Her tone carried no hostility, resembling more of a casual afternoon chat. Courtyard number 7, Building A, Room 3, Yi Yu, sorry to disturb you late at night. Yi Yu frowned slightly, his scarlet Sharingan still activated. Through the formation's light barrier, he clearly saw the scene outside the courtyard. Under the moonlight stood a woman dressed in a pale purple long dress. Her appearance bore a 4 or 5-point resemblance to Xia Yan, yet she was far more exquisite and beautiful. Willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, her gaze carried a serene allure. Her nose was straight, her lips were pale in color, and her long hair was loosely tied with a simple white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading over her shoulders. Her figure was slender and graceful, yet her demeanor was quite complex. She possessed the elegance and composure of a noble lady, but there was a hint of innate aloofness and weariness in her expression, as if she had no interest in anything around her, yet was compelled to deal with it. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from her carried the same soft, delicate, and sweet fragrance as before, though now they were much more restrained, appearing calm and harmless. But Yi Yu did not relax in the slightest. For someone to silently arrive at his door without alerting the entire Qianlong Peak's defenses, this woman was anything but ordinary. An uninvited guest had silently appeared outside his courtyard, and what was even more alarming was that the knocking sound directly penetrated his defensive formation, manifesting as a pure energy vibration. To achieve this, the visitor's strength was undoubtedly formidable. "What is it?" Yi Yu did not open the door, his voice also transmitted through energy vibrations, sounding calm and unruffled. The woman outside the door was Xia Miao. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile, but the smile was icy, devoid of any warmth. "I just wanted to see for myself what kind of person Yi Yu is, the one who utterly defeated my useless younger brother, alarmed the family elders, and earned their special attention." Her words were delivered casually, but the phrase special attention felt like 4 towering mountains, pressing heavily down. Yi Yu instantly understood. Sure enough, Xia Yan's sister had come knocking. She wasn't just here to stand up for her brother, more importantly, this sudden appearance of his had already threatened the Xia family's reputation. "Now do you see?" Yi Yu's tone remained indifferent. "Looking through an energy barrier is like seeing flowers through the mist. How can that count as truly seeing?" Xia Mao chuckled softly, a faint purple glow emanating from her fingertips as she lightly tapped on Yi Yu's defensive formation. The invisible barrier immediately rippled like the surface of water, spreading out gentle waves. "Won't you invite me in for a chat?" "Don't worry, there are strict rules on Qianlong Peak. Private fights between students are severely punished. I wouldn't risk my future over my foolish brother." Her words were half true and half false, filled with a probing tone. Yi Yu remained silent for a moment. Since the other party had already come to him, avoiding her was not a solution. He was also curious about what this eldest daughter of the Xie family was really up to. With a thought, the defensive formation of the courtyard gate silently opened a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. "Please come in." Xia Miao stepped gracefully and calmly into the courtyard. Her gaze swept over the ground in the yard, which still bore traces of the battle. In the air, Yi Yu's domineering energy aura had not completely dissipated, mixed with a faint trace of coldness that belonged to Bai Ye's power. A barely noticeable hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She did not head toward the house but instead stopped beside a spiritual plant in the courtyard that had been affected by the earlier battle and appeared somewhat withered. She extended her slender fingers, and a wisp of pale purple energy seeped out like a thread, gently brushing over the plant's branches and leaves. A miracle occurred. The spiritual plant unexpectedly regained vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye, its leaves once again becoming glossy and radiant. What pure life energy! Yi Yu stepped out of the quiet room and stood under the corridor, his gaze falling on her fingers. This healing energy was completely different from the soft, Yin-like power she had used earlier to test his formation. "Just a little trick, nothing compared to your valiant battle against Bai Yi and your fearless clash with Lei Qianjie." Xia Miao withdrew her hand and turned to look at Yi Yu. Her gaze lingered on his still blood-red eyes for a moment. "Is this your pupil technique ability? Truly unique, no wonder my useless brother fell at your hands." Her words sounded like praise, yet carried an air of condescension, as if she were evaluating the worth of an object. "Xia Yan brought this upon himself," Yi Yu said directly, unwilling to beat around the bush. Xia Miao smiled noncommittally and took a few steps toward him, stopping 3 meters away. It was a very subtle distance, neither too distant nor too close, maintaining a clear boundary. Whether he brought it upon himself or was simply unlucky, the result is the same. He's now lying in the family's highest grade medical pod, enduring inhuman pain and despair. Xia Miao's voice was calm, but Ji Yu could sense the suppressed coldness beneath that calmness. The eldest grandson of the Xia family, the future heir, has ended up like this.
Do you think our Xia family will let this go? Let the soldiers come, and the generals will deal with them, Yi Yu responded briefly, his gaze devoid of any ripple.
What a clever move to counter soldiers with generals.
Xia Miao lightly clapped her hands, the smile on her face deepening, yet growing colder. You truly have courage.
However, you've underestimated the Xia family and overestimated the safety of Qianlong Peak. She paused, her gaze turning profound. My younger brother may be foolish, but behind him stands the entire Xia family.
He now hates you to the core and has sworn to take revenge at all costs.
As for my grandfather, he is fiercely protective of his own.
As for Qianlong Peak, Xia Miao glanced around. The competition here is far more direct and brutal than outsiders imagine.
You heard what Mentor Qin Chuan said. Out of 15 people, only 5 will remain in the end. Sometimes, accidents between trainees, mishaps during sparring, or unfortunate deaths in certain missions or secret realms are difficult to investigate thoroughly. Her words carried a strong implication. The Xie family might exploit the competitive rules within Qianlong Peak, using others as tools to eliminate him, or directly bribing other trainees to deal with him. Especially when there is sufficient external force providing certain conveniences or temptations. Yi Yu looked at her and finally voiced the doubt in his heart. Why are you telling me this? As Xia Yan's sister, she seemed to have no reason to remind him, her enemy.
What?
Xia Miao tilted her head slightly, a gesture that made her appear less aloof and added a touch of charm befitting her age, though her gaze remained icy. First, although my surname is also Xia, I don't agree with some of the family's practices. She paused for a moment before continuing, sacrificing more of the Xia family's resources and connections for a fool, and even potentially offending the Ability Management Bureau and the Academy's higher-ups. This deal is simply not worth it.
Of course, I'm only saying this here.
Second, she looked at Yi Yu, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. I'm very curious about you.
An F-class with an ordinary background, yet you've managed to come this far in such a short time.
Not only did someone as influential as Feng Qingyan personally recruit you, but you also faced Bai Yi and Lei Qianjie without flinching, and even made my brother pay such a heavy price.
There must be something special hidden within you.
Third, she sighed softly, a trace of fatigue once again appearing on her face. For a woman like me, in a family like the Xie family, inheritance rights have nothing to do with me. My greatest value is either to marry off for benefits or to serve as a tool to assist my brother.
But I refuse to be just a tool. So I came to see you. Perhaps you can offer me a different path.
Her words were half-truths, a mix of candor and calculation, goodwill laced with intent to exploit. She was a clever woman, raised within the rules of a prominent family, adept at observing the situation while harboring her own ambitions.
So, this time you're here to make peace? Or to issue a warning? Yi Yu asked bluntly.
Both, Xia Miao admitted frankly. Making peace is to inform you of the possible actions the Xia family might take next, so you can prepare in advance.
It can also be seen as building goodwill between us.
The warning is to remind you that Xia Yan's hatred won't dissipate so easily. The Qianlong class is full of traps, and your real troubles are just beginning. And as for me, she smiled faintly, I can temporarily stand by and watch. After all, someone who can bring trouble to my brother and family, yet shows astonishing potential, is quite worth observing, isn't it?
Finished?
Yi Yu's expression remained unchanged. He disliked the roundabout way of speaking typical of children from prominent families, but he also understood the stakes involved.
That's all. Xia Miao nodded.
After tonight, in public, I will still be Xia Yan's sister and may show you the appropriate hostility or indifference. As for in private, that will depend on the situation. I hope to see an even more impressive performance from you at the summit gathering 3 days from now.
She turned around and walked out of the courtyard, her voice drifting back faintly. After all, if you were eliminated so easily or encounter some accident, then just consider tonight's words as if I never said them. When she reached the courtyard gate, her steps paused slightly, but she did not look back. Oh, and be careful of those scents. Sometimes, they are not just as simple as fragrances.
As her words fell, her figure flickered, like a wisp of pale purple smoke, blending into the night and vanishing without a trace. In the courtyard, only a faint, sweet scent lingered, which was quickly dispersed by the evening breeze. Yi Yu stood still, his brows tightly furrowed.
Xia Miao's arrival, though it brought clear information, also made the entire situation more complicated.
The Xia family's retaliation was inevitable, and it was likely to be carried out in a more covert and insidious manner. Within the Qianlong class, where the brutal elimination system already left everyone on edge, the interference of external forces would make the consequences unimaginable. As for Xia Miao herself, her attitude is ambiguous and hard to grasp.
Whether she is an enemy or a friend is still uncertain.
Strength, it all comes down to not having enough strength.
Yi Yu clenched his fists, feeling the surging Hunyuan spiritual power within him. If he possessed absolute strength capable of crushing everything, why would he care about these schemes and intrigues? The Xia family? The competition in the Qianlong class? He would shatter them all with a single punch. But the reality is, he is still growing, still struggling to survive. He sat cross-legged but did not immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he carefully went over every word Xia Miao had just said in his mind. Be wary of the fragrance.
He recalled Xia Miao's soft, lingering spiritual power, which carried a cloying sweet scent. That fragrance was likely not just a characteristic of the spiritual power, it might also conceal some subtle, hard-to-detect method.
Perhaps tracking? Marking? Or something even more covert?
He immediately calmed his mind, activating his Sharingan to carefully sense his body. Spiritual power flowed throughout his entire being, especially focusing on the areas that had been swept by that probing spiritual power earlier. After a moment, under the extreme insight of the Sharingan, he indeed discovered several almost imperceptible, faint purple spiritual power marks on the surface of the skin and at a few tiny nodes of spiritual power circulation. These marks were extremely concealed, if not specifically searching for them and possessing a powerful ocular technique like the Sharingan, it would be impossible to detect them. These marks were currently quiet and appeared harmless, but they were clearly a form of tracking, possibly allowing Xia Miao to sense his approximate location or physical condition within a certain range.
Yi Yu's gaze instantly turned cold.
Sure enough, people from big families never have truly pure intentions.
He immediately mobilized the Hunyuan spiritual power within his body.
Yi Yu activated the Hunyuan Wuji technique, and a special spiritual power surged from within him, carefully wrapping around the few faint purple marks. His spiritual power was like warm water, slowly eroding and wearing away these dangerous marks. Although the process was slow, it was effective. Finally, the marks completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Yi Yu let out a sigh of relief, but a warning bell rang in his heart. It seemed that from now on, he could no longer easily trust anyone who actively approached him.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
When Yi Yu reached the summit of Qianlong Peak, he realized it was completely different from the paradise he had imagined. There were no swirling mists, nor were there any soaring cranes.
Before him lay an astonishingly vast black rock platform, smooth as a mirror.
The edge of the platform dropped into a sheer cliff, and the relentless winds howled past, whipping his clothes into a frenzy and sweeping away all distractions from his mind. Yi Yu arrived on time, and there were already more than a dozen people standing on the platform. He calmly scanned the group, and even without activating his Crimson Sharingan, his heightened senses after the breakthrough allowed him to clearly perceive that every person present had an aura of extraordinary purity and refinement, each one a master. 15 people, not one missing, all had arrived. Lei Qianjie stood at the center of the platform, dressed in a sleek black outfit, his golden short hair unmoving in the fierce wind. With his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze burned intensely as he scrutinized each newcomer without reservation. When his eyes landed on Yi Yu, a bold grin spread across his face, and the battle intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Not far from Lei Qianjie, Xia Miao was quietly conversing with a graceful young woman. She wore a light purple gown with a matching sheer overlay, exuding elegance. Sensing Yi Yu's gaze, she glanced at him indifferently, as if she didn't recognize him at all, before shifting her eyes away. The private meeting that night seemed as though it had never happened.
And the most striking sight was the solitary white figure standing at the edge of the cliff, Bai. His silver hair and white attire seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding howling winds and icy rocks. He simply gazed quietly at the sea of clouds beyond the cliff, his ice blue eyes void of emotion, indifferent to everything happening behind him, including Yu's arrival. That extreme coldness and sense of detachment were even more piercing than the cliff's fierce winds. Instructor Qin Xuan had yet to appear, but the atmosphere on the platform had already solidified. Out of 15 people, only 5 could remain. This brutal rule hung over everyone's hearts like a massive boulder. The mutual glances exchanged were no longer filled with the curiosity of their early days at school. Instead, they were replaced by vigilance, scrutiny, and even a faint trace of hostility that was hard to detect. The air seemed to grow thick because of it. Lei Qianjie clearly couldn't stand the silence. He let out a mocking laugh, his voice particularly clear in the wind. "What's wrong? Turned mute, have you? 15 down to 5, and you're scared already? Let me tell you, it's not too late to quit now." No one responded to him, but several unfriendly gazes had already fallen upon him. Lei Qianjie didn't care at all. Instead, he turned his gaze to Bai Yi, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, and loudly taunted, "Hey! Ice face! I heard you ranked first in the official exam? What, planning to keep acting all deep and aloof here without interacting with the rest of us?" Bai Yi didn't even turn his head, completely treating him as if he were air. Lei Qianjie's eyebrows arched, a golden light flashing in his eyes, and tiny arcs of electricity began crackling around his body. Just as the tense atmosphere was about to explode, a calm voice suddenly rang out, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. "It seems that none of you have wasted these 3 days." At some point, Qin Xuan had silently appeared on the highest rock in the center of the platform. He was still wearing his gray long robe, lightly tapping the ground with the dark wooden staff in his hand. In an instant, everyone restrained their aura, even Bai Yi turned his head and focused his gaze. Enough with the idle talk. Qin Xuan's gaze swept across 15 young faces, pausing briefly on Yu, Bai Yi, Lei Qianjie, and Xiamiao. The core of the Qianlong class training lies in 3 aspects: combat, resources, and competition. Today's first group task will be your first opportunity to earn Qianlong points. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and 15 streaks of light flew precisely to each person, transforming into a pale golden jade token about half the size of a palm, shaped like a feather. This is the directional transfer token, and it also serves as the proof for this mission. All the mission information has been recorded within it. Qin Xuan announced emotionlessly, "Target location, fragmented realm of the lesser 5 elements, northern region outskirts, bone forest." Fragmented realm of the lesser 5 elements? Upon hearing this name, many people's faces showed expressions of shock. That was a dangerous small world, attached to the main world yet utterly shattered. This is one of the most famous perilous zones under federal control, a broken world known as the Fragmented Plane. The laws of the 5 elements in this realm are in complete disarray, and the environment is extreme and hazardous. However, precisely because of this, it has nurtured many rare and precious materials and ancient treasures from the outside world, making it an excellent place for cultivators to temper themselves. In the Fragmented Plane, the withered bone forest is renowned as a region of eerie danger. At this moment, on a temporary teleportation platform, the calm voice of Mentor Qin Xuan echoed in the ears of 15 young trainees, announcing the challenge they were about to face. Mission objective: within 3 days, venture into the depths of the withered bone forest and obtain at least 1 netherwood core. The quantity and quality of the cores you ultimately acquire will directly determine the evaluation of this mission, as well as the number of dragon points you can earn. You may act alone or form teams at your discretion. But remember, the final evaluation will only consider the results you personally submit. Qin Xuan's tone carried no trace of emotion, as if he were stating a cold, hard rule: in the forest of withered bones, combat is not prohibited. However, there is one bottom line: deliberate killing is strictly forbidden. Anyone found violating this rule will have all their cultivation abolished immediately and be expelled from the Hidden Dragon program. If the circumstances are particularly severe, they will also be handed over to the Adjudication Division of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities for further action.
He paused, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. If you encounter an irresistible danger, crush the teleportation talisman on your person, and you will instantly leave this place and return to the platform. Of course, that also means your mission has completely failed. Now, you have the time it takes for one incense stick to burn to ask questions. If there are no questions, once the time is up, you will all be teleported together. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy with delicate features and a slightly effeminate demeanor raised his hand and asked in a gentle voice, "Instructor, may I ask, if we form a team and obtain the Netherwood Heart, how should it be distributed? And if a conflict arises due to unequal distribution?" Qin Xuan gave him a cold glance and interrupted him, "Solve it yourself. The Qianlong Project does not cultivate greenhouse flowers, nor does it mediate your personal grievances. Remember, we only care about what you deliver in the end." The boy's eyes flickered for a moment, and he said no more. However, his gaze quietly swept over the surrounding people, lingering a bit longer on Yiyu, the special recruit. Afterward, someone asked a few questions about the environment of the withered bone forest and the possible beasts they might encounter. Qin Xuan provided brief answers to each. The time of one incense stick passed in the blink of an eye. "Time's up." Qin Xuan struck the ground with the wooden staff in his hand. With a loud hum, a massive and intricate silver array pattern suddenly lit up, centered on the rock beneath his feet. The light instantly enveloped the entire platform. Space began to ripple and distort violently. Teleportation activated. "I wish you all fruitful gains." Qin Xuan's figure became blurred in the dazzling light. At the same time, the pale golden jade talismans beneath the feet of the 15 trainees also erupted with a brilliant glow, resonating with the grand array on the ground. Yiyu only felt a powerful spatial tearing force surge through him, and everything before his eyes was completely swallowed by the blinding silver-white light. The next moment, a feeling of the world spinning hit him, and the intense sense of weightlessness and spatial compression made it almost impossible for him to breathe. When his vision cleared again and the solid sensation returned beneath his feet, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. The sky was an oppressive leaden gray, with no sun or moon in sight. The air was filled with a faint smell of decay and an indescribable chilling energy. Looking around, there was an endless expanse of gray-black forest. The trees were twisted and grotesque in shape, most of them leafless, with bare branches reaching toward the sky like countless demonic claws, resembling countless skeletal remains standing upright on the earth. The forest of bones, truly living up to its name. Along with Yiyu, 14 other figures were transported, scattered within a 100-meter radius around him. Beneath each person's feet was a faint golden rune mark that was rapidly dimming. After a brief moment of dead silence, almost everyone immediately sprang into action. The two people closest to Yiyu included the effeminate young man who had asked a question earlier and a short, stocky boy with bronze-colored skin. Both retreated backward almost simultaneously, instantly putting more than 50 meters between themselves and Yiyu. They cast a wary glance at him before decisively turning around, each choosing a direction and disappearing into the depths of the twisted forest within a few leaps. Not far away, Lei Qianjie landed and a flash of lightning flickered around him, instantly dispelling the discomfort caused by the teleportation. He grinned, his gaze sweeping toward Yiyu and Bai Yi, but he didn't approach anyone. Instead, his figure blurred as he dashed deeper into the withered bone forest, trailing a streak of electricity behind him. His bold voice echoed from afar, "Yin Mingwood Core, I'm going to find it first. Don't let me snatch everything for myself." On the other side, Xia Miao stood together with a gentle and elegant girl. After exchanging a few quick words in a low voice, the girl nodded, and the two swiftly left together in another direction. As for the most mysterious Bai Yi, Yiyu turned his head to look, only to find that the solitary white figure had already vanished completely at the moment the teleportation light dissipated, like snow melting into shadows. The spot where he had been standing was left with only a rapidly fading golden rune and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of icy coldness about to disappear. In just a short span of 10 seconds, the 15 trainees on the platform had scattered, some moving alone, others forming temporary pairs, disappearing into the vast expanse of the desolate bone forest. From the moment they landed, the true competition had already begun. Yiyu did not act immediately. He took a deep breath, and a unique cultivation technique quietly operated within him, helping him adapt to the cold and chaotic energy of this world. His eyes turned crimson, with two tomo slowly rotating within, granting him extraordinary insight and allowing him to see every detail around him with perfect clarity. Rotting leaves, slippery moss, every texture on the twisted tree trunks, and even the flow direction of energy particles in the air were laid bare before him.
He quickly chose a direction, an area marked as blank on the map.
However, based on the description, the netherwood core he sought was most likely to grow where coldness and death energy converged. The trees in that direction were more grotesquely twisted, and the aura of death was even more intense. With a swift movement, his figure blended silently into the gray-black forest of withered bones like a wisp of smoke. The forest grew denser, and the light dimmer. Deathly silence enveloped everything, and even the sound of the wind resembled the wailing of ghosts. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of decayed soil, soft and soundless underfoot. He walked for nearly an hour, and apart from the environment becoming increasingly eerie, he didn't encounter any living creatures, let alone any trace of the netherwood core. However, the vigilance in Yiyu's heart was raised to the highest level.
It was too quiet here, unnaturally quiet.
Just as he passed a withered tree with a massive hollow in its trunk, a sudden change occurred.
Dozens of meters ahead, in what appeared to be an ordinary thicket, 3 bursts of fierce killing intent erupted without warning. 3 figures sprang up like phantoms, lunging at him from 3 directions. Their energy fluctuations were quite strong, and their attacks were exceptionally ruthless, each strike aimed at vital points. Clearly, this was a meticulously planned ambush. Meanwhile, from the hollow of the withered tree behind Yiyu, a blade light almost merging with the shadows silently and stealthily stabbed toward his back. Attacked from both front and back, this was a situation of certain death. Yiyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and the tomo in his scarlet eyes spun wildly, instantly analyzing the trajectories, speeds, and energy intensities of the 4 attacks. The assailants had their faces covered with black cloth, but the greed and murderous intent in their eyes were unmistakable. More importantly, the aura emanating from them was completely different from the deathly atmosphere of this withered forest. Yiyu immediately realized that these people were definitely not fellow trainees from his cohort. An outsider? Or something else? In a flash, the energy within him erupted violently, and his body twisted at an incredible angle, like a boneless fish, narrowly slipping through the gaps of 4 simultaneous attacks. With a ripping sound, the blade grazed his side, tearing the edge of his clothing. A spike-like energy flew past, barely skimming his scalp. Ha! One of the assailants let out a surprised sound, clearly not expecting Yiyu to evade this fatal strike. Yiyu's toes lightly tapped the nearby tree trunk, using the force to flip backward and land several meters away. His icy gaze locked onto the 4 individuals. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse, filled with a chilling murderous intent. The 4 men in black remained silent, merely exchanging a glance before closing in on him again with tacit coordination. The energy attributes they wielded varied: cold, sharp, heavy, clearly marking them as an experienced team of assassins. Yiyu's heart sank. The mission had just begun, yet he was already ambushed by unknown assailants. Instructor Qin Xuan had strictly forbidden intentional killing, but this rule clearly held no sway over the hunters lurking in the withered bone forest. Moreover, how did they manage to ambush him here so precisely? Was it a coincidence? Or had he left some kind of mark on himself that they could track? Thoughts raced through his mind, and the red glow in Yiyu's eyes grew even sharper. No matter who it is, since they want his life, they must be prepared to be counter-killed. He no longer held back his strength. The 2 forces within his body surged instantly, and he charged forward fearlessly to meet the attack of the 4 black-clad men. "Who exactly are you?" Yiyu asked sharply while skillfully dodging. However, the 4 men in black remained silent as if they were mute, ignoring his questioning. The weapons in their hands gleamed coldly as they thrust toward him once again. "If you refuse to speak," Yiyu's gaze sharpened, and his tone suddenly turned icy, "then don't blame me for being ruthless." Before his words had fully fallen, a fierce wind suddenly surged around him. Sand and dust from all directions seemed to be summoned by an invisible force, converging toward him. The swirling sand in midair condensed and coiled, as if extending from his body. In an instant, it transformed into 4 thick streams of sand, tightly binding the 4 men in black, rendering them immobile. Yi Yu stood in the center of the wind and sand, his robe slightly fluttering, his face devoid of any expression. There was not the slightest ripple on Yi Yu's face. He stared at the struggling figure within the sand cocoon and spoke word by word, "Tell me, who sent you?" His questioning was as sharp as a blade, but the four men seemed as if they hadn't heard him at all, showing no intention of responding. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes as he said coldly, "Do you think playing deaf and mute will get you through this? Tell me, was it the Xie family who sent you?" Before the voice faded, a ghostly blue flame suddenly rose in his palm. The flickering firelight illuminated his stern face, and an overwhelming pressure slowly advanced toward the four of them. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A violent shockwave, like an invisible giant hammer, swept across the area, instantly tearing the twisted trees in this desolate forest of bones into scattered fragments. The ground was blasted into a charred pit several meters wide, with sand and indistinguishable blackened debris falling in a steady stream. The air was suddenly filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, the stench of burning, and traces of an extremely pure yet fleeting burst of strange energy. At the instant the ghostly blue flame and the sand wall's dual defenses shattered, Yi Yu relied on his extraordinary eyesight and combat instincts to forcibly twist his body and retreat rapidly. At the same time, he gathered all the remaining sand power in front of him, forming a thick, curved sand shield. Even so, the power generated by the simultaneous self-detonation of four powerful cultivators still exceeded his imagination. Boom! The sand shield lasted less than half a second before being torn to shreds by the violent energy, and the force of the explosion slammed hard into his chest. Ugh! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out as Yi Yu felt his internal organs shift out of place, and his sternum groaned under unbearable pressure. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into two dead trees before tumbling to the ground. He slid several meters further, carving a deep trail into the thick layer of decayed leaves. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and his vision blurred for a moment. His whole body ached without exception, especially his chest, where every breath came with a searing, stinging pain. But he was still alive. Amidst the excruciating pain, his blood-red eyes stubbornly maintained their focus, scanning the center of the explosion. There, apart from the scorched earth and a few scattered scraps of cloth, nothing remained. The four men in black had been completely reduced to ashes, leaving not a single trace that could be tracked. Yi Yu struggled to sit up, coughing out several mouthfuls of clotted blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He quickly examined his body. His injuries were severe. His internal organs had suffered intense shock, multiple energy channels were damaged, and the power within him had been completely drained due to the earlier battle and his hasty final defense, leaving him nearly exhausted. But fortunately, there was no fundamental damage, and his bones were intact. Most of the injuries were internal and could be healed through proper recuperation. The solid foundation and powerful physical recovery ability brought by his cultivation technique showed their advantage at this moment. Self-detonation, a death squad? Yi Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as a blade. These were definitely not assassins trained by an ordinary force. They were well-trained, coordinated seamlessly, and acted ruthlessly. If they failed or were captured, they would unhesitatingly self-detonate as a group, cutting off any possibility of leaking information. This is not a minor scuffle between trainees, this is a blatant, meticulously planned assassination. Moreover, the timing of their self-destruction. Yi Yu recalled the final moment, when he pressed them about whether the Xie family was behind it, and the blue flame in his palm drew closer. In the eyes of those four, there was no fear or hesitation, but rather a kind of almost indifferent resolve. Immediately after, there was an abrupt reversal, collapse, and explosion of energy. They had long prepared for self-destruction, never intending to leave alive, nor to reveal a single word. From the very beginning, his interrogation had been futile. The Xie family, it must be the Xie family. Yi Yu's heart surged with murderous intent. However, he had no evidence. Everything had turned to ashes. Even if the Academy's mentors came to investigate, at most, they could only classify it as a group of desperados lurking in the forest, attacking trainees to seize resources. Good tactics. Yi Yu sneered coldly, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and killing intent.
The most urgent matter now was to recover from his injuries and regain his strength. He forced himself to stand up and looked around. The commotion from the earlier explosion was significant and could very likely attract other dangerous entities. He selected a particularly thick, hollow, and relatively concealed twisted dead tree, cleared away the cobwebs and decayed matter at the entrance, and slipped inside. The space inside the tree hollow was larger than expected, enough to hide him, and his presence could blend seamlessly with the surrounding forest of withered bones. It was an excellent temporary hiding spot. Yi Yu sat cross-legged, gathering all his focus, and began to operate his cultivation technique with full effort. Fortunately, the energy in this shattered world was extremely dense, which was highly beneficial for his recovery. Within the Dantian, the dimmed chaotic vortex, weakened by the exhaustion of spiritual energy, began to rotate laboriously under the activation of the cultivation technique. It was like a dried-up riverbed finally welcoming its first trickle of water. The cold, chaotic, yet immense spiritual energy within the forest of withered bones was drawn by his unique Han Yuan Wuji technique, slowly seeping into Yi Yu's body. This time, the cultivation felt completely different from before. The excruciating pain from his wounds, like a whetstone, sharpened his focus as he battled against the agony. When the Han Yuan spiritual energy flowed through his damaged meridians, it brought a cooling sensation of restoration. This deepened his understanding of his control over his own power and the all-encompassing essence of the cultivation technique, akin to an ocean embracing countless rivers. As the chaotic vortex absorbed the external spiritual energy, it also quietly transformed the medicinal power of the healing pill. Yi Yu even keenly noticed that the vortex was slowly devouring the residual, chaotic energy left in the air from the self-destruction of the four black-clad men. The Han Yuan Wuji technique could convert all forms of energy for its own use, not even sparing the remnants of energy left behind by the enemy's self-detonation. Time passed silently. Outside the tree hollow, the forest of bones returned to its deathly stillness, with only distant wailing sounds coming from an unknown direction. Yi Yu's breathing gradually steadied, a trace of color returned to his pale face, and the stabbing pain in his chest diminished significantly. About an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, and his crimson pupils glimmered faintly in the dim tree hollow. His injuries had recovered by 30 to 40%, and his spiritual energy had replenished slightly. Although still far from his peak state, he at least regained the ability to protect himself and move. He did not leave immediately but maintained the special state of his crimson pupils, replaying the entire ambush in his mind, not missing a single detail. The ambush site was carefully chosen, with terrain conducive to encirclement. The four attackers coordinated seamlessly, clearly well-trained, with a clear objective, to deliver a fatal strike. When he displayed strength beyond their expectations, they did not panic, only when completely restrained did they decisively choose self-destruction. The most critical question is, how did they precisely pinpoint their location and set up an ambush in advance? Yi Yu's gaze sharpened, and his divine sense sank into his body. With the aid of those scarlet pupils, he scanned himself inch by inch, clothing, skin, hair. Suddenly, on the inner side of the left sleeve cuff, within an extremely concealed stitch gap, he discovered a speck of transparent crystal fragment smaller than dust, almost devoid of any energy fluctuation. If not for the extreme perceptiveness of these eyes, it would have been impossible to detect. The aura of this fragment was very similar to the sweet and fragrant spiritual energy characteristic of Xiamiao, but it had undergone special processing, becoming extremely faint and concealed, more like a tracking marker. So it was here. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Was it left behind during Xiamiao's visit that night? Or was it later contaminated elsewhere in a more covert manner? This thing itself poses no harm, yet it acts like a miniature beacon, capable of being tracked and located within a specific range. So, this isn't a coincidence, it's a precise hunt. Yi Yu used his mixed elemental spiritual power to completely envelop and dissolve the crystalline fragment, leaving no trace behind. Clearing the mark means the opponent might temporarily lose their precise tracking of him. However, this forest of withered bones is neither too large nor too small. Since they could send the first wave of death warriors, there's no guarantee there won't be a second wave. I can't keep hiding forever. Yi Yu stood up, stretching his body, which had recovered significantly, his gaze sharp like a blade about to be unsheathed.
Out of 15 people, only 5 can stay. Competition has always been this cruel.
The Xie family wants to use someone else to do their dirty work, or perhaps step in themselves.
He gazed into the deeper darkness outside the tree hollow.
Then let's see, in this jungle, who is the hunter and who is the prey. Meanwhile, in another part of the bone forest, 2 people were walking side by side. One of them, a young man with a delicate and refined demeanor, was named Lu Suifeng. His steps were light and silent as he moved.
At this moment, he was holding a palm-sized, light purple device resembling a compass.
At the center of the device was embedded a transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice, made of the same material as the fragments Yu had previously discovered in his sleeve. Suddenly, the slender purple glow on the device, which was supposed to indicate direction, flickered violently a few times before abruptly extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Only a faint spiritual light remained, aimlessly drifting within the disk. The marker has disappeared. Lu Suifeng stopped in his tracks, his brows slightly furrowed, his voice carrying a trace of soft hoarseness. Either we are too far away, beyond the sensing range, or... A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He discovered it and removed it. Beside him stood a short, stocky boy with bronze skin named Sharingan. Hearing this, he retorted in a deep, muffled voice, "Discovered it? Is that kid really that sharp? Didn't Miss Xiemiao say that the mark was extremely well hidden, and unless a third-tier expert used their divine sense to carefully probe, it would be impossible to detect? Don't underestimate him." Lu Suifeng put away the compass, his fingertips gently stroking the hilt of a slender, flexible sword at his waist.
He managed to take out 4 well-trained second-tier death warriors in one go.
Even if there was an element of ambush and the enemy's carelessness, he's definitely not an easy opponent. Don't forget, he's a special recruit, and he was personally brought in by the legendary Feng Qingyan. At the mention of the name Feng Qingyan, the muscles on Sharingan's bronze-colored cheeks twitched slightly, clearly showing his deep apprehension about the weight that name carried.
What do we do now? This bone forest is so vast, if he deliberately hides.
Sharingan scratched his head in frustration. Search. Lu Suifeng's tone was calm but carried an undeniable determination. The reward from the Xie family is generous enough to give us a significant advantage in the early stages of the Qianlong class.
Moreover, do you think the Xie family will let us off easily if we fail the mission?
If they can pay to hire us, they can pay to hire others to deal with us, or even. He didn't finish his sentence, but Sharingan already understood his meaning. A colossal entity like the Xie family had plenty of ways to make geniuses without strong backgrounds like them disappear from this world without a trace.
Lu Suifeng analyzed calmly, split up and search, but stay in contact.
He just went through a fierce battle and triggered a self-detonation. His injuries must be severe, and his spiritual energy is undoubtedly greatly depleted. Now is when he's at his weakest. He needs time to recover and also to find the Netherwood core to complete his mission. Therefore, he won't stray far from the explosion site and won't dare to cause too much commotion.
Pay attention to signs of battle, abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy, and the scent of blood.
Sharingan nodded. The two briefly agreed on their contact methods and search areas, then, like 2 seasoned hunting dogs, silently disappeared into the darker depths of the bone forest. Meanwhile, inside the tree hollow, Yu was in no hurry to leave. The Sharingan emitted a faint red glow in the dim tree hollow. Yiyu's gaze swept across every inch of the space, carefully observing the texture of the withered wood, the thickness of the ground's humus, and even the subtle direction of airflow. Passive waiting is just waiting for death, he calculated in his mind. I must turn this place into my first hunting ground. He did not utilize the chakra-draining power of the tailed beast but instead relied on the small amount of mixed primordial spiritual energy he had just recovered, combined with the precise control of the Sharingan, to begin his preparations. The spiritual energy transformed into an invisible hand, carefully digging away the humus on the inner side of the tree hollow's entrance and burying a few charred fragments of stone. These fragments were picked up from the edge of a previous battlefield and were tainted with chaotic and mixed spiritual energy. While they had no offensive power, the chaotic nature of the energy, like a few drops of ink in clear water, could interfere to some extent with the spiritual perception of lower-level cultivators. Next, he selected a few seemingly naturally withered but actually internally loosened small branches from above the entrance, which he had subtly shaken apart earlier. Using extremely fine threads of spiritual energy, he skillfully connected them to form a simple yet effective warning mechanism. If anyone attempted to widen the entrance or force their way in, the faint sound of the branches snapping and the resulting spiritual energy fluctuations would be enough to instantly awaken him from deep meditation. After completing all this, Yi Yu retreated to the depths of the tree hollow and sat down cross-legged once more. He focused most of his mind inward, accelerating the operation of the primordial infinite technique to restore his spiritual energy, while allocating a trace of his consciousness to attach to the Sharingan, maintaining a state of semi-meditation and semi-vigilance. He was like a spider lying in wait, quietly sensing the slightest tremor on its web. Time passed by second by second. The deathly silence deep within the forest of bones seemed capable of devouring everything, with only the occasional sound from afar, uncertain whether it was the wind or the whimper of a wild beast adding an eerie touch to the atmosphere. About half an hour later, due north, approximately 200 meters away, an extremely faint sound of footsteps, almost blending seamlessly with the surroundings, triggered the sensory network he had set up. A faint sound startled Yi Yu's tightly wound nerves. That was neither the shuffling footsteps of native creatures in the forest of withered bones nor the sound of dead branches stirred by the wind. It was the sound of footsteps, human footsteps. Although the person deliberately lightened their movements, the distinctive rhythm, steady and methodical, was searching this area in a fan-shaped pattern, drawing closer bit by bit. Yi Yu slowly opened his eyes, and in the deep darkness, his scarlet pupils suddenly contracted. He has arrived. He remained completely still, even making his breathing incredibly long and faint. The cultivation technique he practiced allowed his entire aura to blend almost seamlessly with the surrounding withered trees and decayed soil, as if he were a part of this desolate forest. His extraordinary vision pierced through the gaps in the tree hollow, firmly locking onto the direction of the sound. Amid the layers of twisted and distorted trees, a blurry figure came into view. The person was not particularly tall, but his movements were exceptionally agile. As he walked, his body leaned slightly forward, his gaze sweeping over the ground and every section of the tree trunks like a searchlight, not missing even the slightest unnatural trace. It was Lu Suifeng. Yi Yu concluded in his heart. Lu Suifeng had already searched a large area. He found the massive explosion crater, and the chaotic scene around it secretly shocked him, but he still hadn't discovered any trace of Yi Yu. There were bloodstains, but they were very sparse and intermittent, quickly disappearing into the decaying soil, making them impossible to track. Most crucially, the tracking device he had brought had completely lost its function. This means that Yi Yu has either already escaped several miles away or is hiding nearby in a place that can completely block signals and has erased all traces of himself. What a cunning guy! Lu Suifeng's gaze grew increasingly cold. He stopped walking and stood in a relatively open area, about 100 meters away from the giant tree where Yi Yu was hiding. From this position, he could observe most of the explosion crater's area. He raised his head, his eyes scanning the surrounding particularly tall, oddly shaped dead trees, especially those with tree holes. His gaze passed over the giant tree where Yi Yu was hiding several times. In the tree hollow, Yi Yu's heartbeat was steady, and his gaze was as cold as frost. He clearly saw the scrutinizing look in the other person's eyes, as well as the occasional glimmer of light from the compass in their hand. As expected, the other person was using that object to track him. Between the two of them lay 100 meters of deathly silent forest and countless clawing shadows. Lu Suifeng did not rashly check every suspicious hiding spot. That would be too foolish. Not only would it alert the target, but it might also lead him into a trap set by the other party. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly flipped his wrist, and a silver bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his palm. He infused a trace of energy into the bead with his fingertips and flicked it lightly. The silver orb silently rose into the air, ascending to about 10 meters above the ground before quietly hovering in place. Ripples like water waves appeared on the surface of the orb, and an intangible, formless yet highly distinctive faint fluctuation spread outward like a gentle breeze. This was neither an attack nor a direct energy scan. It was a more unconventional resonance detection method, specifically designed to probe for voids, interlayers, or abnormal energy concentration points within a certain range. It was particularly effective for locating tree hollows hidden in deadwood or shallow underground cavities. The fluctuation, like ripples on water, slowly swept past the giant tree where Yi Yu was hiding. Inside the tree hollow, Yi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. His unique eyes clearly saw the ripple sweep across the tree trunk, penetrate the not-so-thick wooden wall, touch the air inside the tree hollow, and himself. Buzz. The energy circulating within his body, along with the still unrestrained power of his ocular technique, produced an extremely faint resonance with the incoming ripple. In midair, the silver bead trembled almost imperceptibly and seemed to slightly increase in brightness, almost indiscernibly, toward the direction of the giant tree. It was this subtle change to the extreme that made Lu Suifeng, who had been fully focused, suddenly sharpen his gaze like a needle. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes like lightning, firmly locking onto that thick, seemingly unremarkable twisted dead tree. Found it! Inside the tree hole, Yi Yu's heart sank. Discovered! Almost at the same moment Lu Suifeng's gaze locked onto him, Yi Yu moved. He no longer hid, his body like a leopard that had been poised for action, suddenly darting out of the tree hollow. But he didn't charge toward Lu Suifeng. Instead, he sped toward the depths of the dense forest in the direction completely opposite to where his companions might be. His speed was extremely fast, but his steps were deliberately made to appear somewhat unsteady, and the movement of his left shoulder carried a hint of unnaturalness. This was a deliberate disguise to create the illusion of an injury not yet healed. Trying to run? Lu Suifeng sneered coldly. He had long been prepared for Yi Yu's move. Shadow bind, he shouted in a low voice. With Lu Suifeng's low shout, the shadows beneath his feet instantly came to life. They spread wildly like venomous snakes, moving at an astonishing speed, overtaking Yi Yu and bursting out of the ground in front of him, wrapping around his legs. At the same time, the soft sword in Lu Suifeng's hand sprang out with a sharp clang, transforming into a purple streak and thrusting straight toward Yi Yu's back. From the very first move, it was a killing strike. No probing, and absolutely no mercy. At the moment their gazes met, the roles of hunter and prey had already reversed. But who can survive in this forest of withered bones until the end can only be determined by life and death? Yi Yu was mid-air, unexpectedly twisting into an unbelievable angle. His crimson eyes spun wildly, precisely tracking every shadow's trajectory and the subtle angles of the deadly soft sword. Just as his ankle was about to be ensnared, in that split second, his toes accurately landed on the tip of a shadowy tendril, using the force to flip again, spinning like a top and narrowly escaping the shadow's strangling grasp. Immediately after, he formed his right hand into a blade, and mixed primordial energy instantly condensed, covering his palm with a thin chaotic-colored membrane that shimmered with sand-like particles. Facing the incoming soft sword, Yi Yu neither dodged nor evaded, but instead struck the side of the sword's blade fiercely with his hand blade. Clang! A crisp yet muffled metallic clash erupted with a thunderous roar. Lu Suifeng's soft sword was deflected by the immense force, causing his offensive to stall instantly. Yi Yu, leveraging the recoil, floated backward and landed steadily on a rock 3 zhang away. His breathing was somewhat rapid, and the unnatural state of his left shoulder seemed even more pronounced. With his strike missing, the surprise in Lu Suifeng's eyes turned into a deeper coldness. He flicked his wrist, and the soft sword retracted like a serpent, coiling around his arm as the shadow on the ground silently withdrew. Quick reflexes. It seems that self-detonation didn't completely cripple you. His tone was soft yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. However, your luck ends here. Yi Yu steadied himself, his scarlet eyes locked onto the opponent, his voice icy. The assessment rules strictly prohibit intentional killing. Lu Suifeng, do you dare to kill here? Rules? Lu Suifeng laughed, the corner of his mouth curling into an extremely mocking arc. Yi Yu, oh Yi Yu, you don't naively think that the Hidden Dragon class is a place where you can survive by reciting rules, do you? As he spoke, he slowly advanced, the shadow beneath his feet writhing and merging with the darkness of the entire forest of withered bones. Rules have always been tools to bind the weak. Here, strength is the only rule. He stopped 10 meters away. For them, this distance was already an optimal attack range. As for you, Lu Suifeng's gaze swept over Yi Yu like a venomous snake, sizing him up and down. A special recruit who got in by sheer luck,
a dead man already marked by the Xie family, and you think you're qualified to talk rules with me? Yi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. So it really is the Xie family. Seems you're not entirely stupid, Lu Suifeng admitted bluntly. In his eyes, Yi Yu was already a prey in the bag. The scent marker left by Miss Xiemiao, though you managed to remove it, if she could leave it the first time, she can leave more marks on you that you won't even notice. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Yi Yu's left shoulder, still injured. Quite the act. Unfortunately, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, any disguise is nothing but a joke. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Suifeng's figure suddenly blurred. Instead of charging straight ahead, he melded into the surrounding shadows like a phantom. In the next moment, he silently emerged from the shadow of a withered tree behind Yi Yu's side. The soft sword struck like a venomous snake, aiming directly at the back of Yi Yu's neck. This time, it was faster, more bizarre, and even more sinister than before. But at the moment Lu Suifeng disappeared, Yi Yu's scarlet eyes had already captured every subtle change in the surrounding light and shadow. Anticipation. He appeared to stumble forward in a disheveled manner, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. At the same time, his right palm slammed onto the ground, using spiritual energy to stir up a cloud of dirt mixed with dead branches and leaves, instantly obscuring the opponent's vision. Yi Yu's heart tightened. This move, Shadow Strike, was indeed troublesome. Lu Suifeng's control over shadows had almost merged seamlessly with this forest. However, it is not without a solution. His peculiar eyes had already seen through everything. Yi Yu pushed his power and insight to the extreme. In an instant, the density and flow of all the surrounding shadows were clearly constructed into a three-dimensional model in his mind. Lu Suifeng missed his strike and once again merged into the shadows, as if he had completely vanished from this world. The withered bone forest was deathly silent, with only the wailing sound of the wind passing through the twisted branches. Yi Yu stood in place, outwardly scanning his surroundings vigilantly, but his Sharingan had already discerned everything. His gaze locked onto a patch of irregularly shaped, slightly darker shadow on the ground, 7 steps to the left. It's now! He suddenly twisted his body, and the mixed primordial spiritual power within him did not erupt violently outward but was instead highly compressed, all converging onto his right fist. The chaotic luster became restrained, and his fist carried a heavy and destructive aura as it smashed fiercely toward that seemingly ordinary shadow. Come out! Boom! Where the force of the punch reached, the shadow rippled violently like water waves. A muffled groan sounded, and Lu Suifeng's figure was forcibly driven out of the shadow's stealth state. He staggered to the side, his face showing genuine surprise for the first time. You can see through my shadow power? Your shadow has more emotions than you imagine, Yi Yu said coldly, without pursuing. His Sharingan could capture the extremely subtle fluctuations when Lu Suifeng's spiritual energy resonated with the shadows, especially in the moments before he launched an attack or shifted positions. Lu Suifeng's expression turned completely grim. The ease of toying with his prey vanished, replaced by anger and killing intent after his trump card was exposed. Interesting. It seems the extra payment from the Xie family was indeed necessary. He slowly straightened his body, letting the slender, flexible sword hang down, its tip lightly touching the ground. A wave of spiritual energy, colder and more viscous than before, emanated from him. The surrounding shadows seemed to come alive, slowly writhing and converging at his feet, gradually forming a constantly surging, almost tangible abyss of pitch-black darkness. I originally intended to let you die quickly. Lu Suifeng's voice lost its last trace of warmth, leaving only pure murderous intent. Now, I've changed my mind. I'm going to gouge out your eyes, one by one, and see what secrets are hidden inside. Yi Yu burned with rage and questioned sharply, all for the Xie family's reward? As a student of the Qianlong class, with such a promising future, you willingly become a lapdog for the great families, doing these disgraceful deeds here? Lapdog? Disgraceful? Lu Suifeng seemed to be stung, his gaze suddenly turning sharp and manic. What do you understand? Without resources, without connections, no matter how great your talent is, you're nothing but a stepping stone for others. What the Xie family gave me, I might not be able to earn even if I stayed in the academy for my entire life.
As long as I kill you, I can obtain enough resources to break through to Tier 3 or even Tier 4. With these, I can establish myself firmly in this hidden dragon class and trample those lofty geniuses from noble families underfoot, one by one. Pointing at Yu, his voice grew sharp with excitement. Rules? To hell with rules. Rules are meant to be broken. The strong make the rules, while the weak follow them. Today, if I kill you here, as long as I do it cleanly, who would truly investigate the death of a special recruit? Mentor Qin Xuan? He would only think you lacked strength and died accidentally in the bone forest. Moreover, Lu Suifeng stepped closer, the shadowy pool beneath his feet expanding and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Do you think the Xie family only sent me? You've been targeted for a long time, Yi Yu. From the moment you entered the hidden dragon class, no, from the moment you crippled Xie Yan, you were already a dead man. The only difference is whether you die sooner or later, whether you die easily or painfully. Today, I, Lu Suifeng, will take your worthless life for the Xie family. Shadow Devour, 100 Serpents Chaos. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and the shadowy pool beneath his feet erupted violently. Countless shadow serpents, several times thicker and more menacing than before, surged forth wildly. The heads of these shadow serpents faintly formed venomous snake heads, emitting silent hisses as they swarmed from all directions to devour Yu. Each shadow serpent exuded a chilling and corrosive aura that made hearts tremble. Wherever they passed, the decayed leaves on the ground sizzled and emitted faint black smoke. This is an area attack. It has blocked all spaces where evasion is possible. At the same time, Lu Suifeng himself vanished once more, completely merging with the shadow frenzy. The killing intent was omnipresent. Yi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted as he felt the threat of death. He took a deep breath, and the newly breakthrough primordial spirit power within him surged at an unprecedented speed, while the chaotic vortex spun wildly. The two tomo of the Sharingan rotated to their limit, making everything in his vision seem to slow down. The attack trajectories of countless shadow snakes, the cores of their spirit power, and the gaps between them, all the information was being calculated rapidly in his mind. He let out a low shout, no longer deliberately suppressing. He did not attempt to suppress the raging-tailed beast power within him. Instead, he tried to use his newly refined and purer primordial spirit power to guide and merge with the trace of power from Shikaku and Matatabi. Fine grains of sand appeared out of thin air, condensing on his body into a suit of sand armor that shimmered with chaotic luster. Between the gaps of the armor, faintly flickering patterns of deep blue flames danced subtly. He moved. This time, he no longer dodged but faced the densest cluster of shadow snakes head-on, charging in with fierce determination. His hands alternated between fists and palms, sometimes summoning sand to form a shield, other times wielding flames as sharp blades. He pushed the Sharingan's insight and calculation abilities to their limits, weaving, blocking, and counterattacking with agility through the countless gaps between the biting shadow snakes. Each time the chaotic-colored spiritual energy collided with a shadow snake, a muffled explosion would erupt, blasting the shadow snake into a scattered mass of shadow energy. Surprisingly, a small portion of this dissipated energy was silently absorbed and transformed by his chaotic spiritual energy. But there were simply too many shadow snakes, and they were too densely packed. A ripping sound. The sand armor on his left arm was torn open by an exceptionally thick shadow snake. A chilling and corrosive aura instantly invaded, bringing a piercing cold and a burning, searing pain. Yi Yu let out a muffled groan, but his movements did not pause for even a moment. His right hand came together like a sword, with his fingertips gathering highly compressed primordial spiritual energy and a trace of ghostly blue flame, precisely shattering the core of that shadow snake. He fought as he advanced, his gaze like lightning, scanning every point of abnormal spiritual energy fluctuation within the shadowy tide. Where is it? Lu Suifeng's true form must be hidden in some corner of this shadow, controlling everything. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several shadow snakes' attack trajectories about 5 meters ahead on the right. Just as they were about to touch a twisted, withered tree, there was an extremely subtle and unnatural deflection. It was as if they were deliberately avoiding that spot, and the shadows there appeared unusually dense. Found it! A sharp glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes as he forcibly endured the bites of 2 shadow snakes from the rear side. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, fiercely crashing toward that direction. The spiritual energy within his body poured unreservedly into his right fist, and the chaotic colored radiance surged instantly, even overpowering the surrounding darkness. "Get out here!" He threw a punch, directly striking the center of that solid shadow. However, just as Yi Yu's fist was about to hit the target, the solid shadow suddenly dispersed, and Lu Suifeng's figure did not appear. Instead, from another inconspicuous shadow nearby, a sword light condensed to the extreme, almost turning into a pure black thin line, suddenly pierced out. This sword strike, silent and stealthy, was extremely sinister, aiming directly at the slight opening under Yi Yu's left rib exposed due to his full-force punch. This was the true killing move. Lu Suifeng's face carried a cruel, cold smile of a plan successfully executed. Yi Yu's pupils instantly contracted. Although his Sharingan had caught the sudden flash of the sword, his body, propelled by the immense forward inertia, could no longer change direction immediately. The pitch-black sword light was about to pierce through his body. Roar! A wild, ferocious, completely inhuman growl suddenly erupted from deep within Yi Yu's throat. Beneath the skin of his ribs, it seemed as though crimson, savage patterns flickered and vanished in an instant. Boom! A dark red energy, even more violent, scorching, and filled with a destructive aura than Shikaku's previous power, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano from a forcibly broken shackle within his body. The dark red-tailed beast power, like flames, instantly enveloped his left side, directly burning and annihilating the shadow sword light it touched. This force even surged back, forcing Lu Suifeng, hidden in the shadows, to retreat several steps, his face showing a look of shock for the first time. What kind of power is this?" Lu Suifeng exclaimed in a lost voice. Yi Yu stood in place, his left side shrouded in the restless dark red power of the tailed beast, while his right side still flowed with primordial spiritual energy. His Sharingan eyes were as crimson as blood, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. He slowly raised his left hand, wrapped in dark red energy, and looked at Lu Suifeng, whose expression was filled with uncertainty. His voice was hoarse, like the sound of grinding stones. "You said, rules are meant to be broken? Then now." The dark red-tailed beast power in his left hand suddenly condensed and stretched, transforming into a violent, burning, and unstable energy claw. "Let me show you what I look like after breaking my limits." Lu Suifeng's expression changed drastically. From that dark red claw blade, he felt a deadly threat. And at that moment, Lu Suifeng, "I'm over here." I sensed intense energy fluctuations. Shermang's muffled yet urgent voice, accompanied by heavy footsteps, was rapidly approaching from another direction. A trace of ruthlessness and decisiveness flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. He suddenly retreated toward Shermang's direction while shouting sharply, "Shermang! Encircle him! Use that move! This kid is strange!" The heavy sound of war drums echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shermang charged out from the shadows, and when he saw the scene before him, his bronze-colored face was filled with shock. The restless dark red energy emanating from Yi Yu's left side was releasing a terrifying aura that made his heart race wildly. But he did not hesitate in the slightest. Lu Suifeng's command was the signal to act. "Earth vein rock bone cage." Shermang slammed his fists fiercely into the ground. With a deafening boom, the earth trembled violently. Beneath Yi Yu's feet, the ground within a 10-meter radius instantly exploded, and massive gray-white rock pillars resembling giant ribs burst forth from the soil. These pillars crisscrossed, closed together from top to bottom, and in the blink of an eye formed an airtight bone-like cage, trapping Yi Yu firmly inside. The surface of the rock pillar glowed with a thick, earthy yellow light, not only terrifyingly sturdy but also carrying a powerful suppressive effect, isolating all spiritual energy flow inside and out. This was not merely to trap him. Almost at the moment the cage took shape, Lu Suifeng had already appeared in the air directly above it. The soft sword in his hand had somehow been replaced by a pitch-black short dagger, engraved with eerie runes. He bit the tip of his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood forcefully onto the dagger. The runes on the dagger seemed to come alive, writhing madly and emitting a hair-raising hum. Greedily devouring the spiritual energy and life essence he infused into it. Lu Suifeng's face turned deathly pale in an instant, but his eyes gleamed with a crazed killing intent.
Shadow eclipse, spirit-breaking burial. Gripping the dagger with both hands, he flipped upside down like a hunting owl, carrying a sinister, decayed aura as he plunged fiercely toward the center of the cage below, right above Yiyu's head. Wherever the dagger passed, the air sizzled as if corroded, leaving behind a twisted black trail. This was the ultimate killing combo he had practiced countless times with Sharingan. First, trap the enemy and suppress their spiritual energy with the rockbone cage, then deliver a fatal blow with his spirit-breaking burial. This move was designed to pierce through all protective defenses, directly attacking the body and eroding life. Inside the cage, Yiyu raised his head, and in his Sharingan, the rapidly enlarging pitch-black dagger and Lu Suifeng's ferocious face behind it were reflected. The oppressive feeling brought by the rockbone cage was indeed strong. The glow emitted by the surrounding rock pillars felt like a quagmire, slowing down the flow of spiritual power within his body. But the dark red-tailed beast power in his left half seemed completely enraged by this oppression and the deadly threat coming from above. Roar! A roar even more ferocious than before erupted from his throat. The dark red-tailed beast's power suddenly swelled, surging like flames, forcibly pushing back the suppressing light of the rock pillar by a foot. The coldness in Yiyu's eyes was quickly replaced by a scorching frenzy, the dam of reason teetering under the impact of the tailed beast's power. "Suppress me, you think you're worthy?" A hoarse and twisted voice resounded. The dark red claw blade in his left hand suddenly swung upward, and on the edge of the claw blade, a clear Magatama pattern emerged. It was the product of the combination of the Sharingan's power and the tailed beast's strength. At the same time, he frantically channeled the spiritual energy from the right side of his body into his right foot and stomped fiercely. Sand cascade, upstream. A torrent of sand and stones, infused with the power of two forces and even more violent, erupted from beneath his feet and surged upward. Boom! Dark red claw blades collided with the pitch-black dagger first. The clash of two forces did not produce the crisp sound of metal striking metal, but instead emitted a teeth-gritting explosive roar as the energies eroded and annihilated each other. Lu Suifeng was horrified to discover that his ultimate strike, driven by his own blood essence, was instantly torn apart and neutralized by an even more violent and unreasonable force upon contact with the dark red claw blades. The runes on his short dagger flickered frantically, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Immediately afterward, the raging torrent of sand and stone surged skyward, violently crashing against the top of the cage and Lu Suifeng himself. What? Lu Suifeng felt an unimaginable force crash into him, shattering his protective spiritual energy in an instant. He could clearly hear the sound of his chest bones breaking. His entire body was sent flying backward, spraying blood, as if struck by a battering ram. Crack! Crack! The incredibly sturdy rockbone prison, under the combined assault from inside and outside, first saw spiderweb-like cracks appear on the top rock pillars. Then, the cracks quickly spread across the entire cage. This is impossible. Sharingan stared in shock, his mouth agape. Sharingan's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He could clearly feel that the rock prison connected to his power was rapidly collapsing. With a furious roar, he slammed his fists onto the ground again, trying to reinforce it with all his might. But it was all too late. With a deafening boom, the entire rock prison shattered completely. Gray-white rubble, mixed with dark red streams of violent energy, along with his own chaotic energy particles and swirling dust, instantly formed a devastating energy shockwave that swept in all directions. Sharingan bore the brunt of the force and was violently thrown into the air. He crashed through two withered trees before barely coming to a stop, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. As the dust slightly dispersed, Yiyu's figure reappeared. He was slightly hunched over, gasping heavily, each breath releasing scorching white mist. The dark red, violent energy on the left side of his body had grown even thicker, almost like living tendrils, slowly and resolutely creeping toward and invading the right side of his body. Meanwhile, the primal energy on his right side flickered unsteadily, struggling to resist the encroachment. Beneath the skin on his face, faint crimson lines could be seen, protruding and writhing like blood vessels, appearing sinister and terrifying. In his scarlet eyes, the spinning speed of the two tomo patterns had reached its peak, almost merging into a blur, emitting a chilling red glow. His gaze flickered and struggled violently between cold rationality and bloodthirsty frenzy. Ha, ha!
A low, beast-like growl escaped from his throat as he stared intently at Lu Suifeng and Shermeng, who were struggling to get up not far away. Lu Suifeng clutched his chest and coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face pale as a sheet. Looking at Yi Yu, whose state was clearly abnormal, genuine fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. That is absolutely not the power a second-tier ability user should possess. That's simply a monster. He can't control that power anymore. He's on the verge of losing control. Lu Suifeng hoarsely shouted at Shermeng, "Don't fight him head-on. Let's wear him down and exhaust him. When he completely loses his sanity, that's when we'll kill him, or just let him be torn apart by that power himself." Shermeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded heavily, his expression becoming extremely grave. The two quickly widened the distance, flanking Yi Yu from left and right, facing him from afar. They no longer rushed to attack but instead resembled two hyenas waiting patiently and cruelly for their prey to bleed out. At this moment, Yi Yu's consciousness was fiercely battling the raging beastly power within him. The frenzy, heat, and deeper violent will contained in that force surged like an angry tide, assaulting his mind. In his mind, the impulse to kill and the desire for destruction were growing wildly. Kill them, tear them apart, let their blood extinguish this flame. A voice roared madly in his heart. No. I can't lose control. His own will resisted stubbornly. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, the intense pain bringing him a moment of clarity. He pushed the technique within his body to its limit, the energy vortex in his dantian spinning wildly in an attempt to calm the rampaging beast-like power. However, this power was too overwhelming, especially in this state of being completely ignited by the life and death crisis and fierce battle. It was impossible to suppress. The dark red energy eroded another inch, and the glow of his own energy on his right shoulder dimmed further. Lu Suifeng seized the opportunity, his figure once again merging into the shadows. In the next moment, several sinister shadow spikes attacked Yi Yu from different angles. These strikes were not meant to injure him but to harass, provoke, and accelerate his energy depletion. Shermeng simultaneously launched a ranged attack, with massive millstone-sized rocks wrapped in energy whistling through the air and smashing toward him. Yi Yu let out a low roar, sweeping his left arm across his dark red claws expanded violently, shattering all the shadow spikes and flying stones. However, his movements were noticeably slower than before, and his aura grew even more chaotic. Effective. Keep going. Lu Suifeng's voice came from the shadows, carrying a trace of barely contained excitement. The crimson light in Yi Yu's eyes flickered intensely. He knew this couldn't go on. He only had two outcomes: either they would wear him down to death, or he would completely lose control and turn into a monster driven solely by destruction. Must resolve this battle before completely losing sanity. An extremely risky, almost insane idea flashed through his struggling rationality. That idea was to abandon suppression, actively embrace, and even guide this rampaging power, redirecting its target from within his own body to the enemy before him. Rather than being consumed by this power, it's better to use this power to consume the enemy. Since it can't be suppressed, then let's go crazy together. The last trace of clarity in Yi Yu's eyes was replaced by resolute madness. Not only did he stop restraining the rampaging beast-like power, but he actively released control over the energy in the right half of his body. He even used his own primal energy as a guide to forcibly channel more of the invading dark red violent energy into his limbs and entire body. Roar! A roar, more savage and completely inhuman than before, erupted from deep within his throat. A howl burst from the depths of his throat, filled with soul-tearing agony, yet tinged with a bizarre sense of ecstasy. The dark red energy on his body instantly boiled and expanded. The dark red flames that had originally covered only his left side now surged like a flood breaking through a dam, madly rushing toward his right side, where they collided, intertwined, and twisted violently with the chaos energy pushed to its limit. Yi Yu's entire body was enveloped in a constantly twisting cocoon of energy. Within the cocoon, dark red, chaotic, and ghostly blue sparks mixed together, making the aura he emitted instantly chaotic, savage, and extremely unstable, yet carrying a suffocating sense of danger. Oh no! He's completely out of control. Lu Suifeng's face changed drastically as he shouted sternly, "Retreat! Keep your distance immediately!" While swiftly retreating backward, he rapidly formed seals with his hands, causing a large shadow to rise from the ground like a black curtain, attempting to block Yi Yu's advance. Sharingan also turned and ran without hesitation, simultaneously summoning a heavy rock armor to cover his entire body. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late.
Trying to leave? Too late.
From within the cocoon of light came Yi Yu's hoarse and distorted voice, carrying a coldness akin to the friction of metal. The next moment, with a deafening explosion, the cocoon of light shattered.
Yi Yu's figure reappeared. At this moment, Yi Yu's appearance had undergone a horrifying transformation.
His left side was completely covered by a solid layer of dark red armor. The energy was no longer an intangible flame but had formed a tangible structure, its surface etched with violent energy patterns. His left hand had entirely transformed into a menacing giant claw engulfed in dark red flames. Meanwhile, his right side was enveloped in dense, chaotic spiritual energy.
Amid the flow of this energy, faint shadows of sand grains and flickering ghostly blue sparks could be seen, giving off an impression of weight and restraint.
The most terrifying thing was his face. His right face was still relatively normal, with faint red patterns vaguely moving beneath the skin, and that crimson Sharingan seemed as if it was about to bleed. But his left face was covered by a layer of translucent dark red energy, clearly revealing the energy beneath the skin squirming like a living creature. His left eye was bloodshot, the pupil almost reduced to a pinpoint, containing only the purest, most primal desire for slaughter. At this moment, he resembled a half-demon crawling out of hell, exuding an aura of destruction and chaos. From his throat, a muffled syllable squeezed out, "Kill." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he moved. He no longer moved with the agile and swift style he had before, but instead charged straight ahead like a cannonball, carrying an unstoppable and ferocious momentum, directly toward Sharingan, who was slightly closer to him. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind only a trail of multicolored afterimages at the spot where he had been.
Thousand-layer wall.
Sharingan was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. His fists pounded the ground frantically. One thick rock wall after another rose instantly from the earth, layer upon layer, blocking in front of him. Each wall shimmered with a heavy, earthy yellow glow. However, all of this was in vain.
Break! Yi Yu didn't even use any technique. He simply raised the dark red giant claw and, in the most savage manner, tore forward viciously.
Screech! Amid a piercing sound of energy tearing through, the thick rock walls, capable of withstanding attacks from a Tier 3 powerhouse, were effortlessly ripped apart and shattered as if they were made of paper. The violent energy carried by the massive claw instantly turned the crumbling rocks into flying ash. The claw's momentum did not wane, heading straight for Sharingan's head. Sharingan was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. With a furious roar, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his body into his arms, crossing them in front of his chest. The rock armor on his body instantly thickened several times over, gleaming with a metallic sheen.
Bang!
The dark red giant claw slammed fiercely onto his crossed arms.
Crack!
A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Sharingan felt an indescribable immense force, mixed with scorching heat, corrosion, and chaotic terror, surging into his body. The defensive armor he prided himself on shattered inch by inch, and his entire body was sent flying backward as if struck head-on by an ancient giant elephant, spewing blood as he went. Just one strike, and Sharingan, a second-tier peak expert renowned for his defensive power, was severely injured and on the brink of death.
But it wasn't over yet.
Yi Yu didn't even glance at Sharingan, who was embedded in the mountain wall and barely clinging to life. His crimson gaze instantly locked onto Lu Suifeng, who was swiftly moving through the shadows, attempting to escape.
Trying to hide in the shadows? You can't escape.
Yi Yu's left Sharingan spun wildly, capturing the extremely subtle energy fluctuation trajectories within the shadows. His left foot stomped heavily on the ground, injecting chaotic spiritual power and a trace of sand's force madly into the earth.
Sand burial, grand funeral. Centered on him, the ground within a 100-meter radius suddenly softened and collapsed, transforming into a swirling vortex of flowing sand. Countless grains of sand seemed to come alive, turning into sand tentacles that frantically wrapped around every shadow from the ground and the air. Lu Suifeng, who was darting through the shadows,
instantly felt immense resistance. The shadows, stirred by the flowing sand, became sticky and heavy, making it impossible for him to move freely. How is this possible? How can he precisely disrupt the shadows? From within a violently fluctuating shadow came Lu Suifeng's terrified voice. In the next moment, Yi Yu's figure, like a phantom, appeared out of thin air above the shadow. His gaze was icy, and a massive dark red claw, exuding an aura of tearing through everything, fiercely plunged downward. "Get out here!" With a squelching sound, the dark red claw blade seemed to ignore the illusory nature of the shadow, directly piercing through a barrier between reality and illusion, precisely grabbing Lu Suifeng, who was attempting to shift within the shadow. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the night sky. Lu Suifeng was forcibly dragged out from the shadows, a dark red claw blade piercing through his right shoulder, lifting his entire body high into the air. His once delicate and sinister face was now filled with boundless fear and pain. Blood gushed from the claw blade, dripping onto the churning sand below. "No, don't kill me. Yi Yu. I beg you, spare me. It was the Xie family forced me to do this." Lu Suifeng pleaded incoherently, the cold and vicious aura he had earlier completely gone. Yi Yu's left face, shrouded in that translucent dark red power, twisted into a cruel and maniacal grin. "Spare me? I remember just now, you didn't plan on sparing me." He leaned closer to Lu Suifeng, his voice like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. "Didn't you say that rules are merely tools to bind the weak?" Yi Yu's gaze was filled with mockery. "So now, between the two of us, who is the strong one, and who is the weak one?" Lu Suifeng trembled violently, his eyes filled with despair. Yi Yu no longer wasted words with him. The desire for slaughter, coupled with the emptiness that urgently needed to be filled after forcibly merging new powers, was almost consuming the last remnants of his humanity. "Let your life fill my emptiness." As soon as the words fell, the dark red giant claw suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force. This was not merely physical damage from piercing. Even more terrifying was an unparalleled devouring force spreading from the claw blade, frantically extracting Lu Suifeng's spiritual energy, blood essence, and even the very source of his life. "Aha!" Lu Suifeng let out a wail that hardly sounded human. His body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin quickly lost its luster, his hair turned gray and withered, and his once abundant cultivation, like a breached flood, poured incessantly into Yi Yu's body. At the same time, the chaotic vortex on Yi Yu's right side was spinning madly at an unprecedented speed. It was like a bottomless black hole, accepting all that came its way, devouring the pure power that belonged to Lu Suifeng, along with his life essence, and drawing it all into the center of the vortex. This foreign power was violently crushed and decomposed, transformed into the purest source energy. Part of the energy rapidly healed the injuries Yi Yu had sustained during the fierce battle, while the other part turned into a ferocious driving force, relentlessly breaking through the barriers to a higher realm. Just a little more, and he would have broken through to the third tier. Crack, crack, the bones and meridians within his body seemed to be shattering and reorganizing. The entire devouring process lasted less than 10 breaths. When Yi Yu released his hand, Lu Suifeng had completely turned into a dried corpse wrapped in a loose robe. His eye sockets were sunken, his face frozen in extreme pain and terror, with no trace of life remaining. Yi Yu casually tossed the dried corpse aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could clearly feel that the chaotic vortex within his body had nearly doubled in size compared to before. The rotation speed had reached an extreme limit, and at the center of the vortex, a solidified chaotic light point, exuding an obscure and ancient aura, was slowly taking shape. Devouring the entire essence of a peer-level master brought immense replenishment. His injuries were almost completely healed, and not only was his depleted spiritual energy fully restored, but there was so much that his meridians began to faintly ache from the overflow. Most importantly, the barrier preventing him from stepping into the third tier was now as thin as a cicada's wing, seemingly on the verge of breaking with a single touch. Just a little more, just the very last bit. Yi Yu suddenly opened his eyes, those scarlet pupils like the hungriest beast, instantly locking onto the faintly breathing figure in the hollow of the mountain wall not far away, Shimeng. Shermeng met those eyes, and a bone-chilling cold made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, leaving only despair in his heart. Yi Yu took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Shermeng. Without any unnecessary words, the dark red giant claw reached out once again, piercing fiercely into Shermeng's chest. The devouring began once more. Shermeng's robust and pure earth element spiritual power, along with his vigorous life essence, was like the final bundle of dry wood, frantically injected into the nearly boiling furnace within Yi Yu's body. Boom! The moment Shermeng also turned into a dried corpse, the energy accumulated within Yi Yu's body finally reached its critical point. The point of light at the center of the chaotic vortex suddenly erupted with an incredibly dazzling brilliance, illuminating every inch of his meridians. The entire vortex shook violently, beginning an earth-shattering transformation. A vortex of energy fiercely collapsed inward, condensed, and then exploded with a thunderous roar. But this was not destruction, it was rebirth. A more solid, more stable chaotic vortex settled in the core of Yi Yu's body. With each rotation, it drew the surrounding spiritual energy to converge automatically. Third stage, achieved. A majestic sense of power filled his entire body, and the quality and quantity of energy within him underwent a dramatic transformation. However, just as Yi Yu had just broken through and his mind relaxed for a brief moment, his dark red energy cloak on his left side seemed to be stimulated and suddenly erupted violently. A will 10 times stronger than before, like a ferocious beast awakening from slumber, fiercely crashed into Yi Yu's mind. That will was filled with endless resentment, slaughter, and destruction. Not good. Yi Yu's expression changed drastically, and the joy of his breakthrough was instantly drowned in an overwhelming coldness. The world before his eyes began to be engulfed by a pure blood-red hue. Meanwhile, his unique blood-colored eyes began to spin wildly. The patterns of two tomo almost turned into two blurred scarlet halos, desperately resisting the blood-colored erosion, trying to preserve the last bastion of clarity for Yi Yu's self-awareness. Two forces clashed fiercely on the battlefield of his consciousness. One was an endless surge of hatred and destructive desire, while the other was Yi Yu's tenacious and unyielding will to survive. But the disparity between the two sides was too great. That violent force seized the momentary gap during Yi Yu's breakthrough and swept in almost overwhelmingly. The will of destruction surged like a cold tide, relentlessly washing away his reason, as if countless beings were wailing and roaring in his ears. Kill, destroy everything. Blood, how wonderful. Why resist? Release me, and you will gain true power. Various twisted thoughts frantically proliferated, attempting to alter his perception and completely devour him. Yi Yu's own energy instinctively contracted in defense, protecting his heart and energy core, yet it could not stop the dark red power from spreading throughout his body via his meridians. The energy code on his body became more solid, with dark red patterns writhing like living creatures, even starting to creep toward his head. Beneath the skin of his left cheek, the dark red lines spread out like a spider web. He stood there, his body trembling slightly, his right hand clenched tightly into a fist, nails digging deep into his palm. He tried to use this insignificant pain to awaken more of himself. Meanwhile, his left hand, the dark red claw, spasmed uncontrollably, with scorching dark red energy dripping from its fingertips, capable of corroding the ground. No, can't fall here. It was almost from the depths of his soul that he squeezed out this faint trace of will. At the critical moment when internal and external crises converged, and reason was about to be completely engulfed by the crimson tide. At the core of his body, the newly stabilized third-stage chaotic vortex seemed to be intensely stimulated by its master's will nearing collapse. It suddenly froze, then began to spin violently with unprecedented ferocity. Breaking through the third stage was not merely an energy leap but also a transcendence of the level of life itself. The new chaotic vortex's dominion over all the forces within Yi Yu's body reached an entirely new height. This newly born, overwhelming energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, no longer confined itself to guarding the core. Instead, guided by Yi Yu's remaining will, it surged into his limbs and bones. It raced along his spine, charged into his brain, and flooded into those blood-red eyes locked in a life-and-death struggle against the will of destruction. Buzz! Yi Yu felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, or thrown into a scorching furnace. An indescribable agony. Yet amidst this agony, an even stronger, clearer, and colder power awakened deep within his eyes. The two spinning tomo, which had been rotating so wildly they almost formed a blur, suddenly underwent a qualitative transformation under the infusion of this overwhelming energy and intense mental stimulation. Deep within the scarlet pupils, it was as if some ancient shackle had been broken. A third pitch-black tomo emerged, as if rising from the depths of a boiling sea of blood, carrying a brand new, even more profound darkness, slowly condensing and taking shape. 3 tomo, no longer vague shadows, but clear and stable, slowly rotating around the center of the pupil in a perfect triangular formation. The outline of each tomo is sharper, and the trajectory they leave as they spin seems capable of slicing through space itself. His vision felt as if it were torn apart, and an unprecedented power erupted from his eyes, several times stronger than before. The 3 tomo Sharingan activated. At the moment the 3 tomo took shape, an invisible force field spread out from Yiyu as the center. This power was cold and commanding, like the most brilliant commander, forcibly intervening between his own strength and the rampaging beastly force. The Sharingan, especially when evolved to the 3 tomo form, has as one of its core abilities the ultimate control over beastly power. In his new field of vision, everything had changed. The once chaotic and violent dark red force, which had been like countless tentacles eroding his body and consciousness, now appeared orderly. He could clearly see the internal structure and flow of this power, and even every single node where it intertwined with his own strength. That beastly will of destruction, no longer an incomprehensible chaos, now seemed like impurities clinging to the energy flow, a mass of filth filled with resentment. "Found you," Yiyu whispered coldly, almost instinctively driven by the Sharingan. His will, enhanced by the power of his eyes, became incredibly focused and sharp. He no longer passively resisted and struggled, instead, he took the initiative to attack, to control, to suppress. "My body, my power, it's not your place to act recklessly." Boom! The 3 tomo spun wildly, the immense ocular power mixed with his newfound strength, transforming into countless invisible, resilient threads that precisely entangled, restrained, and sliced through the dark red beastly force, especially the destructive will attached to it. A sizzling sound erupted within his body, like cold water splashing into boiling oil. 3 minutes later, he succeeded. That violent force was completely suppressed. At that moment, Xia Miao suddenly appeared. She was like a splash of vibrant color, abruptly emerging in the midst of this lifeless gray forest. Dressed in a light purple gown that clashed with the surroundings, her face still bore that gentle and kind expression. She landed gracefully 10 meters away from Yiyu, her gaze first drawn to the 2 shriveled and horrifying corpses of Lu Suifeng and Shimeng. Her pupils contracted imperceptibly for a moment before quickly shifting to Yiyu. Yiyu stood in the midst of a chaotic battlefield, coldly staring at her. The dark red patterns beneath the skin of his left side had just calmed down, while the power on his right side was still fluctuating. His 3 tomo Sharingan, glowing with a scarlet light, locked onto her like a falcon. The air was filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, along with the chaotic aura left behind by the clash of energies. "Yiyu?" Xia Miao's voice carried a hint of perfectly measured tremor, as if frightened by the scene before her. Are you okay?" "I felt intense energy fluctuations from far away just now, and..." Her gaze swept over the 2 shriveled corpses on the ground. "Is that Lu Suifeng and Shimeng? How could they?" Yiyu remained silent, simply watching her quietly. The 3 tomo slowly rotated, his icy gaze seemingly piercing through the flawless facade on her face. The power within him was slowly circulating, absorbing the cold air of the forest, rapidly recovering from the massive expenditure earlier, while maintaining the highest level of vigilance. Xia Miao's appearance was too coincidental. The battle had just ended, and she arrived, completely unharmed and with a steady aura. In this desolate forest where everyone was on edge and fighting over resources, this was far too unusual. Seeing Yiyu remain silent, Xia Miao took a small step forward, her face filled with even more worry, and her voice softened. "Yiyu, are you injured? I noticed your breathing is very unstable. This place is too dangerous, and the commotion just now might attract other trouble, or even other trainees." She bit her lip, as if making some kind of decision, and her gaze became resolute. "Yiyu, I know you have issues with me and the Xie family. But the situation is different now. You killed Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng, and they were elite trainees officially registered with the academy. She emphasized her words, speaking slowly and deliberately. The first rule of the assessment is strictly prohibiting the intentional killing of fellow students. Those who violate the rules will face consequences, at best, losing all their powers and being expelled from the academy, at worst, execution on the spot. She pointed at the corpses on the ground. The evidence is irrefutable now. She pointed at the shriveled corpses of Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng, her voice urgent yet tinged with a hint of concern for his well-being. Look at how they died. This wasn't caused by the monsters in the forest, but by someone using some kind of dark and evil magic to drain all their life force. Mentor Qin Chuan and the Academy's enforcement team will soon discover this place. You won't be able to escape. She took a step forward, her gaze incredibly sincere. But I can help you. Our Xia family holds some influence in the Academy. I can persuade my family to step in and classify this incident as an accident. We'll say you encountered an unknown monster in the forest, Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng tragically perished, and you, Yiyu, are the sole survivor after a bloody battle. She slowed her speech, as if analyzing the pros and cons for Yiyu. Although it will require some sacrifices, at least it will save your life and your academic status, allowing you to remain in the academy. She stared at Yiyu, her tone earnest. Yiyu, I know you have great talent and pride, and you don't like owing favors to others, especially to me or the Xie family. But this is a matter of life and death, not a time for stubbornness. Accept my help, this is your only chance to survive. Her words sounded reasonable, portraying the image of a noble young lady who bore no grudges and extended a helping hand in times of crisis, flawlessly. If it were any other young person trapped in a desperate situation with little social experience, they would have likely been persuaded by her. Even if they harbored doubts, faced with the only chance of survival, it would be hard to remain calm. Unfortunately, the person she encountered today was Yiyu. Yiyu slowly raised his hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his relatively clean right hand. The blood was from the internal injuries sustained during the earlier battle. His movements were slow, yet carried an air of composure that seemed out of place in the current scene. Then, he lifted his gaze towards Xiamiao. In those blood-red eyes, 3 pitch-black tomo were slowly rotating. His expression held no fear, no panic, no gratitude, and not even a trace of anger. Only an abyss of unfathomable calm, and beneath that calm, an undisguised icy mockery. Xiamiao, he finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from the earlier shouting, but each word was exceptionally clear. Is your act over? The worried and sincere expression on Xiamiao's face froze for a moment. Yiyu didn't give her a chance to adjust and continued speaking, his tone as indifferent as if stating an obvious fact. Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng were sent by your Xia family, weren't they? The tracking mark on my sleeve was left by you. What is your goal? Let me guess. He stepped forward, and the dry branch beneath his foot let out a crisp snapping sound. You first sent 2 dogs who could still fight to test me. If they could kill me, that would be best, ending everything once and for all. Even if they couldn't, they could force me to reveal my trump card, exhaust my strength, and ideally leave me seriously injured. Then you, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Xia family, would just happen to appear. Yiyu's lips curved into a cold arc, devoid of any warmth. Just happened to witness me killing a classmate, just happened to possess irrefutable evidence against me, and just happened to be so kind-hearted, willing to give this desperate murderer a chance. What happens next? If I truly panic and accept your help, what price will I have to pay? Will it be obeying you forever in the academy? Or handing over all the secrets you carry? Or perhaps, you'll simply plant some kind of mental imprint on me, turning me into a dog that's even more obedient and useful than Lu Suifeng and the others? With every word he spoke, the facade on Xiamiao's face shattered a little more. The worry in her eyes gradually transformed into the coldness and gloom of a conspiracy being exposed. As for these 2 people, Yiyu glanced at the dried corpses on the ground, his tone indifferent. Just 2 self-righteous dogs. Dead is dead. Their deaths mean nothing to you or to your Xia family. In fact, they were part of your plan all along, mere pawns to frame me and manipulate me. Am I right, Miss Xie? Xiamiao remained silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. It was no longer a gentle and harmonious laugh, but one that was cold, condescending, as if everything had returned to her control. The fragility and worry on her face receded like a tide, replaced by the innate arrogance and calculation of a noble family. "Yiyu, I must admit, you're much smarter than I imagined, and also, far more ungrateful." Xia Miao's voice was still pleasant to the ear, but it had lost its deliberately feigned gentleness, becoming sharp instead.
"But you've misunderstood one thing."
She leisurely adjusted her perfectly unwrinkled sleeve, as if the scene before her wasn't a bloody crime scene but rather her own backyard.
"The current situation for you is a dead end. The Academy's rules are ironclad, no one can break them. You've killed someone, and the evidence is right there on the ground. Whether or not I'm acting is completely irrelevant.
What matters is that the facts are undeniable." She raised her eyes, her gaze meeting Yiyu's blood-red eyes spinning with 3 tomo, without the slightest hint of retreat.
"I'm pointing out a way for you to survive.
If you refuse, what you'll face won't just be the thunderous measures of the Academy's enforcement team, but also Mentor Qin Chuan's disappointment and the cold, unyielding rules.
By then, there truly will be no turning back for you."
She slightly raised her chin and spoke in a tone of condescension. "Yiyu, a smart person should know how to choose. Kneel down, swear allegiance to the Xie family, and hand over both your secrets and loyalty. I might still be able to spare your life, perhaps even give you a chance to work under the Xie family."
"This is your last chance." "Kneel down?"
Yiyu repeated the words, then suddenly chuckled softly. The laughter started off faint but quickly grew unrestrained, echoing through the desolate forest of withered bones, filled with an indescribable mockery and defiance. He laughed for quite a while before stopping, his scarlet eyes flickering with a blade-like chill.
"Xia Miao, you, and your Xia family, do you really think that everyone should revolve around you like flies? Do you think everyone should be endlessly grateful for the little scraps of benefits you throw out, groveling on the ground and wagging their tails?" He shook his head, and the energy that had been surging around him suddenly calmed down completely at an astonishing speed, withdrawing into his body, like the terrifying stillness before a storm. However, the light in his Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, grew even deeper, as if it could devour everything. "The path I, Yiyu, walk has always been carved out by my own life and blood." "The Academy's rules?"
He sneered. "If the rules really want to trouble me, then let them come.
As for you..."
Yiyu gave her one last look, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a lifeless object.
"Go back and tell the Xia family, if they have any skills, they can come straight at me. But next time, they'd better send someone who can actually fight.
Also, pass a message to Xia Yan for me." He paused, speaking each word with utmost clarity.
"I'll take his life."
After finishing, Yiyu no longer paid attention to Xia Miao, whose face had darkened to the extreme. He abruptly turned around without the slightest hesitation and charged deeper into the withered bone forest, heading toward the area where death and shadows were most concentrated. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared behind the twisted trees. Just like that, he completely exposed his back to Xia Miao, showing no concern at all. Xia Miao stood still, not giving chase. She stared intently in the direction where Yiyu had disappeared, the coldness on her face gradually transforming into an extreme gloom, with a trace of fear hidden deep in her eyes that even she could hardly detect. The last glance Yiyu gave her, along with the restrained yet seemingly more terrifyingly explosive aura, unexpectedly sent a chill deep into her heart. This Yiyu is far more dangerous than she had assessed.
"Ungrateful bastard,"
she muttered under her breath, her slender hand clenched tightly into a fist, her nails almost digging into her palm. But soon, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all her emotions, and once again regained the composure and poise of a noble family's young lady. She glanced indifferently at the dried corpses of Lu Suifeng and Shermeng on the ground, her gaze as if she were looking at 2 insignificant pieces of trash. "Do you think you can escape?" she murmured softly, taking out a more exquisite purple jade talisman engraved with mysterious runes from her bosom, and then gently crushed it. A faint purple light shot up into the sky, instantly merging into the dim heavens above the forest of withered bones and disappearing without a trace. After finishing everything, Xia Miao adjusted her dress and once again wore that gentle and soft smile on her face, as if nothing had ever happened. She chose a direction completely opposite to Yiyu's, and her figure quickly vanished into the shadows. The forest of withered bones returned to a deathly silence once more. Only the two shriveled corpses on the ground and the chaotic traces left by the battle silently narrated everything that had just happened. At this moment, somewhere on the edge of the withered bone forest, a figure standing as straight as a javelin was closing his eyes, focusing his mind and calming his breath. Suddenly, an ancient token at his waist trembled slightly, emitting a faint golden glow. Qin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as lightning, instantly directed toward the depths of the withered bone forest, the direction where the energy fluctuations had last emerged and were most chaotic and intense. His brows furrowed ever so slightly. The power of the rules has been triggered. A trainee has died, and more than one? Qin Xuan's figure, like lightning tearing through the night sky, sped through the twisted branches of the withered bone forest. His expression was cold and stern as iron. Although the energy around him did not erupt, it was so powerful that the deathly stillness in his path receded. Without relying on any flying tools, merely with his physical body and his own strength, his speed was so fast that a blurred afterimage trailed behind him. Almost at the same time Qin Xuan set off. At another edge of the withered bone forest, a faint purple streak of light quietly descended from the sky, precisely landing in a relatively sparse woodland. As the light dissipated, three figures were revealed. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man, approximately 40 or 50 years old. He was dressed in the standard black instructor's robe of the Federal Capital Academy, but the cuffs of the robe bore a distinctive mark. A middle-aged man dressed in a black uniform stood quietly at the edge of the forest of bones. His uniform appeared ordinary, but at the collar, a faint silver thread embroidered an extremely intricate and almost imperceptible pattern of the character Xia. With his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. A solid and heavy aura surrounded him, indicating that he was a peak fourth-tier powerhouse. That aura carried a metallic sharpness and a sense of killing intent, starkly contrasting with the eerie atmosphere of the forest. He was Xie Chongshan, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Federal Capital Academy's enforcement team. Born into a branch of the Xie family, he had been working within the Academy's enforcement system for over 20 years. Behind him, two young enforcement team members also wore black uniforms. Their expressions were vigilant, their auras steady, both peak 3rd-tier experts, clearly following Xie Chongshan's orders without question. Miss Miao's signal originated from here, Xie Chongshan said in a low, emotionless voice. He took out a sensing crystal, which shared the same source as the jade talisman crushed by Xie Miao. At this moment, the crystal was faintly glowing with purple light, pointing toward the depths of the forest of bones. Target, special recruit of the Qianlong class, Yu. Charge, during the assessment, cruelly murdered classmates Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng using sinister methods. The evidence is conclusive. Xie Zhongshan repeated the information relayed by Xie Miao through special channels, his tone as cold as if he were reading a verdict. According to Article 3, Chapter 7 of the Academy Regulations, those who maliciously slaughter their peers during assessments may be apprehended on the spot by the enforcement team. If met with fierce resistance, they may be executed on the spot. Captain, regarding this matter, should we first inform Mentor Qin Xuan, who is overseeing the assessment? A young team member hesitantly suggested. After all, Qin Xuan's status in the academy was extraordinary, and his strength was unfathomable. Xie Zhongshan shot him a cold glance. Inform him about what? Mentor Qin Xuan is responsible for the entire assessment. Can he possibly keep an eye on every single student? Lives are at stake now, and the evidence is conclusive. As enforcers, we must act decisively to prevent the perpetrator from escaping or committing further atrocities. Should we wait for Mentor Qin Xuan to rush over from the other side of the forest, only for the culprit to have already fled or destroyed all the evidence? His tone was stern, filled with undeniable authority. Remember, we represent the majesty of the Academy's regulations. Move out. Before the words had fully settled, the three transformed into three dark shadows, following the guidance of the crystal stone, and sped toward Yiyu's location at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of bones, Yiyu's swiftly moving figure suddenly halted, landing atop a massive dead tree shaped like a ghostly claw. His brows furrowed as his Sharingan with 3 tomo scanned the area ahead. The darkness and deathly aura there were so dense they seemed almost impenetrable, and the air carried not only a chilling cold but also a faint, soul-disturbing sense of decay.
I can't go any further. Yi Yu's heart rang with alarm.
The Sharingan delivered a clear instinctive warning, telling him that the area ahead seemed to harbor an invisible line of death. Crossing it would mean certain doom. He decisively changed direction, moving laterally along the edge of this dangerous area. At the same time, he suppressed his aura to the extreme, deactivated the Sharingan, and relied solely on its basic visual enhancement to observe the surroundings. He had to find the Netherwood core as quickly as possible and leave this place.
Xia Miao's threat was not empty words. The Academy's enforcement team might really come.
Less than half a minute after he turned, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air faintly came from far behind him. Several waves of spiritual energy filled with killing intent were deliberately spreading out, rapidly approaching.
They're here. And so fast. Yi Yu's eyes turned cold. He no longer held back his strength, instantly pushing his speed to the limit.
Like a true ghost, he darted through the withered forest, each movement light and silent, striving to leave no trace behind. But he could feel that several locked auras had not been completely shaken off. One of them was particularly sharp, like an unsheathed sword, tightly clinging to the faint trace of his remaining aura, rapidly closing the distance.
It's a tracker skilled in pursuit, at least an entire level higher than me. Yi Yu immediately made a judgment. He couldn't flee in a straight line, he had to use the environment. His figure suddenly sank, diving into a dense forest where vines intertwined like a web.
At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals, silently infusing the surrounding ground and trees with mixed Hunyuan spiritual power and a trace of Shikaku's force.
Power of sand, chaotic trail mirage.
Centered around him, the sand and gravel within a radius of several dozen meters began to flow chaotically, instantly forming countless footprints of varying depths and directions.
Yi Yu left behind countless chaotic traces and auras pointing in all directions.
He infused spiritual energy into several withered trees, causing them to emit energy fluctuations similar to his own but much weaker, like crude decoys. After completing all this, he did not pause and headed in a direction perpendicular to the enemy's tracking path, completely retracting the last trace of his spiritual energy, disappearing silently into the shadows like a drop of water merging into the sea. Almost the moment he vanished, 3 black figures descended from the sky like falcons, landing at the edge of the area he had just disrupted. The newcomers were Xie Chongshan and 2 law enforcement team members.
Xie
Chongshan halted his steps, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the surroundings. The sensing crystal in his hand flickered erratically, its directional indications becoming indistinct.
Little trick.
He snorted coldly, extending his right hand as a complex and intricate golden compass phantom appeared in his palm. Chasing light, tracing shadows. The compass radiated brilliantly, golden beams sweeping across the surroundings like a scanner. The chaotic traces and false energy on the withered trees quickly dissolved under the golden light, like ice and snow under the sun, revealing the most authentic tracks.
Northeast direction, 30 zhang away. The traces there are the freshest, the aura the most genuine.
Xie Chongshan instantly locked onto the target, a flash of killing intent in his eyes.
Chase. He won't get far.
The 3 soared into the air once more. At this moment, Yi Yu had already passed through a thicket of vines and shrubs, arriving at an open depression ahead. In the center of the depression, several peculiar-looking plants were growing conspicuously. They were entirely gray-white, with twisted branches resembling spines, and at their tops, crystals the size of pigeon eggs emitted a faint blue-black glow.
Netherwood hearts. And not just one. But before Yi Yu could feel any joy, his Sharingan activated instantly.
In the scarlet vision, he saw faint gray-white wispy particles floating in the air around the Netherwood hearts, almost blending with the aura of death, and there were some unnatural shallow drag marks on the ground.
There are guardians, or traps. Ahead lay unknown dangers, while behind him, relentless enemies pursued. Yi Yu took a deep breath, his gaze becoming completely calm.
He glanced at the few Netherwood hearts, then tilted his ear to listen to the sound of rushing wind approaching from behind, a cold and resolute smile curling at the corner of his lips.
If you want my life, it won't be that easy.
He no longer concealed his figure, his spiritual energy erupting around him as he took deliberate steps toward the few Netherwood hearts.
Yi Yu! Stop right there! The Academy enforcement team is here, surrender immediately. Xia Zhongshan's cold and stern shout was like a thunderclap, exploding 30 meters behind him. 3 figures filled with murderous intent descended in a triangular formation, completely cutting off all his escape routes. The dark emblem of the Xia family on the black robe of the middle-aged man leading the group appeared particularly glaring under the dim light of the withered bone forest. Trouble has indeed arrived. Yi Yu slowly turned around. Facing the 3 men charging aggressively, his face showed not a trace of fear, only an icy calmness. Academy enforcement team, he repeated, his gaze falling on the Xia family emblem on Xia Zhongshan's sleeve. A trace of understanding and mockery flashed deep in his eyes. Quick to act, I see. Xia Zhongshan took a step forward, and the mountain-like oppressive spiritual pressure suddenly bore down on Yi Yu, attempting to crush his will with the advantage of his higher realm. The 2 team members behind him also moved silently, blocking Yi Yu's escape routes on both sides, their energy firmly locking him in place. Yi Yu, special recruit of the Qianlong class. Xia Zhongshan's voice was as cold as if he were pronouncing a verdict. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that during the current withered bone forest assessment, you violated the Academy's ironclad rules, using forbidden techniques to cruelly murder fellow students Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng. Both witness testimony and physical evidence are conclusive. According to Academy regulations, our enforcement team is ordered to apprehend you. If you dare resist, you will be executed without mercy. The 2 young enforcement team members wore solemn expressions, and faint traces of spiritual energy were already circulating in their hands, clearly prepared to act at any moment. Murder fellow students? Forbidden techniques? The curve of Yi Yu's lips remained icy, and the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated as he stared directly at Xia Zhongshan. Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng joined forces to ambush me, intending to kill me. I merely defended myself in retaliation. How does that constitute murder? They were simply inferior in skill, and their deaths were well-deserved. Presumptuous! Xia Zhongshan shouted sternly, his spiritual pressure intensifying further. On the brink of death, and you still dare to argue? The scene has been investigated. Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng's corpses were dried up, their life essence and spiritual power completely devoured. Such sinister and domineering methods must be an evil cultivator. Yi Yu's tone was calm, but every word was crystal clear. Captain Xia, you keep claiming the evidence is conclusive. Where is the evidence? Aside from those 2 corpses, do you have any records of them actively attacking me? He continued questioning. According to your logic, in this forest of withered bones, any student who dies accidentally, as long as their corpse appears slightly unusual, can have the blame arbitrarily pinned on the survivor, accusing them of practicing dark arts? You still dare to argue? Xia Zhongshan's face darkened, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He took a step forward, his tone filled with unquestionable authority. I'm handling this case, and it's not up to a murderer like you to question me. The chaotic and violent aura emanating from you is the trace left behind after you failed to fully restrain your dark magic. This is irrefutable evidence. As for whether those 2 attacked you first, now that they're dead, of course, you, the living one, bear full responsibility. He shouted sternly, Yi Yu, surrender immediately, seal your powers, and come back with me to the Academy's law enforcement division to face trial. Perhaps you'll still have a chance to live. If you dare resist, justice will be served on the spot. Before he finished speaking, Xia Zhongshan reached out with his right hand, and a chain shimmering with golden runes appeared out of thin air, clinking loudly. This spirit-suppressing chain, forged from refined gold and special materials, locked onto Yi Yu like a venomous snake. Yi Yu looked at the chain, then at Xia Zhongshan's face, which seemed righteous but was actually full of the Xia family interests. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, his laughter filled with mockery and coldness. Captain Xia, the Xia character on your cuff is embroidered so exquisitely. Yi Yu's gaze was like a knife, piercing straight into Xia Zhongshan's heart. In the end, is it the Academy's regulations that want to arrest me, or is it your Xia family that can't tolerate me, Yi Yu? Xia Zhongshan's pupils suddenly contracted, but his face remained utterly calm as he sternly rebuked, nonsense. I am enforcing the law impartially, this has nothing to do with the family. It seems you truly show no remorse and are ready to resist. Men, seize him. Yes. Two law enforcement team members had been waiting impatiently. Upon hearing the order, they immediately sprang into action.
Their coordination was seamless, one engaged in long-range suppression, while the other launched a close-range assault. Clearly, they were a well-trained combat duo.
Facing the pincer attack, the red light in Yi Yu's eyes instantly intensified.
Not only did he not retreat, but he suddenly stomped down, unleashing a burst of power throughout his body. Instead of retreating, he advanced, narrowly threading through the dense metal spikes. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist, with highly compressed chaotic energy, as if the shadow of sand grains was condensing on his fist. Without dodging or evading, he punched directly at the incoming enforcement hammer.
Break for me! Bang! A muffled, drum-like explosion erupted.
At the point where the fist collided with the hammer, airwaves surged, and the dry branches and fallen leaves on the ground were swept up by the fierce wind. The enforcer wielding the warhammer's face changed drastically. He felt a heavy, condensed energy, imbued with a bizarre devouring force, traveling up the hammer's shaft. His strike, powerful enough to shatter a stone tablet, felt as though it had hit an unyielding ancient rock. Not only did it fail to budge the opponent in the slightest, but his own palm was jolted with intense pain, nearly causing him to lose grip of the hammer. He staggered uncontrollably backward, his internal energy churning violently.
How is this possible?
He was utterly shocked. This guy clearly seemed to have just broken through to the third tier. How could his strength be so absurd? Using the force of the recoil, Yi Yu's figure slid away like a swimming fish, instantly escaping the encirclement of the two. However, he did not break out of the siege. Instead, he accelerated toward the center of the hollow, aiming for those fewing netherwood hearts.
At a time like this, you're still thinking about snatching treasures? Courting death.
The team member who had released the metallic spikes immediately adjusted his attack direction upon seeing this.
Countless spikes traced an arc through the air, chasing after Yi Yu's back. Xia Chongshan's gaze grew even colder.
He did not strike immediately but instead kept a sharp eye on Yi Yu's movements and the unnatural ground marks surrounding the netherwood hearts. With his seasoned experience, he naturally sensed something amiss there.
Trying to use a borrowed knife to kill? Luring out the creatures guarding that area? Too naive.
Xia Chongshan sneered coldly in his heart, the spirit lock in his hand glowing brilliantly, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment.
Yi Yu ignored the pursuit behind him, pushing his speed to the limit and instantly rushing to within 5 meters of the nearest netherwood core. At that moment,
the unnatural drag marks on the ground of the hollow suddenly began to wriggle as if coming to life. In the surrounding air, the grayish-white flocculent matter that had almost merged with the deathly aura instantly converged and expanded, transforming into countless translucent, eerie hands made of countless threads, silently reaching out from the ground and air toward Yi Yu. Meanwhile, the ground suddenly split open, and several thick, ghastly white tentacles covered in mucus, seemingly pieced together from countless bones, carrying a nauseating aura of decay, shot like lightning toward his legs. It was a bizarre creature that only appeared deep within the forest of bones, the corrupted bone wisp. Existing somewhere between physical and spiritual form, it excelled at concealment and could slow and erode an enemy's spiritual energy. Those white bone tentacles were formed from the countless remains buried in the land it controlled, possessing immense strength and deadly poison. Ahead were the wisp's tentacles blocking his path, behind him were the metal spikes of the enforcement squad in pursuit, and to the side was Xia Chongshan, watching him like a predator. Yi Yu seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation. But in his scarlet eyes, there was only a chilling calm that made one's heart race. 3 Tomo spun wildly, clearly revealing the trajectory, speed, spiritual core of all attacks, and even the hidden location of the corrupt bone wisp demon itself. It was concealed within a seemingly ordinary, yet internally decayed, massive dead tree at the edge of the hollow.
Now's the time.
Yi Yu's figure abruptly twisted in midair, defying logic to shift half a foot sideways, narrowly avoiding the entanglement of 2 white bone tendrils. At the same time, a flash of dark red light flickered in his left hand, and an extremely condensed force of the tailed beast, mixed with ghostly blue sparks, roared forth. His target was neither the tentacles nor the fluff demon, but rather an inconspicuous crack on the trunk of the withered tree hiding the fluff demon's true form.
Boom! The energy-infused attack exploded within the crack.
Though its power wasn't great, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred. Hiss! A sharp, soul-piercing silent scream suddenly erupted from within the withered tree. All the gray-white palms and skeletal tentacles trembled violently at the same time, then launched a frenzied, indiscriminate attack on Yiyu, the two law enforcement team members nearby, and even Xie Chongshan not far away. The situation instantly descended into chaos. Damn it! Xie Chongshan hadn't expected Yiyu's timing and insight to be so ruthless, actually managing to ignite the guardian beast in an instant and driving it completely berserk. A thick, skeletal tentacle and several filament-covered palms had already struck toward him. He had no choice but to swing the spirit-suppressing lock, sweeping golden light across to shatter the tentacle and palms, though his movement was momentarily hindered. The two law enforcement team members were in an even more dire situation. Being closer to Yiyu, they were immediately engulfed by 3 or 4 tentacles and a sky full of filaments, forcing them to deal with the sudden attack first, causing their coordinated assault to collapse instantly. As for Yiyu, relying on the predictive power of the Sharingan, he infused all his primordial spirit energy into his legs, executing an incredibly swift movement technique. Like a phantom, he weaved through the gaps between several tentacles, his target locked on the nearest netherwood core. But at that very moment, a golden light, several times faster than before, like lightning tearing through space, ignored the few bone tentacles blocking the way and struck straight at Yiyu's back. Xie Chongshan finally made his move. This furious strike was his full-force attack at the peak of the 4th stage, incredibly terrifying in power. The hairs on Yiyu's back stood on end as the shadow of death loomed over him. If he turned around to block or dodge, he would inevitably lose the netherwood heart within arm's reach and fall into the pincer attack of the whiskered demon and Xie Chongshan. But if he forcibly tried to seize it, this spirit sealing lock would be enough to seriously injure or even kill him on the spot. In a flash of lightning, a trace of ruthlessness and determination flickered in Yiyu's eyes. He neither dodged nor evaded. His left hand suddenly erupted with the dark red power of the tailed beast, forming a solid energy palm that fiercely grabbed at the netherwood heart. At the same time, he fully activated the newly stabilized 3rd-tier primordial spirit power, condensing behind him a rapidly spinning, incredibly solid chaos spirit shield. Within the shield, sand shadows and ghostly blue sparks intertwined and flickered. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers, and a touch of darkness so profound it seemed capable of devouring light quietly emerged at his fingertips, silently pointing behind him. He was not intending to confront the spirit sealing lock head-on but was targeting a critical node where the chain's energy flowed. The 3-tomo Sharingan had long since discerned its weakness. Come to me. Seal. Splat. Bang. Sizzle. Several voices rang out almost simultaneously. A dark red energy palm forcibly tore off the netherwood heart along with a small section of gray-white branch below it, pulling it into his embrace. A surge of icy and pure energy instantly flooded into his body. The chaotic spirit shield behind him collided violently with the spear tip of the spirit-suppressing lock. The shield lasted less than half a second before shattering, but it managed to offset part of the force. The spirit-suppressing lock's momentum slightly diminished, yet it still fiercely pierced into Yiyu's right rear shoulder. Blood splattered. And Yiyu's finger, imbued with a strange dark power, precisely struck a certain spot on the spirit-suppressing chain. The golden rune there suddenly dimmed, and the sharp, murderous aura contained within the entire chain momentarily stagnated. It was this instant change that caused the strike, originally enough to pierce through his chest and tear apart his heart, to deviate slightly, turning into a severe injury that pierced through his shoulder blade. Ugh ah! The intense pain surged through him, and Yiyu let out a muffled groan. Using the immense force of the impact, his body shot forward like a cannonball. The immense force that pierced through his body propelled him forward, but he went with the momentum, reversing his grip to seize the chain still embedded in his shoulder blade. A surge of primal spiritual energy, mixed with that airy dark power, poured madly from his palm into the metal. Break, he roared. With a crisp crack, the segment of the chain he had grabbed suddenly showed a faint fracture after a violent flash of golden light. Xie Chongshan's expression changed for the first time. He felt his connection to the spirit sealing chain being disrupted. What kind of sinister trick had this kid used? Yiyu seized the moment when Xie Chongshan's mind was shaken. He endured the tearing pain and used all his strength to lunge forward. Poof! The chain, accompanied by a spray of blood, was forcibly ripped out from his mangled shoulder. Yi Yu's figure, like an injured lone wolf, used this burst of power to escape the monster's most ferocious attack range, plunging headlong into the darker, more twisted forest on the other side of the hollow without looking back. Only a cold, bone-chilling sentence, laden with the heavy scent of blood, lingered in the chaotic battlefield air.
Xia Chongshan. I, Yi Yu, will remember this chain of hatred.
Go back and tell the Xia family, if they want my life, they should come and take it themselves.
Chase him.
Don't let him escape.
Xia Chongshan's face turned ashen, and he roared furiously.
With a wave of his sleeve, he shattered several tentacles that attacked again, preparing to pursue. But the corrupted bone wisp demon had already been thoroughly enraged. It had decided that these intruders were all in league, and its attacks became even more frenzied.
Moreover, two of Xia Chongshan's subordinates were still tightly entangled, leaving him unable to break free for the moment.
Xia Chongshan could only watch helplessly as Yi Yu's figure disappeared into that dense darkness, which even made him feel a trace of unease, as if it could devour all light. In the distance, on the other side of the withered bone forest, Qin Xuan's figure suddenly halted. He turned sharply, his gaze as sharp as a sword seemingly piercing through the layers of withered trees, looking toward the direction where Yi Yu clashed with the enforcement team.
The aura of the enforcement team, and is that the boy's blood? At the very moment Yi Yu's figure completely vanished into the darkness, Xia Chongshan's fury finally erupted entirely. Get out of my way.
The spirit-suppressing lock in his hand erupted with a surge of golden light, instantly transforming into countless phantom chains that exploded outward like a forest of golden thorns. Each phantom carried a sharp aura capable of tearing through shadows, instantly shredding the frenziedly attacking tendrils and thread-like hands of the decayed bone wisp demon into pieces.
A wrathful strike from a peak 4th-tier expert, its power was truly terrifying.
The decayed bone wisp demon let out a pained shriek, as more grayish-white threads surged from its withered, tree-like body in an attempt to heal its wounds.
However, Xia Chongshan gave it no chance at all.
He brought his fingers together and made a swift motion in front of him. A faint golden energy, condensed to the extreme, shot out through the air, slicing through the decayed, hollow, and withered tree that concealed the monster's true form as effortlessly as cutting tofu, splitting it in two. The monster's core was exposed. It was a writhing mass entwined with countless gray-white filaments, within which a faintly visible dark red spiritual core resided.
A flash of killing intent appeared in Xia Chongshan's eyes. The essence of the spirit sealing lock, like a golden lightning bolt, fiercely pierced into the dark red spiritual core. Hiss! The bone decay wisp demon let out its final desperate screech as its spirit core exploded. The gray-white wisps filling the sky rapidly withered and dissipated as if drained of life, while the skeletal tentacles clattered to the ground, reverting to piles of ordinary dry bones. Only then did the two battered law enforcement officers gather around, gasping for breath. Their bodies bore multiple injuries, their spiritual energy was severely depleted, and their eyes still held traces of lingering fear. Captain.
One of them looked at Xia Chongshan's face, which was so dark it seemed ready to drip water, wanting to say something but not daring to speak. Xia Chongshan retracted the spirit suppression lock, the faint crack on the chain clearly visible, further fueling the flames of anger in his heart. He cast a cold glance in the direction where Yi Yu had disappeared, then looked at the faint set emblem on his sleeve representing his family, his expression shifting unpredictably. Chase! He suppressed his anger, his voice returning to its usual icy tone.
He's seriously injured and can't get far.
Moreover, the direction he fled into was the devouring light forest, where the deathly aura and twisted spiritual pressure are even stronger.
Charging in there with injuries is no different from seeking death. Follow the blood trail and the remnants of his aura.
Make sure to catch him before the forest swallows him, or find his corpse.
Yes.
The three of them, without pausing to rest, immediately followed the faint blood trail and the remnants of that unique and violent spiritual energy, plunging into the even darker dense forest.
Almost within 10 breaths after they left,
a figure, as if appearing out of thin air, landed at the edge of this chaotic depression where two battles had just ended. The newcomer was dressed in a black robe, with a tall and upright posture and a cold, stern face. It was Qin Xuan. His sharp, sword-like gaze swept across the scene. The dissected, decayed bone thread demon's body, scattered white bones, pits, and energy scorch marks left by the battle, and the lingering metallic aura of the enforcement team's spirit lock in the air, along with another, even more familiar presence. The air was filled with a more complex, more domineering scent of blood, carrying a violent aura that seemed to devour everything. Qin Xuan's gaze finally settled on the few drops of fresh blood on the ground that had yet to dry. The blood trail extended forward, disappearing into the twisted forest ahead, where even light seemed to be swallowed.
Xia Zhongshan.
Qin Xuan murmured the name softly, a trace of understanding flashing in his eyes, but what dominated was a cold scrutiny. He did not immediately chase after him. He crouched down, dipped his fingertip into the blood mixed with dark red and chaotic hues, and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff.
A peculiar power, not just one attribute, yet forcibly fused in a dangerous manner.
Qin Xuan frowned slightly.
What exactly has this kid been cultivating?
He stood up and looked toward the area known as the Devouring Light Forest, his gaze growing profound. This place was one that even fourth-tier ability users dared not venture into lightly. The twisted spiritual pressure was enough to tear apart the protective spiritual energy of ordinary third-tier experts, not to mention the unknown monsters that might be lurking within.
Dragging such heavy injuries to rush in is practically a 1 in a million chance of survival. No, it's certain death.
Qin Xuan was silent for a moment, recalling what Feng Qingyan had said. This kid has great potential. For someone as proud as Feng Qingyan to say such a thing, this kid must have something extraordinary about him.
Certain death? Qin Xuan's lips suddenly curved into a faint smile.
Perhaps for others, but for this kid who always manages to create surprises.
He no longer hesitated.
His figure flickered and, like a phantom, merged into the wind, silently following the trail of blood into the devouring light forest. His speed was actually 3 times faster than when Xia Zhongshan and the other two were pursuing earlier. As he moved, an invisible force field seemed to envelop him, quietly pushing away the suffocating, twisted spiritual pressure within the forest. Meanwhile, deep within the devouring light forest, the light was extremely dim, not merely darkness, but a strange gloom formed by light being absorbed and distorted by an invisible force. The air was so thick it seemed solidified, filled with a decaying and mind-corrupting aura of pollution. Yi Yu pressed his right rear shoulder firmly with one hand, where a piercing wound was located. The muscles around the injury struggled to wriggle, resisting the lingering sharp metallic energy. He had to divert his focus to fend off the pervasive twisted spiritual pressure and mental pollution from the outside world. Every breath came with a burning pain, and his vision darkened intermittently. He was forced to maintain the Sharingan, draining his already limited mental energy. Only by doing so could he barely make out his surroundings in this twisted, ghostly place and avoid the deadly danger zones.
I can't stop. Xia Zhongshan will definitely come after me.
He gritted his teeth, relying on sheer determination to struggle through the warped trees and strange rocks, doing his best to erase any traces he left behind. But the injuries were simply too severe. Blood loss, disrupted spiritual energy, and the dual exhaustion of mind and body had already pushed him to his limit. Finally, after forcibly crossing a chaotic rocky slope covered in slippery moss, his foot gave way, his vision went completely black, and he lost control of his body, tumbling forward and rolling down a steep slope. With a thud. Fortunately, the bottom of the slope was a hollow filled with thick layers of decaying leaves, which cushioned the impact. Unfortunately, the trail he left while rolling down was far too obvious. The intense pain and weakness nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Clinging to the last shred of awareness, he leaned against a cold, damp rock and used all his strength to grab a handful of decayed leaves to cover himself, attempting to mask his presence. After doing all this, he completely fell into a semi-conscious state, relying solely on instinct to protect his vital energy. Not long after, 3 figures appeared at the top of the steep slope. It was Xia Zhongshan and his 2 companions. They too were affected by the environment of the devouring light forest, moving much slower than usual. Each of them wore a grim expression, struggling to resist the surrounding pressure with their protective spiritual energy. The traces here are fresh. He rolled down, one of the enforcement team members shouted, pointing to the obvious drag marks and bloodstains on the steep slope. Xia Zhongshan's eyes flashed with cold light. Go down. Be careful. The three cautiously slid down to the bottom of the slope and immediately spotted the figure half covered by fallen leaves, leaning against the rock. "Over there," another team member whispered. Xia Chongshan raised his hand to stop his subordinates and did not approach immediately. He carefully sensed the situation, confirming that Yi Yu's breath was weak and his spiritual energy was chaotic, clearly at the end of his rope, no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Xia Zhongshan's face revealed a trace of a cold smile, as if he had finally let out a sigh of relief.
"Humph, as expected, you couldn't keep up the act," he ordered. "Take him down."
This time, no need to hold back, break his limbs directly and seal off his spiritual power.
"Yes."
The two law enforcement team members also let out a sigh of relief, grinning viciously as they cautiously closed in on Yi Yu from both sides. Just as they were less than 5 meters away from Yi Yu and about to make their move, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp and unparalleled sword aura suddenly burst out from the darkness without any warning. Its target was not Yi Yu, but the two law enforcement team members about to commit their act. This sword energy was astonishingly fast, ruthless, and precisely slashed toward the two of them. They were so terrified that their souls nearly left their bodies, and in their panic, they could only raise the chains in their hands to block.
Sizzle! Sizzle!
The piercing sound of metal friction rang out, and the two of them were sent flying backward as if struck by a giant beast, groaning as they fell. The chains in their hands flew out of their grip, their palms were instantly torn, and a bloody gash appeared across the front of their clothes.
"Who?"
Xia Zhongshan shouted sharply, spinning around abruptly. He used the spirit-suppressing chain to shield himself, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the darkness. A tall figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The newcomer was dressed in a black robe, with a stern face and calm eyes, yet exuding an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. It was Qin Chuan. Without even glancing at the two terrified enforcement team members, his gaze fell directly on Xia Chongshan. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. "Captain Xia, such murderous intent.
You dare to strike so heavily against a student from my Qianlong class?"
Xia Chongshan's pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat, but he maintained the demeanor of an enforcer on the surface.
"Mentor Qin Chuan?
You're here just in time. This student named Yi Yu killed his classmates Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng during the assessment. His methods were extremely cruel, and he very likely practiced forbidden techniques.
We have both witnesses and physical evidence."
He spoke rapidly, continuing, "Our enforcement team was ordered to arrest him, but not only did he refuse to cooperate, he violently resisted, injuring my team members and destroying our magical artifacts. According to regulations, we are fully justified in killing him on the spot."
"Mentor Qin Chuan, are you planning to shield a murderer and interfere with our enforcement?"
Qin Chuan's gaze swept over the unconscious Yi Yu, then glanced at the special dark pattern on Xia Chongshan's sleeve, his eyes growing even deeper.
"Murdering classmates? Where's the evidence?" Qin Chuan asked in return. "Your so-called witness, is it Xia Miao? And the physical evidence, those two corpses?"
Xia Chongshan's heart tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm.
"That's right.
The condition of the corpses is extremely strange, clearly showing signs of life force being devoured by forbidden techniques. This kid also carries a chaotic and violent aura that matches the state of the corpses perfectly.
Just based on the condition of the corpse and the aura, you can conclude it was Yi Yu who killed them? You can conclude it was an evil technique?"
Qin Chuan stepped forward, and although he released no spiritual power, he made Xia Zhongshan feel an overwhelming pressure.
"Did Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng attack Yi Yu first? Do you have evidence for that?" Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, yet every word struck deep. "The withered bone forest is so dangerous, is it impossible for other unknown possibilities to exist?" "Captain Xia, handling a case requires solid evidence, not baseless speculation, and certainly not rushing to convict someone with prejudice." Xia Zhongshan's expression changed. "Instructor Qin Chuan, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that our law enforcement team would wrongfully accuse a student?"
"He violently resisted the law, injured my men, and destroyed my magical artifact. These are facts."
"Why did he resist the law?" Qin Chuan's tone remained calm.
"If someone, without distinguishing right from wrong, came straight at you intending to bind you with chains and sentence you to death,
would you submit and let yourself be slaughtered? You. Xie Chongshan was rendered speechless by the question, his face turning bright red. Qin Chuan ignored him and walked straight toward Yi Yu. Mentor Qin Chuan. What are you doing? He's an important suspect. Xie Chongshan shouted anxiously. Without stopping or turning his head, Qin Chuan replied, he's my student. He suffered such severe injuries during the assessment, and as his mentor, it's my duty to save him. As for whether he's guilty or not, that will be determined by the Academy's higher-ups. It's not up to you, Xie Chongshan, or the Xie family behind you, to decide. Before the words had finished, he had already crouched down, his fingers like a sword, swiftly pressing several points around Yi Yu's wound to temporarily stop the bleeding. He then infused a stream of pure and gentle spiritual energy to protect his heart meridian. The unconscious Yi Yu seemed to sense this warm power, his brow slightly twitching. Xie Chongshan's expression shifted unpredictably, a trace of struggle and ferocity flashing in his eyes, but ultimately he did not dare to make a move against Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's status and strength in the academy were far beyond what a mere squad leader like him could afford to provoke. Mentor Qin Chuan, forcibly taking him away today might give others leverage against you, Xie Chongshan gritted his teeth, making one last attempt to resist. Qin Chuan picked up the unconscious Yi Yu, turned around, and his gaze, as sharp as an icy blade, shot towards Xie Chongshan. Captain Xie, go back and tell the people behind you. This academy is not a place where the Xie family can dominate. Yi Yu, I will protect him. If there are any issues, have your inspection department or the chief of the law enforcement corps come to me personally. Before the words had fully settled, Qin Chuan no longer paid attention to Xie Chongshan, whose face had turned ashen. His figure flickered, seemingly merging into the boundless darkness, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the light-devouring forest. Only Xie Chongshan and his two team members remained at the scene, their expressions as grim as could be. Captain, what do we do now? One team member asked, clutching his faintly aching chest, his voice full of bitterness. Xie Chongshan stared intently in the direction where Qin Chuan had disappeared, then lowered his head to look at the spirit lock in his hand, now covered in cracks. The venomous expression in his eyes was almost overflowing. Qin Chuan. Yi Yu. He muttered these two names under his breath, as if trying to grind them to dust. In the end, everything condensed into a cold snort. Go! Report back. This matter is far from over. Deep within the devouring light forest, in a highly concealed natural crevice, Qin Chuan carefully laid Yi Yu down on a dry patch of ground. He meticulously examined Yi Yu's injuries, his gaze finally settling on the horrifying wound that pierced through the shoulder blade. What a domineering attack, mixed with the unique sealing power of the spirit-suppressing lock. This wound won't be easy to heal. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, took out a jade bottle from his chest, and poured out a pill the size of a dragon's eye. The pill exuded a vigorous vitality and a faint starlight, clearly not an ordinary item. Consider yourself lucky, kid. He murmured softly, placing the pill into Yi Yu's mouth and using his own power to help dissolve its medicinal effects. As the pill entered his stomach, a vast yet gentle force quickly spread through Yi Yu's limbs and bones, nourishing his damaged meridians, repairing the terrifying injuries, and dispelling the sharp residual energy lingering in his body. Yi Yu's face, which had been as pale as paper, finally regained a hint of color, and his breathing gradually became steady and deep. Qin Chuan stood guard nearby, his gaze falling on Yi Yu's youthful face, lost in thought. Feng Qingyan, what kind of troublesome boy have you sent me this time? He murmured to himself. But to escape from Xie Zhongshan's grasp alive and even make him suffer a little, that is indeed quite interesting. 2 days later, at Shenlong Peak, in Qin Chuan's exclusive cultivation cave dwelling, the Hidden Edge Pavilion. Inside the quiet chamber, Yi Yu was lying on a stone bed crafted from millennium-warm jade. His face was still somewhat pale, but his breathing had become steady and strong. The terrifying wound on his shoulder blade was tightly wrapped with a white spiritual medicine bandage, and faintly, the glow of the medicine's power in the sealing spiritual light left by Qin Chuan could still be seen flickering. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion not far away, his eyes slightly closed, his entire aura as calm as the deep sea. He was not cultivating but quietly regulating his breath, while extending his perception to cover the entire cave dwelling inside and out,
like the most vigilant leopard guarding its territory.
Suddenly, his tightly closed eyelids twitched slightly. It's here.
Almost at the same moment, a clear knocking sensation came from the misty barrier surrounding the cave dwelling, carrying the distinct mark of official authority. Immediately afterward, a voice, both imposing and slightly urgent, penetrated part of the defenses and echoed at the entrance of the cave dwelling.
Deputy Minister of the Enforcement Department, Ling Jinyue, here by order.
Mentor Qin Xuan, please lift the barrier for a discussion. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable tone of businesslike authority, with a faint hint of impatient pressure. Qin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as an ancient well.
Ling Jinyue?
One of the 3 deputy ministers of the Enforcement Department, responsible for internal investigations, with a cultivation level as high as the 7th tier. In the academy, he was considered a figure of significant power and influence. More importantly, everyone knew that he had always been closely associated with the Xie family.
The Xie family moved someone of this caliber so quickly? It seems their attention toward Yi Yu far exceeded my expectations. Qin Xuan did not respond immediately. He stood up, walked to the stone couch, and checked Yi Yu's condition once again. The precious pill was still exerting its effects, repairing his damaged meridians and expelling the residual domineering energy of the spirit suppression lock. However, complete recovery would still require considerable time. Mentor Qin Xuan, sorry to disturb you. The voice outside sounded again. Deputy Minister Ling, with your busy schedule, what brings you to my humble mountain today?
Qin Xuan's voice carried out calmly. Ling Jinyue, seeing him ask directly, did not beat around the bush. His expression turned serious, and his voice deepened. Mentor Qin Xuan, my enforcement department has received solid reports and evidence that your student Yi Yu violated the Academy's ironclad rules during the recent Withered Bone Forest assessment. He brutally killed his fellow students Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng, severely injured Enforcement Squad Deputy Captain Xie Zhongshan, and destroyed the enforcement artifact Spirit Suppression Lock. His actions are extremely vile and have caused a terrible impact. He paused, his gaze as sharp as a sword fixed on Qin Xuan, as if trying to see through him. According to the investigation, this person has now been brought to Qianlong Peak by you. The Academy's regulations are strict, and such a major offender must be immediately detained and handed over to the joint trial by the Enforcement Department and the Supervision Department. Mentor Qin Xuan, I urge you to consider the bigger picture and not let personal feelings affect official duties.
Hand over this criminal to us immediately.
As soon as the words fell, the 2 silver-edged enforcement officers behind Ling Jinyue stepped forward, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Their sharp eyes locked onto the entrance of the cave behind Qin Xuan, ready to force their way in at the slightest provocation. Qin Xuan seemed completely unaffected by the subtle pressure. He lazily lifted his eyelids and looked at Ling Jinyue, who was suspended in mid-air, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Conclusive evidence? Deputy Chief Ling, the evidence you speak of wouldn't happen to be Xie Chongshan's one-sided testimony and those 2 corpses with peculiar death conditions, would it? Ling Jinyue's brows furrowed tightly, and he retorted sharply, of course not. There are clear battle marks left at the scene, and Xia Miao, a student, personally witnessed Yi Yu committing the crime and fleeing. More importantly, the violent aura lingering on Yi Yu matches perfectly with that on the corpses. He intensified his tone, as if announcing the final verdict. Captain Xie Chongshan, as an enforcer, his testimony is irrefutable evidence. Coupled with the damaged spirit lock, we have both witness and material evidence.
The facts are clear and indisputable. Personally witnessed? Qin Xuan's smile grew colder. Why was Xie Miao there in the first place? This matter itself is quite intriguing. As for the matching aura, in a ghostly place like the Withered Bone Forest, what kind of bizarre power doesn't exist?
Qin Xuan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Who can guarantee that it wasn't Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng themselves who harbored ill intentions, provoking some sinister force in the forest and ultimately bringing harm upon themselves? Yi Yu might just be an unlucky passerby, or perhaps he was forced to fight back in self-defense.
Mentor Qin Xuan.
Ling Jinyue's face darkened, his voice filled with warning.
You are being unreasonable, openly siding with the culprit.
You violently resisted the law, injured law enforcers, and destroyed legal artifacts. These are ironclad facts.
Are you suggesting that our law enforcement team needs to ask a suspect for permission before apprehending them? Apprehension?
Qin Chuan stepped forward, and though he stood on a low stone step, his presence instantly overshadowed Ling Jinyue, who was in midair. Xia Zhongshan, bearing the private insignia of the Xie family, issued a kill-on-sight order without waiting for the assessment to conclude or conducting any investigation into the truth of the matter. He even used the spirit suppression lock, a tool meant for dealing with serious criminals, against a student who had just survived a bloody battle and was gravely injured. Qin Chuan's voice suddenly turned icy, each word cutting like a blade. Deputy Commander Ling, tell me, does this look like a standard apprehension procedure to you? This is clearly a deliberate ambush. Using the guise of law enforcement to commit murder and silence witnesses.
If Yu hadn't resisted, he would probably already be a cold corpse by now. And as for destroying the magical artifact?
If it weren't for Xia Zhongshan's overwhelming intent to kill, striking with lethal force right from the start, how could a mere third-tier student, even if not seriously injured, possibly destroy the spirit lock?
This series of questions struck Ling Jinyue's heart like heavy blows.
He was momentarily at a loss for words, his face instantly turning bright red. Xia Zhongshan's actions had indeed been too hasty, leaving obvious flaws, but he absolutely could not admit it at this moment. How we enforce the law is an internal matter of the law enforcement department, governed by our own regulations. Ling Jinyue forcibly regained his composure, his voice carrying a threatening tone.
But Yu committed murder and resisted law enforcement, with irrefutable evidence.
Mentor Qin Chuan, if you insist on shielding him today, you are openly defying the Academy's regulations and interfering with law enforcement.
Can you bear the consequences?
Before the voice had faded, a surge of pressure belonging to a fifth-tier powerhouse erupted like an invisible mountain, crashing down fiercely toward Qin Chuan. The two enforcers behind him also unleashed their spiritual energy simultaneously, intertwining three powerful auras in an attempt to force Qin Chuan into submission with absolute strength. However, Qin Chuan simply stood there quietly, his black robe fluttering despite the absence of wind. The combined pressure, enough to suffocate an ordinary fourth-tier ability user, fell upon him like a stone sinking into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple.
Rules?
Qin Chuan raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword piercing toward Ling Jinyue. When I, Qin Chuan, act, I only recognize one word: reason, not brute force.
Yu is a student of my Qianlong class.
If something happens to him during the assessment, as his mentor, it is my responsibility and duty to uncover the truth and ensure his safety. Before the truth comes to light, no one can take him away from my Qianlong peak. He paused, his tone resolute and leaving no room for negotiation. Deputy Commander Ling, if you are convinced Yu is guilty, fine. Either present irrefutable evidence, bring the dean's written order, or have your enforcement department's minister come personally to demand him. Otherwise. Qin Chuan's right hand slowly lifted, two fingers pressed together like a sword. In an instant, an invisible yet supremely sharp sword intent surged skyward. The clouds above Qianlong Peak were instantly torn apart, and the air resonated with deep, low sword hums. Otherwise, please leave. Although my Qianlong Peak is not large, it is not a place where just any random person can come and cause trouble.
Ling Jinyue's face turned completely dark, his eyes blazing with fury.
He never expected Qin Chuan to be so unyielding, refusing to back down even an inch, and even daring to use sword energy to make a show of force.
Qin Chuan! Ling Jinyue roared angrily, his entire body surging with spiritual power, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Are you truly willing to oppose the entire enforcement division and the Academy's laws for the sake of a murderer? Oppose the laws?
Qin Chuan shook his head lightly, but the sword intent around him grew even more solid. No, I am precisely upholding the dignity of the laws, refusing to let them be used as a tool for eliminating dissent.
Deputy Chief Ling, please leave. If you insist on forcing your way in, you are welcome to try.
The air seemed to freeze into ice at this moment.
Ling Jinyue clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands.
A powerful spiritual pressure surged violently around him, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, confronting Qin Chuan's soaring sword intent from afar.
A great battle was imminent.
A surge of immense energy churned above Qianlong Peak, causing the clouds and mist to twist and boil.
The two enforcement team members behind Ling Jinyue turned pale, sweat beading on their foreheads.
The oppressive aura from the standoff between the two masters made it almost impossible for them to breathe, yet they could only grit their teeth and hold their formation.
Qin Chuan. Do you really think I don't dare to make a move?
Ling Jinyue's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, grating like metal scraping against metal.
The authority of the enforcement division will not allow you to trample on it like this. Even if this matter reaches the dean today, I will still be the one in the right.
He took a step forward, and the air beneath his feet seemed to groan under the unbearable weight. A faint golden energy field flickered around him, exuding an aura of ruthlessness and iron-blooded determination, crashing fiercely into Qin Chuan's soaring, sword-sharp momentum.
Sla!
Invisible energy clashed violently between the two, distorting even the light, and the sound of annihilation sent shivers down one's spine. The defensive array around Qianlong Peak was activated by the aftermath of this force, layers of rune light screens automatically lighting up, flickering unpredictably. Deputy Minister Ling, Qin Chuan spoke, his voice not loud but cutting clearly through the noise of the energy collision, carrying a peculiar penetrating power. Do you really think that today's matter is merely a personal grudge between your law enforcement department and me, Qin Chuan, or between you and Yi Yu? Ling Jinyue frowned, feeling an inexplicable jolt in his heart.
Suppressing his anger, he shouted, "What do you mean? Stop being so cryptic. The evidence against that kid is conclusive. What does it have to do with anyone else?"
The curve at the corner of Qin Chuan's mouth seemed to deepen slightly. Instead of answering directly, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. Deputy Minister Ling, you've been in the academy for so many years, overseeing internal discipline. You must pay close attention to those key students sent in by major families and powerful forces, right?
Of course. Ling Jinyue answered instinctively, then impatiently added, "What does that have to do with Yi Yu?"
He's just someone from a small place like Zhanghai City.
Zhanghai City? A small place?
Qin Chuan interrupted him, his tone calm as he dropped a statement that struck Ling Jinyue like a bolt from the blue. He is indeed from Zhanghai City, but he is a special recruit. Qin Chuan paused, his gaze firmly locked onto Ling Jinyue's slightly contracting pupils, and said word by word, with utmost clarity.
Yi Yu was sent by Feng Qinyan.
As the words fell, it was like the most piercingly cold wind in the depths of winter, instantly sweeping across the entire Qianlong Peak.
Time seemed to freeze at this moment.
The boiling energy around Ling Jinyue, that almost formed pale golden force field, seemed to be suddenly gripped by an invisible giant hand, abruptly coming to a halt. The fury, authority, and dominance on his face instantly receded like a tide upon hearing the name Feng Qinyan, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock, followed by a sudden emergence of fear and panic. "You, who did you say?" Ling Jinyue's voice even carried a barely noticeable tremor. He stared intently at Qin Chuan, as if trying to find traces of deceit on his face.
"Which Feng Qinyan?"
Qin Chuan simply looked at him quietly, his gaze devoid of any mockery, filled only with the calmness of stating a fact.
And this calmness chilled Ling Jinyue's heart more than any ridicule could.
How many Feng Qinjians are there in this world, worthy of me, Qin Chuan, to specifically mention? Qin Chuan retorted, the overwhelming sword intent at his fingertips quietly retracting a bit, yet the sense of oppression seemed even heavier.
Or should I say, Deputy Minister Ling, do you think there is any other Feng Qinyan who has the qualification and capability to directly send a student from a small city into the Qianlong class? Boom!
Ling Jinyue felt as if something had exploded in his mind.
Feng Qinyan.
This name represents not just a person, but a transcendent status, a background so formidable that even the president of the Federal Capital Academy must treat it with respect and even harbor apprehension. Behind her, there might be a colossal force that even the Xie family would avoid at all costs. That legendary woman, whose actions are always enigmatic and unpredictable, whose every appearance is enough to stir up a storm among the Federation's top ranks.
The person she sent? Yi Yu was sent by her?
Ling Jinyue's expression instantly became extremely colorful, alternating between red and white, and finally turning into an unsightly livid hue. The energy around him became uncontrollably chaotic, and the previously aggressive and determined aura deflated rapidly, like a punctured balloon.
If Yi Yu was really sent by Feng Qingyan, what does that imply?
It implies that Yi Yu might be connected to some arrangement or attention from Feng Qingyan. It implies that harming Yi Yu could very well mean directly slapping Feng Qingyan in the face, or even disrupting an important plan she might have.
And Feng Qingyan's revenge? Not to mention Ling Jinyue, even the entire Xie family might not dare to easily endure that woman's wrath. That woman is famously protective and never reasons with anyone.
More importantly, she has the strength and the means to back it up. Cold sweat silently soaked Ling Jinyue's back. The two law enforcement officers behind him, though unaware of the significance of the name Feng Qingyan, immediately understood the earth-shattering reversal of the situation when they saw their deputy's face turn pale and his demeanor collapse.
For a moment, the two even lightened their breathing, not daring to make a sound.
In front of the Tsangfeng pavilion, there was a dead silence, broken only by the whimpering sound of the mountain wind brushing through the mist and Ling Jinyue's heavy and chaotic breathing.
Qin Xuan observed all of Ling Jinyue's reactions and understood everything clearly.
He slowly lowered his clasped right hand, and the overwhelming, sharp sword intent that had soared to the sky dissipated completely, as if it had never existed. Yet, just by standing there, he was like an insurmountable mountain.
Deputy Commander Ling, Qin Xuan spoke again, breaking the silence. Do you still insist on taking Yi Yu away now? Do you still think he's just a minor figure you can manipulate at will? Ling Jinyue's Adam's apple moved with difficulty.
He opened his mouth, but found his throat unbearably dry. He wanted to say something perfunctory, like, even if he's someone sent by Feng Qingyan, he still has to be punished for violating academy rules, but even he felt such words were feeble and unconvincing. Someone sent by Feng Qingyan had allegedly killed two peripheral members of the Xie family in the withered bone forest, and then was ambushed by the law enforcement captain under the Xie family's orders, but the attempt failed.
If this matter were to be thoroughly investigated, who would ultimately be at fault? If Feng Qingyan decided to make an issue out of it? Ling Jinyue dared not think further.
He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh, his chest so stifled he felt like coughing up blood. He had arrived with great momentum, but now all that remained was a mess and an awkward dilemma with no way forward or back.
Mentor Qin Xuan.
Ling Jinyue's voice was much hoarser, carrying a deeply suppressed and complex emotion. This matter still needs further verification. If Yi Yu truly is the one sent by that person, then naturally, it must be treated differently. But the Academy's regulations are strict, and this matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. He finally found himself a way out, but his tone had completely softened. For today, let's leave it at that. I will report the situation truthfully to the law enforcement department and the supervisory department. Until the matter is fully investigated, Yi Yu will temporarily remain under your supervision, Mentor Qin Xuan. But please ensure that he stays within Qianlong Peak and does not leave without permission. After speaking, he didn't even dare to look Qin Xuan in the eye again. With a sharp flick of his sleeve, he turned and barked, "Let's go." The two law enforcement officers, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly followed. The three figures came quickly and left even faster, almost fleeing in a somewhat embarrassed manner, transforming into streaks of light that swiftly disappeared into the mist of Qianlong Peak, as if staying even a moment longer was unbearable. Qin Xuan stood in place, watching the direction in which they disappeared, a trace of coldness flashing in his deep eyes. "Feng Qingyan, your name is indeed quite useful," he murmured softly to himself, then turned and walked back to the Hidden Edge Pavilion. Behind him, the restrictions silently closed, once again isolating all the disturbances of the outside world. A day later, Yi Yu's injuries finally healed. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room of his residence on Qianlong Peak, with a cold jade cushion beneath him. Outside the window, clouds drifted slowly, and sunlight pierced through the clouds and window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with spiritual energy several times denser than that of the outside world. Everything was incredibly tranquil, a stark contrast to the bone forest, which was filled with death and killing intent, two completely different worlds. His injuries had indeed healed. The terrifying wound on his shoulder blade, pierced through by the spirit suppressing lock, had completely closed under the dual restoration of Qin Xuan's precious elixir and his own power, leaving only a barely visible faint scar. The shock to his internal organs and the damage to his meridians had also fully recovered.
It could even be said that he had turned misfortune into a blessing.
After surviving a life-and-death battle and devouring the full spiritual essence of his two opponents, the foundation of his forced breakthrough to the third tier had been thoroughly solidified during these few days of rest. The chaotic vortex within his body spun steadily and powerfully, and with each rotation, it instinctively drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, refining it into pure primordial spirit power. The leap from the second tier to the third was a qualitative transformation. Now, every gesture and movement he made carried a strength far beyond what it had been before.
However, Yi Yu opened his palm, facing it upward.
With his thought, an identity token appeared out of thin air and landed in his palm. The token was entirely black, cool to the touch, and felt neither like metal nor jade. On the front was the emblem of the Federation Capital Academy, while the back bore a character that seemed alive, with a flowing brilliance. He infused a trace of spiritual energy. The surface of the token flashed briefly, revealing a line of information so concise it bordered on cold.
Student Yi Yu, special admission to the Qianlong class. Current hidden dragon points, 0. Assessment evaluation, pending, event under investigation. The black background with white text displaying 0 was exceptionally striking. No explanation, no clarification, just a single result. Yi Yu quietly stared at that line of text, the three pitch-black tomo in the depths of his blood-red pupils slowly rotating, his gaze eerily calm. He knew very well what this meant. Hidden dragon points were the most essential hard currency in the entire academy. Whether it was exchanging for cultivation techniques, martial skills, elixirs, entering special training rooms, or seeking guidance from mentors, everything required hidden dragon points. They represented contribution, strength, and the academy's recognition of a student's value. 0 points meant that in this Bone Forest assessment, the academy officially did not recognize any of his achievements. Whether it was the Netherwood heart he risked his life to obtain, the cultivation breakthrough he achieved on the brink of life and death, or even the fact that he survived the attacks from Lu Suifeng, Shimeng, and Xie Chongshan, none of it counted in the academy's records. For Yi Yu, this assessment yielded nothing, with his evaluation marked as pending. Moreover, because someone had died, he was burdened with the troublesome label of incident under investigation. As for how much of this outcome was a compromise after the confrontation between Mentor Qin Chuan and the enforcement department's higher-ups, and how much was due to the temporary protection brought by the woman named Feng Qingyan, Yi Yu chose not to dwell on it. Thinking about it wouldn't change anything. He withdrew the token and closed his eyes. The light and shadows outside the window slowly shifted across his face, transitioning from bright to soft, and finally tinged with the golden-red hues of dusk. Maintaining his seated posture, his breathing gradually became long and profound. The mental technique of the primordial chaos infinite arc flowed through his mind, and the chaotic vortex in his dantian seemed to accelerate slightly, drawing in more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, refining and transforming it into his unique primordial chaos spiritual power, nourishing his limbs and bones, and solidifying the realm he had just broken through. His consciousness sank into his body. He could see the steadily rotating vortex, feel the more robust spiritual power coursing through his meridians compared to before, and clearly perceive the other force lurking deep within his body, a force distinct from his own spiritual power yet eerily coexisting with it. It was the dark red, violent, and destructive energy of the tailed beast's power. And the three-tomo Sharingan. With a single thought, even with his eyes closed, those scarlet pupils appeared in his consciousness. The three-tomo slowly rotated, bringing a peculiar perspective as if he could perceive the flow of energy within himself. He saw the tailed beast's power restless at certain meridian points in his body. Although suppressed by the ocular power of the Sharingan and isolated by the primordial spirit energy, it had not disappeared. Instead, it resembled a caged ferocious beast, ready to break free at any moment. Power. Yi Yu murmured in his heart. Without power, in the Bone Forest, he was merely prey in others' eyes, a pawn to be manipulated at will, an object that could be lawfully executed. With power, he could resist, he could fight, he could compel Mentor Qin Chuan to intervene, and he could force the higher-ups of the enforcement division to weigh the pros and cons upon hearing the name Feng Qingyan and temporarily back down. But having strength alone is not enough. Control is also necessary.
the loss of control over the tailed beast's power in the forest of withered bones is the most profound lesson. That uncontrollable power, while destroying enemies, could also devour oneself.
Yi Yu began to experiment.
He did not rush to break through to a higher realm, nor did he immediately delve into stronger offensive techniques. Instead, he devoted most of his focus to sorting out and mastering his existing power. The primordial spirit energy flowed slowly along the cultivation method's route, one cycle after another. He carefully observed the subtle changes in the energy's flow, adjusting the rhythm to make it smoother and more natural. At the same time, he allocated a sliver of his focus to cautiously make contact with the suppressed tailed beast's power. He did not forcibly drive that power, nor did he attempt to merge it with himself, that would be too dangerous. He simply observed it like a dangerous neighbor, using his unique ocular technique as a medium and barrier to sense its characteristics, analyze its connection points with the tailed beast power within him, and try to understand the source of that destructive will and its fluctuation patterns. This was not something that could be accomplished in a day, and it even carried significant risks.
But Yi Yu was very patient.
Every subtle perception, every successful guidance, deepened his mastery over his own power.
Time quietly passed during his meditative practice.
Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened, and stars began to twinkle in the night sky.
At night on Qianlong Peak, the spiritual energy seemed more active, carrying a hint of coolness.
Yi Yu still did not rise. He was like a silent reef, allowing the tides of spiritual power within him to wash over and polish him. Occasionally, he would recall the details of the battle in the Forest of Bones. Lu Suifeng's enigmatic and unpredictable shadow leaps, Shi Meng's rock-solid defense and explosive power, and Xie Chongshan's sharp, precise strike filled with battlefield-killing intent.
These scenes replayed continuously in his mind.
His unique eyes endowed him with powerful memory and analytical abilities, enabling him to constantly dissect, review, and search for flaws and countermeasures. In his mind, he simulated how he would respond if faced with similar attacks again.
With his current state in cultivation, combined with the insight of his eyes, how should he react? How should he counterattack? How could he avoid falling into such a desperate situation again? This is not wishful thinking, but an efficient combat simulation and absorption of experience. 0 dragon points? Assessment pending? The incident is still under investigation?
All these external disturbances have been temporarily set aside by him at this moment. He understands that these are merely surface phenomena, the result of a temporary balance of various forces. The real crisis has never been resolved. A hostility from the Xie family, the potential follow-up investigation by the enforcement department, and even the pressure from the academy's rules all hang over him like swords suspended above his head. What he can rely on, at the most fundamental level, is only his ever-growing strength and his absolute control over this power.
The night deepens. In the quiet room, only Yi Yu's steady and long breaths could be heard, along with the imperceptible spiritual energy vortex formed by the invisible force drawing in the surrounding aura. The aura around him had become more solid and restrained through continuous cultivation and introspection. The slight instability and agitation from the initial surge of power upon entering the third tier were gradually being worn away. Tianyuan City, Central District, top floor of the Sky Dome Hotel, Presidential Suite. Heavy velvet curtains blocked out the dazzling city lights outside the window and the faint glow of the approaching dawn. The indoor lighting was dim and ambiguous, and the air was filled with the expensive scent of cigars, fine wine, and the distinctive aroma left behind after the pleasures of men and women. On the pure white wool carpet, soft enough to sink into, clothes were scattered everywhere. A man's tailored suit and a woman's lace lingerie were haphazardly intertwined. The spacious bed was in complete disarray. Wei Shining was naked, like a pet desperately trying to please after being tamed, kneeling on the carpet at the foot of the bed. Her face still bore the flush of passion and a deliberately displayed daze, but deep within her slightly lowered eyes lay a cold and calculating clarity. Zhou Mingxian leaned half against the headboard, his muscular upper body exposed, with well-defined lines. Between his fingers was a half-burned Cuban cigar, while his other hand rested casually on Wei Xining's smooth back, stroking her intermittently, as if soothing a pet cat. "Young Master Xian." Wei Xining lifted her head, her voice hoarse from the aftermath and deliberately soft.
She looked up at Zhou Mingxian, her gaze full of admiration and dependence, perfectly revealing a hint of unease and grievance.
Zhou
Mingxian snorted lazily through his nose, exhaling a puff of smoke.
I'm a little scared.
Wei Xining's body trembled slightly as she leaned closer to his leg, her warm skin pressing tightly against his.
Scared of what? In Tianyuan City, is there anything Zhou Mingxian can't handle?
Zhou Mingxian sneered, his fingers brushing across her cheek, the gesture frivolous yet undeniably assertive.
No. I mean Yi Yu.
Wei Xining bit her lower lip, her eyes quickly welling up with tears, perfectly portraying the image of a fragile woman haunted by her ex. He's different now.
He joined some Qianlong class. I'm afraid if he finds out something, or if he still can't let go, he might come looking for trouble with me, or even take it out on you, young Master Xian. Yi Yu? Zhou Mingxian raised an eyebrow, seeming to have some impression of the name, yet also appearing indifferent.
Zhou Mingxian had some impression of the name, but more than that, he felt disdain.
Isn't that the guy who didn't know his place last time?
He extinguished his cigar, reached out to grip Wei Xining's chin, forcing her to look up at him. His gaze was full of scrutiny and amusement.
Xining, you are now my Zhou Mingxuan's woman. A kid who crawled out from some corner, does he even deserve to make you afraid? Does he even qualify to be taken seriously by the Zhou family?
No, young Master Xian. Wei Xining quickly shook her head, anxiously explaining, you don't understand, he doesn't follow any conventional rules when he does things. He used to dare to take on the Xie family in Zhanghai City, and now that he's in the academy, he's even more reckless. I heard he caused huge trouble in the academy, and it seems he even killed someone.
He's completely insane. I'm worried he might do anything. Killed someone?
Zhou Mingxuan's gaze became slightly more serious, but the contemptuous expression quickly returned to his face. Those childish scuffles in the academy, with life and death agreements signed, if someone dies, so be it.
It's no big deal.
Even if he has some skills, he can only make a fuss within the academy. As long as he dares to step out of the academy, in the territory of Tianyuan City, whether he's a dragon, he must coil up, or a tiger, he must lie down.
My Zhou family is not something any random nobody can come and provoke. But Wei Xining's tears streamed down uncontrollably.
She pressed her face against Zhou Mingxuan's leg, her voice choked with sobs. Whenever I think that he might pose a threat to you, I feel so scared. Young Master Xian, you've been so good to me, giving me a life I never even dared to dream of before. I don't want my past to bring you any trouble or danger. If because of me, you were to suffer even the slightest harm, I would never be able to forgive myself, even if I died 10,000 times. She raised her head, her tearful eyes looking at Zhou Mingxian, her gaze filled with sincere concern and deep affection.
I would rather disappear from this world than bring trouble to you.
These words, coupled with her current soft and dependent posture, exuded a fatal allure. Zhou Mingxian looked at her in this state, and his male vanity and protective instinct, or perhaps possessiveness, were greatly satisfied. He has been with many women, but ones like Wei Xining, who not only understand romance, have top-notch looks and figure, but also know when to show vulnerability to trigger his protective instincts, are indeed rare.
All right, stop crying.
Zhou Mingtian patted her face, his tone carrying a kind of condescending tolerance.
You're with me now, your problems are my problems.
Just a clueless brat, not worth shedding tears over.
My cousin is a direct descendant of the Zhou family. We grew up together and have a great relationship.
As long as I make a call, there's nothing in Tianyuan City that can't be resolved. He paused for a moment, a trace of the cold indifference unique to scions of aristocratic families, who regard human lives as insignificant, flashed in his eyes. Wei Xining felt a surge of joy in her heart, knowing that her goal was about to be achieved. However, she put on an even more uneasy and kind-hearted expression on her face. Young Master Xian, I don't mean to ask you to deal with him. I'm just scared. Maybe we should just let it go. As long as he doesn't bother us anymore, that's enough. After all, we did know each other for a while. Know each other for a while? Zhou Mingxian sneered, he's threatening you now, and in the future, he might threaten me.
Xining, you're still too kind.
The best way to deal with someone so ungrateful is to scare them once and for all, cripple them, make them remember this lesson forever, and never dare to lift their head again. He picked up the limited edition communicator on the table and dialed a number.
Hello, Uncle Chen, it's me, Mingxian. Zhou Mingxuan's tone became casual, yet carried an undeniable commanding air.
There's a small matter that needs the family's people at the academy to take care of. A freshman named Jiyu, a special recruit in the Qianlong class. Yeah, no deep hatred or anything, just find him unpleasant. Teach him some rules, make sure he doesn't get too arrogant.
Limits?
Zhou Mingxian glanced at Wei Shining, who looked pitifully delicate in his arms, and a cruel smile curved at the corner of his lips.
Just don't kill him.
Cripple him, disable him, or make it so he can't survive in the academy anymore, any of those will do.
Keep it clean, don't leave any evidence. Alright, thanks for your trouble, Uncle Chen.
Ending the call, Zhou Mingxian casually tossed the communicator aside, wrapped his arm around Wei Shining's smooth shoulder, and said with smug satisfaction, alright, it's settled. Soon, that crazy ex-boyfriend of yours will understand just how harsh reality can be. From now on, just stay with me and stop worrying about these irrelevant people. Wei Shining nestled into his arms, her cheek pressed against his firm chest, her voice sickeningly sweet. Thank you, young Master Xian, you're so good to me.
From now on, I'll do whatever you say.
From an angle where Zhou Mingxian couldn't see, the glimmer of tears in her eyes had long vanished without a trace, leaving only cold triumph and a hint of twisted pleasure.
You. Why were you able to get into the Federal Capital Academy? Why could you become that highly sought-after special recruit?
And I, on the other hand, have to grovel and flatter a disgusting man like Zhou Mingxian just to barely stay in this city, to exchange for this pitiful existence?
What I can't have, you shouldn't think of enjoying peacefully. Did I make the wrong choice? No, I didn't. The one who was wrong is you, Yi. It was you who were so useless back then, unable to give me everything I wanted. And now, it's your seemingly decent life that deeply wounds me. Stay in the academy and enjoy the grand gift I've prepared for you. The sky outside the window gradually brightened, completely dispelling the night. The city named Tianyuan awakened in the dawn, as bustling as ever. In the presidential suite, the air of luxury had yet to dissipate, while the instigator of all this, Yi, far away in the academy, remained completely unaware. In the afternoon, Yi walked out of the range of Qianlong Peak. Outside the peak was the scene of the academy's core area, completely different from the solitary height and misty clouds of Qianlong Peak. The wide and smooth roads were paved with a type of jade imbued with spiritual energy, and towering ancient trees lined both sides, each with centuries of age. A faint spiritual glow flowed among the branches and leaves. Although the concentration of spiritual energy here couldn't compare to Qianlong Peak, it still far exceeded the outside world, and taking a deep breath made one feel refreshed and invigorated. Yi walked along the road, his scarlet pupils having returned to their usual black, leaving only a faint ring of dark red deep in his eyes, barely noticeable unless closely examined. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the academy's environment and gather some basic information, such as the methods for obtaining Qianlong points and the latest rumors about the withered bone forest incident. At that moment, his path was blocked by someone. 3 young people dressed in the academy's standard blue uniforms stood in a triangular formation, completely blocking the road. They appeared a few years older than Yi, their strength at the late second tier, with faces full of undisguised arrogance and scrutiny. Yi did not stop his steps, calmly adjusted his direction, and prepared to bypass them from the side. Stop.
The tallest one in the middle, with fair skin, spoke up, his voice carrying an air of superiority.
Yi stopped in his tracks and looked up at him. What's the matter? You're the new special recruit in the Qianlong class, Yi?
The pale-skinned student sized Yi up from head to toe, his gaze a mix of curiosity, disdain, and a barely noticeable hint of jealousy. The title of special recruit in the Qianlong class was incredibly prestigious in the academy and drew a lot of envy.
That's me, Yi replied indifferently. I heard you performed outstandingly in the Withered Bones Forest assessment?
A short and stocky student on the left spoke in a sarcastic tone,
deliberately emphasizing the words, performed outstandingly. Killed 2 people in a row and even dared to take on the enforcement team? TSK, what an impressive display of power. The tall, skinny trainee on the right sneered and chimed in, special admissions student from the Qianlong class, truly different, doesn't even bother with the academy's rules. They spoke loudly enough that the passing trainees slowed their steps, casting various glances their way. Although the incident in the withered bone forest had been suppressed by the academy's higher-ups, exaggerated rumors had already spread like wildfire among the regular trainees. Murdering classmates, violently resisting law enforcement, suspected demonic cultivator, these labels were enough to make anyone unaware of the truth fear or disdain Yi Yu. Yi Yu's face remained expressionless. This level of verbal provocation, compared to the life and death struggles he had faced in the withered bone forest, was nothing more than child's play. He couldn't even be bothered to explain. If there's nothing else, move aside. His tone remained calm. Yo, quite arrogant, aren't you? The short and stout trainee's eyebrows immediately shot up. A country bumpkin from a small place like Zhanghai City, who luckily got into the Qianlong class, really thinks they've made it to the top? Let me tell you, this is the Federal Capital Academy. No matter what kind of character you were in the past, you better behave yourself here. The matter in the withered bone forest isn't over yet. The enforcement department and the inspection department will come to settle accounts with you sooner or later. Why waste so many words on him? The tall and skinny trainee seemed a bit impatient. Young Master Joe just asked us to come and take a look at what this so-called fierce criminal actually looks like. Now that we've seen him, he's nothing special. Let's go, don't waste time on this. Young Master Zhou? Upon hearing this title, a faint trace of crimson flashed deep within Yi Yu's eyes. Zhou Mingxian? Or someone else from the Zhou family? It seems Wei Xining's pillow talk is indeed remarkably effective. The Zhou family's attention has arrived in this form so quickly. He said nothing, merely gazing quietly at the 3 people before him. It was a gaze so calm it bordered on indifference, yet it inexplicably sent a chill through the stout, short trainee who was about to utter more harsh words. The words stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back. The other 2 also sensed something was off. The seemingly composed young man before them seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, making it difficult for them to continue their mocking remarks. We go. The fair-skinned student snorted coldly, turned around, and led the way. The other 2 quickly followed suit, their steps appearing somewhat hurried and flustered. The crowd gradually dispersed, but the gazes directed at Yi Yu remained filled with suspicion and curiosity. Yi Yu continued walking forward, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he was already secretly on guard. Without activating the Sharingan, his extraordinary perception allowed him to keenly sense every trace of ill-intentioned gaze around him. After passing through a lush spiritual plantation, a secluded tree-lined path lay ahead, leading to the academy's mission hall. Just as he was about to step onto the path, an overwhelmingly suffocating aura suddenly locked onto him without warning. This aura was definitely not something a student could possess. It was heavy, solid, and carried the dignity of someone who had long held a position of power, exuding an air of authority. It felt like a pair of cold eyes scrutinizing him. Within the aura, there was also a faint sharpness akin to blades and swords, originating from the same source as Xie Chongshan's power, yet far more refined and profound. Is he a teacher at the academy? And a senior mentor with at least a 5th-tier cultivation level? Yi Yu's muscles instantly tensed, and the spiritual energy within his body quietly accelerated, ready for battle at any moment. However, his face remained calm and composed as he stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. At the entrance of the tree-lined path, under an ancient tree that required several people to encircle, stood a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green mentor's robe. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with a stern face, prominent cheekbones, and thin lips, giving off an impression of harshness and severity. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze, as cold as a probing needle, was unreservedly scrutinizing Yi Yu, as if trying to see through him completely. On the cuff of his sleeve, an inconspicuous seal character was embroidered, Joe. So he really is here for me. Student Yi Yu? The middle-aged man spoke,
his voice deep and carrying an undeniable metallic tone.
Yes. Yi Yu nodded slightly. My surname is Zhou.
I am the instructor for the Academy's Tactical Theory course and also one of the judges for this annual assessment. Instructor Zhou introduced himself, his tone calm yet naturally exuding a sense of pressure. The Academy places great importance on your performance in the Withered Bone Forest assessment, as well as the deaths of the two students, Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng.
Now, there are some matters that need to be verified with you. Follow me.
As he spoke, he turned and walked deeper into the shaded path. The area ahead was even more secluded, with an almost eerie atmosphere.
It's not to the public law enforcement department, nor to any office, but to take him to such a place under the guise of verifying the situation? Yi Yu's heart tightened.
This was not an investigation at all, it felt more like a trap. He stood still, not moving.
Professor Zhou, he spoke, his voice clear and resolute, according to protocol, isn't verifying the situation supposed to be recorded at the law enforcement or supervision department? Or do you have an official investigation warrant?
Professor Zhou's steps paused, his back seeming to stiffen slightly. He slowly turned around, his gaze colder, even carrying a hint of offended anger.
Are you questioning me?
His voice lowered a few tones, and an invisible pressure belonging to a fifth-tier powerhouse spread out like a tide, slowly enveloping Yi Yu.
As a member of the assessment committee, I have the authority to question you. What's the matter? Feeling guilty? Afraid to cooperate?
The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Several students passing by at a distance felt the unsettling pressure, their faces turning pale with fear. They quickly lowered their heads and took a detour, not daring to glance over. Yi Yu, standing at the center of the pressure, felt as if he were trapped in a viscous swamp, even his breathing becoming somewhat labored. A fifth tier against a third tier was an absolute power crush. However, the Hanyuan Wuji technique within him operated rapidly, stubbornly resisting the external pressure, and his back remained straight as a rod. It's not questioning, Yi Yu met the other's icy gaze, his tone calm but his attitude resolute.
It's simply following the rules. If a mentor needs to question, a student should naturally cooperate. But this doesn't seem to be the appropriate place. Why not move to the academic affairs office, or have other mentors present? That would be more suitable. Insolence!
Mentor Zhou was finally utterly enraged, shouting sternly as the oppressive aura suddenly surged.
A vicious criminal suspected of slaughtering fellow students, practicing forbidden arts, and violently resisting the law. Are you even worthy of talking about rules with me? Zhou Wenchan's voice was filled with disdain.
I personally came to question you as an opportunity for you to confess your crimes.
Instead of showing gratitude, you dare to evade and resist. You're simply courting death.
Rumors say you're defiant and disrespectful to your elders, and it seems they're absolutely true. He took a sudden step forward, causing the solid ground to tremble slightly. Today, I will use my authority as a review committee member to arrest you first and carefully examine whether there is any problem with the spiritual power within your body. If you dare to resist, it will confirm your guilt, and I have the right to suppress you on the spot. Before the words had even finished, Zhou Wenchang's right hand was already raised, his 5 fingers spread open, and a dazzling golden light rapidly condensed in his palm. It was clearly a powerful sealing and capturing spell. The sharpness and restraining force emitted by the golden light were far stronger than the spirit lock used by Xie Chongshan earlier. A cold glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. As expected, this was not an interrogation at all but an outright attempt to strike. The excuse sounds grandiose, but in reality, it's just an attempt to forcibly control him and directly convict him. In broad daylight, they dare to act so brazenly in the academy. The spiritual power within Yi Yu's body instantly boiled, a violent force stirring restlessly in the meridians of his left arm. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes was ready to fully activate at any moment. Although the gap in strength is immense, he would never surrender without a fight. At the moment when the tension reached its peak and a great battle was about to erupt, a cold and indifferent voice, like a gentle breeze, suddenly echoed through the tree-lined path.
Zhou Wenchang, what an impressive display of authority! When did it become your turn to subdue on the spot a student from my Qianlong class?
As the voice sounded, a tall black figure seemed to appear out of thin air, standing not far from Yi Yu's side. The newcomer was dressed in a black robe, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as swords. It was Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan's arrival instantly altered the tense atmosphere that had been as solid as molten lava. His calm voice carried a peculiar penetrating force, instantly tearing through the killing intent condensed by Zhou Wenchang, like a red-hot iron plunged into the snow, creating a silent yet intense collision. Zhou Wenchang's raised right hand froze in mid-air, and the golden light in his palm, ready to burst forth, flickered uncertainly. He suddenly turned his head toward the direction of the sound, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes, which was quickly replaced by a deeper gloom.
Mentor Qin Xuan.
Zhou Wenchang slowly lowered his hand, forcing a formulaic smile onto his face, though his thin lips pressed even tighter, revealing a suppressed anger.
I really didn't expect to run into you here.
I am acting under the orders of the Academy's review committee to investigate the individuals involved in this significant incident.
What do you mean by this? Why are you interfering with my rightful duties?
He deliberately emphasized the words rightful duties, attempting to gain the upper hand in reasoning against Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan stepped forward, his seemingly casual strides precisely positioning him diagonally in front of Yi Yu. This spot subtly yet effectively blocked the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhou Wenchang. Yi Yu suddenly felt a lightness in his body, and the suffocating sensation, as if trapped in deep-sea silt, instantly dissipated by more than half. Although the wound on his shoulder still throbbed with intense pain and the residual pressure from the fifth-tier expert continued to churn his blood, at least his breathing had become much smoother. His tense muscles relaxed slightly, but the spiritual energy within him remained vigilant, and the three-tomo Sharingan stayed in a state of readiness to activate at any moment, silently observing the situation.
Qin Xuan didn't even glance at Yi Yu. His gaze, as cold as lightning, fell on Zhou Wenchang's face, and he spoke in an emotionless tone, inspection and inquiry?
Zhou Wenchang, your so-called inspection involves suppressing a third-tier student in the Academy's core area, in broad daylight, using your fifth-tier cultivation, and even resorting to capture and suppression techniques?
Is this the rule you teach? Or is this your Zhou family's private interrogation method? You. Zhou Wenchang's face darkened. Qin Xuan.
Watch your words. This person is suspected of a serious crime, has a bad attitude, and resisted inquiry.
I took necessary measures. What's wrong with that? As a mentor of the Qianlong class, are you planning to shield a criminal and openly defy the Academy's rules? Criminal? Resisting the law? Qin Xuan's lips seemed to curve into a faint arc, though devoid of any humor. Zhou Wenchang, you keep talking about rules. Then let me ask you, did the Enforcement Department issue a formal arrest warrant? Did the Oversight Department initiate an investigation and send a notice? None of that happened, right?
The so-called authority of the review committee only allows you to evaluate the performance of trainees during the annual assessment.
When were you granted the power to interrogate someone alone, or even detain a trainee by force? Moreover, this is still a sensitive case under investigation, without any conclusion drawn yet. Qin Xuan took another half-step forward.
Although he did not release any overwhelming spiritual pressure, the sharp aura unique to a sword cultivator forced Zhou Wenchang to narrow his eyes involuntarily. A sharp aura condensed to the extreme, like an invisible blade, pierced straight into Zhou Wenchang's mind. I think you're not exercising your authority but abusing it, trying to force a confession and eliminate dissent.
Is the Zhou family's reach getting a bit too long? Do you really think this Federal Capital Academy is your Zhou family's territory?
The last sentence, though not loud, exploded like a thunderclap on the shaded path. The students and staff who had distanced themselves but couldn't resist eavesdropping all felt a jolt in their hearts.
The Zhou family.
Mentor Qin Xuan actually directly exposed Zhou Wenchang's background and even bluntly accused him of suppressing dissent. This was tantamount to laying bare the factional struggles within the academy for all to see. Zhou Wenchang's face turned alternately pale and livid, looking extremely grim, his chest heaving violently. Every word Qin Xuan said was like a knife stabbing into his weak spot. His actions today were indeed against the rules, largely influenced by arrangements from Zhou Mingxian and certain members of the family. In the past, relying on the Zhou family's power and his status as a mentor, such things had always gone smoothly. But he never expected to run into Qin Xuan, who was famously unyielding. Even more unexpected was that Qin Xuan would give him no face at all, tearing the facade apart directly.
Qin Xuan, you're spouting nonsense, Zhou Wenchang shouted angrily.
The spiritual energy within his body surged once again, and his dark green mentor's robe fluttered without wind. The oppressive aura of a fifth-tier expert was no longer concealed, crashing toward Qin Xuan and Yi Yu like a raging storm. The branches and leaves of the ancient trees around them rustled loudly, and the pebbles on the ground began to tremble slightly.
Zhou Wenchang, act with integrity and follow all the Academy's rules. Today, you obstructed me without reason and maliciously slandered me.
I think you are the one disregarding the Academy's regulations and harboring ill intentions.
I must take this person away for investigation today. If you dare to stop me again, you will be considered an accomplice. I will report both you and this matter to the Law Enforcement Department and the Council of Elders.
Before his words had fully landed, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The golden light that had disappeared earlier once again condensed in his palm, brighter and more solid than before, even faintly forming into a complex rune. The sharpness and binding force emanating from the rune caused the surrounding air to emit faint tearing sounds.
He was about to forcibly take Yi Yu away right in front of Qin Xuan.
Qin Xuan's firmness and exposure of the truth had completely enraged him, leaving him in a position where retreat was not an option.
If he backed down now, not only would the Zhou family's reputation be ruined, but Zhou Wenchan's prestige in the Academy would also be utterly destroyed. Stubborn and incorrigible, Qin Xuan softly uttered 4 words. The next second, he moved.
There was no earth-shattering commotion. He simply raised his right hand, brought his index and middle fingers together, and pointed in midair at the golden light in Zhou Wenchang's palm. A glimmer of cold light flashed by, so fast it felt like an illusion.
But Zhou Wenchan's expression changed drastically in an instant.
The rune in his palm, highly condensed and containing 5th-tier gold elemental spiritual power and sealing force, unexpectedly emitted a crisp crack sound.
Ugh! Zhou Wenchang let out a muffled groan, as if struck by lightning.
His entire right arm trembled violently and uncontrollably retracted. A sharp, needle-like pain radiated from his palm, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold that froze his spiritual energy, halting its flow within his body. He raised his head in shock, staring at Qin Xuan with eyes full of disbelief and deep-seated fear.
Just one finger.
A casual, effortless gesture had broken the grappling technique he had prepared for so long, even injuring him in the process.
How terrifyingly powerful was this Qin Xuan?
Qin Xuan slowly lowered his hand, as if he had just done something trivial.
He looked at Zhou Wenchan calmly and said, "Now, do you still want to subdue me on the spot?"
Zhou Wenchan's face was ashen, and his right arm was still trembling slightly. The sword intent that had invaded his body was like a maggot clinging to the bone, continuously eroding his spiritual power, bringing persistent cold and excruciating pain. He stared fixedly at Qin Xuan, the fury and venom in his eyes almost bursting forth, but more than that, there was terror and helplessness from being crushed by absolute strength. He knew that there was no way he could take Yi Yu away today. With Qin Xuan present, he had no chance at all. Continuing to persist would only bring humiliation upon himself, and might even result in serious injury.
Fine. Very fine. Qin Xuan, I will remember what happened today.
Zhou Wenchang squeezed these words out through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with venom.
And you, Yi Yu. Don't think that just because Qin Xuan is protecting you, you can rest easy. The matter of the withered bone forest isn't over. The Academy's regulations won't tolerate a brute like you. He glared at Yi Yu viciously, his gaze like a venomous snake, then abruptly flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. His steps appeared steady, but the slightly hurried rhythm and the faint trembling of his back still revealed the storm raging within him and the injuries on his body. Zhou Wenchan's figure disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path, but his suppressed anger and icy threat seemed to linger in the air, refusing to dissipate. The surroundings fell completely silent, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind passing through the leaves. Qin Xuan then turned around and looked at Yi Yu.
Yi Yu withdrew the crimson in his eyes, but his face was still pale, and the wound on his shoulder continued to throb faintly. He slightly bowed, Thank you, Mentor Qin, for your assistance. Qin Chuan glanced at him, his gaze lingering on his shoulder for a moment before shifting away. Can you still walk?
I can. Yi Yu nodded. Follow me.
Qin Chuan said no more and turned to walk toward Qianlong Peak. Yi Yu silently followed, his mind racing. Zhou Wenchan's final threat was not empty words. Qin Chuan could protect him for a while, but not for a lifetime.
The feud between the Xie family and the Zhou family was far from over.
He clenched his fists, feeling the restless power stirred by the confrontation earlier. He must grow stronger, and quickly. Qin Chuan did not look back, but his voice drifted faintly. Some troubles cannot be avoided.
Yi Yu's heart tightened.
At that moment, Qin Chuan's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. Yi Yu instinctively followed his gaze and saw, not far to the left, an elegant garden pavilion that appeared to be the residence of a senior academy official. On the second floor of the pavilion, behind an open carved wooden window, stood a figure. It was too far away for Yi Yu to make out details, but he could see a graceful silhouette, seemingly a woman dressed in a simple, elegant long dress. The figure appeared to be casually admiring the scenery and did not look in their direction. Yet Yi Yu inexplicably felt that, just moments ago, an extremely subtle gaze had lightly swept over him. That gaze carried no hostility, nor could it be described as friendly. It was more like a calm, scrutinizing observation. Qin Chuan had already withdrawn his gaze and continued walking forward, as if the brief pause earlier had been just an illusion. Yi Yu suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and quickly followed. When the figures of the two disappeared at the end of the road, the silhouette behind the small building's window remained standing quietly. Her fair fingers lightly tapped the window frame unconsciously. She gazed in the direction where Yi Yu and the others had disappeared, a hint of amusement flickering deep within her clear eyes. The people sent by Feng Qingyan, quite interesting, she murmured softly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Just not sure if they'll survive, until the truly interesting moment. Shortly after, Qianlong Peak. Yi Yu sat cross-legged on the cold jade cushion, his eyes tightly closed, and began to operate his cultivation technique. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred, forming a faint vortex that seeped into his meridians. His third-tier cultivation was already stable, and the cyclone within his body rotated steadily, refining the absorbed spiritual energy into pure energy, nourishing his body while slowly repairing the hidden injury left by the spirit sealing lock on his shoulder. Although Mentor Qin Chuan's elixir had healed the external wound, the domineering force from Xie Chongshan's strike remained embedded in his meridians like a nail, requiring time to be gradually removed. Yi Yu was very patient. The path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Especially when surrounded by formidable enemies, every step must be taken with solid footing. The mist of Qianlong Peak isolates the noise of the outside world, and the surroundings are very quiet, so quiet that one can hear their own heartbeat and breathing. However, just as Yi Yu's mind was fully immersed in cultivation, an extremely subtle yet exceptionally clear feeling of being watched quietly crept in. It was like a feather gently brushing against the back of the neck. There was no hostility, nor was there kindness. It was a calm, indifferent gaze, observing from a superior vantage point. The gaze felt behind the window of the small dwelling yesterday was exactly the same. Only this time, it was clearer, more, closer. Yi Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In the dim quiet room, Yi Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes instantly activated, emitting an eerie yet calm red glow in the darkness. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept toward the entrance. The door was tightly shut. He then looked at the window, which was also firmly closed, with only drifting clouds and mist outside. Where did that gaze come from? Yi Yu slowly stood up, the mixed primordial spiritual energy within him beginning to accelerate. He pushed the inside of his Sharingan to its limit, not missing a single abnormal fluctuation of energy in the room. The quiet room was deathly silent, as if even the air had frozen. But that feeling of being watched not only did not disappear but became even stronger and more piercing. It was like an invisible pair of eyes, penetrating the walls, ignoring the restrictions, and staring at him openly. Examining his body, the flow of spiritual power within him, and even the dark red force deep in his dantian that was suppressed layer by layer. A chilling sensation of being completely seen through surged up his spine and straight to the top of his head. Yi Yu's fists clenched instantly, his knuckles slightly pale from the force. But he forced himself to stay calm. The opponent could silently and effortlessly penetrate the restrictions set by mentor Qin Xuan, and the sheer pressure from their gaze alone was terrifying. Their strength was undoubtedly far beyond his imagination. In the face of such a powerful figure, panic and fear would only lead to a quicker death. "Since you're here, why hide and skulk around?" Yi Yu's calm voice echoed in the quiet room. "Senior, if you're here for mentor Qin Xuan, he's not around at the moment. If you're here for me, why not show yourself?" As his words fell, the only response was the sound of his own heartbeat and breathing. However, the sense of being watched wavered slightly, carrying a hint of surprise. Immediately after, a cold and calm female voice, ageless and without warning, directly resounded in his mind. Not bad composure, staying calm in the face of danger. Interesting. The voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yi Yu's heart tightened as his gaze locked firmly on the direction the voice came from. There was clearly nothing there, but his Sharingan caught sight of an extremely unnatural spatial distortion. "Who are you?" Yi Yu asked in a deep voice, his spiritual energy already operating at its peak. He could feel that within that distorted space, there existed a powerful force he could not comprehend at all. "Me?" The female voice seemed to chuckle lightly, so faint yet it made the surrounding air grow colder. "Just someone who's a bit curious about you." "Curious?" Yi Yu frowned. "I have never met you before, senior." "Never met, so I can't be curious?" The female voice retorted, carrying a hint of inscrutability. "That arrogant woman Feng Qingyan actually personally requested to get someone into the academy, and it's a little guy who just reached the 3rd tier and is riddled with trouble. Of course, I have to see for myself what makes you so special." "Feng Qingyan." That name again. Yi Yu's heart surged with waves. Yesterday, mentor Qin Xuan had used this name to force the deputy minister of the enforcement department to retreat. Today, this mysterious woman had also come for this name. Feng Qingyan. The energy represented by this name far exceeded his imagination. "Senior, you've taken a look. Did you notice anything special?" Yi Yu suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his tone remaining calm. Facing an existence of this level, maintaining composure might be the only choice. "Special?" The woman's voice paused, as if carefully examining him. "Your foundation is exceptionally solid. A 3rd-tier cultivation, yet your spiritual power is astonishingly dense, almost comparable to an average 4th tier. And your eyes, truly peculiar." The tone of the woman's voice finally carried a hint of obvious curiosity. "A type of ocular technique I've never seen before. Mental power refined, insight astonishing, and it seems to conceal an even deeper level of strength. Interesting, truly interesting." In an instant, cold sweat soaked Yi Yu's back. Who exactly was this woman? Just by looking, she could uncover his secrets so thoroughly? Everyone has their own secrets. Yi Yu neither admitted nor denied, responding in a deep voice, "Senior, you didn't come today just to evaluate me, did you?" "Smart." The woman chuckled lightly, her tone unclear whether it was praise or perfunctory. "Commenting is just incidental. I came mainly to see if the person sent by Feng Qingyan is worth a bit of my investment." Yi Yu caught onto the keyword investment. "That's right." The distorted space rippled slightly, and the outline of a woman in a simple, elegant long dress seemed to emerge slowly from the water's surface. Her face remained indistinct, but a pair of eyes, as clear as an autumn lake yet capable of seeing through everything, were vividly reflected in Yi Yu's scarlet Sharingan. "There are quite a few people in the academy who want to kill you, Xie family, Zhou family, and even others who envy your special admissions status. Qin Xuan can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you for a lifetime. Feng Qingyan's name might scare off some minor characters, but it won't deter those truly determined to take your life. If you want to survive in the academy, or even thrive, relying solely on your current abilities is far from enough." The woman's silhouette stepped forward. Although she didn't release any powerful aura, Yi Yu felt the surrounding air instantly become as sticky as glue,
tightly enveloping him and making it difficult even to breathe. The three tomo in his eyes spun furiously, barely offsetting part of the invisible pressure. "Let me see where your limits lie." The woman's voice remained calm. "Withstand the pressure of 30% of my aura for 10 seconds. If you manage to do it, I'll give you a small gift that will provide you with a bit more leverage to survive the troubles ahead. If you fail..." She didn't finish her sentence, but the trace of indifference that flashed in her clear eyes made Yu instantly understand that the consequences of failure would definitely not be pleasant. This wasn't a negotiation, it was a notification. Yu took a deep breath, unleashing the spiritual energy within him without reservation. His energy core spun to its limit, and a faint, chaotic-colored halo emerged around his body. His pair of three tomo Sharingan glowed intensely, firmly locking onto the blurred figure ahead. The power of his ocular jutsu operated at its limit, not only to perceive but also to steady his mind and resist the omnipresent terrifying pressure. "Come on." He uttered 2 words, his back straight as a rod. The woman's figure seemed to nod slightly. In the next instant, boom! An invisible and intangible aura, yet as heavy as a mountain and as sharp as a blade, pressed firmly onto Yu. This was not an attack, but purely an oppressive aura. Yet just this 30% of the aura made Yu's face turn pale instantly. The stone slab beneath his feet emitted a strained crack sound, splitting into fine cracks. His bones were groaning, his meridians trembling, and his internal organs seemed about to be crushed into a ball. Even more terrifying was the impact on the spiritual level. Those clear eyes seemed to transform into a bottomless abyss, ready to suck in his consciousness, his soul, and then completely shatter them. Ugh! Yu let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But he did not fall. The Sharingan spun wildly, continuously analyzing, dispersing, and neutralizing the mental impact. The spiritual energy within his body stubbornly supported him, while the energy core in his dantian stood firm like a reef in a storm, guarding the final line of defense. He recalled the desperate situation when he faced the threat of death in the forest of bones, the life and death moment during an ambush, and the various humiliations he had endured in the past. An unyielding will surged from the depths of his heart. This pressure, what does it amount to? Hold on, for me. Yu roared in his heart. The red light in his eyes was almost overflowing, and the spinning speed of the three tomo reached an astonishing level. Faintly, at the center of the tomo, it seemed as if some deeper darkness was brewing. The sealed violent power within him also seemed to sense the extreme pressure, beginning to stir restlessly, but it was immediately forced back by his stronger will and ocular technique. He absolutely could not lose control here. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, with every second feeling like torment in a sea of fire and blades. Fine threads of blood began to seep from the corners of Yu's eyes and nostrils. His body trembled slightly, yet his spine remained unbent from start to finish. The blurred silhouette of the woman quietly watched him, her clear eyes growing increasingly filled with astonishment. 8 seconds, 9 seconds. 10 seconds, time's up. The mountain-like pressure receded instantly like a tide. In the quiet room, only Yu's heavy, winded breathing could be heard, like a broken bellows. He knelt halfway on the ground, his hands propping against the floor, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, blossoming into a striking red flower on the jade surface. His vision went black in waves, his ears buzzed, and every cell in his body screamed, but he endured. Every cell in my body groaned in agony, yet deep within my consciousness, an unyielding flame burned fiercely. I did it, I really held on. The blurred silhouette of the woman paused for a moment. The surprise in her clear eyes slowly settled, eventually turning into a barely perceptible trace of admiration. Not bad. Her voice remained calm, but it seemed to lack the initial coldness that kept others at a distance. You lasted a little longer than I expected. She raised her hand slightly, her movements gentle and elegant, as if merely brushing away non-existent dust from her sleeve. A faint, cold radiance gathered at her fingertips, though only the size of a grain of rice. It emitted an indescribable purity and depth, like the crystallization of moonlight and starlight, or perhaps fragments of some universal law. Your eyes are quite interesting, and your potential is fairly decent.
This strand of lunar stardust contains a trace of ultimate een and pure power.
It can refine your spiritual energy and stabilize your mind.
Especially for someone like you, whose talent is based on your eyes, it has remarkable effects.
More importantly,
the woman paused, her voice carrying a hint of deeper meaning. It can temporarily conceal that chaotic and volatile energy fluctuation within you. Though it's merely a superficial disguise and won't fool true experts, it's sufficient to pass the Academy's routine inspections. Before the voice had faded, that glimmer transformed into an almost imperceptible streak of light, instantly shooting into the center of my brow.
My entire body trembled violently.
An extremely cool yet incomparably gentle force surged into every corner of my being, like parched, cracked earth receiving a heavenly downpour. The hidden injuries in my shoulders and meridians, torn from resisting the oppressive force, healed at an astonishing speed under the cleansing of this power. The spiritual energy I had completely depleted seemed to receive the purest replenishment, not only recovering rapidly but also becoming more refined. As the chaotic vortex within me spun, it even faintly took on a cool, moonlit hue. But the most noticeable change was in my eyes. The burning pain and emptiness caused by the overuse of my 3-tomo Sharingan were swiftly soothed by this coolness. My ocular power not only fully recovered but also became even more resilient and profound. The world in my eyes has become clearer, and my sensitivity to the flow of energy has sharpened. I can even feel that deep within those crimson pupils, the darkness at the center of the tomo seems to have solidified a bit more. My Sharingan is about to evolve. The effects of this small gift were immediate and far exceeded my expectations. It is not only a miraculous remedy for healing but also a supplement to strengthen one's foundation, and even a powerful tool for disguise at critical moments. I took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in my heart, and struggled to stand upright, clasping my hands in salute.
Thank you, Senior, for your gracious.
No need. The woman interrupted me, her voice returning to that aloof and indifferent tone.
Giving you this gift is merely an investment. An investment in ensuring you don't die too quickly in the troubles ahead. And also to let me see whether Feng Qingyin's judgment is truly as good as they say.
Whether you can survive and how far you can go ultimately depends on yourself. She seemed to lift her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the roof of the quiet room, looking toward a certain direction outside Qianlong Peak.
Trouble has already arrived. My heart tightened, and the 3-tomo Sharingan activated instantly, elevating my perception to its peak.
Although I couldn't sense as clearly as she could, I did faintly feel an unusual, subtle fluctuation coming from the defensive array surrounding Qianlong Peak.
Was it the Law Enforcement Division? Or the Inspection Division? Or perhaps the Xie and Zhou families couldn't wait any longer to make their move?
Take this. The woman flicked her fingers casually, and a white token, neither gold nor jade, cool to the touch, landed in my hand. The front of the token was engraved with a crescent moon, while the back was smooth as a mirror. If you can truly survive this ordeal and break into the top 3 in the Academy ranking battle 3 months from now, take this token and come to Listening Snow Pavilion to see me. By then, we might be able to discuss a real deal. Remember, it must be the top 3. Otherwise, this token is nothing but a piece of scrap metal. The voice gradually dissipated, and the blurry figure faded away like a reflection in water being disturbed, quietly vanishing until it disappeared completely. In the silent room, only I remained, along with a faint trace of cold air lingering in the atmosphere. Everything that had just happened felt like a vivid illusion. Yet the spiritual energy filling my body, the deeper power in my eyes, and the icy token in my hand all told me that it was real. The cold white moon token in his palm clearly reminded him that everything that had just happened was real. A mysterious woman of unfathomable strength, due to Feng Qingyin's influence, had given him a test, which could also be considered an investment that would make countless people envious. The price was that he must survive the troubles ahead and break into the top 3 in the Academy's ranking competition. The Academy ranking competition was the battlefield of the Academy's elite, where the strong gathered like clouds. With his current apparent strength at the early stage of the 3rd tier, breaking into the top 50 would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in Yi Yu's eyes, instead, a blazing fighting spirit ignited within him. Top 3? His goal had never been limited to that.
At that moment, a loud explosion echoed, and the defensive formation on the outskirts of Qianlong Peak shook violently. A majestic and imposing voice, like rolling thunder piercing through the clouds, echoed across the entire mountain peak. Law Enforcement Division, Inspection Division, Academic Affairs Division, Joint Decree. Yi Yu, a student of the Qianlong class, is suspected of involvement in the malicious incident at the Withered Bones Forest. Proceed immediately to the Heart Inquiry Hall to undergo joint questioning and spiritual power assessment. No mistakes allowed. Mentor Qin Xuan, activate the formation and assist in execution. The voice carried the pressure of at least two 7th-tier powerhouses, causing the clouds around Qianlong Peak to churn violently. Trouble has arrived. And this time, it's a joint operation by 3 divisions, far more formidable than the last. Yi Yu tightened his grip on the white moon token in his hand, a fleeting trace of crimson flashing in his eyes. He slowly straightened his body, though his face was still somewhat pale, his back was as straight as a spear. After undergoing the tempering of the lunar stardust, the mixed element spiritual power within him surged like a tide, becoming even more solid and pure. He carefully stowed the white moon token close to his body, tidied his disheveled clothing, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then stepped forward out of the quiet chamber, toward the thunderous storm that had already arrived. The defensive light screen of Qianlong Peak parted like ripples of water, revealing a passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. Yi Yu stepped out slowly, and the scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. Outside the peak, the usual tranquility was gone. 3 figures hovered in the air in a triangular formation, like 3 silent mountains exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. On the left stood a man dressed in a solemn black robe, with cuffs embroidered with crossed chains and a long sword, the emblem of the law enforcement department. His face was stern, his gaze sharp like an eagle's. He was none other than Ling Jinyue, the deputy minister of the law enforcement department, who had previously confronted Qin Xuan. At this moment, his expression was even darker, and his eyes were filled with scrutiny and coldness as he looked at Yi Yu. In the center was a middle-aged woman dressed in a deep blue robe, with the emblem of the Eye of Oversight on her cuffs, indicating her affiliation with the Oversight Department. Her expression was serious, her gaze calm and unwavering, yet it seemed capable of seeing through one's soul. On the right stood an elder dressed in a grayish-blue mentor's robe, with cuffs embroidered with a scroll and a teaching rod, symbolizing the Academic Affairs Department. His hair was graying, and he appeared the most gentle, but the occasional glint in his eyes revealed that he was far from ordinary. The 3 departments united, nearly hovering there, and the unintentional release of their spiritual pressure nearly solidified the surrounding air. Behind them floated more than a dozen members of the enforcement team, inspectors, and academic affairs officers, all with cultivation levels above the 4th tier. This formation did not resemble an inquiry but rather a public trial. On the ground, near and far, students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, covertly or openly observing, their murmurs surging like waves. The 3 departments issued a joint order. Just what kind of trouble has this Yi Yu caused? I heard 2 people were killed in the Withered Bones Forest, and the law enforcement captain was injured. That captain is from the Xie family. A special recruit from the Qianlong class? They've only been here a few days? Already causing trouble. Serves them right. No matter the reason, killing classmates during the assessment is a serious crime. Gloating, indifferent, curious, countless gazes, like tangible needles, pierced into Yi Yu's body. Yi Yu seemed completely unaware. He stood at the passageway exit, the mountain wind blowing through his disheveled black hair and clothes. His face still appeared somewhat pale due to his injuries, but his posture was upright, and his gaze calmly met the 3 powerful figures in the sky. A highly oppressive gaze fell upon Yi Yu. Student Yi Yu, present? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly spread throughout the surroundings, calm and resolute. Ling Jinyue snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as lightning, scanning Yi Yu from head to toe as if trying to see through him completely. Yi Yu, we are acting under the joint orders of the 3 departments to take you to the Hall of Heart Inquiry for questioning and spiritual power assessment. Do you have any objections? No objections, Yi Yu answered crisply and decisively. That's good, the middle-aged woman from the inspection department spoke, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Please come with us. Do not attempt any resistance or escape. As soon as she finished speaking, she exchanged glances with Ling Jinyue and the elder from the Academic Affairs Department. The three simultaneously released a force from their bodies. Though gentle, this force was utterly irresistible, like an invisible chain softly binding Yi Yu. It was not a form of confinement but more akin to an escort and surveillance, ensuring he could not escape midway while also isolating him from any potential external interference. Yi Yu felt his body lighten as the force lifted him up, slowly raising him into the air to be level with the three overseers. From this height, he could clearly see the dense crowd below. On each face, there was an expression of curiosity, disdain, or indifference. The invisible pressure was heavier than a mountain. Under the bright daylight, being publicly displayed like a criminal for everyone to scrutinize brought a sense of humiliation that could crush anyone. Taking him out of the relatively safe quiet chamber was meant to invite him away in front of everyone with an overwhelmingly dominant stance. This first step was designed to suppress his momentum and plunge him into a state of isolation and helplessness. Yi Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cool air. The mixed primordial spiritual energy within him began to circulate faster, calming the turmoil in his heart. Beneath his closed eyelids, the three-tomo Sharingan emitted a faint warmth, allowing him to maintain absolute insight and composure. The white moon token he carried close to him also gave off a trace of coolness, reminding him of the deal he had just made and the promise set for 3 months later. And then, Feng Qingyan, this name, he wondered whether it would bring fortune or disaster. When he reopened his eyes, they were filled with calm. He even met Ling Jinyue's scrutinizing gaze without the slightest hint of evasion. "Let's go." The elder from the Academic Affairs Department seemed to nod slightly, then turned around first and flew toward the depths of the academy. Ling Jinyue and the woman from the Inspection Department flanked Yi Yu on either side, using invisible forces to guide him as they followed closely behind. Over a dozen accompanying personnel immediately followed, forming an imposing procession that swept across the academy's skies. Wherever they passed, countless gazes below were drawn to them, accompanied by murmurs of astonishment and speculation. "Is that Yi Yu? So handsome, he doesn't look as ruthless as the rumors say. You can never truly know someone. There must be something fishy about the withered bone forest incident. TSK, the three departments joining forces, it's been years since we've seen such a spectacle." Yi Yu automatically blocked out the noise, his gaze fixed on the distance. The academy's cluster of buildings swiftly passed beneath him, and finally, a majestic hall appeared ahead, floating solitarily above a vast lake. The hall was entirely constructed from a grayish-white stone, ancient and solemn, devoid of any superfluous decorations. Above the main entrance hung a massive plaque, inscribed with 3 large characters in an archaic script, "Hall of Heart Inquiry." The lake surrounding the hall was deep and tranquil, without the slightest ripple, reflecting the gray-white structure and the drifting clouds in the sky. It exuded an even greater sense of solemnity, tinged with a faint, unsettling loneliness and pressure. This was the place where the academy handled major internal disputes and conducted trials. Legend has it that the Hall of Heart Inquiry itself is a powerful artifact, capable of reflecting one's true heart and seeing through all falsehoods. Within this hall, any lies or disguises would be subjected to immense pressure. A group of people landed on the spacious platform in front of the Hall of Heart Inquiry. The platform was vast and empty, with only a tightly closed hall door exuding a heavy aura. Ling Jinyue and the others withdrew their pulling force, but the invisible energy still locked onto Yi Yu. The woman from the inspection department turned around to face him, her gaze calm yet deeply penetrating. "Yi Yu, after entering the Hall of Heart Inquiry, you will undergo a joint interrogation. All questions must be answered truthfully, as the hall itself will sense the truth. Afterward, we will conduct a spiritual power assessment to examine your spiritual attributes and determine if there is any presence of forbidden evil forces." She paused for a moment before continuing, "This is your opportunity to state the facts and prove your innocence, as well as a necessary procedure to uncover the truth. Do you understand?" "Understood." Yi Yu nodded. "During this period, you have the right to remain silent," the elder from the Academic Affairs Department added, his tone still gentle, but the meaning in his words was unmistakably clear. "However, your silence itself may also be taken into account in our final evaluation." Ling Jinyue stared coldly at Yi Yu without saying a word.
His gaze, however, was unreserved, as if waiting to see how Yi Yu would reveal his true colors in this hall of heart inquiry.
Go in.
The woman from the inspection department gestured. Two law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward, flanking Yi Yu on the left and right, effectively sandwiching him in the middle.
Although they did not lay hands on him, their posture clearly resembled escorting a prisoner. Yi Yu took a deep breath and stepped forward.
As he approached, the heavy palace doors silently swung inward, revealing a deep and dimly lit passage, like a giant beast opening its blood-red maw. The aura emanating from within was cold and oppressive, striking directly at one's core. Behind him were the leaders of the three factions, countless scrutinizing gazes, unresolved accusations, and looming crises. Ahead lies an unknown trial, a questioning of the heart powerful enough to reveal all his secrets. Taking this step forward is tantamount to pushing himself into the eye of the storm, leaving no room for retreat. But Yi Yu's steps did not waver in the slightest. He adjusted his breathing, feeling the cool and steady force of moonlight within him, deeply burying the existence of the white moon token in his heart. The three-pointed starlight in his eyes slowly rotated, his mind highly focused to face the immense pressure that was about to come. Then, he stepped over the high threshold in one stride. His figure was instantly swallowed by the profound darkness of the Hall of Heart Inquiry. The heavy hall doors slowly closed behind him, emitting a deep, muffled sound that completely sealed off everything inside and out. On the platform outside the hall, Ling Jinyue, the woman from the inspection department, and the elder from the education department exchanged glances, then each sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and focused their minds. Their spirits were already connected to the formation of the Hall of Heart Inquiry, allowing them to hear the entire interrogation process within the hall and sense even the slightest fluctuation of its atmosphere. The surrounding guards dispersed, maintaining a high level of vigilance. On the distant lakeshore, more and more people gathered upon hearing the news, forming a dense crowd, yet no one dared to speak loudly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. The air seemed to have solidified. At the moment the hall doors closed tightly, a cold voice echoed within the vast hall of the Heart Inquiry Palace.
Student Ji Yu, regarding the deaths of Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng during the Withered Bone Forest assessment, how do you explain this? Yi Yu did not answer immediately.
He surveyed his surroundings. The space here was far more expansive than he had imagined. Gray-white stone walls stretched upward infinitely, disappearing into the darkness above, with no sign of a dome. Only a few faint, eerie rays of light of unknown origin barely illuminated a circular area in the center of the hall. The source of the sound was directly ahead. There, three massive stone chairs floated in mid-air, their tall backs carved with majestic patterns. The chairs were unoccupied, with only three hazy light shadows gently fluctuating, appearing in pale gold, deep blue, and grayish-green hues. The aura they emitted was similar to that of Ling Jinyue and the other two outside the hall, but far more pure and vast. Obviously, the interrogator is not a real person but a projection of some kind of will. This ensures the fairness of the interrogation and prevents the interrogator from harboring personal bias, as the Hall of Heart Inquiry can not only detect whether the person being interrogated is lying but also perceive the inner thoughts of the interrogator.
Student Yi Yu, please respond.
That cold voice sounded again, emanating from the faint golden light projection, carrying the same sharp aura as Ling Jinyue. Yi Yu steadied himself, his gaze sweeping over the three light projections, and slowly began to speak. His voice echoed through the vast hall, clear and steady. During the assessment in the Withered Bone Forest, I did indeed encounter fellow students Lu Suifeng and Shi Meng, and a conflict occurred. He did not deny it, because it was an undeniable fact. The pressure in the Hall of Conscience did not increase as a result. The cause of the conflict was that the two of them, under Xiamiao's orders, ambushed me. As soon as the words fell, the deep blue light representing the woman from the inspection department flickered slightly.
Ambush?
Where's the evidence? Asked another relatively calm voice, coming from the grayish-blue light representing the elder from the academic affairs department.
There is no direct physical evidence.
Yi Yu's response was methodical. This was a reasonable inference based on facts, and the pressure in the Hall of Conscience remained steady, proving that what he said was indeed what he believed to be true. Then, please elaborate on the course of the conflict and their causes of death. The pale golden light and shadow pressed on, its tone aggressive.
Yi Yu fell silent for a moment, quickly formulating the most reasonable explanation in his mind. He slowly began. One of them took the lead in attacking. The two worked seamlessly together, one restraining me while the other launched the main attack, each move ruthless and clearly aimed to take my life. I had no choice but to fight back desperately. It was a grueling battle. I barely managed to stay on my feet, but my body was already covered in numerous wounds. Just as I was about to reach my limit, the two suddenly unleashed a strange power, and their strength surged instantly. That power was filled with an aura of evil and brutality, chaotic and violent, something no ordinary cultivator could possibly control. That power not only exceeded my ability to handle but also went beyond their own control. Yi Yu's voice echoed in the vast hall of reflection, carrying a kind of almost cruel calmness. The moment I sensed danger, I desperately retreated, but I was still caught by the shockwave of that explosive force and passed out on the spot. When I woke up again, all that remained was a massive crater and some charred fragments that no longer resembled human forms. Yi Yu's words were 70% true and 30% false. He deliberately concealed the details of using his special eye technique and the violent power within his body, and he didn't mention that, at the last moment, he turned the tables and absorbed part of the opponent's energy. He attributed the deaths of Lu Suifeng and Sharingan entirely to their own recklessness, claiming they were consumed by the backlash of forbidden power. This explanation was reasonable and the safest. After all, that kind of sinister technique, which relies on devouring flesh and blood to merge power, sounds like a forbidden art prone to spiraling out of control. The pale golden light remained silent for a moment before the grayish-blue light slowly spoke. According to what you said, the two of them weren't killed by your own hands, but rather died due to losing control of their own power? That's correct. From start to finish, I was on the defensive, and in the end, I was forced to flee. Yi Yu's tone was calm, without the slightest evasion. The invisible pressure within the hall of heart inquiry remained steady, showing no reaction to his words. This seemed to indicate that, at least in his own understanding, what he said was the truth. Then how do you explain Xie Chongshan's accusations and the destruction of the spirit sealing lock? The deep blue light immediately pressed further. Yi Yu replied, when Captain Xie Zhongshan appeared, I had just recovered from the shock of the explosion, only a step away from death. He didn't ask anything. As soon as he arrived, he gave the order, kill without mercy, and directly used the spirit suppression lock on me. I could only use the last bit of my strength to resist. But that spirit suppression lock seemed to clash with the lingering sinister energy at the scene. Coupled with my chaotic spiritual power at the time, which was also tainted by that sinister aura, it led to its destruction. I would never dare to intentionally destroy an enforcement artifact, nor would I have the ability to do so in such a severely injured state. This explanation is equally flawless, skillfully shifting the responsibility to the residual sinister energy field at the scene and Xie Chongshan's reckless actions without distinguishing right from wrong. The three clusters of light fell into prolonged silence, and the grand hall was enveloped in a deathly stillness. That invisible pressure slowly flowed, as if carefully weighing every word he said and comparing it against some higher-level truth. No one knew how much time had passed before the grayish-blue light finally spoke again, its tone much calmer. Student Yi Yu, regarding your account of the withered bone forest incident, the Hall of Conscience has not detected any obvious lies or major omissions. Your judgment on the causes of death of Lu Suifeng and Sharingan aligns closely with the analysis report of the residual energy at the scene. As for the conflict between you and law enforcement Captain Xie Chongshan, the preliminary judgment is that it was an emergency response under unclear circumstances when encountering a sudden situation. The damage to the spirit sealing lock does indeed have the possibility of being caused by external interference. In summary, the preliminary conclusion of the joint inquiry is, the existing evidence is insufficient to establish the accusations against trainee Yi Yu of deliberately murdering fellow students, practicing forbidden dark arts, or intentionally damaging law enforcement artifacts. Innocent? The pale golden light fluctuated slightly, seemingly unwilling to accept the outcome. It is insufficient evidence, charges not established, the deep blue light corrected coldly. However, considering Yi Yu's involvement in this incident, along with the numerous unresolved doubts during the process, the specific gains and contributions from this bone forest assessment cannot be evaluated. Therefore, the assessment's hidden dragon points are 0. Temporarily retain their status as a Qianlong class student. If new evidence emerges later, we reserve the right to reopen the investigation.
This can be considered a compromise result. Although the most fatal charge was cleared, it didn't completely exonerate him, and his deserved rewards were also withheld.
Cadet Yiyu, do you understand? The grayish-blue figure asked. I understand, Yiyu lowered his head. This result was actually within his expectations.
Being able to temporarily escape the charge of murder was already the best outcome for now.
As for the Qianlong point, there would always be a way to earn it back later. All right. This inquiry is now concluded.
As soon as the words were spoken, the three clusters of light and shadow gradually faded and eventually disappeared.
The pressure enveloping the entire grand hall receded like a tide.
The heavy hall door behind Yiyu silently opened inward, revealing the bright platform outside and the dense crowd by the lakeshore in the distance.
Yiyu took a deep breath. Yiyu tidied his clothes and stepped out of the Hall of Heart Inquiry.
The glaring sunlight made him squint slightly. He saw that on one side of the platform, Ling Jinyue, the woman from the inspection department, and the elder from the academic affairs department, who had been sitting cross-legged earlier, had all stood up. Ling Jinyue's face was ashen, and his gaze at Yiyu was like staring at a prey that had narrowly escaped, filled with cold resentment. The woman from the inspection department remained expressionless, merely nodding at him lightly. As for the elder from the academic affairs department, he wore a gentle smile, but deep within his eyes lay an unfathomable meaning. The crowd on the distant lakeshore suddenly became restless.
He's out. He's out.
What's the result?
Was he convicted? Look at Deputy Commander Ling's expression, it doesn't seem good.
Whispers buzzed like countless bees. Yiyu kept his eyes straight ahead, preparing to follow the three stewards out of this troublesome place.
But at that moment,
Yiyu! A sharp cry exploded from the front of the crowd by the lakeshore. A pale-faced young man dressed in luxurious attire stepped forward from the crowd. It was Wei Shining.
Yiyu!
Wei Shining's face was full of grief and venom. He deliberately raised his voice to ensure everyone present could hear him.
Even if the Hall of Conscience didn't convict you, that only proves there wasn't enough evidence. They died so horribly, and you were the only one at the scene. Do you dare claim this has nothing to do with you? Who knows if you used some underhanded trick to deceive the Hall of Conscience? That's right. The Hall of Conscience isn't infallible either. Wei Shining's sidekick immediately echoed loudly.
A country bumpkin who just arrived at the academy and already caused a death, even dared to fight with the enforcement team.
Such a jinx doesn't deserve to stay in our academy.
Another female student shouted sharply, immediately drawing agreement from many others.
Get out of the academy. Expel him. He must be expelled. And the elite dragon class? Does he even deserve it? He must have used some dirty backdoor. I heard he didn't even get the Qianlong point. His assessment is completely empty, just a worthless loser.
For a moment, accusations, curses, and demands for him to drop out poured in from all directions like dirty water. Among these people, some were deliberately incited by Wei Shining, some were purely jealous of his status in the Qianlong class, and others simply enjoyed following the crowd and stirring up trouble, finding entertainment in the chaos. The crowd was furious, and the scene was nearly out of control. Ling Jinyue's lips curled into a barely noticeable cold smile, showing no intention of intervening. The woman from the inspection department frowned slightly but seemed curious to see how Yiyu would handle the situation. The elder from the academic affairs department sighed softly and likewise chose to remain silent. The invisible pressure of interrogation had now turned into tangible, overwhelming malice and rejection, pressing heavily on Yiyu. Yiyu stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around, facing the lakeshore, facing those countless disdainful, angry, and gloating gazes. The sunlight fell on his slightly pale face, outlining distinct features. His gaze was unusually calm, devoid of anger, containing only an unfathomable depth. Are you done talking? His voice was not loud, yet it miraculously drowned out all the noise, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The noisy crowd fell silent. The conclusion of the Hall of Heart inquiry is right there. Yiyu pointed to the towering hall behind him.
A joint inquiry by 3 departments, witnessed throughout. If you don't believe it, you can apply to review the records yourself, or try walking into the Hall of Heart inquiry yourself. As for whether I deserve to stay in the academy, his gaze swept over Wei Xining's group and finally fixed on a distant point, as if piercing through the crowd to see something deeper. It's not something your few words can decide. The academy's rules have their own judgment. My stay or departure is not for you to meddle in. His tone was extremely calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness, and even a faint, almost imperceptible arrogance of looking down on all beings. Arrogant. Still talking tough on the brink of death. Mentor Zhou. Please come and judge this matter. Shouldn't such a disruptive influence, who damages the academy's atmosphere, be expelled? Wei Xining suddenly turned her head and shouted loudly at Zhou Wenchang, who had appeared at some point on one side of the platform. Zhou Wenchang stood with his hands behind his back, his face sharp and cold. His icy gaze fell on Yiyu, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk. Just because the procedures of the Heart Inquiry Hall have been completed doesn't mean this person's character is without issues. The events in the Withered Bone Forest are full of suspicious points. More importantly, since this student enrolled, he has repeatedly caused trouble, been defiant and unruly, shown no respect for his elders, and has tense relationships with his peers. As a member of the review committee, after thoroughly considering his conduct and the negative impact he has had on the academy's atmosphere, I believe he is no longer suitable to continue studying at the Federal Capital Academy. He paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice, carrying the unique authority of a mentor, and announced word by word. I hereby propose to immediately initiate a review process of the student's conduct, temporarily freeze all of Yiyu's student privileges, and submit the matter of whether to advise his withdrawal to the Academic Affairs Office and the Student Management Committee for final deliberation. Whoosh! The crowd completely erupted. Zhou Wenchang's words, each one cutting to the heart, practically pushed Yiyu further down a dead-end path. This sentence became the final straw that broke the camel's back. A mentor personally proposing expulsion, this decision carried enough weight to ruin a student's future. Wei Xining's face immediately revealed a smug and sinister smile. A trace of satisfaction also flashed in Ling Jinyue's eyes. For a moment, countless gazes, filled with sympathy, mockery, or cold indifference, all focused on Yiyu. Everyone was waiting, eager to see him break down, to see him kneel and beg for mercy, or to see him lose his mind in anger. Yiyu's gaze swept over his mentor Zhou Wenchang, over the gloating Wei Xining, and over those pairs of malicious, unfamiliar eyes. Suddenly, he smiled lightly. The smile was faint, yet it carried a piercing chill and a determination burning like a raging fire. He raised his hand, pointing at Zhou Wenchang, pointing at Xiamiao, pointing at the noisy crowd, his voice clear, each word cutting through the clamor. Want me to drop out? All right. 3 months from now is the Academy's ranking battle. If I, Yiyu, fail to claim first place in the entire Academy, I don't need your nonsense. I'll leave on my own, and from now on, I will never set foot in Capital Academy again. But if I succeed... A flash of blood-red light flickered in his eyes, and his voice suddenly turned sharp, like an unsheathed sword, instantly cutting through all the discussions and ridicule. Today, everyone who has humiliated me, slandered me, and forced me. I want you, in front of all the teachers and students of the Academy, to apologize to me, Yiyu. As the words fell, the entire scene plunged into dead silence. The scorching sunlight seemed to freeze, and the breeze by the lake came to a halt. Only the straight figure of the black-haired boy, like a long spear, stood tall before the Hall of Reflection. His resounding declaration was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. However, in the midst of this dead silence, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. It was a slightly husky yet naturally magnetic female voice, like velvet soaked in icy water, breaking the silence without any warning. Expelled? Who wants him expelled? The voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears with a peculiar penetrating power, as if it gently scratched the itchiest spot in one's heart, only to be immediately frozen by the coldness in the words. Everyone, including Ling Jinyue and Zhou Wenchang on the high platform, as well as the dense crowd by the lakeshore, instinctively turned their gaze toward the sound. In the distance, deep within the academy, a black figure was stepping through the void, approaching step by step.
She walked unhurriedly, even with a hint of laziness, but each step seemed to land on an invisible staircase, steady and composed. The afternoon sunlight poured down, and the first thing that caught the eye was a black cloak that almost blended into the shadows. The cloak's design was simple yet exuded quality, with ancient flame patterns embroidered in dark gold along the edges. It billowed behind her with her steps, resembling an unfolding night sky or the folded wings of some powerful creature. Beneath the cloak was a form-fitting black outfit that outlined curves capable of making any young man's heart race. A slender waist, long legs, and a full, powerful silhouette exuded a wild, aggressive beauty, starkly different from the pure or gentle female students in the academy. However, when everyone's gaze instinctively moved upward and fell on that face, many gasped sharply, and the crowd immediately erupted into an uncontrollable commotion, mixed with astonishment and disgust. It was a face that formed a stark contrast to her devilishly alluring figure. Although the skin was fair, it was covered with numerous brown spots of varying sizes and shades, as if a mischievous child had randomly dotted it with an ink pen, completely ruining the delicate contours her features should have had. Her nose was straight, her lips full, and the contours of her chin could be described as perfect. Yet those dense spots, like the most venomous curse, destroyed all sense of beauty, leaving only a rough and unsettling strangeness. Except for those eyes. Narrow and slightly upturned, the pupils were an extremely deep, almost pure white color. As her gaze shifted, there was neither the clarity of a young girl nor the charm of a woman, only a kind of languid indifference that seemed to see through the world, coupled with an unmasked, icy scrutiny at this moment. And so she stood there, with that spot-covered face, draped in a domineering black cloak, in a manner both attention-grabbing and terrifying, step by step ascending to the platform of the Heart Inquiry Hall. She stopped just a short distance in front of Yu, slightly turning her body to shield him behind her. This positioning, the sense of protection, is self-evident. On the platform, an elder from the Academic Affairs Department with graying hair was the first to react. He looked at that figure and exclaimed in surprise, Feng Qingyan? Then, the astonishment on his face softened into a gentle smile, and he gave a slight nod to the newcomer. The middle-aged woman from the inspection department beside him also nodded, a trace of understanding flashing in her eyes. However, deeper within, there was a barely perceptible fear. Only Ling Jinyue's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot in an instant, even 10 times worse than when he had heard Yu's provocation earlier. He stared intently at that black-clad figure, his lips pressed into a cold, straight line, and deep in his gaze was an unmistakable wariness, even a trace of genuine fear. Mentor Zhou Wenchan's pupils also contracted, and his sharp face turned pale and green. He had clearly recognized the newcomer, and the arrogance belonging to a mentor vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of solemnity and unease. After a brief dead silence, the crowd by the lakeshore completely erupted. It's her. It's really her. The legendary 9th-level ability user. My god, why would she come here? Could it be for Yu as well? Look at where she's standing. Is she here to back up Yu? Amid the murmurs, a female student couldn't help but exclaim softly, her voice filled with disillusionment, but why does she look like this? Her figure is so good, but her face. The whispers spread like a virus, quickly permeating the crowd. The name Feng Qingyan was practically legendary among the academy's upper echelons and well-informed students. Most of the rumors about her revolved around her strength, mystery, and unfathomable background, but no one had ever specifically described her appearance. After all, only a select few in the Qianlong class were privileged enough to know what Feng Qingyan used to look like. Now, this legendary figure stood right before their eyes, but her pockmarked face created a shocking contrast to the imagined image of a strong hero, leaving many who had looked up to her feeling instantly unbalanced. Wei Xining stood at the very front of the crowd, equally awed by Feng Qingyan's aura and reputation. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Feng Qingyan's face, covered in blemishes, the fear in her heart was instantly overwhelmed by a mix of jealousy, disdain, and a twisted sense of satisfaction. Why? Why should an ugly freak possess such a commanding presence? Why should she make Mentor Qin Chuan and these prominent figures feel apprehensive? And why should she be the one standing in front of Yu, protecting him? The intense mix of jealousy and venomous hatred clouded her mind, and without thinking, she shouted in the sharpest voice, "Who did I think it was?
Turns out it's you, you ugly freak.
The sound was like a rusty saw, piercing through the noise sharply and spreading clearly across the entire venue.
With a face that looks like it's been licked by a toad, you still dare to show yourself? And you're even imitating others, protecting this murderer? Birds of a feather, indeed.
The few followers around her, along with the students who had been stirred up, immediately joined in the commotion.
Exactly. Ugly people always cause trouble. Looking this ugly and still daring to come out? Who are you trying to scare to death?
TSK, such a pity about that figure. Oh wait, with that face of hers, it's simply unbearable to look at.
You, is this your backer? An ugly woman? Ha ha ha.
The vicious ridicule and blatant insults poured down on Feng Qingyan like filthy muddy water. Wei Xining looked at Feng Qingyan's calm face and her posture of shielding Yi Yu behind her, and an even more malicious thought surged in her mind. Her face twisted into an exaggerated and disgusting expression as she pointed at Feng Qingyan and Yi Yu, raising her voice to the highest pitch, sharp enough to almost break.
I understand now. Yi Yu. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Turns out you've latched onto this ugly woman's thigh.
She paused, then shouted with all the malice in her body, a country bumpkin murderer and an ugly freak who can't show her face.
You two are truly a match made in heaven, dog. Man. Woman. A perfect pair. Ha 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 ha. These vulgar words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. Countless gazes focused on Feng Qingyan and Yi Yu, filled with malicious speculation and lewd ridicule. Ling Jinyue's lips curved into a cold arc, enjoying the spectacle.
Zhou Wenchang also sneered secretly. They dared not offend Feng Qingyan directly, but now that there were insensible students standing up for them, they were naturally happy to watch the drama unfold. In their view, Feng Qingyan, as the captain of the Federal Bureau of Abilities, held a noble status and would hardly stoop to argue with a group of students.
Yi Yu stood behind Feng Qingyan, clearly hearing every word of the insults. His gaze suddenly turned icy and piercing. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the black figure ahead. Feng Qingyan floated quietly in midair. Below, the unbearable insults surged like a tide. Yet she didn't even move an eyebrow. On that pockmarked face, no expression could be seen. No anger, no shame, no grievance.
It was as if those venomous words couldn't stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. Only those pure white, slender eyes were slightly lowered, gazing down at the jeering crowd below, especially Wei Xining, who was shouting the loudest. That gaze was so calm, it was as if she were looking at a group of insects about to be crushed. Then, she finally moved. She did not lash out in fury, nor did she reprimand harshly. Instead, she merely curled the corner of her lips ever so slightly. It was an almost imperceptible, utterly cold smile. At that moment, an invisible aura spread quietly from her as the center. This aura was indescribable, yet as heavy as a mountain and as cold as piercing ice, as if it originated from the depths of the abyss. There was no earth-shattering burst of energy, but wherever this aura passed, all the people on the lakeshore who had been shouting insults, whether it was Wei Xining, her followers, or the other jeering students, instantly fell silent. It was as if an invisible giant hand had gripped everyone's throat tightly. The twisted expressions from their insults still lingered on their faces, but their eyes were now filled with a sudden, soul-deep cold fear. Their bodies stiffened, their blood seemed frozen, and even their thoughts became sluggish. This was not merely a suppression of power, but a form of indifference and judgment from a higher level of existence, like a deity gazing down at the ants beneath its feet. The temperature in the space before the Hall of Heart Inquiry plummeted suddenly. Only then did Feng Qingyan slowly speak. Her voice was still hoarse and magnetic, yet each word was like an ice spike, piercing into everyone's hearts. Finish talking? Her gaze swept over the crowd below, who seemed frozen in place with terror-stricken faces, and finally landed on Wei Xining, whose face was deathly pale and body trembling. You, just now said. She asked word by word, what am I in him? The moment the words fell, Wei Xining seemed to see a faint flicker of ghostly purple flames deep within Feng Qingyan's pitch-black pupils, as if those flames could scorch a person's very soul to ashes. Wei Xining opened her mouth, but no sound came from her throat. Feng Qingyan's pure white eyes fell upon her, making her feel as though she were stark naked, exposed in a world of ice and snow, with even her soul freezing and shattering inch by inch. She stared at those ghostly purple flames, feeling that they were not flames, but rather a fissure leading to the abyss, ready to devour her at any moment. She finally realized just what kind of terrifying existence her earlier words had provoked. At this critical moment, a steady and resonant voice, tinged with evident urgency, pierced through the deathly silence, rushing from the depths of the academy. "Stop!" The sound approached from afar, and as the last word fell, a middle-aged figure dressed in a dark black robe with gold trim, with a refined and scholarly appearance, landed on the platform, standing right between Feng Qingyan and the frozen crowd below. The newcomer was none other than Luo Tianqing, the principal of the Federation Capital Academy. Though a seventh-tier powerhouse, his long tenure in a high position naturally endowed him with an air of authority and dignity. "Captain Feng, please calm your anger." Luo Tianqing's face carried an appropriate mix of apology and solemnity. He first cupped his hands slightly toward Feng Qingyan, adopting a very humble posture. "It is my failure in discipline that allowed the students to speak such offensive words and disrespect Captain Feng. On behalf of the academy, I offer my apologies." His gaze swept over the students below, who were still frozen in place with faces full of fear, a trace of helplessness and sternness flashing in his eyes. Feng Qingyan did not restrain that icy aura. Her pure white eyes calmly turned to Luo Tianqing, her voice devoid of emotion. "Dean Luo, you've come at just the right time." Luo Tianqing smiled bitterly in his heart. As soon as he received the news, he rushed over, but the aura of this ninth-rank powerhouse, once unleashed, was enough to make people tremble with fear even from a great distance. "Captain Feng, these students are young and impulsive, speaking without restraint. They indeed deserve severe punishment. However, they are all carefully nurtured talents of the academy. I ask Captain Feng to show mercy and give them a chance to reform. Afterward, the academy will certainly impose strict punishment to set an example." "A chance to reform?" The cold curve at the corner of Feng Qingyan's lips seemed to deepen slightly. "Dean Luo, if the person standing here today were not me, but an ordinary academy instructor or a staff member with a scarred face, and they suffered such public, malicious, and vile humiliation and attacks, even the innocent trainees around them being insulted as dogs and harlots, would the academy still brush it off lightly and ask me to give them a chance?" Luo Tianqing's expression froze instantly. He certainly understood that if it were any ordinary person, the academy would at most handle it internally and never let the matter escalate to this extent. But the problem was, the identity of the person before him was anything but ordinary. Luo Tianqing took a deep breath, trying to stabilize the situation. "The circumstances are, of course, different. But please, Captain Feng, believe me, the academy will absolutely not tolerate such vile behavior. The ringleaders of the disturbance will be severely punished. And those who joined in the commotion must also face consequences." "Severe punishment? The price?" Feng Qingyan's gaze once again fell on Wei Shining. That look, like a cold blade, made Wei Shining shudder, feeling as if she had been stripped naked and thrown into an icy wilderness. What kind of severe punishment does Director Luo intend? A demerit? Confinement? Or docking cultivation resources? Or direct expulsion? With each word she uttered, Luo Tianqing's expression grew darker. Expulsion? That probably wouldn't work. After all, Wei Shining had Zhou Mingxian backing her. Although the Zhou family's influence couldn't compare to the Xie family, it was still a prominent presence in Tianyuan City. However, if it were just a slap-on-the-wrist punishment like a demerit or confinement, it was clearly not enough to quell the fury of the person in front of him. Then what does Captain Feng suggest? Luo Tianqing could only cautiously probe. "My meaning is very simple." Feng Qingyan finally slightly restrained the icy aura that seemed to freeze the entire square. The students below, who had been suffocating under the pressure, suddenly felt their throats loosen. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their eyes filled with pure terror as they looked at Feng Qingyan. Wei Shining's legs went weak, and she directly collapsed to the ground, her body trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Feng Qingyan's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. First, all those who participated in the insults and jeering today will have their basic cultivation resources for this semester completely revoked starting now. Additionally, you must complete triple the punitive academy tasks, and all task earnings must be handed over to the academy. I will observe you throughout the entire semester. If there is any further misconduct, you will be expelled immediately, and a permanent stain will be left on your record. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Although the fear had not yet dissipated, upon hearing such a severe punishment, the students who had just been watching the commotion turned pale as paper. Cultivation resources are the fundamental guarantee of their progress, and a punishment task 3 times as harsh would completely drain all their rest time. This punishment was far harsher than simply receiving a major demerit. Second, Feng Qingyan paid no attention to the commotion below and continued, the ringleader, Wei Shining. Wei Shining suddenly raised her head, the last trace of color draining from her face. Deprive her of all privileges as a student, including access to advanced cultivation rooms, enrollment in high-level courses, participation in academy exchange activities, and all other qualifications. At the same time, record a major demerit and place her under probation. If during the probation period, there are any inappropriate words or actions, or if her cultivation progress over 2 consecutive semesters falls below the average level of students in the same grade, she will be expelled immediately. Additionally, Feng Qingyan paused, her gaze shifting to Luo Tianxing. She must personally write an apology letter and post it on the academy's bulletin board, publicly apologizing to me and Yiyu. This letter must be displayed for 7 days. No. I don't want to. Wei Shining let out a sharp cry. Public apology? And handwritten? This is more unbearable for her than death. She will become the laughingstock of the entire academy. This is not up to you. Feng Qingyan's indifferent words were like an invisible hand, once again gripping Wei Shining's throat. She could only let out a desperate gasp, her face ashen. Luo Tianxing's brows furrowed tightly. This punishment was indeed extremely severe. Especially for Wei Shining, it almost destroyed all her prospects at the academy, and the public apology further trampled on her dignity. But he knew, this was probably not the end. Captain Foam, such a punishment is already enough to warn everyone. What do you think? Luo Tianxing tried to suggest ending the matter here. Dean Luo thinks this is enough? Feng Qingyan's pure white eyes seemed to see through his thoughts. Yiyu is my younger brother. Today, he was implicated and insulted for no reason. Earlier, because of the incident in the withered bone forest, someone deliberately guided public opinion to smear him as a murderer, an evil cultivator, and a shameless man who climbed the ranks by relying on women. She slightly turned her body, fully exposing Yiyu behind her to everyone's view. At this moment, Yiyu had already withdrawn the blood-red hue from his eyes, his expression calm, but beneath that calmness was a chilling coldness that made one's heart tremble. His reputation was damaged, and his spirit attacked. Just because of these baseless accusations, his evaluation in the withered bones forest was put on hold, his dragon points were 0, and even the most basic cultivation resources were withheld from him. Feng Qingyan's voice grew colder and colder. Dean Luo, is this how your academy treats a special recruit, a student with limitless potential? Allowing rumors to harm him, allowing unfair things to happen? Luo Tianxing's heart sank, knowing the main issue had arrived. He carefully organized his words. Regarding Yiyu's incident in the withered bones forest, the decision was jointly made by the Enforcement Department, the Supervision Department, and the Academic Affairs Department. There were no procedural issues. Of course, the events of today do reflect the Academy's failure in supervision, which caused Yiyu to suffer grievances. We can consider providing him with some compensation. Compensation? Feng Qingyan interrupted coldly. What I want is not charity given at your whim, but the justice he deserves, and the price you must pay today. She extended 3 fingers, her fair fingertips glinting coldly under the sunlight. First, since the joint inquiry has determined insufficient evidence, the pending evaluation of Yiyu during the Withered Bones Forest assessment must be revoked. The Academy must, within 1 day, provide a fair evaluation based on his actual performance and issue all the dragon points he deserves.
As for the amount, follow the rules.
But if I find it unfair, this matter won't end here. Second, due to the mental harm caused to Yiyu by this incident, the Academy must additionally compensate him with an A-level cultivation resource pack. This should include enough crystal cores for him to cultivate to the peak of the 4th tier, 3 bottles of Tranquil Mind Elixir, and a 3-day qualification to train in the Chaotic Spiritual Energy Tower.
Third, Feng Qingyan's gaze swept over the ashen-faced Ling Jinyue and Zhou Wenchang.
I want all the mentors and department heads present today, including Deputy Minister Ling, Mentor Zhou, and
Dean Luo, to issue a public statement in the Academy's official name.
The statement must clarify that all slander against Yiyu today is false, restore his reputation, and apologize to him for the negligence in the Academy's management.
As soon as this condition was announced, it was like a bomb exploding in the crowd, forcing the entire Academy's leadership, including the Dean himself, to publicly issue a statement of apology? This was practically trampling the Academy's dignity underfoot.
Ling Jinyue and Zhou Wenchang's faces instantly turned ashen, resembling pig liver, and they almost couldn't resist speaking out in rebuttal. Luo Tianqing's breath also paused, his brows furrowed tightly. Captain Feng, the first 2 points can be negotiated, but this third one? The Academy's reputation is of utmost importance, and making a public statement might be inappropriate.
How about changing it to an internal notice and severely punishing the relevant personnel instead? Dean Luo. Feng Qingyan's voice instantly turned ice cold. I am not negotiating with you.
She took a step forward, releasing the terrifying aura of a 9th-tier powerhouse without reservation. It was like a massive wave from the abyss, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts in an instant. My brother cannot be humiliated in vain.
If the Academy made a mistake, it must pay the price. She sneered disdainfully. Face? Reputation?
If you can't even uphold the most basic justice, then so-called face is nothing but a fig leaf. Today, either do as I say, or... Her gaze swept over the group of limp students on the ground. I'll personally teach them what it means to suffer the consequences of their words and what it means to have reverence.
This was a blatant threat. But no one dared to doubt her ability to carry it out.
A 9th-tier ability user, the ace captain of the Federal Bureau, if she truly wanted to do something in the Academy, even someone like Luo Tianqing, who is also 9th tier, wouldn't be able to stop her.
Moreover, Feng Qingyan was the youngest and most promising 9th tier in the Federation, with limitless potential in the future.
No one was willing to offend her lightly.
Luo Tianqing's expression shifted unpredictably as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind.
Agreeing would mean the Academy loses face, but it would calm the situation, protect the students, and provide an explanation to Yiyu.
Refusing would make today's incident impossible to resolve and might even lead to a more terrifying conflict.
He glanced at the student whose eyes were full of pleading, then at his colleague behind him whose face was ashen, and finally let out a long sigh.
Fine.
Luo Tianqing seemed to age instantly. We'll do as Captain Feng suggested.
The first 2 items, handle them immediately.
As for the third, the Academy will issue a statement before noon tomorrow.
Dean. Ling Jinyue growled unwillingly. Luo Tianqing merely raised his hand to stop him and looked tiredly at Feng Qingyan. Does this satisfy you, Captain Feng?
Feng Qingyan's imposing aura gradually subsided, and she returned to her usual lazy and indifferent demeanor, nodding slightly.
A wise decision, Dean Luo.
She turned to look at Yiyu, and a nearly imperceptible ripple flashed through her pure white eyes.
Gone.
As soon as she finished speaking, her black cloak suddenly flared open, and her entire figure soared into the air, disappearing into the horizon within a few steps. Yiyu looked in the direction where she disappeared, then lowered his head to glance below. The area was in chaos, with people showing various expressions, while the dean and mentors on the high platform all wore heavy expressions. He knew that from today onward, his situation in the Academy would completely change. He was no longer the country bumpkin murderer who could be casually framed and manipulated.
He was now a special recruit protected by a 9th-tier powerhouse whom even the dean had to bow to.
He took a deep breath, slightly bowed to Luo Tianqing and the others, then turned around and left unhurriedly along the path he had come. His back was straight, no longer showing the previous sense of helpless isolation.
By the lakeshore, after a deathly silence, came an overwhelming uproar and lingering fear.
Wei Xining was helped up by someone, his eyes hollow and his face ashen. She knew she was finished. At least in the Federal Capital Academy, she would never rise again. Zhou Wenchang and Ling Jinyue exchanged a glance, both seeing deep gloom and unwillingness in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing stared in the direction Feng Qingyan had left, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. Feng Qingyan took such a tough stance to stand up for Yiyu, even going so far as to force the entire academy to bow down. What exactly is the relationship between this Yiyu and her? Is it really as simple as just being her younger brother? It seems that Yiyu must be reassessed. No one noticed that in the shadowy corner far from the crowd, a person dressed in a standard trainee uniform, with their face hidden under a hood, slowly withdrew their gaze from Yiyu's departing figure. In their hand was a small black communicator, slightly warm to the touch. They lowered their voice, a hint of uncontrollable excitement and venom in their tone. "Young master, it's all recorded." Feng Qingyan forcing the academy to bow. Yiyu is in the spotlight now. Yes, Wei Xining, that foolish woman, is completely ruined. Don't worry, she won't implicate us. The next step of the plan? Understood. I'll make Yiyu realize that the glory gained through women will make the fall 1,000 times more painful than the climb. When Yiyu returned to Qianlong Peak, it was already evening. The clouds at the peak were tinged with a golden-red hue by the setting sun, but were soon swallowed by the deepening night, turning into a heavy grayish white. The mountain breeze carried a chill, brushing against his slightly thin clothing. He pushed open the door to the meditation room, and a cold, quiet atmosphere greeted him. Closing the door, the room's barrier automatically sealed, completely isolating everything from the outside world. Yiyu did not light the lamp. Relying on the last trace of daylight streaming through the window, he walked to the jade cushion and slowly sat down. He did not immediately begin cultivating. The scenes from the day replayed vividly in his mind, one after another. When Feng Qingyan descended from the sky, the overwhelming coldness and dominance swept through the entire scene. Wei Xining and others twisted faces, from arrogance to despair. The moment Dean Luo Tianqing finally lowered his head, accompanied by that aged sigh and complex gaze. And when he himself declared, 3 months later, the top of the academy, countless shocked, mocking, and incredulous gazes from the audience below. Feng Qingyan's strong intervention earned him breathing room and valuable resources, but at the same time, it pushed him into an even more conspicuous and perilous spotlight. In the past, he was just a special recruit with some potential, a country boy easily manipulated by the Xie family and the Zhou family. Now, he is Feng Qingyan's younger brother, a connected individual capable of making the dean compromise and forcing the academy's senior management to issue a public apology. Envy will turn into jealousy, and jealousy will breed hatred. Those students who suffered heavy losses due to Feng Qingyan's punishment, those mentors and higher-ups who were humiliated, and the Xie family and Zhou family who were already hostile toward him. All these overt and covert hostilities will not disappear because of one strong suppression, they will only continue to ferment and accumulate, waiting for a more fatal and concealed moment to erupt. Relying on a woman? One day, I will let you all know what I truly rely on. Yiyu murmured to himself, a confident curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He never denies that Feng Qingyan's help is crucial. However, he has never thought of relying on anyone's protection forever. Feng Qingyan standing up for him once is an act of kindness, perhaps also because she saw some kind of value or potential in him. But true respect and peace can only be earned through one's own strength. 3 months later in the ranking battle, he fought his way to first place. This was not only his vow of counterattack at the time but also his determination to prove himself to everyone, including himself. With a thought, he took out 2 items from his chest. The first item was his identity token. When he infused energy into it again, lines of information appeared on the surface of the token. Student Yiyu, special recruit of the Qianlong class. Current Qianlong points, 500 points. This is the reward he deserved from the Withered Bone Forest assessment, and it has finally been issued. Comprehensive evaluation, B+. The comment reads, outstanding performance in actual combat, exceptional ability to handle complex crises. The remarks indicate that his potential rating has been upgraded, and the exchange permissions for certain resources have been unlocked as a result.
500 Shenlong points, along with a B+ evaluation. This is undoubtedly the Academy's swift response under the pressure exerted by Feng Qingyan.
Although it may not yet be the highest A-level evaluation, it is enough to erase the previous pending disgrace.
More importantly, these 500 Shenlong points are the startup capital he urgently needs right now. The second item was a storage ring emitting a faint glow.
This was personally sent by Luo Tianqing after Feng Qingyan's departure, as compensation for the Class A cultivation resource package.
Yi Yu directed his spiritual power into the ring.
The internal space was quite large, with several jade boxes and jade bottles neatly arranged.
The most eye-catching were piles of crystal cores in various colors, each radiating pure energy fluctuations. With a quick scan, he discovered there were over 100 cores, most of them being third tier, and even more than 20 precious fourth tier cores. The energy contained within these was enough to allow an ordinary third-tier ability user to cultivate all the way to the peak of the fourth tier. Additionally, there were 3 mutton fat jade bottles labeled Clear Mind and Focus Pill. When he pulled out the stopper, a refreshing medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Just one whiff made Yi Yu feel mentally clear, and the agitation caused by intense emotional fluctuations during the day instantly subsided. This type of pill could nourish the spirit and stabilize the mind, making it invaluable for ability users who needed to concentrate intensely on cultivating eye techniques or combating inner demons. The final item was a black token, neither metallic nor jade-like, engraved with a complex tower-shaped pattern. This was a 3-day cultivation qualification token for the Chaos Spiritual Power Tower. Chaos Spirit Power Tower. Yi Yu had seen this name in the Academy Handbook. It was one of the Academy's top-tier cultivation facilities, said to have a core derived from some ancient relic. The tower was filled with a special chaos spirit power, a type of energy with vague attributes, encompassing all things, yet extremely pure and concentrated. Any ability user entering the tower could convert this energy into what they needed, achieving a cultivation efficiency more than 10 times higher than outside. Moreover, the flow of time inside the tower seemed to differ from the outside world. These 3 days of cultivation access might actually yield results equivalent to a month of hard training outside. Such access was typically only granted to students who made significant contributions to the Academy or achieved top rankings in important competitions. Money couldn't buy it. The compensation Feng Qingyan had secured for him was substantial and entirely genuine. The resources are in place. The next step is figuring out how to convert them into real strength in the shortest time possible. Yi Yu's gaze sharpened. He first took out a third-tier crystal core and held it in his hand, slowly activating the Chaos Primordial technique. Pure energy was extracted from the crystal core and channeled into his meridians. The third-tier Chaos Vortex within his body rotated steadily, like an efficient millstone, rapidly grinding and refining the external energy, ultimately transforming it into his own Chaos Primordial spirit power. Feeling the gradual increase in power within his body, Yi Yu's plan became increasingly clear. First, he planned to use this batch of crystal cores and the opportunity provided by the Chaos Spiritual Power Tower to fully enhance his foundational cultivation. His goal was to reach at least the late stage of Tier 3, or even its peak, before the ranking battle began. Cultivation is the foundation of everything. Without sufficient energy to support it, even the most intricate eye techniques and combat skills are nothing but empty frameworks. Second, the Clear Mind concentration pill must be used in conjunction with his efforts to suppress and refine the tailed beast power within him. He needed to deepen his control over this dangerous force as quickly as possible, ensuring that he could summon a portion of its power during combat without losing control and going berserk. This could very well become his trump card for turning the tide in critical moments. Finally, the 500 hidden dragon points must not be spent recklessly. He needed to carefully study the exchange list and select a technique, either a movement skill or an offensive martial art, that was most suitable for his current stage and could maximize the advantages of his 3-tomo Sharingan. The battle in the Withered Bone Forest had exposed his shortcomings in close combat, particularly his lack of powerful, decisive finishing moves. Time, only 3 months remain. Just as Yi Yu calmed his mind and prepared to swallow the first Clear Mind concentration pill to begin tonight's cultivation, the small formation screen on the wall of the quiet room, used for receiving urgent notifications within the academy, suddenly lit up with a soft white glow. A concise line of text appeared on the screen. Student GU, your application for a 3-day cultivation qualification in the Chaos Spiritual Power Tower has been approved. You may proceed with the qualification token between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. A notice reading Chaos Zone Check-in, no waiting for latecomers lay quietly on the table, with a bright red stamp from the Resource Management Office at the bottom. So soon? Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even had time to apply yet. This was clearly a direct arrangement by the academy. It seemed Luo Tianqing wanted to fulfill his promise as quickly as possible to avoid any complications. That's fine too. The sooner the resources are in hand, the faster he can improve his strength, giving him more confidence to face unknown dangers. He carefully stored the compensation of crystal cores and pills, sat cross-legged, and adjusted his spirit and body to their peak state. Outside the window, the night was deep and silent. Hidden Dragon Peak, shrouded in dense mist and darkness, resembled a dormant giant beast, with only the occasional flicker of scattered lights from the academy's main area in the distance. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the academy known to no one, the lighting was dim. Zhou Wenchang and Ling Jinyue sat facing each other, their faces appearing particularly grim in the shadows. On the table before them lay a draft of a meticulously worded academy official statement, freshly signed by the office of the dean. Disgrace! Ling Jinyue slammed his fist onto the heavy solid wood table, producing a dull thud as wood chips scattered. Since the establishment of my law enforcement department, when have we ever been subjected to such coercion? Bowing down and apologizing to a mere student? What an absolute joke! Zhou Wenchang's face was ashen, his fingers gripping a communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Luo Tianqing has gone too far in yielding this time. No matter how strong Feng Qingyan is, she's just one person. Does he not care at all about the face of our Zhou family, the Xie family, and so many others in the academy? Care? Ling Jinyue sneered. What he's afraid of isn't us, but Feng Qingyan turning against him on the spot and crippling those students in front of the Heart Inquiry Hall. He's afraid of trouble from the Federal Bureau of Abilities. But he's forgotten that the true foundation of the academy lies in our deeply rooted families. Can Feng Qingyan protect him for a moment, let alone a lifetime? Can she stay in the academy every single day? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Wenchang's eyes. Exactly. That kid Yu is in the limelight now, and with the compensation he's received, he'll definitely train desperately to prepare for the ranking battle 3 months from now. Ranked battle. Ling Jinyue narrowed his eyes, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Within the rules, life and death are not considered. It's a great place to solve problems. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing undisguised killing intent in each other's eyes. The Xie family probably wants him dead even more than we do, Zhou Wenchang said slowly. I heard that the Xie family's genius, who has been in seclusion at the Chaos Spiritual Power Tower, is about to emerge. Ling Jinyue nodded. That's right, relying on us alone isn't enough. After all, Yi is currently under the title of Feng Qingyan's younger brother. If we want to act against him, we either need a legitimate reason or make him disappear without a trace. The next morning, Yi arrived on time at one of the academy's restricted areas, the Chaos Zone. This place was completely different from the refined and picturesque surroundings of the academy. Before him stretched a boundless gray plain, barren and lifeless, exuding an air of desolation. The atmosphere was filled with an indescribable chaotic aura, though not polluted. It made one's heart uneasy, even causing their own spiritual energy to become restless and agitated. At the center of the plain stood a pitch-black giant tower that pierced the clouds. The tower's body was twisted, with an irregular shape. Its surface had no doors or windows, nor any carvings or decorations, only countless dark red patterns resembling blood vessels crawling all over the tower, flickering faintly between light and dark, as if the giant tower itself were breathing. This is the Chaos Spirit Power Tower. 2 or 3 dozen people had already gathered at the base of the tower, clearly divided into several small groups. The moment Yi appeared, all eyes turned sharply toward him. In those gazes, there was curiosity and scrutiny, but more than anything, there was undisguised jealousy, coldness, and hostility. Well, isn't this our famous Feng Qingyan's little brother? Right on time, I see.
A sarcastic voice rang out. The speaker was a young man dressed in luxurious brocade robes, his expression arrogant, surrounded by a few followers. Yi Yu remembered him. He was a branch member of the Xia family, named Xia Rong, with early-stage 4th-tier strength. A tall, thin man immediately chimed in, "Brother Xia, keep your voice down."
He's got backing now.
That 3-day qualification in his hand was something we risked our lives to earn.
A gloomy voice came from the Zhou family's small group.
The speaker was Zhou Hao, an early-stage 4th-tier cultivator, who was staring at Yi Yu with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes.
TSK, 3 days of qualification.
I risked my life completing an A-level mission and only got rewarded with 1 day. But some people, well, they just get it effortlessly with a word from their sister, another student said sourly. Although he didn't belong to the Xie or Zhou families, he made no effort to hide his hostility toward Yi Yu. The people around him immediately echoed his sentiments, their gazes toward Yi Yu filled with jealousy and resentment. Apparently, the matter of Feng Qingyan securing cultivation resources for Yi Yu, especially the qualification for the precious Chaos Spiritual Power Tower, had already spread among the trainees, stirring quite a commotion. Yi Yu, however, seemed oblivious to the gossip, his expression calm and unperturbed. He walked straight toward the base of the tower, where a simple stone platform hovered 3 feet above the ground, emitting a faint white glow. In front of the platform stood an elder in a gray robe, his eyes closed as if meditating. He was the guardian of the Chaos Tower.
"Stop right there!"
A figure flashed by, and Xia Rong blocked Yi Yu's path, a mocking smile on his face.
"Yi Yu, do you even understand the rules? Can't you see everyone is lining up for the test?
You're just a 3rd-tier special recruit. What gives you the right to cut in line?"
"Exactly, don't you know it's first come, first served? Get to the back of the line."
Zhou Hao crossed his arms and sneered in agreement.
Behind them, their followers and some other trainees dissatisfied with Yi Yu formed a faint encirclement, their gazes hostile, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Q. Yi Yu glanced over and saw that there were indeed a few people waiting in front of the stone platform, but most of them were just gathered together chatting, with no semblance of an actual line.
This was clearly an intentional provocation. Yi Yu sneered inwardly.
Such petty tricks were meaningless to him. He couldn't be bothered to argue, nor did he step back. Instead, he calmly looked at Xia Rong in front of him and clearly uttered 2 words, "Move aside."
"And what if I don't?" Xia Rong's smile deepened, full of provocation. "A useless nobody who climbed up by relying on women, do you really think you're someone important? So what if you got into the Qianlong class? Today, I'll teach you that in the academy, strength is the only true measure. Without strength, connections still make you a worthless nobody." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his entire body erupted with spiritual energy. A pressure belonging to the early stage of the 4th tier surged forth like an invisible mountain, bearing down heavily on Yi Yu. Although he didn't make a direct move, this spiritual pressure was enough to make an ordinary 3rd tier student's blood churn and leave them unsteady on their feet. A wave of suppressed sneers echoed around, as everyone waited to see Yi Yu make a fool of himself in public. However, the scene they had anticipated, Yi Yu turning pale and staggering backward, never materialized. Yi Yu stood his ground, as steady as a mountain, without even furrowing his brow.
Inside him, the Hanyuan Wuji technique was operating autonomously. The 3rd-tier chaotic vortex, as solid as a rock, effortlessly dissolved, absorbed, and even devoured the 4th-tier pressure. The spiritual energy refined by the Taiyin stardust had reached a level of purity and density far beyond that of the same tier, rivaling even ordinary 4th-tier quality. Coupled with the powerful mental resistance brought by his unique eyes, this level of mental oppression was almost negligible to him. Xia Rong's smile froze on his face, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. How could this be? This kid could actually withstand his spiritual pressure? And he felt, this kid's spiritual energy seemed a bit peculiar? "Xia Rong, it seems your 4th rank isn't all that solid, huh? You can't even suppress a 3rd rank?" Zhou Hao sneered sarcastically from the side, fanning the flames. Xia Rong's expression instantly darkened. In front of so many people, especially with members of other families present, if he couldn't suppress a mere 3rd rank, his reputation would be utterly ruined.
Courting death.
He flew into a rage out of humiliation, let out a low shout, and abruptly raised his right hand, golden light gathering at his fingertips.
Ignoring the occasion, he was about to directly teach Yu a lesson.
Although he wouldn't dare to go too far, making Yu suffer some physical pain and delaying his entry into the tower for training was still within his power. The elder guarding the tower, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in meditation, remained completely unresponsive, as if utterly indifferent to the conflict below the tower.
Just as the golden light at Xiaorong's fingertips was about to shoot out. Enough! A calm yet undeniably authoritative voice rang out.
The voice did not come from the elder guarding the tower but from a small group of silent onlookers nearby. The speaker was a young man dressed in simple gray clothes with an ordinary face. He stood there inconspicuously, but as soon as he spoke, Xiaorong's movements seemed to freeze, instinctively halting. Even Zhou Hao and the others withdrew their mocking expressions, showing a hint of apprehension.
Yiyu's gaze swept over, his pupils slightly contracting.
This person, his aura is deep and restrained, making him somewhat inscrutable.
His strength is at least at the late stage of Tier 4, possibly even at its peak.
More importantly, he exudes a steadiness and sharpness honed through true life and death battles, completely different from the ostentation of the surrounding family heirs. This is the Chaos Tower, not a place for you to settle personal grudges. A young man dressed in gray spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over Xiaorong, calm yet carrying an undeniable weight.
If you want a fight, wait until the ranking battles. There will be plenty of opportunities. For now, don't waste everyone's time.
His voice was not loud, but the authority in his words instantly silenced the surroundings. Clearly, he held an extraordinary status among this group of top-tier geniuses.
Xiaorong's face alternated between green and white.
In the end, he glared fiercely at Jiyu, unwillingly withdrew his hand, and growled through gritted teeth, "Kid, consider yourself lucky. In the ranking battle, you'd better not get eliminated too early, or else, humph." The gray-clothed young man then turned to Yiyu, his gaze calm and emotionless, and introduced himself, "My name is Han Li. I've heard about you, Feng Qingyan's younger brother, and you swore to break into the top 100 within 3 months, interesting. I hope you survive until the ranking battle so I can see your skills for myself." There was no mockery in his tone, nor any deliberate attempt to befriend him, as if he were merely stating a simple fact. After speaking, he no longer looked at Yiyu, only nodding slightly to the elder guarding the tower as a gesture.
Yiyu also nodded back at him as a response. He could sense that this man named Han Li was on a completely different level from people like Xiaorong and Zhou Hao, who only knew how to bully others with their power. Soon, it was the turn of the people in line for testing. Each person respectfully handed over their qualification token. The elderly tower guardian would open his eyes each time and lightly tap the token with his fingers, which were as dry as tree branches. The tower-shaped pattern on the token would emit light for varying durations depending on the qualification.
Then, the elder would release a hazy gray light that scanned the tester from head to toe, as if verifying their identity and physical condition. Once everything was confirmed, he would nod and allow them to pass. Those who passed the test walked toward the massive black tower. Somewhere on the tower's surface, a dark red pattern would suddenly split open into a gap, just large enough for one person to pass through. After the person entered, the gap would quickly close, as if it had never appeared.
Finally, it was Yiyu's turn.
He stepped forward and handed over the black token engraved with intricate tower-shaped patterns.
This was the highest level 3-day qualification token.
The old guardian of the tower opened his eyes, his cloudy gaze lingering on the token for a moment before he looked up and gave Yiyu a deep, scrutinizing glance, as if confirming something. Then, he extended his withered finger and lightly tapped the token.
Buzz! The tower-shaped pattern on the black token suddenly erupted with a deep crimson glow, far more intense and enduring than anyone else's before. 3-day qualification. This was the highest authority.
Humph. Behind him, Xiaorong and the others let out undisguised snorts of disdain and cast jealous glances, stabbing like needles. Immediately afterward, the elder released a hazy gray detection light, completely enveloping Yiyu. At the moment the light touched his body, the dormant power of the Taiyin stardust within Yiyu stirred slightly, emitting an extremely faint and cool halo. This halo cleverly concealed the true fluctuations of his spiritual energy, especially the deeply hidden tailed beast aura, perfectly masking it. The detection light swept across his entire body, finding no abnormalities. The old man nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "The token is correct, and your condition is acceptable. After entering the tower, find an empty cultivation room yourself. Remember, the spiritual energy inside the tower is chaotic and violent. Be cautious and act within your limits. When the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Yi Yu put away the token and turned to walk toward the Black Tower. He could clearly feel that at least a dozen gazes were fixed on his back like cold knives. Envy, jealousy, resentment, and even undisguised murderous intent. When he stopped in front of the tower, a dark red pattern on the tower's surface split open, revealing a deep, swirling entrance resembling chaotic mist. At that moment, from far behind him, Zhouhao's voice could faintly be heard, lowered yet filled with venomous mockery. "Ha! Wanting to train in the Chaos Tower isn't just about having the qualifications. The environment inside can sometimes be quite unforgiving. Let's hope this genius younger brother, who got in through his sister's connections, can come out unscathed." Yi Yu's steps did not falter in the slightest. His expression remained calm as he took a step into the swirling chaos mist. His figure was instantly swallowed, and the cracks on the tower's surface closed up accordingly. At the same moment Yi Yu stepped into the Chaos Tower. Inside a top-tier training room that had long been occupied and fully sealed with restrictions. A young man sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by an astonishingly sharp aura. He was none other than the top genius of the Xie family, Xie Wuan. In front of him, a communication talisman was faintly vibrating. After listening to the message from the talisman, a trace of icy sharpness flashed in Xie Wuhan's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold, emotionless arc. Yi Yu has finally entered. Feng Qingyan's younger brother? Very well. Consider these 3 days of training in the Chaos Tower as my first meeting gift to you. I hope you will like it. The moment he stepped into the chaotic mist, Yi Yu felt as if the world was spinning around him. He felt like he had been thrown into a high-speed centrifuge, or as if he were falling into an endless abyss devoid of any sense of direction. Surrounding him was a churning mass of gray mist, which was not tangible but rather a highly viscous, chaotic, and violently energetic special spiritual force, chaos spiritual energy. The surroundings were a scene of chaos and disorder, encompassing everything yet exuding a pure and overwhelming energy that was suffocating. It was unclear whether it was a moment or an eternity, but a solid sensation suddenly came from beneath his feet. Yi Yu steadied himself. The moment he stepped into this place, his unique Sharingan with 3 Tomo had already activated. The scarlet glow pierced through the dense, impenetrable gray mist around him, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. This seemed to be a spacious hall at the bottom of the tower. The floor and walls were made of a material that was pitch black with dark red patterns. The glow of those patterns flickered unpredictably, providing the only source of light in this eerie space. The hall was filled with chaotic spiritual energy, with an alarmingly high concentration. Just by breathing, Yi Yu could feel the violent energy particles rushing into his body, causing a tingling pain in his untrained meridians. The surroundings were empty. The people who had entered earlier had clearly already gone into their respective cultivation rooms. In the distance, only a few faintly glowing passage entrances could be seen, leading to higher floors of the tower. Yi Yu took out the token that could only be used for 3 days. At this moment, the token was emitting a warm, dark red glow, resonating with the patterns on the wall. He tried to inject a trace of spiritual energy into it. The token trembled slightly, pointing toward one of the passage entrances, while transmitting a vague piece of information, a guide to the location of an unoccupied cultivation room within the tower. According to the guide, the higher the level, the more advanced the cultivation rooms, and the purer and denser the chaotic spiritual energy. However, correspondingly, the challenges and dangers also increased. With his current third-tier strength, the elder guarding the tower advised him to find an ordinary cultivation room on the ground floor or the second floor. But Yi Yu's gaze was drawn to the faintly indicated points of light higher up, as shown by the token. Among them, the point at the very top emitted a deeper, dark red glow that shared the same origin as the token in his hand.
A top-tier cultivation room, and it's actually unoccupied?
Yi Yu frowned slightly, finding it highly unusual. However, just as he was pondering this anomaly, a voice tinged with a lazy smile pierced through the barrier of chaotic mist and sounded directly in his ear, each word crystal clear.
Curious, aren't you, Yi Yu? Why is it that the top-tier cultivation room, which everyone scrambles for, happens to show as vacant when you enter with this 3-day token? Yi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted.
His Sharingan instantly scanned the surroundings, the scarlet glow attempting to penetrate the dense mist. Finally, in the shadow of a distant passage entrance, he caught a faint golden outline, almost blending into the environment.
It was Xia Wuhan. Who are you?
Yi Yu's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xia Wuhan, a member of the Xia family.
Heh, so you're from the Xia family.
Yi Yu sneered coldly.
It seems that my trivial matter has even troubled a genius of the Xia family to personally intervene.
Ha, how could someone personally cared for by Captain Feng Qingyan be considered a trivial matter?
From the shadows, Xia Wuhan's voice carried a hint of amusement and an undisguised cold scrutiny.
I just happened to finish my retreat, happened to sense you entering the tower, and happened to know that this top-tier training room is experiencing a once-in-a-century rampage phase of spiritual energy tides today. The impact is so intense that it could instantly tear apart an ordinary 4th-tier ability user.
He paused, his tone filled with guile and malice, like a venomous snake hissing. Most people would avoid it at all costs.
But you're different, Yi Yu.
You managed to survive in a place like the Forest of Bones, and even with 3rd-tier strength, you resisted Xie Chongshan's spirit lock. Your limits are likely far beyond what those mediocrities can imagine.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chaotic spiritual energy during its rampage phase is dangerous, but it's also the purest and most abundant.
If you can endure it, training here for 1 day would be equivalent to a month's hard work outside.
For someone like you, eager to prove yourself within 3 months, isn't this a chance tailor-made for you? This was blatant provocation. A death trap disguised as an opportunity. Yi Yu remains silent.
Of course, he knew that Xia Wuhan harbored ill intentions.
A top-tier cultivation room left vacant? And it just so happened to coincide with some rampage period?
All of this was so coincidental it sent chills down his spine. Clearly, this was a trap set specifically for him, aiming to use the inherent dangers of the Chaos Tower to silently and effortlessly eliminate this trouble.
In this way, even if Feng Qingyan pursued the matter afterward, there would be no evidence to be found. After all, it was his own greed and overestimation of his abilities that led him to choose a cultivation room far beyond his capacity. Who could he blame?
Seeing his silence, Xia Wuhan's voice grew even more enticing, laced with a hint of provocation.
What's the matter, scared? Well, that's understandable.
After all, it's a perilous place that even 4th-tier experts dare not tread lightly. You, a mere 3rd tier, should be cautious. It's only right to find an ordinary room on the lower levels and hide away like a turtle for 3 days. Though your progress will be slow, at least you'll be safe.
But...
He chuckled softly. A cold voice rang out, like a feather scraping against the eardrum, sending chills down one's spine.
Those people outside the tower, Xia Rong, Zhou Hao, are all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. If they find out you don't even have the courage to try, what will they think? 3 months from now, in the ranking battle, how will you back up your bold claim of breaking into 1st place?
Every word was like a knife stabbing into Yi Yu's heart. These remarks not only pointed out the enemies outside the tower waiting to see him fail but also directly struck at the vow he had made. This was an overt scheme laid bare, forcing him to rise to the challenge.
A surge of icy anger and an even fiercer determination instantly intertwined and burned within Yi Yu's chest. He hated being manipulated and despised the feeling of being forced into a corner. However,
Yi Yu's gaze once again fell upon the guiding token, focusing on the highest point emitting a profound dark red glow.
Was it danger or opportunity that awaited there?
He slowly closed his eyes and examined himself.
Within his dantian, the 3rd-tier chaotic vortex was steadily rotating, continuously generating primordial spiritual energy.
This power seemed inherently capable of encompassing and refining all things in the world. His three-tomo Sharingan not only granted him powerful insight and mental resistance, but its deeper strength also seemed to be stirring under the nourishment of this chaotic spiritual energy. Not to mention, he also suppressed a violent-tailed beast's power within his body. Although dangerous, this trump card would undoubtedly allow him to endure longer under extreme pressure. My primordial infinite technique is fundamentally about embracing all energies and turning them into my own. No matter how violent and chaotic the chaotic spiritual energy in this tower is, it is still energy in essence. Others may fear it, but I might just be able to absorb it. You're right. Yi Yu suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but filled with unwavering determination. This is indeed my opportunity. Xiaowen, hidden in the shadows, seemed momentarily stunned, not expecting Yi Yu to figure it out so quickly. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Yi Yu opened his eyes, the scarlet three-tomo burning with a calm flame. Xiaowen, I'll remember this kindness of yours. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he hesitated no longer. With a sudden burst of strength, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, heading straight for the entrance to the passage leading to the top of the tower. His target was clear, the top-tier cultivation chamber. Ha! From within the shadows came a low, ambiguous chuckle from Xiaowen. His faint golden outline slowly dissipated, as if he had never been there, leaving only a cold malice lingering in the mist. The higher he climbed, the more viscous and violent the chaotic spiritual energy in the passage became. It was like an invisible gale, madly tearing at Yi Yu's protective spiritual energy, producing a hissing sound as the pressure multiplied. Yet Yi Yu's steps remained resolute. After a short while, he finally reached the top of the tower. Here, there was only a simple and heavy stone door. The dark red patterns on the door were several times brighter than any other part of the tower, resembling flowing magma and emitting an unsettling energy fluctuation. Just standing here, Yi Yu felt a stinging pain on his skin, and even the air he inhaled carried violent elements, causing his blood and energy to churn. He took out the 3-day token and pressed it into the groove at the center of the stone door. Buzz! Dark red light suddenly flared up. The stone door slid inward silently. At the moment the door opened, a surge of chaotic spiritual energy, 10 times more intense and pure than outside, burst forth like a flood suppressed for millennia. Yi Yu let out a muffled groan, feeling as if he had been struck head-on by an invisible mountain. His protective spiritual energy flickered erratically, and his body uncontrollably slid back several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. Inside the door was a small stone chamber only a few meters square. It was completely empty except for a black jade meditation cushion placed in the center. The walls and floor were etched with dark red patterns that glowed faintly, forming an extremely intricate and mysterious array. The chaotic spiritual energy within the entire stone chamber was so dense that it had condensed into a visible gray mist, so thick it was almost like liquid, making even breathing extraordinarily difficult. What's even more terrifying is that this spiritual energy is not stationary. Under the influence of the formation, it forms chaotic and violent currents of spiritual energy, like countless tiny gray poisonous dragons, wildly darting, colliding, and exploding within the stone chamber. The impact contained in each current makes Yi Yu's heart race with fear. This place is indeed a perilous land. But it's also a treasure trove. A hint of madness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Behind him, the stone door slammed shut, sealing off the inside from the outside. At the moment the stone door closed, the array patterns on the walls of the stone chamber suddenly shone brightly. Buzz! The chaotic spiritual energy within the entire stone chamber seemed to be completely ignited and detonated. Endless streams of gray spiritual energy, having lost their final restraints, surged toward Yi Yu from all directions, above and below, with a force capable of destroying the heavens and earth. A terrifying energy storm converged and took shape within the stone chamber, violently rushing toward Yi Yu at its center. The scene resembled being at the eye of a storm or being thrown into a meat grinder composed entirely of pure energy. The moment the energy made contact with him, the protective spiritual energy on Yi Yu's body was torn apart as easily as paper. The violent and chaotic energy struck his physical body without any resistance, causing his skin to instantly split open with countless fine blood cracks. As soon as the blood seeped out, it was vaporized into a mist of blood by the chaotic energy. Bones emitted unbearable groans under the strain, energy rampaged through his body, feeling as if countless red-hot iron needles were piercing and stirring his meridians. Indescribable pain swept through every nerve. This was not a power that a third-tier ability user could endure. If it were someone else, their body would likely explode and die on the spot. Even if they miraculously survived, their meridians would be completely severed, leaving them utterly crippled. But Yiyu clenched his teeth tightly, his gums bleeding, and the crimson glow in his eyes burned even brighter.
Hunyuan Wuji, spin for me.
With a furious roar in his heart, the dormant chaotic vortex within him began spinning wildly at an unprecedented speed. The characteristic of his cultivation technique, which embraced all and encompassed everything, was pushed to its limit. The violent energy that surged into his body, attempting to destroy everything, was partially redirected by his extraordinarily resilient meridians, while the rest was forcibly captured and dragged into the rapidly spinning chaotic vortex. This cyclone was like a massive millstone, brutally grinding and breaking down the chaotic, violent energies. The essence of chaotic spiritual power is also energy, but its attributes are mixed and difficult to control. However, the Hunyuan Wuji technique practiced by Yiyu inherently simulates the all-encompassing nature of the universe at its inception, giving it a natural suppressive force against such energy. At this moment, under the pressure of a life-and-death crisis, this advantage was pushed to its limit. A terrifying sound, as if molten iron was being poured, echoed from within his body. Part of the chaotic spiritual power was successfully stripped of its violent characteristics, transformed into pure Hunyuan spiritual power, and merged into the cyclone, making his strength even greater. Yet, most of the energy still rampaged through his body, damaging his meridians and assaulting his internal organs. Blood began to seep from Yiyu's 7 orifices, and the wounds on his body's surface multiplied, turning him into a near-bloodied figure. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly bright. Despite the pain, he could clearly feel his power surging rapidly. The chaotic cyclone, under the infusion of violent energy and the pressure of its own limits, began to expand and solidify. The bottleneck of the third stage finally started to loosen.
Not enough. More. He let out a low roar.
Not only did he not retreat or defend himself, but he actively released the restraints on his body, drawing more chaotic energy into himself. He was using his body as a furnace, chaotic spiritual energy as fuel, and the Hunyuan Wuji technique as fire to forge himself. Break to rebuild, seeking life through death. This was an extremely dangerous, almost self-destructive, act of madness. But Yiyu's will was as firm as steel, and his unique Sharingan further stabilized his spirit, allowing him to perceive the most subtle changes within his body and precisely control the balance between destruction and repair, transformation and endurance. Time passed bit by bit amidst this extreme pain and frenzied growth. No one knew how much time had passed, but the violent energy surges in the stone chamber seemed endless. Yiyu, sitting cross-legged, was now covered in a thick layer of dark red scabs formed from congealed blood and energy residue, resembling a lifeless statue. Only the increasingly majestic life force and energy fluctuations faintly emanating from beneath the scabs proved that he was still holding on, still transforming.
Suddenly, click!
A faint yet incredibly clear cracking sound seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul.
The blood scabs covering Yiyu's entire body suddenly fractured into countless cracks. Immediately after, boom!
An aura several times more powerful, solid, and pure than before erupted from Yiyu's body like a waking beast. The blood scabs on his body shattered completely, turning into dust. Yiyu suddenly opened his eyes. The scarlet three-tomo in his eyes spun wildly, and the deep darkness at the center of his pupils seemed even more solid than before, as if its rotation could tug at one's soul. He stood up, his pores opening as the chaotic spiritual energy lingering in the stone chamber was effortlessly absorbed into his body and transformed, no longer violent or resistant as before. An unprecedented sense of immense power filled his entire being. His meridians had nearly doubled in width, and the spiritual energy within him surged endlessly like a mighty river. In his dantian, the chaotic vortex had expanded several-fold, emanating an even more profound and unfathomable aura as it spun. Fourth tier. He had broken through. In this desperate situation, capable of annihilating a fourth-tier powerhouse, he had relied on the uniqueness of the Han Yuan Wu Ji technique to endure, shatter his limits, and rebuild himself, stepping directly into the ranks of fourth-tier ability users. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips.
Xia Wohun.
You went to great lengths trying to use this chaos tower to kill me, but unfortunately, the means you employed against me have only made me stronger. However, just as he was rejoicing over his breakthrough in power and his killing intent towards Xia Wuwen grew colder, a sudden change occurred. On the stone chamber walls, the originally stable flowing dark red patterns suddenly began to twist and tremble violently, as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake.
No, this is not a problem with the formation itself.
It's an issue with the higher levels of the Chaos Tower. The ancient core formation supporting this cultivation chamber seems to have been disrupted by some powerful external force.
Now, this unstable energy is backfiring onto me. The patterns on the walls flicker wildly, alternating between bright and dim, as if they could collapse completely at any moment.
In the center of the stone chamber, the ground beneath the black meditation cushion suddenly cracked. A surge of chaotic energy, 100 times more violent than before, carrying the aura of ancient primordial times, erupted like a volcano suppressed for millennia from the spiritual vein node deeper within the tower.
Boom!
If the previous energy storm was a raging meat grinder, then what is now surging from the depths is pure, primal chaos essence imbued with a destructive aura. They are no longer gray mist but streams of pitch-black, viscous energy, radiating a dangerous eerie glow. Wherever these energies pass, even space groans under the strain, revealing subtle distortions.
This is far beyond a mere berserk phase.
This is the energy pattern within the tower being unexpectedly disrupted, triggering a once-in-a-century spiritual backlash.
Its power is enough to make even top-tier 5th-level experts steer clear. Not good. Yi Yu's expression changed drastically.
He had just broken through to the 4th level, and his body was still in the sensitive period after transformation. Although his meridians and dantian had been strengthened, he was far from being able to withstand such a terrifying impact. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat and avoid this deadly energy. But as soon as this thought arose, it was suppressed by an even stronger resolve.
Retreat? In this narrow stone chamber, where could I retreat to?
The passage outside is probably even more dangerous, stepping out would be a dead end. Moreover, this chaotic essence surging from the depths of the earth, though extremely dangerous, contains an energy purity far surpassing anything before. For someone like me, practicing the Chaos Primordial Infinite technique, this is both a deadly poison and an unimaginable super tonic.
As long as I can endure this, the benefits will be immeasurable. Let's do this. A trace of madness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes.
Not only did he not retreat, but he also sat cross-legged again, facing the surging jet-black energy.
Han Yuan Wuji technique, absorb for me.
The chaotic vortex within his body reversed madly at a speed beyond its limits. This time, he was no longer passively enduring but actively opened a massive mouth, like a ferocious beast, deliberately drawing in and devouring the dark, viscous essence of chaos.
Sla!
It was as if a scorching hot iron plunged into icy water. An unimaginable, excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed him, 10 times more intense than before. The pitch-black energy was like countless venomous snakes with a life of their own, madly burrowing into his pores and surging into his meridians. Wherever it passed, the walls of his meridians felt a terrifying burning and tearing sensation, as if corroded by strong acid. His skin instantly turned charred and carbonized, only to be barely repaired under the influence of his powerful vitality, and then burned again. His bones emitted a brittle crackling sound, as if they could be crushed into powder at any moment. Even his newly stabilized mental strength was violently shaken by the impact of this primal energy, and the 3-tomo Sharingan sent waves of sharp pain, his vision darkening repeatedly.
This is not cultivation at all, this is outright suicide.
But Yi Yu gritted his teeth tightly, his gums splitting, and blood mixed with black energy residue flowed from the corner of his mouth.
He focused all his willpower on the wildly spinning vortex in his dantian.
The true essence of the Han Yuan Wu Ji technique is to embrace all things and transform chaos into one's own power.
Tolerance. Refinement. Absorption.
With every strand of pitch-black origin energy he refines, his power solidifies further, and his aura steadily advances toward the mid-fourth tier. But this process is too slow. The energy surging into his body is too overwhelming, too violent. The rate of destruction far exceeds his speed of repair and transformation. His body was beginning to collapse from within. At this critical moment between life and death, an extreme external pressure finally triggered the crisis hidden within Yi Yu's body. The dark red-tailed beast power, which he had been suppressing deep within his core of strength, was stimulated by the raging chaotic energy and suddenly became restless. A ferocious, violent, and destructive dark red energy burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam, shattering its restraints. As soon as it appeared, it collided fiercely with the pitch-black chaotic energy that had surged into Yi Yu's body. Two equally violent and equally powerful forces erupted fiercely within Yi Yu's body. Put! Yi Yu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His entire aura instantly withered, and the flame of his life became so faint it seemed as if it could extinguish at any moment. But just at this most perilous moment, an unexpected change occurred. Although the power of the tailed beast is ferocious, it is essentially an extremely pure and powerful energy. Its collision with the source of chaos, while causing immense destruction, unexpectedly resulted in mutual consumption and neutralization. More importantly, Yi Yu's cultivation of the Han Yuan Wu Ji technique was pushed to an unprecedented limit at this moment. It was like a greedy and efficient converter, unexpectedly beginning to simultaneously capture and pull the two forces that were continuously weakening in their collision, forcibly dragging them into the grinding range of the chaotic vortex. Three terrifying forces formed an extremely dangerous yet delicate balance within Yi Yu's body. Time slowly passed amidst this inhuman torment and precarious balance. The pitch-black chaotic turbulence in the stone chamber seemed endless. Yi Yu's meditative figure was already completely enveloped by a massive cocoon of black and red energy, emitting dangerous fluctuations. Inside the giant cocoon, his body was constantly breaking down and reorganizing. His life force alternated between being as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind and erupting like a volcano coming back to life, each time becoming heavier and more formidable than before. 3 days passed. For those outside the stone chamber, it might have been just a brief 3 days. But for Yi Yu inside the energy cocoon, it felt as though 30 long years had gone by. He felt as if he had hovered on the edge of life and death countless times. Each time, he relied on an unyielding will and the profoundness of his cultivation technique to endure, extracting nourishment from the destructive forces and growing madly. After an unknown amount of time, the surging black chaotic currents within the stone chamber began to weaken, and the frantically flickering patterns on the walls gradually calmed down, returning to their original stable flow. The backlash of the spiritual energy tide had finally ended. The black and red energy cocoon enveloping Yi Yu's entire body emitted a soft crack. A fissure appeared. Soon after, a second, a third, countless fissures instantly spread across. Boom! The massive cocoon of energy shattered completely, transforming into countless points of light that scattered into the air. Yi Yu slowly opened his eyes. There was no earth-shattering aura erupting, instead, it was an extreme restraint, a profound calmness akin to returning to simplicity. He stood up, his skin flawless and smooth, even radiating a jade-like luster. All the previous scars had vanished without a trace. Every movement he made carried an unstoppable explosive power. He could feel that the energy channels within his body had become unprecedentedly wide and resilient, with spiritual energy surging through them like a mighty river, vast and majestic. At the core of his power, the chaotic vortex had grown so immense that it occupied most of the space, spinning with unwavering stability. At its center, the deep, chaotic hue seemed to harbor a miniature world within. Fourth tier peak. In just 3 short days, amidst this once-in-a-century disaster, not only had he solidified his cultivation, but he had also advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the peak of the 4th tier. He was now just a step away from the 5th tier. Such a cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. But Yi Yu knew that this was not just an improvement in spiritual power. His physical body, tempered repeatedly by 2 extreme forces, had reached a terrifying level of strength, far surpassing body-refining ability users of the same tier. His mental strength, honed through extreme pain and life and death trials, had been refined to the resilience of steel forged 1,000 times, incomparably tough.
More importantly,
Yi Yu's thoughts stirred slightly as he looked at his reflection on the smooth wall of the quiet room. In the reflection, those eyes were no longer the scarlet 3 tomo. Deep within the pupils, 3 black tomo connected end to end, forming a more intricate and profound 6-pointed star pattern. The black design slowly rotated within the scarlet eyes, exuding a cold, mysterious aura, as if it could perceive the essence of all things and draw in souls with its eerie power. Just gazing into those eyes was enough to make one's heart race. The kaleidoscope Sharingan has been activated. Against a scarlet background, a black 6-pointed star pattern emerges, exuding a mysterious and chilling aura, as if it contains infinite power.
This is not merely a visual transformation.
With just a thought, without even channeling any spiritual energy, an entirely new sensation surged within him.
The world in his eyes became unprecedentedly clear.
The flow trajectories of energy were revealed in minute detail, and he could even clearly see the energy nodes at the core of the ancient formations deep within the stone chamber walls. More importantly, with the opening of these eyes, 2 instincts seemingly imprinted deep within his soul naturally emerged.
The left eye was an illusion technique called Tsukuyomi. The right eye was a black flame called Amaterasu. Is this my exclusive eye technique? Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, not bad.
Yi Yu murmured to himself, but he didn't rush to try them. He was well aware that while the Mangekyo Sharingan's power was immense, its consumption was equally astonishing, especially the tremendous burden it placed on mental strength and ocular power.
Without fully mastering it, he wouldn't use it lightly. Compared to these still unfamiliar eye techniques, another even more immense and oppressive force was being clearly perceived as the Mangekyo activated. It was like a slumbering giant beast, silently roaring from deep within his bloodline. That was Susanoo. A supreme power constructed by combining ocular power with his unique mixed primordial spiritual energy and mental will. Yi Yu closed his eyes, immersing his mind completely into the newly awakened kaleidoscope. His thoughts seemed to push open a long-sealed door. Inside the quiet room, the air stirred without wind. A cold, heavy pressure carrying an aura of destruction spread out from his body like a tide. The air around him began to emit faint humming sounds, and even the light started to distort. In the next moment, Zila! A sound like the crisp tearing of fabric. A pure and profound black energy surged out violently from Yi Yu's body, or more precisely, from his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. This energy was not ordinary spiritual power but a special energy body that had been highly compressed and transformed, carrying the unique coldness and destructive will of the Sharingan. The black energy rapidly condensed and constructed in front of him, forming a black skeleton. This was Susanoo, the most primitive skeletal form, without flesh or skin. This is Susanoo. He could clearly feel every inch of the structure of this black skeleton. It was not a physical entity but a special existence between energy and matter, constructed by his unique Hunyuan spiritual power under the guidance and transformation of the kaleidoscope pupil power. It possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities. Yi Yu felt that even a full-force strike from a 5th-tier expert might not be able to shake the seemingly fragile black skeleton. At the same time, it also contained terrifying offensive power, as the black bones themselves were the hardest weapons. More importantly, it was connected to Yi Yu's mind and spirit, an extension of his will. So powerful. Just the initial and most basic skeletal form has brought such a tremendous improvement. He had a strong premonition that with just this black Susanoo skeleton, combined with his peak 4th-tier Hunyuan spiritual power, formidable physical body, and the newly activated Mangekyo Sharingan, he was fully confident that he could directly annihilate an ordinary 5th-tier ability user. Even when facing a peak 5th-tier powerhouse, he was confident he could hold his ground and even severely injure the opponent. As for a 6th-tier powerhouse, Yi Yu's gaze slightly sharpened. He knew that when facing a true 6th-tier powerhouse, he might not yet be their match. But he was no longer the helpless ant facing the giant elephant in despair. With the absolute defense of the Black Susanoo, the mysterious ocular powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, combined with the endurance of his techniques and the trump card of the tailed beast's power,
he now possessed the ability to make the giant elephant feel pain, and even wound it. The feeling of holding such power and having his destiny under his own control made his heart surge with excitement. With a single thought, the 3-jang-tall black skeleton behind him slowly raised its right arm. The fist, formed by the thick black arm bones, silently swung forward. Without using any spiritual energy, merely the force of the skeleton itself created a wind pressure that left a clear dent on the sturdy stone wall. The runes of the formation on the wall flashed intensely, frantically repairing the damage. "All right," Yi Yu shouted in a low voice, just about to activate his thoughts again, but at that moment, Yi Yu's brows instantly furrowed tightly. A violent wave of dizziness suddenly struck him, and a stabbing pain like needles pierced his eyes, forcing him to stop all his actions. Only then did he realize that merely maintaining this massive skeletal form consumed far more of his mental and ocular energy than he had imagined. Especially just now, when he tried to make the skeleton even stronger, the consumption had practically multiplied exponentially. It seems that with his current strength, even though he has just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he can only sustain this skeletal frame for a short period of combat. To evolve it to the next stage, he is still far from ready. It seems that the evolution of Susanoo not only requires powerful ocular abilities but also an immense amount of spiritual energy and a sufficiently strong body to support it, Yi Yu calmly calculated in his mind. This skeletal frame is merely the beginning. Beyond it lies flesh, armor, and even the perfect complete form. The road ahead is still long. He no longer forced himself and, with a thought, withdrew his power. The black skeleton behind him, radiating a terrifying aura, slowly dissipated into the air like smoke, eventually transforming into countless black light particles that returned to his eyes. The oppressive pressure that had enveloped the entire stone chamber vanished along with it. Yi Yu let out a long breath of turbid air, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the soreness and fatigue in his eyes and spirit. As expected, the greater the power, the higher the cost. The Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used recklessly, and Susanoo is an ultimate trump card that can only be unleashed at the most critical moments. However, this is enough. Yi Yu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with unprecedented confidence. With this ace up his sleeve, his chances of winning the Academy's ranking battle 3 months later had significantly increased. He even had the means to protect himself and counterattack against the old foxes of the Xie and Zhou families lurking in the shadows. Xie Wohun. Yi Yu's mind conjured up the face of that person, the Xie family genius who had tricked him into this top-tier cultivation chamber, intending to use him as a pawn to kill. A trace of icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. "The gift you sent me, I accept it. I hope you won't disappoint me in the ranking battle." He stretched his body, feeling the surging power within him, and his heart was filled with confidence. With 4th stage peak cultivation, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the nascent Black Susanoo, this trip to the Chaos Tower, though it nearly cost him his life, had brought benefits far beyond his imagination. The 3 days of training had come to an end. He walked toward the stone chamber's door, ready to leave. According to the rules, the tower's formation would automatically transport him out. However, just as his finger was about to touch the stone door, his entire body suddenly froze. After awakening the Mangekyo, his perception had become countless times sharper than before. Just now, he had caught a trace of an extremely concealed gaze, a gaze filled with undisguised malice. This gaze did not come from outside the stone chamber but rather, from higher up in the Chaos Tower, or perhaps from somewhere deeper and darker. The feeling was cold, mocking, and carried a faint hint of surprise, like a lofty hunter observing with great interest a prey that had intruded into its territory. Is it Xie Wuhan? Or is there something else hidden in this tower? Yi Yu's gaze instantly turned sharp, the scarlet 6-pointed star pupils slowly rotating in the depths of his eyes. He forced himself to act as if nothing had happened and reached out to push open the stone door. Outside the door was still the familiar corridor, shrouded in drifting gray mist.